In the morning, you were still reminding your daughter to be a good student, but in the afternoon, she was bullied and beaten to a fracture, and then pushed down the stairs to a tragic death on the campus. When you rushed to the school as if you were crazy, the school not only obstructed you from entering the scene, but also, in order not to affect enrollment, secretly withheld your daughter's body, only giving you a fake person made of portraits and silicone to force you to sign a settlement agreement as soon as possible. Why can they detain us? You shouted at the police station, your heart torn apart. Sorry, Mr. Chen, we are also acting on orders from above. After spending an afternoon away from the police station, you sat on a bench by the roadside lost in thought. When you finally came to your senses, wiped away a tear, and slowly stood up, the thought of your daughter still unable to rest in peace at the academy made your heart ache unbearably. At this moment, you want revenge. You want to erupt. You have the impulse to kill everyone. Suddenly, a deep voice appeared in your ear. Work with me, and together we will avenge the whole world. You immediately look around, but you don't see anyone. Who's talking? You ask loudly. I am in your pocket. The voice came through steadily. You quickly pulled out the things from your pocket, among which was an exquisite carving of a fierce-faced celestial master. This was a gift left to you by an old man who visited the tea house some time ago. At this moment, the carving was emitting black smoke, and the fierce expression seemed to come alive. I am the ancient sorcerer in the purple robe, only because my primordial soul is depleted and sealed within this wooden carving. Give me your soul, and I can help you seek revenge. Your pupils contracted. The soul of the ancient blackened celestial master is about to merge with you. From the tone of voice, it seems that from now on, you will no longer belong to yourself. But now, do you have any choice left? You gradually clenched your fist, with a hint of determination in your teary eyes. I didn't want to stay silent, but the world is unjust. Since there is no justice in this world, I will make this world darker once again. You grip the wooden carving in your hand tightly. Feng Wuji Tianshi, I agree to merge with you. The wooden carved horse turned into a black mist, crazily pouring into your heavenly spirit cover. That day, Gaofeng Academy was busy with its annual enrollment. The school principal Zheng Hong complained while busy. That damn woman won't die early or late. If this matter spreads, who will come here to study in the future? Director, how should we handle that corpse? The smell can already be detected in the hallway. A female counselor asked cautiously. Zheng Hong is extremely annoyed now. Do I still need to teach you guys? Sprinkle some perfume. Use some cleaning agents. Cover up the smell. And when Chen Xiao's foolish father signs, just throw her out onto the street. At this time, the two of them heard footsteps coming from the corridor, and Zheng Hong became even more annoyed in an instant. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to enter the corridor? The floor has just been waxed. At the end of the corridor, a person was slowly walking towards her. Due to the dim light, Zheng Hong couldn't recognize who it was. Hey, who are you? You're not allowed to enter this corridor. Get out of here. The person across the street heard her voice, paused for a moment, then strode towards her with big steps, while a powerful voice sounded, Zheng Hong, do you still remember me? This familiar voice made Zheng Hong pause. Are you Chen Xiao's father? The figure across from you gradually becomes visible, and at this moment, you no longer have the despair and helplessness from before, only endless killing intent roaming in your eyes. What are you doing here? This is a place of learning. Zheng Hong glared angrily. Where is my daughter's body? Zheng Hong heard this and chuckled. How would I know where it is? Maybe it has already been thrown away like garbage. If she wants to die, she should do it far away. She has dirted the school's reputation and I haven't even settled the score with her yet. At this time, two security guards walked in behind you, very arrogantly trying to drive you away. You immediately recognized them as the two security guards who had blocked you at the entrance of the school before. You smiled at the corner of your mouth, lightly pointing at one of the security guards, and a sound of ghost crying and wolf howling came out. The next second, the security guard walking towards you with an electric baton suddenly froze. Then with a click, his arm was forcibly pulled down, blood splattered out, and due to nerve reflex, the arm on the ground was still trembling slightly. Another security guard immediately stopped and looked at you trembling all over. You look at him quietly, with no extra emotions in your eyes. That day you stopped me at the school gate. I wanted to see my daughter, but you wouldn't let me. Since your hands can't uphold justice, it's better to break them for real. At least you won't harm others in the future. Your finger gently hooked again, and the security guard's other arm also flew out. Stop it. We didn't do anything. The other security guard's face turned pale with fear. You look at the security guard who is speaking. His finger hooks again, and one of his arms flies out and lands on the ground bloody. You also touched my daughter's body, and you deserve to die. The hallways of the schoolhouse just reeked of blood. These images should not have been here, but it's hardwired into everyone's retinas. Zheng Hong froze. She and the guide next to her subconsciously took 2 steps back, and the man next to her could no longer help but lower his head and vomit. The strong smell of blood was making her sick to her stomach. We carried Chen Xiao's body, but we weren't the ones who gave the order, and we were paid to do it. It was her. She made us do that. There wasn't much strength left in that guard's body, and the immense pain made him almost faint. He pointed at Zheng Hong and his voice trembled. You don't have to put your life on the line for a couple $1,000. The expression on Zheng Hong's face was nothing short of brilliant. A moment of red and a moment of white. Anger tinged with endless fear. You guys dare to betray me. When you collected the money you collected it quite dryly. Zheng Hong was screaming at the top of her voice. Chen Feng smiled coldly and hooked his finger up. The guard's other arm flew out as well. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Then, the two were pressed by 2 invisible forces, their heads slamming hard into the wall next to them. Knock knock, as if ringing a bell. Each stroke was full of power. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Help me! The 2 men called out for help, but their bodies were honest enough to hit the wall. The sound of them hitting the wall echoed quietly in the hallway until the 2 were thrown to the floor in a bloody mess. Zheng Hong's heart was in his throat. She couldn't even tell if the Chen Feng in front of her was a human or a ghost right now. Then, Chen Feng's eyes aligned over. Underneath a pair of calm eyes, waves of shock were hidden. It was impossible to imagine how much pain he had gone through before to have such calm and cold eyes that seemed to see through everything. Chen Xiao was my only daughter, and now she's dead. Anyone who had anything to do with this incident should go to hell. Zheng Hong's psychological defenses completely collapsed. The man in front of me, he's just crazy. She didn't want to become like those 2 guards. Chen Xiao is in the storeroom, on the 4th floor. I've told you. Is that okay now? Chen Feng, don't mess around. This is the academy. She was trying to puff herself up with that last sentence. The word academy is sacred. It's a temple of higher learning. How many people dream of coming in? It wasn't a place where people like Chen Feng could fool around. You are a teacher yourself. Who in the academy doesn't lower their voice when they see them? How dare he, Chen Feng, do this to himself? When Chen Feng heard this, he silently walked over to the window of the building. Bam! He smashed the window with his fist, then glanced downward. 8 stories. It should feel good to jump from here. Director Zhang Hong, what do you say? Mama! Zheng Hong wanted to escape with a chill down her spine, but she was held down by a large invisible hand and dragged hard. Go to the window. Zheng Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was ugly as hell. The cold wind made her dizzy looking down. I'm afraid of heights. Please, don't push me off. Zheng Hong just now that lofty posture instantly disappeared, replaced by panic. Fear? Chen Feng's voice appeared in her ears. You know fear too. Ha! My daughter has experienced everything. Now it's your turn. Chen Feng took 2 steps backward. At the same time, Zheng Hong's body was lifted up in the air. Her toes gradually roamed over the ledge, and her whole body had taken to the air. No, I don't want. I am the director of the academy. You dare to kill me? I order you. Put me down. Zheng Hong had lost her mind and shouted frantically. Behind her, Chen Feng simply waved his hand at her. A heart-rending, panic-filled voice came over, which was getting farther and farther away from Chen Feng. Then, thud, heavy weights fall to the ground. The world is quiet. Chen Feng closed his eyes and seemed to be enjoying the exhilaration of revenge. He thought he would be in pain, but when he opened his eyes again, they were piled high with tears. It was a feeling that only Chen Feng could experience. The daughter is dead. He killed these people and his daughter can't come back. What he's going to do is take revenge on the whole world. Let the evil in this world disappear completely. Chapter 006, it's time for you to go. At this moment, the other female guide had also been dumbfounded. Zheng Hong, as well as the 2 security guards, were killed right in front of her, and dying so badly. She was now blushing profusely. 2 security guards who fell to the ground in a bloody mess, and Director Zhang Hong who was thrown from the 8th floor. This man, he's here for revenge. She rushed to her knees and kowtowed vigorously. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry about your daughter, but it really wasn't my intention. It was Zhang Hong who gave the order, and we're just following her orders. Chen Xiao is a good girl. She was born before. She also talked to me. The 2 of us talked a lot. Chen Feng laughed when he heard this. He looked at the female guide quietly. Take me to the storage room. The female guide seemed relieved and hurriedly agreed. Okay, I'll take you there. She found the key from the drawer and then went to the 4th floor with Chen Feng. All the hallways here have been cordoned off. It's Zheng Hong. She was not wanting anyone else to smell the disgusting odor of the place. The entire hallway appeared very gloomy, and an indescribable aura of death filled everywhere. The female guide rushed over and opened the door. An even stronger flavor came to the forefront. You can smell it almost all over the building. Standing here, Chen Feng felt as if time had stopped. Everything was released over as if in slow motion. Chan laughed and died, just to be left in the storage room? Everything she had was just thrown away so viciously. Like a piece of crap. She's her favorite daughter. This scene is just zinging. The storage room is cluttered with a lot of useless stuff piled randomly around the house. And a one-person high trash can is very visible. That's where that strong smell is coming from. Chen Feng already had a guess in his mind and walked over with heavy steps. The scene in the garbage can made his eyes erupt in a clatter of tears. The person inside is Chen Xiao. It was his favorite daughter. Even walking on the street have to be careful that she does not bump into it. Eat something have to give her a blow. Hold in the palm of the hand are afraid of melting. And now, instead, she looked like a piece of trash. With her limbs twisted in a garbage can, she was covered in blood. The clothes are also tattered. One could imagine the disgust and loathing of these people as they carried her over. Her expression seemed to be stuck in the agonized and desperate stage of that day. He'd never seen that look on his daughter's face before. How desperate and scared my daughter really was before she died. The love of your life. And that's how you're treated? Chen Feng endured the pain in his heart and put the trash can down. Then carried Chen Xiao out. Touching her body, Chen Feng had another bout of tears falling wildly and couldn't help but howl out. Her body was cold, stiff, and very different from the daughter she perceived herself to be. This is the daughter that one sees as more important than life. How did? She had multiple broken bones on her body, and you could see the way the bones twisted and even came out through the skin. One eyeball is gone. There were signs of beatings on his face, and all over his body. There was no place that was good. It's not like jumping to your death at all. More like tortured and thrown down the stairs. Oh daughter, open your eyes and look at daddy. I'm daddy. Do you still remember? Before you said that you would go out shopping with me after the break. You said that all my clothes were too old and you wanted to buy me a new one. Chen Feng gently caressed her cheeks with tears in his voice. No parent can watch this. This scene was more than a zinger. Chen Xiao was no longer responding. Her expression stiffened. Chen Feng, however, saw that there seemed to be tears slipping down from the corners of her eyes. Why? What did she do wrong to put her through this pain? Why did my daughter turn out like this? Woo, what the hell did she do wrong? I'm going to make everyone pay. Not a single one left. Chen Feng roared madly as if he had gone crazy. Tears were raging down like they didn't want money. The daughter in his arms was the most important thing in his life. Now that the love of his life is gone, it's as if revenge is all that's left in his world. Hatred had set everything in him on fire. The anger turned into astral flames that shot straight up into the sky. The ones who bullied my daughter. Who were they? Chen Feng looked towards the female guide behind him who had frozen in shock, and his voice instantly turned several degrees colder. The female guide shivered in fear and stood in the doorway, not daring to move. Chen Feng's pain, his anger, seemed to rush straight through her entire body. She paled because she knew she had a hand in this. Would Chen Feng, who was already suffering to the extreme, spare himself? I don't know. I just heard that Chen Xiao has been having a very unhappy time in the academy recently. I really don't know anything else. I'm just a trainee guide. I don't know much about this academy either. She desperately explained, trying to clear the air. Chen Feng laughed coldly, but the tears were still hanging on his face. You said that you had a chat with my daughter, and that you were still very much in touch with her, but you helped those together to harm her? You murderous bastards. The female guide's face bristled. The legs went limp and sat directly on the ground. He himself did listen to Zhang Hong and helped her dispose of Chen Xiao's body together. But that's because Zhang Hong promised to give himself a nice bonus after this enrollment. She was also heartbroken. And she didn't want anything to happen to Chen Xiao. And she wasn't lying. Chen Xiao was on good terms with her before. Only she failed to cherish this friendship. She felt that Chen Xiao is an ordinary family, far from being of little use to herself. Which one in this academy is not a high official and noble? Compared to that, Chen Xiao was really too inconspicuous. That's why, when she encountered Chen Xiao being bullied by a few people, she pretended to know nothing and bypassed. So, last time Chen Xiao came to ask for help with herself, but she did not stand up for her. I do not know that it is all a sin. It's the sinful everything that's left behind in this world. People. They don't even know when they become dirty. That's exactly what makes her sad. Chen Feng held his daughter with one hand and clawed at the air with the other. A black aura spread out and formed a deep yoke in the air, covering the female guide completely. In just an instant, the female guide's 7 orifices were filled with black gas. The whole thing seemed to be haunted by demons. Her eyes were dead gray, and she suddenly thought of Chen Xiao falling to his death. Will you become like her? Click. A great power came down and spread wildly through her. Cough. A shiver ran through her body, and it felt as if all the bones in her body had been crushed in an instant. instantly coughing up blood from the pain. The whole thing was twisted beyond recognition, as if ravaged by demons. Chen Feng, who was on the opposite side of the room, simply stretched out a hand and grabbed it in the air. Through the layers of black mist, one could see a grim, sinister expression on his face. Chen Feng smiled coldly at her, his thin lips imprinting the most horrifying arc. The gates of hell have opened. It's time for you to go. Chapter 007. All are silent. The female guide's pupils were instantly filled with black smoke, and repeating over and over again in her ears was the sound of wailing like hell. The voices poured into her ears with no inhibitions. It made her shiver and wail with unbearable grief. She was still breathing, but she already felt like she was descending into hell. Purgatory on earth. Nothing more. Her hand, broken. Her leg, too, is broken. It was all broken hard by this force, painful and predictable. The Chen Feng in front of him seemed like a messenger from hell, with countless killing auras in his grief. Her mouth opened wide as she desperately tried to beg for mercy with Chen Feng, but nothing could come out of his mouth. Only the most monotonous and dismal cries. That voice was like a murmur from hell. Himself, half of which has gone to hell. She looked over in disbelief, and beneath her feet, there was already an abyss. It's empty down there. There's nothing. What is that if not hell? Pust. One of her eyes popped out. A huge pressure hit his chest. Another sound of bones breaking came over. Her head lolled and she died completely. With blood dripping from her mouth, she was thrown into a trash can. Chen Feng switched to holding his daughter with both hands. In his arms lay his own flesh and blood. It's the daughter who grew up bouncing in and pulling herself here and there with her little hands. How clear her eyes were then. So different from this sinful world. Now how solid is this scene? Chen Feng took one step at a time like this and left the academy. It was once a place of longing, but overwhelming despair. Half an hour later, the summit schoolhouse was cordoned off by the rangers. The female inspector who had received Chen Feng earlier was among them. Her name is Li Xinmei. Captain, we have the situation pretty much checked out. There were 3 dead and 1 seriously injured at the scene. The one with serious injuries has been taken to the hospital for resuscitation, and the rest, 2, have been turned over to the coroner. She seriously reported with an older patrolman next to her. That old inspector's name tag says, Wang Jianhua. He hummed and then received the coroner's report. He's been on the case for years, and he's never seen a case this bizarre. Those 2 security guards had their arms yanked away hard. The word drag appears on the coroner's report, and there is a sense of grunge everywhere. There are limits to human strength and potential. Unless it's some kind of monster demon that transcends humans to have such an unbelievable power. And the skulls of these 2 guards are completely shattered. It was shattered by a hard impact with a heavy object. This puzzles him even more. How hard the human skull was. They had all learned that before when they were in college. And how much force it would take to get it like that. These 2 security guards are no longer any good. Dead face. Wang Jianhua fretted. The report he did not even know how to write. Is it written that the 2 guards committed suicide? But how do you explain the injuries on the body? The other dead female guide was even more bizarre. The bones in his entire body were almost crushed. There was hardly a good spot on the body. The whole thing was shoved into a trash can. It felt like it was taken in the palm of a huge hand and squeezed hard. Only the living one, Director Zhang Hong, was more fortunate. She jumped from the 8th floor and happened to land on the car with a cushion. So she didn't die directly, and still had a breath left. Zhang Hong did not die. Is to think that before let her jump a little cheaper, the back will let her die a terrible death. Readers' friends do not spray ha. Wang Jianhua and Li Xinmei looked at the report in their hands and became bewildered. Captain, in this world, are there ghosts? Li Xinmei couldn't help but ask. Wang Jianhua's ears went cold. Yes, there isn't, is there? They are all rangers and atheists. But today it left them all speechless. That's not even humanly possible. Captain, we've pulled up the surveillance of the academy. Do you want to take a look? At this time, another patrolman ran over. Wang Jianhua waved his hand. Go to the monitoring room. In the surveillance room, Wang Jianhua and others also saw the original footage. There is surveillance in the building. It also documents what happened in the first place. It's Chen Feng, Chen Xiao's father. In fact, they had already had a guess in their minds beforehand. Can a father not go crazy when his daughter dies? They've seen a lot of cases like this, but it's never been this bizarre. Chen Feng was like a monster. In the surveillance footage, he just hooked his finger and the guard's arm was yanked off. Then the 2 security guards hit their heads against the wall as if they were crazy, and the thud echoed through the security cameras, sending chills down your spine. Then there was Zhang Hong. Like a lost soul, his body slowly moved to the window, gradually vacated, and then moved outside the window. The whole time she could see that she was in great pain. Her body kept struggling and her mouth was screaming for mercy. But it was as if an invisible palm had imprisoned her. preventing her from moving. But it still didn't escape being thrown down. This scene made everyone's hearts flutter. Chen Feng had only moved his fingers from start to finish. Beyond that, nothing. Can this be used as evidence? The courts won't even entertain it. Everyone in the surveillance room was silent. Cold sweat covered everyone. This image that exists in novels can appear in reality? Just a flick of the finger and those people are dead? And it's a horrible death. Chen Feng in the picture. And that day to go to the police station to cry to the sound of tears at the hands and feet of him is simply the inverse of the contrast. It's like a different person. Captain, could this be that he set up some kind of mechanism beforehand and then touched the mechanism with his hand? A mindful inspector beside him asked. The crowd looked at him and that look was like looking at an idiot. There aren't any organs after checking around. And what kind of organ can make a person vacate the air and crack their skulls? Li Xinmei glared at him without any good reason. That inspector scratches his head. You feel that your words are very brainless. Put the screen to the slowest for me. Wang Jianhua looked at the surveillance over and over again, and suddenly seemed to notice something. The technician next to him began to slow the picture down. It has been put to the slowest possible speed, so that even every frame and every second of movement is clearly visible. Then Wang told him to hit the pause button. Just as Chen Feng crossed his fingers, the security guard's arm was yanked away. Wang ordered a zoom in on the image. The techs were desperately trying to tweak it and put the screen to the max. All appear to have pixelated dots. Subsequently, someone sucked in a cold breath. Beside those two security guards, there was clearly a black humanoid. It was impossible to say what the black shadow actually was, and looking at it through the surveillance made one's body tingle. The guard's arm was yanked off by this shadow? Wang Jianhua took a deep breath and silently lit a cigarette. Then he said, "Find someone and arrest Chen Feng. Do it as soon as possible." Chapter 008, There's really no need. Afternoon. Liang Fai Clinic. The clinic isn't doing much business today. No patients inside. So Liang Hui alone was sitting there blowing the air conditioner while brushing up on his drama. Every now and then a burst of laughter erupted. Laid back. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Coming. Liang Hui hurriedly agreed and jogged to open the door. The moment the door opened, however, he froze. The person standing outside the door was his best friend, Chen Feng. And the one Chen Feng was holding in his arms was Chen Xiao. Liang Hui could tell at a glance that Chen Xiao was dead. Liang Hui was instantly confused and stood there at a loss for words. It was like a million loud thunderbolts shook his head. He had known Chen Feng for 10 years, and he was still clear about what kind of person Chen Feng was. Chen Feng is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune, honest and quite good-tempered. He seems to live for only one person. That's his daughter. Now something has happened to his daughter. Liang Hui didn't dare to imagine how much pain Chen Feng felt in his heart. He felt that Chen Feng was just one step away from collapsing. Windy, what's going on? My daughter was killed. Chen Feng's voice tried to stay calm. He was paralyzed and had no strength at all. Liang Hui was previously a surgeon and opened his own clinic after resigning from his organization. Liang Hui put on a mask and put Chen Xiao on the bed for a simple cleanup and repair. But there were just too many wounds, and he could only do his best. Chen Feng just sat at the door and waited. He saw the cigarettes sitting next to him and lit one. His heart was empty at this moment. I still remember the last time I came here. It was when Chen Xiao was sick and I brought her here to see the doctor. At that time, Liang Hui even jokingly asked Chen Feng if he was going to manage Chen Xiao for the rest of his life, without him spoiling his daughter so much. In another turn of events, Chen Xiao was already in trouble. That too, like a passing cloud, disappeared completely. Chen Xiao had turned into a stiff corpse. Everything she had, just gone. Chen Feng kept comforting himself in his heart to accept this, but he could never accept it. No father wants to face this. Seeing his daughter lying there through a curtain, he couldn't help it, but still cried out, "Oh, daughter, daughter, my smile, Daddy misses you." A little over half an hour, Liang Hui came out. He took off his mask and looked at Chen Feng quite worriedly. "Chen Feng, what the hell is going on?" Chen Feng's face was already covered with tears. Xiao called me the other day and said that she was in pain. As a result, when I rushed to the schoolhouse, something had already happened. I stumbled upon an opportunity and also saw images of her being bullied earlier. It's those little people in the academy. I just don't understand. What did my daughter do wrong? Is it wrong to be kind? Is it wrong to back down? Why? They have to torture my daughter so much. Why? Liang Hui's eyes also reddened and tears fell silently. For more than 10 years, he had practically watched Chen Xiao grow up. Now that Chen Xiao was lying on the cold bed, he didn't feel good in his heart either. Chen Xiao had multiple fractures on his body, signs of having been beaten before he was born, a hard blow to the head, and signs of having been X'd by his last name. The eyeballs were gouged right out. Several ribs were broken and there was a huge gash on her tongue that looked like someone had tried to chop her tongue off but failed to do so. Chen Feng's hands trembled. Tears fell drop by drop on the appraisal report. His heart crumbled once more. What the hell did my daughter go through before she died? How much she suffered. Liang Hui didn't know how to comfort him, and could only silently sit with him on the side and smoke. Only after a while did Chen Feng put away the simple appraisal report. I'm bothering you, Liangzi. Chen Feng's voice calmed down again. He knew there was no use regretting it now. He would never let anyone off the hook. Anyone who has anything to do with this must die. Between you and me, there's no need to say this, Liang Hui hurriedly said. Windy, what are you going to do next? Chen Feng stuffed the appraisal report in his hand into his pocket, then picked up Chen Xiao. I want justice for my daughter. I'd also like to see just how dark the world can get. Watching Chen Feng get into his car and leave, Liang Hui took a deep breath and looked at the sky. In the deepest part of the cloud, there seemed to be a black cloud that was slowly burning. Car. The voice of the demon heavenly master's soul essence came through. Chen Feng, you're very good. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Just keep it that way. Kill some more evil people. I'll absorb enough souls and maybe I'll be reborn. When the time comes for me to return, this world will surely be plunged into darkness. The scenery must be beautiful. At that time, I'll get a piece of your pie. Chen Feng's expression was empty. All he was thinking about now was his daughter. 2 hours later, Chen Feng buried Chen Xiao's body. Though the heart is not willing to do so, though it is not willing to do so in a million ways, but one should still be in the ground. Chen Xiao is dead. That's the reality. Chen Feng lit incense, put flowers, and just sat there dumbfounded in front of Chen Xiao's grave. That's when the patrol arrived. The patrols that roamed the mountains surrounded Chen Feng. Chen Feng, don't move. Put your hands up. Get down on the ground. Several young patrolmen aimed their guns at Chen Feng, looking very agitated. Chen Feng, on the other hand, slowly stood up, touching his daughter's tombstone. Daughter, Daddy's going to run some errands first, so I'll see you later when I have time. After saying this, Chen Feng turned to look at the patrolman. I'll go back with you. I'd like to see how dark the patrol can get. Chen Feng's matter had made the patrol bureau nervous from top to bottom. When he came over, there was martial law all around him. It has left many of the uninformed masses wondering. I don't know what this man has committed that would make the patrol bureau so riled up. Chen Feng didn't say anything the entire time and followed them silently into the inspector's office. Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua presiding over Chen Feng. Originally, they were still a bit scared of Chen Feng, but looking at him, he was nothing more than an ordinary person, so the guard was down as well. Thinking to myself, maybe it's really just an organ he's designed? Killing people in ways they don't know. This is the kind of high-intelligence crime they've heard of. Chapter 009, When a strong dragon passes through, no egg is left intact. Wang Jianhua entered the topic with a single sentence. He directly threw a report in front of Chen Feng. Summit Academy, 3 dead, 1 seriously injured. The scene all has traces of you being there, and we still have the entire surveillance here. What do you have to say now? Plead guilty in pain and you can still fight for leniency. Chen Feng didn't move and picked up that report to read it. 2 security guards died. The female guide died, but Zheng Hong survived. She jumped from the 8th floor and picked up a life. So I have to say, she really did have a great life. Chen Feng laughed shamefully a few times and threw the report on the table. Zheng Hong has a great life, but is it a good thing that you didn't fall to your death in one fell swoop? Or is it a bad thing? Snap! Wang Jianhua slammed the table fiercely, and his expression turned menacing. It's their usual ruse to deter suspects so that those who are mentally deficient will get scared and tell us everything. Chen Feng, so I'll take that as an admission. What method did you actually use to kill those people? A total of 3 lives is enough to sentence you to death. Chen Feng had a cold smile on his face, but that smile froze in the next second. Instantly, his eyes were directed at Wang Jianhua. What a look that was! Ruthless, bloodthirsty, furious, as if from another time and space. Even though Wang Jianhua had seen many fierce criminals, he was still frightened by the look. He felt like he was wrapped up all over, trembling a lot. That moment was like a descent into hell. He broke out in a cold sweat. What about 3 lives? 300, 3,000, 30,000 lives won't make up for my daughter's death. Their deaths were deserved. It was deserved. Chen Feng snapped and slapped his daughter's appraisal report on the table. He roared. My daughter has been dead for a few days now, and her body was hidden unattended at the Summit Academy. She was bullied before she died, but no one paid any attention. Now that 3 people have died in the academy, you guys are making such a fuss. Patrolman, the people did not give you the power to do what you want. Is it imposing to wear this skin? You see how many bruises my daughter had on her body, how many injuries she had before she died. She, at all, did not commit suicide. Wang Jianhua, and Li Xinmei were all shocked by Chen Feng's words. It was anger from a father. Lost my daughter. He was completely enraged. Li Xinmei subconsciously picked up the report and looked at it. It's got the most professional appraisal all over it, and it's addressed to Dr. Liang Fai. So many traumatic injuries, so many details identified. From this report, we can conclude that Chen Xiao didn't commit suicide, but they were all helpless regarding Chen Xiao. The reason behind this is not that simple. There have been orders from above not to go further into this matter. Chen Feng, you know you have a hard time in your heart, then you can't kill so many people, even if they are related to this matter. Their crime is not to death. Li Xinmei huffed. Chen Feng was infuriated and laughed. If they don't deserve to die, does my daughter deserve to die? Just because she had an average family, you guys can pretend that nothing happened because of her death? This is just the beginning. If you don't give my daughter a piece of your mind on this matter, more people will die in the future. When the strong dragon crosses the border, no egg is left intact. Enough! Wang Jianhua yelled. Chen Feng, you are threatening the patrol bureau. You know how big of a crime you've committed. You might as well be concerned about whether or not you can leave the patrol bureau. Chen Feng picked up his daughter's report on his own and started folding the paper. What happens in the Summit Academy has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill all three of them. Wang Jianhua's brows locked. Chen Feng, the evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to deny it? Do you have proof? Was it the surveillance that clearly saw me push her off? Or did it see me kill them? Did you find fingerprints on them at the scene? Or did you find shoe prints on them? No proof. You bite me? This. Wang Jianhua froze. For a moment, he was unable to speak due to Chen Feng's dislike. They really didn't find any evidence at the scene. I thought that Chen Feng should be a thief, so I planned to capture him and swindle him. But I didn't realize he was surprisingly good mentally, even more than everyone else. Captain. At that moment, one of the men outside walked in and quietly whispered in his ear. He blushed slightly. He then coughed lightly a few times and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, right now a parent from the Summit School wants to see you. She says she's here to discuss with you about Chen Xiao. Did you go out to see her? Chen Feng stopped folding the paper in his hands and looked up. Fine. Then meet. Outside the interrogation room, a noblewoman appeared with a few black-cloaked men by her side. Beside her stood a woman with long, shaggy hair. A quick glance told me that these people were either rich or wealthy. The woman was wearing a designer label. The shoes are limited edition. The clothes might add up to over $100,000. And the cell phone cases are encrusted with diamonds. She looked quite reluctant, as if she had been brought here by force by the noblewoman. See this woman's face. Chen Feng's heart stopped for an instant. This woman he remembered well. On that video of Chen Xiao being bullied, this woman was in it. She slapped Chen Xiao a dozen times and hit her particularly hard. She was still complaining about the hardness of Chen Xiao's face as she pumped it, making her hand hurt. The guy next to me just kept laughing when he heard that. Chen Feng could never forget the expressions on their faces at that time. Anger as deep as the sky spread across Chen Feng's chest. You are Chen Xiao's father? The noblewoman looked at Chen Feng with a rather shameful expression on her face, as if talking to him was a disgrace. I came over today to talk to you about something. She had a suitcase brought over. Open up. Neatly placed inside was all the money. It's almost $2 million. The noblewoman said. I can give you all this money, but you have to do me a favor. There's a video that's been circulating on the internet lately of my daughter and a group of people bullying your daughter. I don't know if you've seen it. Let me state up front that my daughter Geng Xiaoi has nothing to do with your daughter's death. It's because your daughter offended my daughter with her foul mouth. That's why she brought people to clean up your daughter. It's just a dispute between ordinary cadets. As long as you clear this up, then the money is all yours. Before the noblewoman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Geng Xiaoi, who had a spiteful face and was very disdainful. Mom, what's the point of saying this? That Chen Xiao is just a pauper. It's her own fault. If you ask me, she deserved to be killed. It's us who killed Chen Xiao. What can you do to us? Our family has plenty of money. Can you find evidence? Do you have witnesses? I'm telling you, be a good boy and collect your money, then get lost. Otherwise, if you make me unhappy, I'll kill you together. The patrol was quiet for a moment. Wang Jianhua hurriedly stopped Geng Xiaoi from continuing. This was in the patrol bureau. If this image was filmed and posted on the internet, then he wouldn't be able to keep his hat on his head. Chen Feng glanced at the money in the box when he heard this. Money, is it everything? Money, can it buy everything? Can you make up for your daughter's life with money? A fierce flame suddenly burned in Chen Feng's eyes. Raging black smoldering flames ignited in his pupils, growing more and more intense. The corners of his mouth rose, appearing to be smiling, but in fact, this expression was unusually hideous. Geng Xiaoi, how about I use this $2 million to buy your life? Chapter 010, Calm Me Down? What did you say? You dare to threaten my daughter? The noblewoman let out a low roar when she heard this, dropping the bag in her hand as she stared straight at Chen Feng. It's okay for her daughter to bully people, even kill them, but a daughter must not be bullied. Now the father of a poor woman has the audacity to threaten his own daughter. It was already groundbreaking that he had brought money to him, and he had the audacity to deign to do so. A few black-clothed men beside him immediately surrounded Chen Feng. Mom, beat him to death. Beat him to death to pay for his cheap daughter. We deserved it when we got Chen Xiao killed. That woman is I. Gung Xiao shouted arrogantly from the side. That inferiority in her body, the ferocity and sassiness she had buried in her bones were all instantly exposed. For your information, the day we bullied her was the night before her accident, and we did the injuries on her body. What can you do to me? I know you. You run a small tea house. To put it bluntly, you're a poorer person. Chen Xiao, that punk is also really ridiculous. She even shouted at her dad to save her before. It's really laughable. Let me ask you this. Could you have saved her? Did you show up when she needed you the most? Ha ha. Hearing these words, Li Xinmei hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Feng with a wary expression. She knew those words hit a father who had lost his daughter too hard. Chen Feng, don't be impulsive. This is in the patrol bureau. Have your say. Chen Feng was infuriated and laughed. Listen. These words. How ironic is that? And look at the picture in front of you. How disgusting. Anyone could hear that this incident was Gung Xiao and the others who killed Chen Xiao. She even rebuked herself loudly at the patrol. But what's the result? Patrol bureau, but none of them dared to arrest her. On the contrary, Li Xinmei even came over to stop herself and tell her to calm down? This is, really, bullying. Chen Feng's fists clenched hard. The light in Chen Feng's eyes faded. In its place, there was a flash of blackness. The entire pupil seemed to be filled with black gas, and the whites of the eyes could not be seen, like two deep black holes. An inexplicably powerful, raging aura spread out in all directions, like a giant waterfall of doom. A powerful aura fell down his body. With a boom, Li Xinmei's body was instantly knocked out. She hit the wall hard and coughed up a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? Unbridled. Wang Jianhua yelled. He was confused. Although she didn't see Chen Feng strike, Li Xinmei still flew out. What other power is in this kid? And his eyes, completely changed. It was full of killing. With a casual flick of Chen Feng's finger, Wang Jianhua flew out just like Li Xinmei did earlier. Wang Jianhua rushed to call someone with his walkie-talkie. Stump. Immediately, a group of patrolmen rushed out from the patrol station. All armed with guns, they surrounded Chen Feng. Chen Feng, however, acted as if he hadn't seen them, pulling out Chen Xiao's copy of the report from his arms. Half of the report had been made into a little person out of origami by him. Only at this point there was an additional name above the villain. Gung Xiao. Chen Feng laughed to himself while playing with the little man. For such a long time, you guys have been bullying my daughter. She's not scared or timid. She's just too understanding. You, pay for my daughter's life. Boom, Chen Feng said, his aura suddenly releasing. Countless air currents flew around and traveled in reverse. It caused the people around them to retreat. In the next second, Chen Feng's dark and gloomy eyes were aimed at Gung Xiao. Now it's your turn to experience the pain of hell. Ready? Chen Feng's fingers gently exerted force, directly yanking the little paper man's legs. Put! Gung Xiao on the opposite side instantly screamed miserably. She lost her left leg in one fell swoop. It was as if she had been yanked away by some inexplicable and immense force. And no one saw who moved, only that her blood spurted out at once. Gung Xiao was sweet looking and her body was quite well maintained, which was her weapon to seduce men. Her leg, at the moment, was hanging over the patrolman's desk. Bloody hell. Still twitching. Aha. My leg, aha. Mom, help me. Why is my leg missing? This is a dream. This must be a dream. I'm in so much pain. Gung Xiao cried out like a madman. Her entire body curled up in a ball and sat on her butt. With a broken leg, she immediately lost her center of gravity. The whole thing tore up in a cold sweat. The pain of a broken leg was palpable, and the fear in his heart was now greater than the pain. Her heart went cold as she looked down at the empty expanse. Those were her legs that she had been maintaining for who knows how long. They were just yanked off like that? Ouch! My daughter! Where are your legs? My God! The noblewoman's face turned into a pig's liver color in fear and rushed over to support her daughter. The strong smell of blood made her shiver and was extremely uncomfortable. Hiss! This scene made everyone in the patrol suck in cold air. Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua had the biggest eyes. That's a scene from the surveillance. Surprisingly, it actually happened this time. Chen Feng was not an ordinary person. He really does have a secret in him, but with this, with a paper man in his hand, how could they convict him? They only felt creeped out, as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Feng, however, was slightly calmer than earlier. He picked up the legless paper figure and took a serious look at it, then smiled at them. Gung Xiaoyi, how does it feel to have your legs yanked off? Ha! Gung Xiaoyi's eyes were already covered in fear, and her body was forbidden. Crazy. This man is insane. He yanked his leg off and actually asked how he felt. It's hurting myself. Then, next, it's time for the arm. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth gently rose. A crazy, ferocious light slowly flashed from his pupils. His hand rested on the paper man's arm. Then, a hard yank. Click. The paper man's arm yanked down hard. On the opposite side, Gung Xiaoyi once again screamed out in pain. Her arm was yanked straight up by an inexplicable force, connecting a bit of bloody nerves and shredded flesh, and it was thrown high into the patrol. It landed right in front of those patrolmen. The broken arm was out of place and very eye-catching. Chapter 011, You've made a fool of yourself. The patrolmen were startled. There were a few steps back. All that blood. It splattered all over them. This was really the first time they had encountered this situation. The problem, is it the paper man? But it was strange. How could a mere paper man be a tool for him to kill? Is this some kind of legendary curse? My arm. Hurts so much. My arm is gone. Oh. Gung Xiaoyi's agonizing screams immediately came over. She went into momentary shock from the pain, but immediately woke up again. It was as if her body was being manipulated by an inexplicable force to keep her from passing out. She subconsciously met Chen Feng's stormy, yet impenetrable, deep eyes. She felt as if she was held fast by the power in him. She knows she might actually be dying. It's a feeling that's tearing your heart out and making it hard to break down. It's him. He was the one who manipulated himself, keeping himself from passing out. He was torturing himself with that paper man, making himself suffer. Gung Xiaoyi had never had such a humble request before. All she wanted to do now was to pass out, just to close her eyes regardless of anything. She's really hurting. She's in too much pain. Losing an arm and a leg was not supposed to be something she could bear off. Don't be afraid. Daughter, mommy's here to save you. You hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Don't worry. Your arm and leg mom will find a way to get the doctor to attach them to you. Just keep this life. Our family has money. We have enough. You're a mommy's girl. No one can hurt you. The noblewoman cried and wept as she knelt beside Gung Xiaoyi, looking very broken by her miserable appearance. She clumsily used her own hand just to help Gung Xiaoyi block the blood from her wound. But it didn't work at all. Blood was trickling down her hand. Within a few moments Gung Xiaoyi's lips turned a ghastly white color. My daughter. Mommy has loved you the most since you were a little girl. Mommy would never let anything happen to you. Look at mommy. Since you were a little girl, mommy hasn't let anyone else touch a finger of you. Our family has plenty of money. No matter who it is, we can use it to smash each other to death. There's nothing money can't do in this world. The noblewoman cried and shouted at the same time, and her voice echoed recklessly throughout the patrol bureau. But at this moment, no one dared to care about this matter. Chen Feng is too evil. Subconsciously, none of them wanted to let this evil aura get on them. The noblewoman suddenly looked at Chen Feng, her voice breaking down even more. Bastard! Stop it! Why are you harming my daughter? This is my own daughter. I haven't let her suffer any harm since she was a child. Look at her now. Her legs are gone. Her arms are gone. What is she going to do? Our family Xiaoyi has a noble status. It's not comparable to you poor people. We and you are people of two worlds. Hearing these roars, Chen Feng's deep eyes revealed a hideous smile. Torn. Chen Feng took the paper man's arm and tore off a bit. This time he didn't rip it all off. Me. Ow. Gung Xiaoyi began to scream strangely. Chen Feng understands rhythm. Now the tempo suddenly slowed down, able to pull full pain value for Gung Xiaoyi. A little bit of the tearing and made her eyes round with fear, and every cell of pain in her body was set on fire. Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Gung Xiaoyi said desperately as the corners of her mouth rubbed together in pain. The noblewoman watched as her daughter's arm was ripped off a bit, but it was still attached to bone and flesh and blood. She was also terrified, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Chen Feng and shouted, Get him for me. What are you guys waiting for? Snatch the paper man from his hand for me. Kill him and I'll give $1 million. 1 million each. Heavy money will be paid. Although those black-clothed men brought by the noblewoman had also seen Chen Feng's terror, it was clear that they were more afraid of being poor. At this order, they rushed up to grab the paper man in Chen Feng's hand. However, before he could even get close to Chen Feng, he was pushed back by a powerful force around him. The hands that were close by were also burned. Chen Feng didn't even look at the black-clothed men. His attention was on Gung Xiaoyi. A demonic-like caricatured smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Gung Xiaoyi, how do you feel now? Despair? Pain? Regret? This is your downfall. Harming my daughter. You have brought this upon yourself. But Wan Qian, don't think that your death and pain will go away. Your soul will also be punished and will enjoy endless torment in hell. Swish, Geng Xiaoyi's other arm, too, flew. Another burst of blood and flesh. Another hysterical scream. Awa! Let me pass out. Mom, just knock me out. I don't want to suffer through this anymore. I'm so hard. I'm in so much pain. Please. Geng Xiaoyi only had one wish right now, and that was that she could pass out and briefly escape this pain. The pain that tore through her heart, spreading inside every agonizing cell, was simply too much for her to bear. Her eyes were filled with death, and she looked like she had half a life left. The unbearable pain, the depths of despair, those horrible images kept appearing in her mind. Instead of stopping, Chen Feng placed his hand on the paperman's last leg. The eyes are ready to rip. Now everyone knew that the problem was with his paperman. Wang wanted his men to shoot Chen Feng directly, but he didn't have the courage to give that order. Chen Feng just took the paperman and was tearing it up. Can this be the murder weapon? The other party didn't have a murder weapon, let alone touch Geng Xiaoyi and the girls. What if the inspector's office shoots rashly and the top traces it down? When the time comes, it will be hard to escape the blame yourself. Wang Jianhua hurriedly shouted. Chen Feng, you mustn't be impulsive. Put down that paperman first. Can't we talk about anything properly? Your daughter has already had an accident. People can't come back from the dead. Now why don't we talk about compensation, okay? At least let you have no worries for the rest of your life. We all sympathize with you, but no one can save you if you get too extreme. Take my advice. Put that paperman down first. Chen Feng's dark and deep eyes were aimed at him as he said word for word, I just want those people to go to hell. With that, Chen Feng moved his finger. The paperman's last leg was also ripped off. At that moment, a bloodlight accompanied by miserable screams clearly echoed in the surroundings. P.S. I've seen a lot of readers and friends recently saying that the patrol should kill them all and just search their souls. No, can understand how people can't wait to destroy the world, but a good meal should be eaten slowly. Now, Feng Wuji's strength has not been fully restored, and he can't search his soul. As for the patrol bureau, read the later chapters. You will understand. Please, everyone, just watch and cherish. Chapter 012, I'm not guilty of the crime. Geng Xiaoyi's pained voice was already full of hoarseness. She's at her limit. Eyes were bleeding all over his body. She was a human swine at the moment. All that was left of her was a torso. The noblewoman's hands were tied, and she desperately tried to keep her daughter with her body, trying to block it all for her, but to no avail. Geng Xiaoyi's leg, still clicking, was yanked off. In the patrol bureau, those with poor mental capacity fell to the ground and began to vomit violently. It was a sour taste in there, and with the exciting images in front of us, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel sick. Even Wang Jianhua, who had seen many tragedies, was a bit unable to carry on at the moment. A living, breathing human being had become like this right in front of them, and all of them, were powerless to do anything about it. Geng Xiaoyi could be seen constantly rolling her eyes and fainting, but each time the process took less than a second or two before she woke up again. Chen Feng was trying to make her experience this pain in its entirety before she died. Geng Xiaoyi was already hallucinating in front of her eyes. The whole person was crying and laughing. Only a body was left, but it was still shaking and twitching. I'm sorry, Chen Xiao. Don't come over. I didn't mean to harm you. I know you're poor. I know you don't have a backer. That's why I bullied you. It's all my fault. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. Okay? Can you stop making me so miserable? I'll burn paper for you every day from now on. I'll let you be a rich man over there, okay? And Zhao Jie, Sun Tianyu, Wang Shuzhen, Kong Li Yuan, why don't you go to them? Why did you have to come to me? I've confessed to you. Just let me go. These people, too, are complicit in the deaths of women. They are 80% the same ones on the video. Chen Feng firmly memorized the names of these people in his mind. Go back and get them one by one. He would not let any of these people go, and it was only a matter of time before he sent them to meet the King of Hell. What to do, Captain? Li Xinmei anxiously walked back and forth beside her, but there was not the slightest way to stop this. One can only watch these things happen. It happened at the patrol. They're definitely not off the hook. The point is that it all makes so little sense. Is this a crime on Chen Feng's part? None of them could say for sure. Chen Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you. I shouldn't have taken the lead in bullying you. And I shouldn't have looked for someone to clean you up on the road. I'm just having fun. I just get a kick out of watching you not fight back. So I'm just going more and more overboard. But I'm not guilty enough to die. Can you spare my life? Geng Xiaoyi's eyes stared blankly into the distance. Her eyes were dull and empty, as if she had seen Chen Xiao's undead spirit. Now she's just desperately trying to admit she's wrong and just begging to survive. Chen Feng let out a cold snort and threw the paperman to the ground. What does the world need the patrol for if admitting fault works? Of course you have to be punished for making a mistake, no matter who it is. Next, Chen Feng directly stomped on it. Stomp hard on that paperman. Thud. The paperman was trampled. Click here for. Gung Xiao's body suddenly had countless more deep craters. She was covered in the crunching sound of broken bones. It was as if one foot had stepped on top of countless pieces of wood that had dried up, and the sound was very harsh. Gung Xiao opened her mouth wide, unable to say a word in pain, just blood frothing upwards one after another. In the depths of her eyes was endless pain, as if she had seen hell beckoning to her at the moment of her death. When she gets to hell, she'll probably miss this last time she's left on earth, because it would be the easiest time for her. Yi, my Yi, you open your eyes and look at mommy. You look at me. You can't die. You can't die. I forbid you to die. The noblewoman wailed and howled. The blow was devastating to every parent. She watched as her daughter's limbs were yanked off one by one but could do nothing about it. She clearly heard the sound of bones breaking in her daughter's body. She even clearly heard her daughter's voice as she gulped. How can I describe this feeling? Who can understand such despair? In an instant the entire patrol bureau was left with the tragic cries of the noblewoman. Chen Feng is also a parent. It was a feeling he knew best. He should have moved. He should have sympathized. But he didn't. Because the other side is basing all of this on their own pain. Their own daughters were in no way less pain than they were in the first place. This hatred he will carry on forever until he kills the last man. These people all deserve to die. I'll fight you. It was you who killed my daughter. You devil. Devil I'm going to kill you. The noblewoman rushed over like a madwoman about to hit Chen Feng. Her eyes were red, filled with tears, and she was already teetering on the edge of breaking down in pain. She was never short of money to spend and educated her own daughter the same way. She has been pampered since she was a child, even going to kindergarten with a bodyguard at her side. I don't know that it is harming her. Her bratty willfulness, her ferocious killing, all cultivated a little bit from childhood. It was his own hand that sent her to the guillotine. Spoiling a child is like killing it. She was experiencing it in a painful way at the moment. Chen Feng raised his hand and directly flung the noblewoman across the face. Snap! The noblewoman was directly jerked away. The body spun in the air and landed on the ground with a thud. The head lolled and he passed out. Then there was a click. The noblewoman's neck was dented back a good deal. The neck was stiffly broken by Chen Feng. The problem was that no one had seen how Chen Feng had struck. After Wind Wuji melted with him, his physical quality had long surpassed ordinary people by far. Now he was like being reborn. Even if it all had to come at the cost of his own life, he wasn't afraid. He'd do anything to get his revenge. Quick! Send Mrs. Gun to the hospital first. Wang Jianhua's cold sweat was pouring out. Mrs. Gun's neck was twisted like this, and now her life and death were unknown. If she really died here it would be troublesome. Only then did the patrolman react and carry the man away on his hands and knees. Gung Xiaoyi on the ground is already out of breath. There is surveillance all around plus so many patrol bureau people testify. The process of doing forensic identification can be omitted. Chen Feng was also brought back to the interrogation room. Only, this trial went poorly. They had been looking for a breakthrough, but they couldn't get any words out of Chen Feng at all. Before, in the academy, they could still comfort themselves by saying that it was all Chen Feng's secret work, but now that this was all they had seen with their own eyes, even Wang Jianhua was speechless. Wang Jianhua could only ask Chen Feng in the most powerless way possible. Chen Feng, why did you kill someone? We all saw it this time. So many people from the patrol bureau can testify. Chen Feng was holding a cup of tea and was very calm in the interrogation room, as if what had just happened really had nothing to do with him. He smiled coldly and spoke. I killed someone? What proof do you have? I never touched Gung Xiaoyi the whole time. Just cursed and cursed her. Can you guys convict me? Hardly so if. The crime of verbal abuse. At most a few days in jail and I'll be out. And just now I hit that noblewoman in self-defense. She was trying to kill me and I fought back. You can all testify to that. Chen Feng's power hasn't reached its peak yet. Destroying the patrol bureau is behind us. Chapter 013, Do Away with Chen Feng. Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua's faces were ugly. Wang Jianhua was even more powerless than ever. It was the first time he'd felt this way in all his time at the patrol. There was nothing they could do but release Chen Feng. After he left, Wang Jianhua and Li Xinmei took the video and went to the general administration. The chief minister looked at it and slapped the table in anger. You two are getting bold. How dare you fool me with a special effects video? Wang Jianhua hurriedly bowed his head to explain. Chief, this video we have not done tampering. The colleagues of the patrol bureau can testify. This is all really happening. That Chen Feng, really evil. Is this true? The chief minister felt strange no matter how he looked at it. Gung Xiaoyi's limbs were yanked off. The body was stomped on through the air. And the whole time that Chen Feng didn't even touch a hair on her head. Killing people from a distance? Is this possible? In the office, several people's outlooks on life were turned upside down. If you can't, have someone from another bureau take a look. The chief rubbed his head. Now out of ideas. Chief, I don't think that's the most important thing right now, Li Xinmei said aloud seriously. After Chen Feng's daughter died, he vowed to take revenge on everyone. As far as I know, there are a handful of people related to this matter. If Chen Feng were to kill them all, there might be a catastrophe in Betrayal City. We should find the other victims and be there to protect them in the first place. The chief minister had naturally heard of this matter, just never took a stand. Chen Feng's daughter had jumped down from the upper floors, and the ones who were most suspected were those trainees from the Summit Academy. And those people are all either rich or famous. It's not even an existence they can offend. Protecting them now is nothing but abuse. But what choice did he have? Those parents, united, are perfectly capable of getting themselves out of that position. The Generalissimo eventually chose to rationalize the matter and nodded his head. In this case, it was led by Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua. When Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua left, the chief went to his wife on the phone. Honey, let's take a trip to Tenria Temple this weekend. It's nothing. I just feel a little hard in my heart. Let's bring more incense money and add some mean virtue. The Geng family. Noblewoman Li Lihua was sent to the hospital to save her life and picked up a life back. She broke her neck, but avoided the arteries and trachea, and had been resuscitated over the course of the afternoon. If Chen Feng's power of soul control had not been unskilled, she would have died for sure. But she's as good as dead right now. Dear readers, it will be arranged later that Li Lihua will die. Here she is still alive is considered to overdo the plot a bit. Please understand. She had come back as if she had lost her mind. She had shut herself up in her room and had not gone out all afternoon. Her face was still swollen high. That was smoked by Chen Feng. She didn't say a word of complaint when she woke up. She knew it was self-defense, and that she no longer had the guts to sue Chen Feng if she was told to. Chen Feng is too evil on that man. She was having a hard time with her heart right now. On the one hand there is pain. On the other hand there is fear. The whole person had almost been deflated, without his original appearance. Evening. Geng Xiui's father, Geng Long, received the news and rushed back from the field. He got out of the car and trotted in. Out of the corner of his mouth, he shouted, Xiui, Xiui. He couldn't believe it was real. Couldn't believe that something had happened to Yi. He now thought the person who had tipped him off was scaring him. How could something happen to your own daughter? Geng Xiaoi? Who doesn't know the Geng family in Betrayal City? Who dares to make an enemy of the Geng family? How delicate is your daughter? That's $1,000. Who can touch that? Unless one didn't want to live, one would dare to make an enemy of oneself. Who can bear the wrath of the Geng family? Stop yelling. Xiaoi is gone. Not anymore. Li Lihua shouted through the door. Now when she heard Geng Xiaoi's name, she was in pain all over. The pain wasn't just mental anymore. It had spread to the body. Now every part of her body ached. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who dares to touch my daughter? How could she be dead? Geng Long kicked the door open, and when he saw Li Lihua, he instantly froze. Li Lihua, his own wife, overly temperamental and a golden flower in her youth. She had been exceptionally well maintained over the years, like a woman in her early 30s. And now, in an instant, she looked like she had aged a dozen years. The pain, the hardness, the devastation, it was all on his face. He flopped down and sat on the floor. Something really happened to Yi. It's no joke. She's really dead. Madam, sir, the corpse of the young lady has been delivered. Do you see fit to carry it in? At this time a man came from below and said cautiously. Li Lihua nodded silently. She knew she had to face this sooner or later. Then there was Geng Xiui's body being carried in. Her limbs are fake. Her face is painted with makeup, and her body is all stomped on to the point of no recovery. Geng Long cried just by looking at it, and the tears fell without warning, like a torrential downpour. Your own daughter. That's his own daughter. How could she have become like this? Who did this? This. She gritted her teeth viciously, with some scorn in the vicious expression on her face. It's Chen Xiao's father, Chen Feng. We must avenge our daughter's death. Otherwise she won't be able to rest in peace. Chen Feng. Geng Long clenched his fists, a name he memorized fiercely. Less than a day, Li Xinmei then notified the Zhao, Sun, Wang, and Kong families, and tell them not to go out if they're not doing anything these days, and that Chen Feng's matter is already being followed up by the patrol bureau. It doesn't take long to get results. The moment. In an upscale clubhouse, everywhere is a luxurious high-class European-style building, where servants follow the whole process, and even interruptions are waited on. This club is generally not open to the public and is a private club. The various packages inside are top-notch. The money spent on a meal here is a figure that those working people wouldn't make in a year at work. The rich man's life is interpreted to the extreme in this club. That Gung Xiaoyi from the Gung family is dead. You guys heard about it. All her limbs were yanked off. I heard that Chen Feng did this thing at the patrol bureau. He's got too much guts as well. He simply didn't put us in his eyes. A poor guy who runs a tea house. What can he fight us with? I just can't believe how powerful he is. A group of well-dressed and poised noble women, men dressed as gentlemen, enjoying a nice meal. In their eyes, rich people and ordinary people are two species, and it's impossible to generalize. What happened to their sons and daughters killing people? That's heavenly. But it's never okay if something goes wrong with their sons and daughters. These were the parents of the Zhao, Sun, Kong, and Wang families. They came over today because they were notified by Li Xinmei of the patrol bureau and came over to discuss this matter. No one would have cared. But Gung Xiaoyi died. They had to get serious. After all, that Chen Feng was too evil. How about our family contributes some money and do away with that Chen Feng? I'd like to see how many lives he has enough to die. Zhao Jie's mother, Chao Xiumei, spoke. Not good. A beautiful woman next to her immediately dismissed her words as she gently wiped her mouth and gazed around at those seated. She was Sun Tianyu's mother. Jiang Xuelan. Chapter 014, Someone is trying to kill me. Chao Xiumei's expression was a bit irritated and rolled her white eyes. Jiang Xuelan, now is a good time to get rid of that guy. Do we have to wait for people to beat us to the door before we fight back? The Gung family's daughter is already dead. And Chen Feng has also put out word that he won't let go of anyone related to this incident. Your son was involved in that incident. Do you think he'll spare your son? Jiang Xuelan smiled slightly and shook his head, looking like he was very cultivated. Of course not. Everyone here is a grasshopper on a rope. I understand this. That's why I told everyone not to act rashly. Just yesterday, a report of Chen Xiao's injury appraisal was exposed on the internet, and it's hanging on the hot search right now, in connection with the video of our child bullying that woman that was circulating on the internet before. What do you think those netizens will think? They will definitely link that woman's death to our child. Things can't be squashed that way. I think right now, we should be trying to find the guy who produced the injury report. He's the key. I've already found out the specifics. That person's name is Liang Hui, and he runs a small clinic in Beizong City. Let him step forward to clarify all of this, and then we'll secretly get rid of Chen Feng once and for all when this wind passes. The few remaining people nodded when they heard this. Chao Xiumei also felt that it made sense. If they rushed to get rid of Chen Feng now, they would definitely be led to believe that they did it by some people. That wouldn't do them any good if they made a big deal out of it. Should have stabilized this thing first, then took my time to make plans. Chao Xiumei poured a glass of wine and the light in her eyes went cold. It's fine for me to do this. Doing this kind of thing, my Zhao family is light on their feet. At night, Chen Feng returned home. He wiggled his tired body into the bathroom. Take off your clothes. He froze momentarily. His own back, which had been corrupted by a cloud of black gas. The flesh and blood inside turned black, but he couldn't feel any pain. Kid, don't be afraid. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, your body is a fleshly mortal opening. How can it withstand the impact of my ancient celestial master Feng Wuji's soul? You have to kill more evil people. And use their souls to feed me. Replenish my soul, so that my body will slowly be repaired. Feng Wuji's gloomy voice came over. Chen Feng's face sank, but he didn't care. Anyway, from the moment he fused Feng Wuji's soul, he had already put life and death at risk. Death is nothing to him. What is this? The big deal is to kill a few more evil people in the future and use their souls to repair your body. By the way, kid, one of your friends seems to be in a bit of trouble, so it's up to you if you want to go and help. Chen Feng froze, then his brows tightened as a resonance appeared in his brain. You're talking about Liang Hui? Click here. In Liang Hui's small clinic. His clinic has been closed for the past 2 days and he's been hunkered down inside surfing the web. All that was laid out next to him was what was left of his food. For a moment his life felt like it was back to his college days, when he hunkered down in his dorm room and played games every day. On his computer screen was the #1 spot on the Hot 100 list for the past 2 days. Girls from Beizong City, Chen Xiao. The hot search was something he paid to punch up. Just click on the hot search and you'll see his appraisal report. He had stayed back earlier to take a picture. He's also the one who brought up the tempo of all those comments below. Those people deserve to die. To harm people like that, they shall not die. Is there still justice in this world? A moment of silence for Chen Xiao. So many wounds on the body and on the mouth. Really? The devil is on earth. Hell is empty. Is there any king's law? Is there any law? Everyone find those people and make them pay. Liang Hui took a sip of his coffee and rubbed his eyes that were already sleepy. His eyes were so dry and uncomfortable that he had hardly closed them for the past 2 days. That's what this is about. He's going to crush those people with public opinion. After Chen Feng left that day, he also learned about the incident. Chen died laughing. It was done to death by those. Before he died, Chen Xiao also called Chen Feng. What was even more detestable was that Chen Feng was still being blocked from going to the academy, and those people were still trying to cover it up. Although Chen Xiao wasn't his real daughter, she was still better than his real daughter. He met Chen Xiao on her 8th birthday. He still remembered how sweetly Chen smiled that day, and she thanked himself profusely for buying her a gift, and did a dance for himself. Such an obedient, understanding, kind child. To die like that? He didn't dare to think about how much pain Chen Feng was in. He had already treated Chen Xiao as his goddaughter. He was angry in his heart, so he came up with the idea of using this method to get the law to punish the guys. So far, it's worked out pretty well. Smiley, Uncle will definitely bring you back justice. This world is not just darkness. There is also light. Light will eventually come after darkness. Liang Hui took a deep breath and started to get busy again. Knock knock. At this point, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He glanced at the time. It's past 12. Who's coming to the doctor this late? It's posted outside your own door that you don't take emergencies. He thought better of it and opened the door, thinking in case anyone needs help. The moment the door opens, a handful of his hair was gripped, yanked out hard. Liang Hui instantly felt that something big was wrong. One may be underhanded, but he reacted quickly, desperately grabbing the doorframe. He shouted out, "Help! Someone! Call the police! Someone is trying to kill me!" At the same time, Liang Hui had a clear view of the outside. At some point, 3 cars had pulled up in front of his clinic. A woman in an ornate costume stood in the center, while everyone else wore suits and held baseball bats. It looks like they're all trained fighters. The beautiful woman sneered. "I am Zhao Jie's mother, Chao Xiumei, and you are Liang Hui? You're the one who came up with that autopsy report, aren't you? You dare to go against us? You've got a lot of guts." Chao Xiumei walked this way while taking a cigar cutter from a man. "Now I'm going to give you a chance to cooperate with us, or else I'll give you a taste of what it's like to have your fingers cut off. If your hands as a doctor are no longer sharp, I'm afraid you'll be unemployed for the rest of your life, right? At that time, not to mention making money, it will be difficult to even feed yourself." Liang Hui was scared in his heart. It would be a lie to say you weren't scared at the sight, but when he thought of Chen Xiao's death, he was a burst of grief and anger. This Zhao Jie was one of the people who bullied Chen Xiao in the video. He would never give in to these vermin. This pain of his own was nothing compared to Chen Xiao. Chapter 015. Where there is a mother, there is a son. Chao Xiumei came in front of Liang Hui and looked over with playful eyes. "As long as you promise to help us clarify this matter online and issue a statement saying that the report was PS'd and that in fact Chen Xiao's death has nothing to do with this matter, then I can let you off the hook. Otherwise, you have to think of the consequences." "Bah!" Liang Hui spat and yelled. "You don't expect me to cooperate with you guys? Chen Xiao is the one I watched grow up. It was your children who killed her. Spoiling your children is like killing them. You won't get a good result for doing this. Your children have done something wrong. They should be allowed to stand up and be punished, not hide and avoid the matter. I'm telling the truth. And is it wrong to tell the truth?" Chao Xiumei sneered when she heard this. This Liang Hui is naive. It's like not living in the same world as them. What is the law of the land? Does that exist? That's nothing in the eyes of them rich people. What can't you buy with money? How can my son Zhao Jie's life be compared to that poor man's? Putting her name next to my son makes me feel dirty. Do you know the Flying J Group? That's run by our family. Do you know how much our assets are? Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. In short, if you don't help, I'll make you disappear. Even if I disappear, I won't come out to clarify this matter. If you guys have the ability, you can get me killed." Liang Hui yelled up, his voice tearing his heart out. His body had been controlled by the people next to him. He was just an ordinary man. How could he be a match for so many people? Chao Xiumei's cigar cutter was already on his hand. The cold, tingling sensation came on slowly. Chao Xiumei smiled coldly, as if she was making a game of it. The Flying J Group was formerly known as Black. They haven't done this kind of thing before, only to slowly wash their hands of it because of the general situation. Chao Xiumei used to be a big sister. I've met tough talkers like you before, but they all ended up kneeling under me and begging me to spare them. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Not your own daughter and you still care so much. You're damn great." As I watched, the cigar cutter was about to fall. Liang Hui rounded his eyes, ready to endure this, but he didn't know in his heart if he could endure it. Suddenly, thump, the sound of a man walking came from behind him. Chao Xiumei subconsciously stopped, and the crowd followed the voice. Behind him, a slender-looking man approached. "Leave the darkness around you behind." He was dressed in a sports outfit. White, very bright. It's not tainted with any impurities. It gives a feeling of transcendence. but his eyes were cold. The deep eyes seemed to hover with uncountable killing intent. When Liang Hui saw Chen Feng, regardless of anything else, he desperately yelled out, "Chen Feng, you go to the police. To call the police ah!" Liang Hui shouted. "This woman is the parent of the child who caused Smiley's death. There are so many of them. You're no match." His hand was still holstered in the cigar cutter and he looked pretty beat up. The killing in Chen Feng's eyes hadn't been so intense at first, but hearing that kind of makes everything clear. He looked as if he'd come to a realization. This woman, a parent of one of those kids. It's obvious that what goes around comes around. The corners of his mouth gradually sketched out a smile, his expression gradually turning grim as a black gas slowly floated over his body. "You're Chen Feng." Chao Xiaomei then looked as if this was the case, and her eyes were filled with deep hostility as she looked at Chen Feng. He's the one who killed Geng Xiaoi, in front of those inspectors, and there wasn't even a shred of evidence left. This guy probably knows some kind of crooked spell or something, but with so many people on his side today, let's see what he can do. This Chen Feng doesn't seem to be quite the same as what those parents said. He seems to be an ordinary person. How can he be that evil? "You're Chen Feng. It just so happens that I was planning to go looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door first. I'm telling you, this Liang Hui must give me an explanation today, or I'll have someone beat him to death. And you, I know about your daughter. You'd better swallow this breath obediently. Although I don't know what method you used to kill Geng Xiaoi, but in my place, you're simply not enough to play with. I can call in hundreds of people to beat you to death at will. You ordinary people are just some ants in my eyes. Pinching you to death is easy plus simple." Chen Feng smiled when he heard this. Only Chao Xiaomei didn't realize that his eyes were already covered in a layer of darkness. "Is that so? Then I'll tell you what I think as well. Anyone who had anything to do with my daughter's incident will have to die. Every last one of them." These words came out of Chen Feng's mouth, showing that everywhere was filled with a sense of dissonance. It's like an elegant jester politely saying he's going to stab you several times in the body. The sense of contrast is great. "Mud, you give eh? Then I'll break your legs first." Chao Xiaomei grunted heavily, temporarily letting go of Liang Hui and waving her hand at Chen Feng. Those men in black immediately rushed over. The one leading the group had a very pugnacious expression, and appeared to be the kind of existence with a very hot temper, blowing up at the slightest point. He was carrying a steel pipe in his hand and rushed over to smash Chen Feng. With this blow going over, Chen Feng would be crippled if not dead. He didn't strike lightly, all because he followed Chao Xiaomei, and no matter what, Chao Xiaomei could handle it. Click. One voice. The ringing was especially noticeable in the air. The body of the black-clothed man who rushed at the front momentarily paused. He felt a sharp pain in his body and subconsciously used his physical eyes to find the source of this sharp pain. Eyes drifted down to his legs. "Awa! My leg!" He immediately screamed in pain and clutched his legs with both hands. One of his legs twisted up, starting at the knee where it was viciously broken and turned outward. The sound just now was the sound of his leg being broken, because the pain came so quickly. His brain hadn't picked up on the pain signal yet. First it was just fear, and then that pain value was slowly being pulled up to full. A black palm print was clearly visible on his leg. That's what Chen Feng left behind. What's going on here? Chao Xiaomei and the others had never seen this image before. A guy that spaced out and broke the other guy's leg? It's happening right in front of them. Liang Hui was also stunned as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. How did Chen Feng do it? Straight up broke someone's leg. Is he hiding some kind of weapon in his arms? Chen Feng walked up to the man and looked at him silently, the violence in his eyes gradually spreading and looking to pile up in the air around him. "What are you all waiting for? Get him! Kill him! I'm going to kill him!" Chao Xiaomei was startled at once, then hurriedly shouted out. Chapter 016, There is no true love in life. Chen Feng is really evil. No wonder he was able to kill the Geng family's daughter. It's not an empty promise. The black-clothed men around them reacted and were about to rush up, but just then, they saw images they had never seen in their lives. The body of that man in black slowly levitated, almost half a man tall. It was as if his entire body was bound by a powerful force, and he could not break free at all. Then, poof, his entire body was crushed. The blood was like rain, clattering all over the crowd. Hiss! These are also people who have seen the big time. It's not uncommon to cut someone up and bleed them out, or even kill them, but there isn't a single person who isn't scared when they see this image today. Their hostile aura was instantly wiped out, and those violent and ferocious eyes immediately became clear. Chen Feng is, like, killing people, just straight up crushing people's bodies? They didn't even see the physical contact between Chen Feng and that person. The other party just raised his hand and made a pinch and burst motion. That's all ah. Immediately the deep fear spread through the crowd. Everyone is afraid that scene just happened to them. None of them wanted to die. Liang Hui's body trembled straight away, and he couldn't say whether he was scared or excited. Just now a big living person was just directly pinched and exploded? How did Chen Feng do it? But what kind of person Chen Feng is? He knows best. How can you become so bloodthirsty and violent all of a sudden? Remembering the last time Chen Feng came to find himself, he said something very strange. Regardless of anything else, he only had one thought in his head right now, and that was for Chen Feng to escape quickly. He's no match for so many people even if he's good. Xiao Xiaomei was splattered with blood, and she subconsciously touched it with her hand before she reacted to what was going on. It was Chen Feng who did it. How he did it? Straight up pinched his own man. This is horrible. None of you can run away today. Xiao Xiaomei's minions should go to hell with her. Chen Feng's eyes went cold as he looked around the room. That said, those men in black immediately reacted and turned to flee. Chen Feng is simply a devil. No one wants to put their life on the line. You have to have a life to spend even if you make a lot of money. But, just ran out a few steps. One of the men in black exploded again. Blood splattered all over the person next to him. Bang bang bang. The men in black exploded one by one as if they were opening cans. All of a sudden the air around them was piled high with blood. Xiao Xiaomei had been dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Chen Feng, seemingly seeing her own doom in his face. The devil. It's nothing more than that. Only Xiao Xiaomei. She knew that she couldn't run away today, and looked at Chen Feng dumbfounded, as if she saw her own doom in his face. Snap. Suddenly, she saw a black palm print appear on her leg, hissing and smoking, burning her skin. She was so shocked that she screamed right out. Chen Feng, you dare to kill me? Because of your poor daughter? You also don't ask around. What kind of existence is the Fei Jie group? Is that something you can touch? Your daughter is dead. You are still alive. I can give you a sum of money to let you live well for the rest of your life. As long as you forget about this matter. Daughter is gone can be regenerated. You are gone can be nothing. Poor people like you, whose lives are so worthless. I've seen a lot of these things. Chen Feng looked at her with more than a hint of mockery. Not taking the lives of the poor seriously. Is that the standard for the rich? If that's true, then all the rich people in the world deserve to die. Nothing in this world is greater than human life. Human life can't be bought with money. You're so indifferent to other people's lives. You can imagine that your son is also a bastard. He deserves to die just the same. Click. Chen Feng gently twisted his fingers. One of Xiao Xiaomei's legs was directly broken. A wild laugh from hell flashed in her ears. A voice that laughed but carried a million cries of sadness, as if it had come from hell. Ow ow ow. My leg. My leg. Xiao Xiaomei screamed out in horror, looking at her leg being twisted out of shape. The kind of fear that emanated from her heart instantly spread. Then came the indescribable pain that accompanied her every aching cell. Chen Feng, I can give you as much money as you want. The big deal is that you'll find a few more women to have a few more kids. So what's the big deal? A bum like you can't make that much money in a lifetime. It's not too late to stop. There are many other beauties in this world. Existences that poor people like you will never enjoy. Xiao Xiaomei said aloud with a pained voice. Chen Feng's calm eyes had been covered in black gas, burning with a hot flame. You say my daughter's life is worthless. But to me, it's worth more than anything. Nothing in this world compares. Enjoyment? I'm afraid my days will be filled with nothing but vengeance from now on. Now that my daughter is dead, do you think I'll want your money? Click. Again. Her arm was broken straight away. It drooped feebly to one side. Xiao Xiaomei's miserable screams became even more intense. The agony was indescribable. It made her whole body spasm. Her hands and feet hurt, and she didn't know where to cover them for a moment. After a few struggling cries, she simply fainted. Chen Feng gently hooked his finger and directly threw her into the nearest car. Xiao Xiaomei was lying inside like a dead dog, not moving a muscle. This series of operations directly scared Liang Hui silly. He kept rubbing his eyes. Is this person in front of me still Chen Feng? It's the friend that I've known for over 10 years. Chen Feng, how did you do all this? Did you just kill someone? Chen Feng didn't answer his question, but instead smiled and came over to pat his shoulder. Brother, you've suffered, but you should stay out of Smiley's business from now on. I'll take care of these things myself. I thank you for Smiley. Life is hard to have true love in. Out of this kind of thing even if friends and family will choose to avoid, who also do not want to dip a blood. But Liang Hui, his best friend for more than a decade, has no choice but to stand up and help Chen Xiao keep the bottom line in justice. This made Chen Feng grateful from the bottom of his heart. But Liang Hui is just an ordinary man. How can he fight those people? Chen Feng didn't want him to be in danger. Liang Hui's eyes directly reddened when he heard this. Chen Feng came too quickly that day, and he was so focused on appraising Chen Xiao that he hadn't reacted to anything yet. It was only later that he saw the online video that he got angrier and angrier. Why should Chen Xiao be bullied by those people? Why should a child so obedient and understanding die at the hands of those? And now this matter is still covered up by the officials. Those who killed Chen Xiao have not been caught until now. It was a breath he simply couldn't swallow. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Smiley will never come back. Such an obedient child. Why did the heavens wipe her out? Why is her life so bitter? Windy, you promised me you must kill all those people. Over the years, I've watched Smiley as if she were my own daughter. As Liang Hui said this, tears slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. A big man crying like this can be seen to have reached a sad place. Chen Feng also had tears in his eyes. Two 40-year-old men together. But at this moment, they were crying like tearful people. Thank you, readers. For your convenience you can click on a reminder and free swag. It's appreciated. According to the feedback of readers and friends, said that the protagonist did not hit hard. This chapter has been adjusted. I will pay attention to the future plot. Please continue to follow the book. The later episodes. The kills are never holy. Chapter 017 Evil people will pay for their lives. Our lives can't be golden, but we can't have regrets. Don't worry, the wicked will eventually pay. Liang Hui took a deep breath. Feng Zi, it's just that you just. Chen Feng raised his hand, causing him to swallow back the words that followed. All of this may consume everything I have, but it doesn't matter. I just need to give Smiley justice. Let the world know not to underestimate any father. Chen Feng drove away Chao Xiumei's car. Liang Hui looked at Chen Feng's back and stood in place for a long time. He knew that it was far from over. Chen Feng will definitely do what he says. Kitakura City, night dance hotel. In the presidential suite, there was a man and 3 or 4 women lying on the bed. It looks like a few people are exhausted from not knowing what happened last night. The man, in particular, flopped down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Ringing the bell. The man's cell phone rang at that moment. Mud, who is it? The man cursed irritably as he heard the voice. The cell phone kept ringing, over and over. The man cursed and climbed out of bed to grab his cell phone. Took a look. It's an unfamiliar number. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Calling early in the morning. He picked up with a very irritated voice. On the phone, it was the voice of a rather calm man. It sounded a little deeper, but a strong hatred seemed to be detectable in the voice. Is it Zhou Jie? Who are you? Zhao Jie shifted and yelled without a good reason. I don't think you're interested in who I am. You should be more interested in the life of your mother. Chao Xiumei. On the other end of the phone, the man's voice seemed to have gotten colder. What did you say? Zhao Jie sobered up at once. It shouldn't be a lie that the other party could call out his mother's name, but then he couldn't understand. With his mother's status and strength, who would dare to be an enemy? The Zhao family started out as a mob. Just kidding. Are you looking for death? Grass and M's. Zhao Jie cursed loudly without any good breath. Meet me in the center square in an hour. Otherwise, your mother dies. The man on the phone didn't want to talk more nonsense with him, leaving a sentence and directly hanging up the phone. Zhao Jie froze for a moment as he listened to the beeping on the phone. Your own mother. Taken? He rushed to confirm the truth of the matter first. Just plan on finding your mother's cell phone and dialing it. But another call came straight in. It's the best bodyguard at his mother's side. Young master, it's bad. Madam, she's been taken away. One of our men was killed. And that man should be Chen Xiao's father. That Chen Xiao. You should be clear about that, right? Joji's head went hollow for a moment. It was as if he had instantly fallen into a huge black hole, with time stopping all around him. Chen Xiao he certainly knows. A wretch. Been abused and bullied by them for a while. And they ended up throwing them down the stairs. The image of Chen Xiao's last despair, crying and begging them not to kill her, was still parked in his head at the moment. It's natural to never forget the abuse you've done for the rest of your life. It's just that he doesn't care. Chen Xiao is just an ordinary person. What's wrong with getting a few ordinary people killed yourself? That phone call just now looked like it was her father. Could it be that her father kidnapped her mother? That's unlikely. Center Square. My mother is in Center Square. You guys hurry up and bring someone there. Hurry. I'll be right behind you. You guys send a car to pick me up. Zhao Jie yelled like crazy. His own mother was now in the hands of the other side. And this was trouble. Several women in the room woke up at the sound. It looked like the energy in his body hadn't passed. One wrapped around like a water snake. Mr. Zhao, what's the hurry? Wait before you go. Where's this going? Let's have some more fun. This time, we sisters are going to fight Lubu with 3 ing. He. Last night Mr. Zhao was so fierce. How could Zhao Jie be in the mood for such things right now? He gave several women a slap each and angrily shouted, all of you get out. I have business to attend to. A couple of women were sitting on the ground from the beating, but they didn't notice the pain on their faces and were still giggling. Zhao Jie cursed. Grass. It seems that next time the potency will have to be made smaller. Otherwise it's really unbearable. Center Square. Early morning, 7:30. This time of year there is gradually more talent around. It's all about people who get up early and go to work. One by one, they are in a hurry. Once upon a time Chen Feng was sitting in a tea house watching all these people coming and going to work and getting off again. It was the first time, sitting in the center of the square so early in the morning. The bench he was sitting on was somewhat old and vintage. He looked through his cell phone. There's a picture of Chen Xiao in there that was taken here. She said the bench was very dated and she loved it. Pulled Chen Feng to take a lot of pictures of her. Finally left this one. Chen Xiao was still smiling at that time, and there was no pressure or burden on her face. Totally energetic and youthful girl. And now, Chen Xiao is gone. Sitting on the chair that Chen Xiao had once sat on, he was overcome with emotion. Smiley, do you believe in parallel worlds? Daddy believes. There, maybe nothing happened to you. Maybe you'll go to work in a few years and get married and have kids. And then I can be a happy grandma and help you with the babies and stuff. But the world has changed for the worse without you. Let me leave a light on this sinful world. At this moment, Feng Wuji's voice came over. Chen Feng, don't forget to look for evil souls for me. Chen Feng clenched his fists and nodded silently. I know, the evil soul will naturally not be less than Senior Wind. Chen Feng replied. Jab, jab, jab. Not far. A couple of clear breaks came on. Several valuable luxury cars were parked on the side of the road. A group of people jumped down from above. The one leading the way is Zhao Jie, followed by more than 20 people. The rest of the shouting hasn't come yet. He looked around and spotted Chen Feng with a glance. Running towards here in big strides. You are Chen Feng. Where's my mother? Where's my mom? Where is she? Where did you hide her? Zhao Jie, being the great filial son, came over and started ranting like crazy. There was no Chao Xiumei around. He was in a complete hurry. He'd been hanging out with the women at the hotel for the last few days and hadn't cared about what was going on outside. It was on the way over that he heard about Geng Xiaoyi. Geng Xiaoyi is dead. It is said that this matter should be related to Chen Xiao's father. Chen Feng. Chapter 018, I fear the evil one is too decent. But the patrolmen haven't taken him in so far, just because of the lack of evidence. There are a couple of fine points here. Geng Xiaoyi died in the patrol bureau at that time. Chen Feng had killed Geng Xiaoyi again with his own hands. But why couldn't the inspectorate convict him? Are his connections that hard too? Now that Chen Feng had captured his mother, it was hard for him to not think of the worst possible scenario. Maybe Chen Feng will kill the mother. Buzz off. Before Chen Feng could say anything, suddenly, 7 or 8 more cars stopped alongside. They're all patrol cars. Wang Jianhua is in the car. They came over to find Chen Feng to cooperate with the investigation because of what happened last night. Last night, there was a murder near a small clinic. It was the neighborhood that called the police. It was also kind enough to provide video footage taken on a cell phone. Those guys just pinched and popped so hard, right in front of Chen Feng. They had to be reminded of what had happened before. Zhao Jia was also momentarily stunned when he saw so many patrolmen at once. What's the situation? Mud. So many patrolmen came to arrest themselves? However, it was soon realized that all of these inspectors were heading towards Chen Feng. Lord Inspector, this man has taken my mother away. You guys go save my mother. He killed a fellow student of mine before and now he's here to harm my mother. He's got a nerve. Zhao Jia shouted loudly at Li Xinmei. Wang Jianhua led the men to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what happened last night? We need you to go back with us to investigate. And we also hope that you will cooperate. Chen Feng's brows locked. You'd better stay out of my business. Otherwise I don't mind sending you away early. When these words came out, the faces of the patrol behind them changed. They knew that Chen Feng was crazy, but they didn't expect it to be this crazy. How dare you threaten the patrol in front of so many people? Wang Jianhua is at least a squad leader. Wang Jianhua's face changed, more or less fearful. Chen Feng, stop now. It's not too late. There are royal laws in this world. Chen Feng laughed out loud once again when he heard this. You're talking to me about the king's law? Then where is the king's law in the matter of my daughter? His voice violently increased several times, bursting out like thunder. His voice was like a flood bell, ruthlessly impacting on Wang Jianhua and the others. The patrol bureau didn't care about my daughter's matter. And now that it's just a few scumbags who are dead, you guys are making such a big deal out of it. In your eyes, is the king's law just a tool that you can utilize to deter the common people? The patrol doesn't exist to wipe the asses of the rich. You guys, it's bugging me. Whoosh. The black aura on Chen Feng's body instantly emerged. Flesh appeared on his body like feathers. Wang Jianhua and the others retreated 7 or 8 meters away. One was nervous as hell. Last time, Chen Feng killed Geng Xiaoyi under such circumstances. Her limbs were broken, and the image was etched in their heads all the time. This scene is ridiculous. The real culprits were right in front of them and they were unmoved while the gun was pointed at the victim's father, the one who was hurt the most by the whole thing. In this world, What kind of bull King's law is there? Chen Feng clenched his fists fiercely. From the beginning of Chen Xiao's accident until now, he hadn't thought about surviving. He was only afraid that no one would take revenge after his death. I'm just afraid that the wicked are too decent. For the time being, hold your tongue. These guys from the patrol, they've taken a step into his death list. Chen Feng looked towards Zhao Jie. The voice turned playful anew. You killed my daughter, didn't you? How could Zhao Jie admit it? He yelled out. You fart. I didn't. It was your daughter who messed with us first, so we gave her a little lesson. That video had nothing to do with her death. Don't you dare start a trend. I can tell you. Don't try to threaten us with this. And don't even think about using my mother to lower your daughter's life. My mother's life is much more precious than your daughter's. Chen Feng was much calmer compared to before. It won't be long before I'll make you admit all of this in person. Now, first, let's make you suffer. Chen Feng lifted his hand and raised it to the sky. Chen Feng, put your hands down. Stop what you're doing. Stop it now. Don't move. The patrolman immediately tensed. Although Chen Feng didn't have any murder weapon on him, nor did he have any killing moves, they didn't dare to be careless at all when dealing with Chen Feng. Chen Feng ignored the people from the patrol bureau, and his eyes just stared straight at Zhao Jie, as if to see the unmistakable pain in his eyes. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. Everyone shuddered, but a few seconds passed and nothing happened around them. Wang Jianhuo even touched his face to confirm that his face was still there before moving his gaze to Chen Feng. Zhao Jie was also startled by his action. Chen Feng was an inherently evil person, and suddenly raising his hand was definitely not good, but he didn't have much in the way of weapons on him, and with the rangers around, so many guns had been aimed at him. What kind of waves can he make? He just felt strange, a feeling spreading through his body. It's as if something big is getting closer and closer to you. The feeling made him uncomfortable and he couldn't help but tense up. Whoosh! Vaguely he seemed to hear some sharp sound coming through the air. Zhao Jie subconsciously followed the voice. The voice seemed to come from not far behind him. It seems like a magnificent trial. It's coming to a close soon. Dang! It was followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. It was a strong, raging sound, as if it had hit him in the heart. Zhao Jie's pupils clenched and then dilated. The originally cynical eyes turned serious all of a sudden. It's full of shock and grief. He froze for a few seconds and cried out in desperation. Mom! Chapter 019, it's not unrewarded. It's not yet time. Everyone present was startled by the sound. That sound of something heavy hitting the ground. It was the sound of Chao Shumi falling down the stairs. It's the sound of a man jumping off a building. This is a scene they all saw, eye to eye. Chao Shumi fell right behind Zhao Jie. Her limbs twisted and she fell on her back. The head fell out of shape and his eyes popped out. Blood on the floor. The mouth was even gurgling blood. Her mouth was wide open. Several of her teeth broken, and her body became incredibly twisted and disheveled. It was as if the blow had shattered every bone in her body. In her eyes, it seemed that she could still feel the pain she felt before she died. That despair, that fear, is spreading. She jumped from the building behind her, a 20-story office building. It was as if all this had been premeditated, and it had deliberately landed next to Zhao Jie. The muffled sound kept echoing in Zhao Jie's ears for a long time, lingering as if it was the sound of a funeral bell in the underworld. Mom! Zhao Jie shouted frantically, kneeling there, his hands not knowing where to put them, and could only hiss loudly as he broke down in place. It's your own mother. Just die? Vengeance for killing your mother is not shared. A haze was laid over everyone's head. A few were afraid to look at the scene. The one who went against everyone was Chen Feng. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. His Mori eyes were grim, but he was grinning. How does it feel to have your closest relative die in front of you? Ha! Zhao Jie, when you harmed my daughter, did you ever think you'd have this day? It is not unreported. The time has not yet come. All will pay. The voice sounded like the devil to Zhao Jie. He almost fainted. Chao Shomei had lost her breath and just died in front of him, falling to pieces. He had a terrible headache. Tears fell from his eyes as he pointed at Chen Feng. He killed my mother. You guys get him. He's a devil. He's crazy. The patrolmen were embarrassed and stood still for a moment. Arrest Chen Feng? How do you catch it? They all saw that Chen Feng was with them. It was Chao Shumi who jumped down from the stairs by herself. They're standing here as witnesses. Mr. Zhao, calm down. We will investigate this matter clearly. Wang Jianhuo also came over and rushed to speak kindly. Zhao Jie cried in anger. Tears fell sadly as the pain spread endlessly. Why don't you guys arrest him? Why my mother is dead, and he must be the one who killed her. Chen Feng, this vermin, this murderer, you guys kill him for me, I'll pay any amount of money. Zhao Jie's voice had turned heartbreaking and the people next to him couldn't stop him, so they rushed towards Chen Feng. but he hadn't touched Chen Feng yet. Suddenly, I felt a dark shadow appear in front of me. The dark shadow was very deep. The body carried 10,000 feet of blood. The next thing he knew, he felt his arm being gripped by a tremendous force. Ah! Pain, 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 pain. He felt the force grow and his body was spun around after him. The gaze was aimed right at Chen Feng on the opposite side. The cold light in Chen Feng's eyes seemed as if it could eat people. Click! Zhao Jie's two arms are broken. Like it was going to take off. It was broken hard to the rear. A scream of pain escaped his lips and he fell to his knees. The screams were unmistakable. Chen Feng's pupils tightened as he wanted to kill Zhao Jie right now, but it seemed too cheap to just let him die. Son, what's going on here? In the distance, Zhao Sheng's voice came over. He got the message and went to the center square as well, but there's already a crowd gathered here. The black-clad man next to him helped him push the people around him out of the way as he pushed his way in. Dad! You come quickly! A desperate and agonizing cry came from Zhao Jie's mouth. When Zhao Sheng saw his son, he was immediately dumbfounded, and his anger instantly spewed up. His own son's arm was broken this way? Surrounded by his family's bodyguards, as well as the patrol. His arm was broken so hard? Is there any law of the land? As he approached, he sat straight on his ass. The man in front of you. It's Chao Shumi, his wife. Dead. She fell face down and died. It looks like she jumped from upstairs. That's a horrible way to die. What is going on here? He yelled, his voice trembling. Anyone who saw the scene would be skeptical. Dad, he's Chen Xiao's father. Chen Feng. Zhao Jie's words directly woke him up. Chen Xiao's father? No wonder. But, even if his daughter is dead, he can't be so arrogant. That's just unconscionable. It's not just the death of an ordinary man. It's not just his own son and a bunch of rich kids killing a woman. What's the big deal? The big deal is to lose money. Now his own son, his wife, has actually paid such a high price. Zhou Sheng hasn't suffered from this, but with the inspector's office around, Zhao Sheng couldn't mess around. He can tell the pros and cons. Immediately, people from the patrol bureau came and blocked the scene, and then Zhao Jie was sent to the hospital. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, went with someone to the inspector's office for questioning, cooperating and telling the inspector's office some information about his wife and whatnot. Chen Feng was also taken away, but he was calm the whole time. Coming to the patrol feels like coming home. He even took out the tea he had prepared long ago and brewed a cup for himself in the interrogation room. Soon the results of the investigation came in. They also found all the surveillance of Chao Xiumei's jump. Chao Xiumei went up the stairs and jumped. The whole process was filmed quite clearly, but the crowd was taking a look at one that didn't know the sound. A few of the timid ones had cold sweat spreading down their backs. This was the first time they had encountered this kind of thing after so many years as patrolmen. This is so weird. In the early hours of the morning, Chao Xiumei was the one who sneaked into the building while the security guards were changing their posts. She didn't take the elevator and walked up to the 23rd floor, then just sit in the hallway and wait. No one knew what he was waiting for. It felt as if he was waiting to die. You could see that her eyes were empty as if there was no life in them. The body seemed to be manipulated as if by an inexplicable force, going back and forth like a puppet with broken strings. Then there was the time she opened the window, stood on the ledge and leapt. Watching the whole video makes everyone's head spin. By normal logic, those who are going to commit suicide are actually hesitant to do so. Those who were going to jump even came here several times, kept hesitating and wondering, and finally made up their minds before jumping. But Chao Xiumei didn't seem to have those excessive mental fluctuations, as if it was as simple as eating and sleeping, doing something sparse and normal. Time's up then jump. This feels more like manipulation. Chapter 020, Your Evil Soul. I will take it away. But they couldn't find any sign that anyone had manipulated it. What made their scalps even more numb was that Chao Xiumei had broken an arm and a leg before she went upstairs. How did she manage to climb up the stairs with the massive pain? And how is it that you sit there waiting for death to come like it's nothing? None of this makes any sense at all. They can only attribute it to mental problems. But that explanation simply didn't satisfy Zhao Sheng. Later that night, Chen Feng was then released. Chen Feng went straight back to his store. Chao Xiumei's evil soul has been swallowed by him. He hasn't been open for a few days. His store is unpopular. He opened the door and sat in the doorway making a pot of tea. On the tea table, there was a picture of his own daughter. After a few sips, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The teacup fell to the floor and shattered. On his hands, black gas was spreading. He knew that this was Feng Wuji's power slowly fusing with him now. Chen Feng, near the two streets, there is a great evil person committing murder. Now go over and swallow his evil soul. Move faster. I'm dying of gluttony. Feng Wuji's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Feng agreed and hurriedly put on his clothes to cover the skin on his body that was filled with black qi. Pushing the door open, he followed Wind Reckless's lead and took a big step away. In a dimly lit street. The streetlights sway here and there's not a soul around. A young woman is on her knees, begging a man. The man was bearded and carried a knife in his hand. The touch is fierce. The tip of the knife was pointed at the woman with a smirking expression on her face. It felt like a hunter. Big brother, please can you spare my life? I have no grievances with you. And all the money I have on me has been given to you. I promise I won't call the police. Can you let me go? The woman didn't look old, but she was very charming, dressed in a dress that emphasized all of her tight figure, with a pair of sandals at her feet and a big wave draped over her shoulder. She was dressed to the nines. The man grinned, the tip of the knife gently picking at the woman's chin, his smile full of playfulness. Sis, I'm doing this for your own good. There is no fast ground, only tired cows. I am willing to be tired. What are you not? Don't blame me for putting the ugly words in front of you. How about you cooperate with me properly later, and I promise to give you a good time? The woman shook her head desperately at these words, her whole being dead. This man has no intention of letting her live. She's in her early 20s and she doesn't want to die. The man grabbed her hair and sniffed vigorously on her body. A woman's body is fragrant. To tell you the truth, old brother, I'm a wanted man. There are 3 or 4 people who have died in my hands. If you don't cooperate with me, then don't blame me for not being polite. The woman's face turned white with fear and her lips kept trembling. Could this man be the wanted man? Zhang Baishan, whom the inspectors have been frantically rounding up lately? One's luck is too bad to have met this kind of person. It was useless for her to beg for forgiveness until now. How could this kind of person, who was so murderous, let herself go? She died not knowing how hard it would be for her parents. The thought of that image brought tears to her eyes. Bam! Suddenly, the trash next to it was kicked over. It's pretty harsh in this quiet alley. Zhang Baishan looked over at the voice. A man came across the street. The man was remarkably young looking, appearing to be only in his early 30s, and he's the only one. But the man gave him a feeling as if extreme danger was approaching. He couldn't help but frown. Hey, get the hell out of here and don't disturb your brother's fun. The man across the street seemed to not hear him, as if he hadn't spoken, and with his hands in his pockets he actually walked directly towards him. Hey! The man seemed to find it a bit amusing that no one had dared to provoke him like that since the moment he had gone out of his way to become a wanted man. Seeing as how he had the nerve to walk over to me with a knife in his hand. This kid was also looking for death. How many kills is a death anyway? Might as well kill a few more before you get caught. The man on the opposite side said as he walked. Zhang Baishan embarked on the road of crime 6 months ago because he drank too much alcohol and killed a woman. You have killed a total of 4 people in these 6 months. All of them murdering and robbing money. Committing an indelible crime. How long do you think you can hide? Today, you're going to pay for everything you've done. Your evil soul. I will take it. What? You're sick? The man simply didn't understand what Chen Feng was talking about. What evil spirits? What nonsense? Anyway, he is not afraid of anything anymore. The big deal is death. He rushed up quickly and raised his knife. This man across the street didn't take any guy, and he still looked like he had slow reflexes, so he could put him down with a few slashes of his own. And before his body could rush to the man, he was stopped by an invisible force. The body, gradually taking off into the air. He saw what appeared to be a huge black shadow appear before him. Is that a ghost? What the hell are you? He shouted incredulously. Chen Feng's originally calm eyes suddenly turned hideous. It was full of killing intent. The skin in his clothes could be seen to be burned, leaving horrible scars. Hell is waiting for you. Chen Feng moved his finger. Click. Zhang Baishan's neck was broken hard. He had a grim expression on his face and died. At the same time, a black gas visible to the naked eye surged into Chen Feng's body. He felt very soothed and opened his arms to enjoy the feeling. The process lasted about 10 seconds. Chen Feng took a large breath before opening his eyes, his dark-colored pupils spreading black. Feng Wuji, I now feel full of power, and can go kill again. Who would be good to go to this time? By the way, should go to the hospital to greet someone first. Chen Feng spoke to himself, seemingly excited. Big brother, thank you for saving me. Can you leave a name? I will repay you properly in the future. The woman rushed to kneel on the ground and said loudly. Chen Feng, however, didn't even look at her as if he hadn't heard her words and turned around to walk away. Chen Feng was doing it for the evil spirits, not to save her. He did all this to avenge his daughter's death. The woman looked at Chen Feng's back as he left, and didn't dare to hesitate, and after thinking for a moment, rushed to call the police. The next day, top of the hot seat, Zhang Baishan, a suspect wanted by the patrol bureau for 6 months, is dead. Died a horrible death on the street. His neck was snapped right off. He carries 4 lives on his back. He's a murderous maniac with no humanity. The key is that he's particularly good at disguises, and the inspectors haven't been able to find anything on him for 6 months. Who would have thought he'd be killed? Is this perhaps retribution? There were no cameras at the site of the key incident, and the patrol bureau had no idea what had happened that night, and could only tentatively conclude that it was a vendetta. A woman came in the patrol, claiming to be an eyewitness to last night's events. He told them the story from beginning to end. After listening to the woman's description, Li Xinmei and Wang Jianhua and the others immediately had a shadow of a person floating in their heads. It's Chen Feng. Chapter 021. You're in no position to accuse me. Wind End Hospital. A hospital with very advanced medical care in Kitakura. Many difficult cases are effectively eradicated here. Orthopedics is still the best thing to do here. A lot of people with broken legs and hands come here for medical care. Zheng Hong, who jumped off the building in the first place, is recuperating in this hospital at the moment. It took more than half a day that day, and Zheng Hong was finally resuscitated. It also retrieved a life from Chen Feng. The image that flashed through Zheng Hong's head the most in the past few days was the image of her jumping off the building that day. The feeling of weightlessness, the horror of having no support, seemed to echo in her head now. It's a feeling she doesn't want to experience again. In front of Zheng Hong's hospital room, there are two men standing here. It was a couple that looked to be in their 40s. The man is a bald head, a very bad look, triangular eyes, but the suit is straight. The woman has a good figure, but her face more or less already has a lot of wrinkles. Looks very vicissitudes, but can see that in her youth was a beauty. She wore a dress, showing quite temperament. They had heard that director Zhang Hong of the Summit Academy had been hospitalized, so they had planned to take this opportunity to come over to see her and beg her to do something in the meantime. It's about their son, Yun Ho. Yun Ho had always wanted to get into the fellowship at the academy, but without a teacher like Zhang Hong nodding his head, he simply couldn't get in. Normally Zhang Hong was busy and was only free at this time. The doctor said just now that Zhang Hong's condition has basically stabilized, and he'll be able to go in after a while. Balding Dongsheng specially brought a big red packet over and wanted Zheng Hong to do something. His wife Yang Xiaxia, on the other hand, kept repeating in her mind the words she had thought of on the way here, walking back and forth in the hallway. Stump. At that moment, there was a footstep in the quiet hallway. The source of the voice was a man with a few young looks. Chen Feng. He came breezing by in a sporty outfit. Unbeknownst to me, the body is loaded with monstrous rage. Chen Feng? Yang Xiaxia recognized Chen Feng at a glance, and her entire body instantly froze for a moment. Yang Xiaxia was Chen Feng's ex-wife. Only that was a long time ago. The only link between the two was Chen Xiao, and now that Chen Xiao was gone, the two of them were like strangers. Chen Feng also did not expect to see Yang Xiaxia here and was more or less surprised. Yang Xiaxia, why are you here? Chen Feng frowned. He had been disappointed in this woman for a long time, and if he hadn't stumbled upon it, he wouldn't have wanted to receive any more news about her in his life. And you have the nerve to ask me why I'm here? I've heard about Smiley. How are you being a father? Why did something happen to Smiley? Yang Xiaxia instantly became agitated and ran over in 2 steps to grab Chen Feng's collar, looking at him viciously. One eye had piled up with tears. No matter what, he was Chen Xiaoxiao's real mother, and although he hadn't cared for Chen Xiaoxiao for so many years, he was very sad to hear that she had died. Could see how devastated she was. It's your own flesh and blood after all. Speaking of this matter, Chen Feng's heart solidified another thick layer of shackles. Chen Xiaoxiao, his own daughter. Who would have thought something like this would happen? He didn't tell young Xiaxia, but she knew after all. Xiaxia, well, it's all in the past. Yin Dongsheng whispered his advice from the side. Yang Xiaxia's voice was getting louder and louder. Her voice carried a rebuke. Chen Feng, are you a man or not? You can't even look after your own daughter. Xiaoxiao is your daughter, but she is also my daughter. She is my own flesh and blood. I was counting on her to support me in my old age, and now she's just dead? You give me an explanation. Why did something happen to her? Why my daughters are in your hands. You're an incompetent loser of a father. You're not qualified to be Smiley's father. Chen Feng's tears fell silently. Chen Xiaoxiao has always been the apple of his eye, and he doesn't want anything to happen to Chen Xiaoxiao, but there are always times when things can't be prevented. If he had known about this earlier, then the tragedy would definitely not have been staged, and he would have spared his life to protect Chen Xiao, but it's too late to say anything now. Something happened to Chen Xiao. She died. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and laughed a few times to himself. Incompetent yourself? Maybe it was before, because what could one do before when one was just an ordinary man, an unarmed, flat-footed civilian? The only thing left to do is to endure this in silence or find a place where no one is around to end your life on your own. A lifetime of being such a wimp. But the current Chen Feng was different. He was no longer the Chen Feng from before. Chen Feng tilted his face and took a deep breath before looking at Yang Xiaxia, his voice a few degrees colder. Yang Xiaxia, it's been 19 years since the two of us divorced. In the beginning you disappeared after giving birth to Xiao Xiao, as if you had evaporated. I couldn't find you no matter how I looked for you, so I could only bring Xiao Xiao up alone. Do you know how hard it was for me to bring up Xiao Xiao all by myself back then? How I brought her up when she was still breastfeeding. I had to work and take care of Xiao Xiao at the same time. Xiao Xiao practically grew up in my company. She grew up without a mother, much less knew what the concept of a mother was. Perhaps the word was a stranger to him, and she had not experienced the least bit of motherly care. And you only care about yourself. I heard that you traveled all over the place all those years and had a lot of fun, but do you know that your fun was built on our pain? It was built on Smiley's lack of childhood. When she saw others with moms, do you know how envious she was? After that Smiley became an adult and you came back. You only complained about how hard it was for you to be out there all those years. But did you ever think about how we came through? After so many years of not caring, now you come back and want Xiao Xiao to recognize you as her mother. You are the most heartless, asshole and greedy one. You said you were worried about Smiley. So why haven't you shown up since her accident? Did you go to the police station to talk to her? Did you help take care of Xiao Xiao's aftermath? And now you're just blaming me. The person in this world who is least qualified to accuse me is you. Young, Kai, Xia. Chen Feng's last sentence was almost a roar as he bit his lips tightly with his eyes bared. When he thought of all the suffering he had endured over the years, he couldn't balance his heart. Why did Yang Xia, who hadn't cared about Chen Xiao since she was a child, want Chen Xiao to take care of her in her old age now? Now that Chen Xiao had an accident, she didn't show up from the beginning to the end, and now that she ran into herself here, she even pretended to accuse herself in a justified manner? This scene really made Chen Feng laugh. Chapter 022, one more time? When Yang Xia heard this, the expression on her face instantly turned ugly, viciously clenching her teeth with the appearance of a difficult woman. You think I want to? Who knows how hard it's been for me out there all these years? You all just keep blaming me, never thinking for me. I've been thinking about Smiley in my heart. I think about her every moment. She's my own daughter. I'm telling you, Chen Feng, you have to be responsible for this. It's because of you that something happened to my daughter. You have to compensate me for the mental damages. Chen Feng lowered his head and laughed coldly a few times, black aura constantly surging up to his pupils, but they were all gently suppressed by him. The killing intent in his heart was surging wildly. You say you miss your daughter, yet you haven't even made a single phone call in all these years. In Xiao Xiao's heart, you've long been dead as a mother. If you still have this daughter in your heart, then go and burn incense for her. Yang Xia screamed at the top of her voice. I don't care. You have to pay me back anyway. You're the one who caused my daughter to die. You have to compensate me for the mental damages. Chen Feng, you useless man, how the hell are you a father? You don't deserve to be a father at all. What father under the sky can't even protect his own daughter? Chen Feng had a belly full of evil fire right now, but he held back from exploding it. But the last sentence completely touched his bottom line. He grabbed me, Yang Xia, and pressed it hard against the wall. The thud made Yang Xia scream out in shock. What are you doing? Dongxing saw that his wife was being bullied and rushed to stand out. Chen Feng gently propped up with one hand, and it was like an invisible wall appeared in front of Dongxing, blocking him from advancing even one step. All he could do was yell and scream like a raging groundhog. Black chi flames continuously floated in Chen Feng's pupils, carrying a vicious killing intent, grimly frowning. Yang Xia, do you want to see how I am a father? Then I'll let you take a good look today. I can gamble my life for Smiley. I can give up everything. I can make my life dance with the devil forever. Can you do it? In fact, I've long since considered myself dead. I've considered myself dead from the moment of Smiley's accident. I will use everything I have to make those people regret. Those who killed Smiley deserve to die. Yang Xia was shocked by the way Chen Feng roared. The Chen Feng she knew was a modest gentleman who had never spoken aloud to himself and was excessively silent. Much less have they ever been in a hurry with anyone, or even had a fight. But now, he was totally like a different person. The dark-colored flames in his pupils made her feel as if she were seeing the fires of hell, and the chambers of her heart made to tremble. After Chen Feng finished saying this, he pushed Yang Xia away. Finally, he gave her a cold look. From now on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. If anything, it's just my hatred for you. You owe Smiley more than you can repay in this lifetime. Next time if we have a chance to run into each other again, I want us to be like strangers. Chen Feng finished speaking and left without looking back. Yang Xia stood in place and kept taking deep breaths, with some palpitations still in her eyes. The Chen Feng just now, was it really him? Honey, do you want me to get some guys to clean him up? A beating from this kind of asshole kid would be good. Dongxing walked over and buzzed. Yang Xia didn't say anything and just watched as Chen Feng walked into the hospital room. That's Zheng Han's hospital room. She suddenly thought of something and hurried to follow in 2 steps. The windows of the ward were low enough that she could see inside at a glance. Zheng Hong lived in a single room, and she was the only one inside. After Chen Feng came in, he found a place to sit down and silently lit a cigarette. Smoking was not allowed in the ward, and Zheng Hong, still sleeping lightly, was soon choked awake by the smell of smoke. Seeing Chen Feng, she thought she was hallucinating in front of her eyes, rubbing her eyes vigorously and screaming incredulously. Chen Feng, you're Chen Feng? Did I see wrongly? Ah? Chen Feng smiled and flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Zheng Hong, I didn't expect you to have such a big life. Jumping down from the 8th floor and being fine? Should I say you're lucky or unlucky? After all, you're the one who experienced death once. That fear, and now it's going to happen again. What? I don't want it. Zheng Hong immediately sat up from the bed. Her hair was scattered, her eyes were wooden and her lips were white and oozing. She rushed to remove the tubes from herself, devastation piling up in her horrified eyes. The image of that day to be repeated? She never wanted to try it again in her life. The fear of being so close to death now makes her spasm when she thinks back on it. Chen Feng, I've already become like this. Why don't you let me go? It was not me who killed your daughter. This matter has nothing to do with me. I merely hid your daughter's body. Is that wrong? Big deal. You can just tell the patrol to come and arrest me. I'm not guilty to death. You don't have the right to judge me. I'm telling you, this is a hospital. Don't you dare, Zheng Hong said while backing up. That looked like a mouse saw a cat. His body kept shrinking back, tightly pressed against the wall, his voice with a crying tone. It was like begging for mercy and hysteria. Outside the door, young Xiao and Yin Dongsheng looked at this scene in their hearts and were confused. Why is Zheng Hong so afraid of Chen Feng? She saw Chen Feng as if she had seen the black and white irregulars. The whole basic poise of the man was gone. One couldn't help but make them speculate in their hearts as to what exactly Chen Feng had done that could make her scared like this. Yang Xiao is even more incredible. Chen Feng is an ordinary person. Only recently opened a small tea house. Just earn a hard-earned money every day. He and Zheng Hong were simply people from two different worlds. He is a high-ranking school director and he is just a big-headed old man. What virtue did Chen Feng have that made him so feared? Right now, even Chen Feng's action of flicking cigarette ashes could make Zheng Hong scared to the point of screaming. Doctors, nurses, you have to come quickly. Someone's trying to kill me. Someone is trying to hurt me. Help! Help! Zheng Hong let out a shrill scream in the hospital room, which was instantly heard by the entire building. The doctor and nurse rushed over at the sound. Instead, they found that the windows and doors were locked, and they couldn't even get in. Strange. Why is the door unlocked? I remember this door doesn't have an anti-lock feature. The windows are closed too. We can't even get in. What's going to happen now? Who's that man in there? That's not a family member, is it? The doctors and nurses couldn't get in after half a day's effort, and were anxiously staring outside. Only young Xiao was still calm now, but she was also sweating coldly. She thought of what Chen Feng had just said. Chen Feng said, today to show himself, how he is a father, he for Xiao this life cannot want. Is he going to kill Zheng Hong? Chapter 023, one more time? Chen Feng in the hospital room seemed as if nothing had happened, unable to hear the knocking and screaming outside, just sitting quietly on the sofa, looking towards Zheng Hong. The depth of the blackness in his eyes intensified. He finished a cigarette and gave Zheng Hong enough time to fear. It was also telling her that even if the God of Heaven came over today, he couldn't save her. Zheng Hong, you're the director of the academy, and as far as I know you don't have a lot of power in your hands. That's why you have no one in your sight. That's why you're ignoring what happened to my daughter. Those people bullying my daughter in the academy. You never cared, even arching fire in the dark and condoning it all. Just because those people were richer than me. Just because my daughter didn't have a rich father. You turned a blind eye. Don't the poor have the right to live? Should the poor be bullied and abused by those rich kids? Shouldn't the poor be treated equally? Zheng Hong's face changed. The whole person kept trembling. His body cowered. His hands vigorously clawed and pulled his hair. All but collapsed. All that came back to her head at this moment was about Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was bullied in the schoolhouse, locked in the bathroom and doused with cold water, isolated by his classmates, and even beaten with a bag over his head. She's seen or heard all of these, but she didn't even care, because she knew that Chen Xiao was just an ordinary person. It was all luck that she could enter this academy. Being in an academy with the offspring of these dignitaries was in itself a high reach for her. What's wrong with her suffering a little? What's wrong with her being bullied? Isn't that what ordinary people should do when they have no power or influence? She didn't know why Chen Feng was so fired up. Can't we just mourn the loss of a person who's already dead? If your daughter dies, don't you just have another one? Yang Xiao outside the door heard this. Her face is getting ugly. It turns out that Zheng Hong had something to do with Chen Xiao's death. He even hid Chen Xiao's body. No wonder Chen Feng was so enraged and even changed into a different person. Chen Xiao's death. Chen Feng certainly cannot swallow this breath. But did Chen Feng really want to kill Zheng Hong in front of so many people? Is he out of his mind? Instead, he himself still came over with Dongxing to beg Zheng Hong to do something. She felt flushed and ashamed. Chen Feng finished a cigarette and slowly pulled out a beige-colored Taoist talisman from his pocket. A dark aura was vaguely brought out from above. Zheng Hong's eyes instantly changed when she saw this talisman, and a wave of unexplained fear rose up along her heels and hovered over the top of her head, like a thread tethering her to everything. Chen Feng pinched his hands together and his speed flew. There were 14 hand techniques in total, and he completed them in less than 2 seconds. Now there was only one last step left. He stopped his hands on the hook gate hand technique, looked at Zheng Hong and sneered, "Repent properly when you get to hell. Your heart is already black, so you might as well scorch it." The words fell. Chen Feng's last hand trick closed. Boom! Zheng Hong's feet suddenly hung onto the flames. It was burning upward along her legs. It was only a second or two before the pain of the burn traveled down his legs. Aha! Fire! Put out the fire. My legs hurt. My legs are going to burn. Somebody, help me. Zheng Hong's entire body was in disarray, and her legs kept bouncing in the air. But the flames only burned on her feet and did no damage when they touched the sheets, the paper, the flammable items. It was totally directed at Zheng Hong. Chen Feng rested his left leg on his right leg and quietly watched everything. He was watching how a wicked man struggled at the end of his life. Gradually, the flames raced to Zheng Hong's stomach, chest, hands, and then head. Her whole body was wrapped up in the fire. She was sexually like a fireman, unable to shout anything now, only hissing sounds coming out of her mouth. As soon as she opened her mouth, flames carrying heat poured into it. The feeling of pain from the outside and made her worse than dead. She was even now having flashbacks of her earlier jump. That feeling was only momentary even if it was painful and frightening. Unlike now, when the flames were slowly searing their skin, consuming everything they were. This feeling is so hard. She really regretted being alive now. If only she had died the last time she jumped off the building? Why suffer like this? Outside the door, in the hallway, it was quiet by this time. Those doctors and nurses all covered their mouths and stared incredulously at the appalling image. Who would believe this scene if they didn't see it with their own eyes? A living human being in the middle of a fire? Burns of this size are simply hopeless and most painful. The burns would make her worse than dead. Hard burns are predictable. It's just that from start to finish, the man just lit a Taoist talisman. The screams in the ward gradually ceased. Zheng Hong burned like a charcoal. Her skin had been burned all over her body, and it was impossible to recognize her original appearance. Only open-mouthed body language was left to tell the story of her pain. 5 short minutes seemed like a century to her, until the gulp. It was only then that she ended this earthly to suffering. Dead? She's dead. In the hallway, a young nurse subconsciously asked. The doctor next to him replied, "Isn't it weird not to die from being burned like that? This is a full 5 minutes of burning. Not to mention 5 minutes. Even a minute is hopeless. Such extensive burns. Just think of the pain." Only then did Chen Feng in the hospital room stand up and straighten his clothes, then pushed the door and walked out like a person who was fine. The crowd moved out of the way, all in a cold sweat. No one dared to touch Chen Feng or even touch his gaze. Chen Feng left as if no one else was around until he disappeared from the sight of the crowd. At that moment Yang Xiao also saw the expression on his face clearly. Chen Feng's face was calm, and his eyes were deep as if they were devoid of emotion. He made Zheng Hong experience extreme pain, but acted like nothing had happened? What the hell is he going through these days? What the pain of losing his daughter really brought him? How desperate and helpless does one have to be disappointed in all the world? Yang Xiao kept asking herself in her heart if she could make it as far as Chen Feng did, disregarding everything for the sake of her daughter. It's okay to give up everything you have. Make all those evil people pay. Every time the answer is vague with her. She couldn't change much for Chen Xiao, much less go to war with anyone for her. Himself has never treated Chen Xiao as a daughter at all. She just wants Chen Xiao to help her retire. She just wants to use Chen Xiao. Chen Feng said he would put his life on the line for justice for his daughter. Then this thing will never be the end. Yang Xiao had a hunch. Chen Feng may make all the difference in the world. Chapter 024 always treated her as a child. After Chen Feng left, the people from the patrol bureau arrived. Someone from the hospital tells the patrol that on the floor is Zheng Hong's body. But the rangers followed the process and made an identification. It was only finally confirmed that this was the body of Zheng Hong, the director of the Summit Academy. The patrol bureau are pulling the body towards the bureau, and they directly notify Zheng Hong's family and the academy to deal with it. Burned like this, there's no evidence of anything. And to be sure, they have enough evidence. The key now is that there's no way to get a conviction. There's surveillance in this ward. Li Xinmei led the first look at the surveillance. but the images in the surveillance made her face instantly darken. It's a very different situation than before. All with Chen Feng present, but no evidence that Chen Feng had moved. This time, it's even more evil. Chen Feng simply pulled out a Taoist talisman, gestured a few times, and then lit it. Young Hong on the opposite side got burned, like metaphysical fiction. It's, like, impossible to be in evidence. They'll just have to squash this and take their time to figure it out. Chen Feng went back home. He took off his shirt and looked at some of the superficial wounds he had gotten earlier. It's basically cured now. Feng Wuji swallowed a few evil souls and replenished his strength as well. Chen Feng's head was now filled with images of Zheng Hong being burned to death. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret in his heart, nor did he have the slightest bit of weakness. On the contrary, he was excited. It was an unbridled euphoria that only comes with revenge. Chen Feng, you're still a bit rusty at drawing charms and dotting incantations, but it won't be long before your soul awakens. When the time comes to draw talismans and point incantations, summon heavenly thunder, raise corpses in the air, and vertical and horizontal celestial phenomena, all of these are at your fingertips. Feng Wuji's voice came over, eating Zheng Hong's evil soul. He seemed to be satisfied, baring his lips. Chen Feng didn't know how strong Feng Wuji was when he was alive. He only knew that he was like a facelift from the day he irrigated. What exists in the bloodline is also slowly rising and waking up. He didn't care about anything else or how far he could go. He just wanted to kill whoever he had to kill to get justice for his daughter. Chen Feng pushed open his daughter's room. It was the first time he had entered Chen Xiao's room since his accident. He always felt that Chen Xiao was still around. Perhaps he pushed open the door, and Chen Xiao was still the same as when he was a child, turning back to smile at himself and calling out sweetly to his father. But that scene he knew would never come. Chen died laughing, leaving this world forever with pain. Chen Feng sat on Chen Xiao's bed as tears fell uncontrollably. Smiley, Daddy misses you. If heaven has a way, then I hope that I can still be reunited with you after I die. If you've already arrived in that world, make sure you take good care of yourself. And when I'm done with this place, and when I've killed the last of them, we, father and daughter, will surely be reunited. Buzz. The cell phone in Chen Feng's pocket vibrated. It's Chen Xiao's cell phone. It was given to Chen Xiao together with the return of his personal belongings by the patrol bureau. The phone had been broken long ago, and he had had it repaired by a cell phone store at great expense. He thought there might be a very important clue in this. The cell phone caller bounced a person's name. Fan Shui. Chen Feng had a bit of an impression of this person. This is Chen Xiao before a very good girlfriend's. She also came to Chen Xiao's home to eat. The two cheeky, seemingly very close to the appearance. Chen Feng took a deep breath and picked it up. Hello, is it uncle? Fan Shui asked hastily after a moment of silence. Aha, that, uncle. Chen Xiao's matter, but also ask for your condolences. This matter we are all very sad. I have cried for a day and a night. When I think of Xiao, I have a hard time. Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned red. Chen Xiao's death dealt the biggest blow to those of them who were closest to her. Fan Shui was probably sad for a while too, but I don't know if it's an illusion. But listening to Fan Shui's voice doesn't seem to be that hard. Something wrong, Fan Shui? Chen Feng asked. Uncle, that's Chen Zhao's personal belongings. Can you come to the dormitory for a bit to take them back? The academy said to take Chen Xiao's personal belongings away as soon as possible. Fan Shui said in a weak voice. Oh, I see. I'll be right over. Chen Feng thought of the fact that he hadn't had time to go to the Chen Xiao Academy to pack up her things. Chen Xiao is no longer with us, and she has to bring back her things herself. This time when Chen Feng went to the academy, no one would dare to stop him. The security guard at the door also politely let him in, just making a show of letting him register, and it told him the direction of the girl host. At this time of the day the girls in the academy were all free and it was daytime. So Chen Feng reported to the social director and went up. Chen Xiao previously stayed in room 403. Just as he came up, Chen Feng's eyes stopped on the pile of garbage in the corner. It looks like the dormitory has just gone through a major cleaning, where there are piles of discarded trash that have not yet been cleaned up. The first thing he saw was a bright shiny object. That's the hairpin that Chen Xiao wore. Chen Feng lowered his head and picked it up, wiping it on his clothes. This hair card is cartoonish with a cute little bell on it. It matches perfectly with Chen Xiao's quirky personality. This hair card was given to Chen Xiao by herself, on her birthday in middle school. Every year after that, she wore this hairpin and loved it. Chen Feng still remembered how happy she was when she first received an hair card. She just jumped around like a child and circled around herself several times. She went to bed that night with a hairpin. All that appeared in Chen Feng's head when he closed his eyes now was Chen Xiao happily wrapping her arms around himself and kissing his cheeks furiously. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He smiled, but felt a bitter pang at the corner of his mouth. He cried. Tears fell without a sound. When people die, then anything memory-related becomes the most hurtful thing at that point. It turned out that he had always treated Chen Xiao as a child. Until now he hadn't been able to accept the reality that Chen Xiao was dead. Chen Xiao, the pain of his life. It's a hurdle he'll never get over. Chen Feng gradually clenched his fists. This hair card was important to both him and Chen Xiao. There were too many good memories in it, and now it was being thrown in the trash? Not only that, there were also some of Chen Xiao's previous belongings in the trash. Books with her name on them, worn clothes, pencil pouches, gadgets that only girls like to play with. Each of these things was quite familiar to Chen Feng. Seeing them was like seeing the living, breathing Chen Xiao appear in front of you. Chen Feng squatted down and rummaged through the trash, piece by piece, all the things his daughter had used, holding them tightly in his arms. Soon he found a well-made waterproof envelope. This is a personal letter from Chen Xiao. Now it's just thrown on the ground. In the sewage, Chen Xiao's showy handwriting seemed to be alive and well. It says to Father Chen Feng. This is a letter that Chen Xiao left for himself. Chapter 025, Humble, Kind. Seeing words is like seeing people. Chen Feng watched this with tears in his eyes. His world, once again, raged and collapsed. He didn't know how desperate Chen Xiao was when he wrote this letter, and he really didn't dare to think. Every word made his heart ache. Dad. Sorry, this letter although I have already written, but I do not dare to show you. I'm afraid that you are worried. Afraid that you impulsively come to the schoolhouse to make trouble. I know I can come to the schoolhouse is not easy. I just want to graduate peacefully. Suffer a little aggression is nothing. Sufferings are blessings. But, this is all really too hard. The life of the academy presses me to breathe. I always remember what you said to me, so when I encountered someone bullying me, I never thought of resisting, not to mention that I never moved against them. But why? Does it seem like the more I back off the more they go overboard? It's not easy to endure. As if everyone is against me? As if the way they look at me is full of mockery. I really don't want to spend a day of my life being ostracized like this, but I can't quit school. I can't let you down. I've always been your pride. All hearts are made of flesh, even if they are bad and excessive. They are not so bad that they will kill me, right, Dad? They are calling me over as I write this letter. I believe that there are no absolute bad guys in this world. I should be fine after I talk to them later. Dad, I'll be back early tonight. I'll make your favorite braised scallops. Signed, Daughter Chen Xiao. Chen Feng's tears dripped onto the envelope. This is the letter my daughter wrote to herself the day before her accident. He shuddered to think in what mood his daughter had written the letter. My daughter never wanted to fight back, and even when it came down to it, she still thought she could talk to those people to work things out, and she still believed there were good people in the world. But it ended with her losing her life. A lot of patience for everything that is more excessive. Chen Feng still remembers that his daughter said that day that she was going to cook and eat for herself when she came back, and that she had something to tell herself. Guess that must be the thing. She had to tell herself how hard it was for her to be in the academy all these days. But things worked out. She and those people had made peace. Chen Xiao is a simple and kind child, and she endures to the end. Her patience is not weakness. Chen Feng clenched his fists. But does kindness deserve to be bullied? Should honest people be endlessly oppressed? To be a victim in the hands of those people? Daughter, this letter does not have any blame their own meaning. But Chen Feng cannot pass this hurdle in his heart. If I had been more careful, if I had cared more about my daughter more, then these things might not have happened. Tears slid down Chen Feng's cheeks and dripped onto the ground. His heart felt as hard as if it had been ripped out. There was a kind of sadness called powerlessness, a feeling that lingered in his heart like a nightmare. Now all that appeared in his mind was how desperate Chen Xiao was when she was bullied by those people. She cried and begged for mercy and soft words with those people. But what she got in return was everything that was even more excessive. It's their torture and abuse. Chen Xiao's bravery didn't even seem worth mentioning to them. Instead it was laughable. One has taught one's daughter to be tolerant and that suffering is a blessing. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Elder Feng Wuji, can you recall my daughter's soul? I miss her so much. Even if I can say a few words to her, I'm satisfied. Count on me begging. Chen Feng was crying helplessly for Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji said helplessly, I can't do it. If it was in my heyday I might have been able to do it. But now that I'm lacking in power and my 7 souls are unstable, it's impossible to do it. And besides, your daughter's soul has long since drifted away. Chen Feng powerlessly knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. He counted those things of Chen Xiao and packed them in a prepared bag. Each of these is a memory that Chen Xiao has left for himself. It's the only thing that can be caught in this world that has anything to do with Chen Xiao. At that moment, the voices of a couple of women talking nearby came over. Annoying, a pile of garbage, taking up my cupboard. Why does she have so much garbage? She can't even throw it away. What the hell is that woman Chen Xiao thinking? Is she making the academy her home? Is that why there's so much trash? It's a good thing I notified her father to come over and take her garbage away. Just saved me a lot of trouble then. The person who spoke was Fan Shui. It's Chen Xiao's best friend. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Chen Feng would have thought that there was something wrong with his hearing. Isn't Fan Shui Chen Xiao's best friend? How could she say such a thing? That's exactly what happens when people leave. Fan Shui, didn't the academy tell you to pack up all of Chen Xiao's things and throw them away? You were kind enough to ask her father to come and collect her things. You guys are such good girlfriends. You're still so helpful when she's gone. A woman complimented. Fan Shui let out a cold snort, particularly shameless, as if she had heard a joke. What kind of bull ****** bosom friend? I'm afraid of trouble. Do you know how many things that woman Chen Xiao brought to the academy? That poor slob of hers. Even the toothpaste she uses is old. She doesn't even bother to buy new ones. Her family's condition shouldn't have come to summon academy in the first place. Me and her as bosom buddies? Humph. Does she deserve to be sisters with me? I wish I never knew her. It's just as well that she's dead now. Her locker is mine. He. You guys help me out if you're okay, and throw all this crap she's got on the doorstep for her poor dad to come and collect. I never want to see anything related to her ever again. Fan Shui said, still packing and throwing things outside. This included some of Chen Xiao's portable clothes and whatnot. Watching these things being thrown on the ground, Chen Feng felt like his heart was once again being trampled on viciously. He walked over silently and pushed the door into the house. Uncle, you're here. When Fan Shui saw Chen Feng, she hurriedly retracted what she had just said and acted like a good girl. These on the ground are all Chen Xiao's things. Uncle, take them away or the schoolhouse is going to get rid of all her things. You shouldn't come in. The stuff is at the door. Fan Shui's tone got a bit disgusted. Fan Shui muttered in a small voice, what a poor sour goods. And Chen Xiao the same it. Really have their father will have their daughter. Chen Feng didn't say anything and turned around to walk to the door. Chen Xiao's clothes were disorganized by a throne at the door, but every piece of clothing she washed very clean. My daughter grew up frugal and brought her carry-on toiletries with her when she reported to the academy. Chen Feng had said that he would let her buy a new one, but she didn't. She was afraid of wasting it, because she knew how hard it was for Chen Feng to make money. His own daughter. So humble and kind a woman. How did she become so? Chapter 026, Kim. A poor man. Looking at Chen Feng obediently squatting down to organize Chen Xiao's things at the door, Fan Shui laughed even more unashamedly. Several of the women in the dormitory were similarly cynical. So this is Chen Xiao's father. It's really just like Chen Xiao. How can I say this? Chen Xiao became like this today. And her father is inseparable. Education is a big problem. Our status is not the same as Chen Xiao's. I'm afraid that these things left in the dormitory will bring us bad luck. Fan Shui simply didn't want to pretend anymore. And that savage look gradually revealed itself. Chen Xiaoyan is already dead. Why should he still pretend? Moreover, herself and Chen Xiao were originally plastic sisters. Chen Xiao, isn't that just a tool in your own hands? One is just using her. Originally, Chen Feng did not want to bother with her. These women seemed to him to be immature in their minds, and it was understandable that they would say a few crazy things, not to mention the fact that the daughter is gone. But as he packed up his things, he found a delicate little book. That's Chen Xiao's diary. He remembered that Chen Xiao had always had the habit of keeping a diary. The contents of the diary caused Chen Feng to freeze for a moment. The anger in his heart was also spewing out in a frenzy. It turns out that everything is because of Fan Shui. Turns out this woman was the one who started it all. Chen Feng didn't understand. Why does she insist on making someone else her stepping stone when they are clearly good girlfriends? Doesn't she feel bad when she stomps Chen Xiao's body on the ground? Does she have any humanity left? The truth of the matter made Chen Feng so angry that his hands were shaking. At first, those people weren't targeting Chen Xiao, but Fan Shui. Fan Shui's family is not as well off as Chen Xiao's, having come down from the countryside. On the first day Fan Shui was laughed at, sneered at, and even blocked in the bathroom, afraid to come out. But she was just a country girl. How could she dare to challenge these rich, powerful, gorgeous city people? The more she tolerated, the more those people went overboard. In the end, it was Chen Xiao who couldn't stand it anymore and stood up for her, accompanying her to eat, fetch water and study. But the end result is truly ironic. Fan Shui betrayed Chen Xiao in order to blend in with those people, taking the initiative to be two-faced. He pushed Chen Xiao in front of those people and bullied Chen Xiao together with those people. It's even getting more excessive. Chen Xiao was her pitch for standing up. Chen Xiao's kindness was used as something she could trade. Chen Xiao, your own daughter. Is that so cheap? Now that Chen Xiao was dead, Fan Shui didn't show any remorse, but instead, she was still here to vilify her. Fanny Snow is already organizing her own stuff. Put all those things of hers in Chen Xiao's cabinet. It's all cheap-looking makeup, clothes and stuff. Chen Feng stood in the doorway, his face expression sinking. Blackness was slowly flooding his pupils. Fan Shui, Smiley treats you as a friend, and you betray her like this? So what if it was me who betrayed her? Fan Shui didn't get nervous at all when she saw that Chen Feng already knew the truth of the matter. Instead, she looked at Chen Feng and sneered. Him, a poor man. He was from the Summit Academy. What could he do to him? Chen Xiao, that kind of person doesn't deserve to come to school here at all. She still wants to mix into the circle of people's rich second generation. It's just a fool's dream. To tell you the truth, I didn't bully her much in the dormitory before. Just where you stood. I even made Chen Xiao kneel down and apologize to me. Fan Shui said this with a growing, smug smile on her face. The two women next to her also couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you don't say it, I almost forgot. That day Chen Xiao stole from you and you caught her in the act. She even begged you not to tell the guide. What a wretch. Even if your family is poor, you still like to steal chickens and dogs. The three of us did it that day. Slapped her several times each. What can you do to us? This is what happens to thieves like her. Chen Feng froze, then roared angrily. Bull ********. There's no way my daughter is a thief. Fan Shui laughed the most happily, as if she was a villain. Yeah, we actually all know that she didn't steal my cosmetics. I planted them on her. I just want to find an excuse to clean her up. Ha. Shui, you're too bad. I told you how Chen Xiao cried and cried about aggression the other day, but it doesn't matter. She was a real pleasure to whip the other day. My hands are swollen from pumping. Who would want to hang out with a poor girl? Humph. Garbage. Chen Xiao is poor, is inferior to these rich people. But what about Fan Shui? She's also from the country and doesn't have much money. She was using Chen Xiao to cover up everything about herself, and even led the bullying and framed Chen Xiao. The demon in Chen Feng's heart could no longer be suppressed. I see. It seems like you never realized your fault. Up until now, you felt that Smiley deserved it. Chen Feng walked in, a few moments calmer compared to a moment ago, and sat down in the doorway. He lit a cigarette to himself and took a gentle drag. Who let you into our dormitory? Get out. Still smoking here? Don't you know smoking is forbidden in the dormitory? Stinks. Fan Shui saw him come in and directly yelled with round eyes like a shrew. The other woman also rushed. I'll get the security guards from the academy. Bang! She had just reached the door when it was slammed shut by an inexplicable force. She was startled, and her whole body shook. What do you want? Pauper! The woman shouted as she glared at Chen Feng. Pust! Next, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on her arm. It was like being slashed with something through the air. She froze briefly, her whole body as empty as a hollow. Half a day before she came back to her senses. My arm. What's going on? She shrieked out as intense pain accompanied her left and right. She was horrified when her little white arms suddenly looked like this. Fan Shui and the other woman were also stunned. What just happened? None of them had seen how Chen Feng had struck how suddenly the woman's arm was cut. Chen Feng held a Taoist talisman in his hand, which flashed with blood-red Taoist texts, and with an easy shake of his fingers, the talisman instantly burned and turned into ashes out of thin air. At once, the air around them seemed to freeze. The black gas poured in ferociously. The whole dormitory was like being plunged into hell. Chen Feng chewed on his cigarette, his voice gradually chilling down, black gas fluttering in his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly sketched upwards, appearing to be smiling, but in reality, he was already seething with anger. Fan Shui, you may not know how precious Chen Xiao regards this friendship between the two of you. She told me that her best friend in the academy was you, that she invited you over for dinner, befriended you, and chose to stand with you when everyone ostracized you. You, on the other hand, betrayed her just so you wouldn't be bullied, and put her in a situation where she was in a million pieces. Now it seems that all of this is because of you. If it wasn't for you, nothing could have happened to my daughter. Are you ready for hell? Chapter 027, She's stronger than me. What? Go to hell? Fan Shui and the girls had just arrived at the academy this morning and hadn't heard about the previous events, so naturally they didn't know about the deaths of the security guard and Zhang Hong. Hearing this they hid their faces and laughed, thinking they had heard a joke, because the word going to hell is really too far away from them. Even if she has done a lot of heartbreak, even if she has betrayed Chen Xiao, isn't Fan Shui still alive and well here? With this man in front of you, you want to send yourself to hell? What's the big deal? Ha. Laugh me to death. Is this person out of his mind? To say such words in a serious manner. You think you're a god? And let us go to hell. I think it's good for this uncle to go to a play. You're quite capable of pretending. No wonder Chen Xiao is also so good at pretending to be a cup. You poor people. We are very different from you. We are all high school students. How dare you try to touch us? The only person in the room was the woman who had just been slashed, gently clenching her teeth, but with a fierce expression. Not believing at all that the injury on her arm was related to Chen Feng, she kept enlightening herself in her mind that it was all an illusion. All of it. Whoosh. Put. Another slash. This time straight at Fan Shui. Aha. Van Shui was laughing 1 second, but the next she fell to the ground with a scream. A slash appeared hard on her thigh. It was covered in blood and the gash was as long as a finger. The smell of blood instantly filled her nostrils, and she rolled on the floor in pain, trembling. This one made all 3 women in the dorm stop laughing. Swish, all looked towards Chen Feng. This is no joke. That hit just now wasn't a fluke, either. Could Chen Feng really cast a spell to make this bloody gash appear on their bodies? In their perception, it was impossible for someone to be so evil. What did he use to do all this? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at them, his voice carrying a bit of playfulness. From now on, every 30 seconds that passes, the 3 of you will receive a random stab on your bodies until you go to meet the King of Hell. I reckon also you 3 won't last more than a few minutes, but it's hard to say. You seem to be quite tenacious in your vitality by the looks of it. Black aura flames hovered in Chen Feng's pupils as he glared over, causing the 3 of them to feel hairy in their hearts, and in an instant, it was as if they had fallen into hell. Ever since Chen Feng's eyes had a black aura hovering in them, his entire person had turned bloodthirsty and crazy as well, oblivious to the blood around him. He seemed to be making a game of it. Chen Feng, you're crazy. Chen Xiao's death has nothing to do with us, Fan Shui hurriedly yelled. She was furious. Her 2 legs were an existence that she had always meditated on and maintained, and now they were made to look like this? This is going to leave a scar later. How can I wear shorts later? She must settle this matter with Chen Feng today. Call the police. Everyone. Yes, let the Rangers come and take him away. He's really nuts. The trio reacted immediately, pulling out their cell phones and preparing to make a call. But there was no cell phone reception and they couldn't dial a single number. Soon the 30 seconds were up and the other woman took a stab to the body. The mouth opened up on her back, causing even more pain to tear through her, and her entire body slumped to the ground, blood gurgling down her back. Looking at Chen Feng again, as if nothing had happened. He was enjoying the scene while smoking a cigarette. It was then that they felt a chill rise up their backs. Chen Feng wasn't joking. He really wanted to get them all killed. The pain was already unbearable after the first stabbing, but if they were to be stabbed every 30 seconds, how would they be able to bear it? Especially Fan Shui. Her eyes were round, and they were filled with panic. The top of his head was as gloomy as if he were holding a dark cloud over his head. She's just not happy about it. Why should I suffer like this? It's just the death of a Chen Xiao. What's Chen Xiao? She's just a pauper. There's no shortage of paupers in this world. They're a dime a dozen. Whoosh. Whoosh. Time was passing, and the invisible dagger was flying Saku. 2 minutes passed, and Fan Shui received 2 more slashes on her body, and the other 2 received 1 slash on each of their bodies. Blood had just spurted out of one of the women's bodies in moments because it had cut into a blood vessel, and the blood hung on the wall. The white walls were instantly defaced. The 3 turned their eyes and couldn't carry it. Each cut is deep and bone deep. The point is that they have no idea which direction the knife is coming from, much less what part of themselves the next knife will land on. This feeling of the unknown is most terrifying. Fan Shui no longer had the high profile she had earlier, like a blood gourd, blood gushing all over her body. In just a few moments of pause, she took another stab to the arm. One arm had shrugged down and couldn't be lifted, and the intense pain made her blush and hiss and wail. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied Chen Xiao. It's actually because I'm timid that I let Xiao protect me. Xiao is much braver than me. She's a good person. I'm a bad person. I'm an idiot. Asshole. But if I didn't push Chen Xiao out in the first place, then those people would have bullied me harder. I didn't want to be bullied. I didn't want to become like that, and I didn't know what to do. So I betrayed Chen Xiao. Sure enough, they're only going to bully Chen Xiao from now on, instead of targeting me. I can't help it. And Chen Xiao is much stronger than me. I think she can carry through. She's better than me. Hearing these words, Chen Feng laughed out loud in a self-deprecating manner. Just because Chen Xiao is stronger than her. Just because the 2 are close. Just because Fan Shui is timid and afraid. So she pushed her baby girl out? And siding with those people and bullying her? This is simply robber baron logic. Chen Xiao was naturally kind and couldn't possibly not care when it came to this kind of thing, which gave Fan Shui enough of an excuse to do all of this. Uncle, it's all my fault. Can you please give me a chance to change my ways? I won't dare to do this kind of thing again. From now on, I will go to sweep Chen Xiao's grave every week. Can you forgive me? Fan Shui flung herself on her knees and said with tears streaming down her face. Chen Feng's eyes reddened. It wasn't because Fan Shui had knelt down to himself. Instead, I thought of all the injustices my own daughter had experienced. The world. It's too unfriendly for father and daughter. It brought Chen Xiao nothing but endless pain. Dark and deep killing intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. I'm only responsible for sending you to hell. As for whether or not I originally forgave you, that's the business of the king of hell. It has nothing to do with me. You three, you're still companions on the road to the Yellow Springs. So you're not lonely. This is the last favor I'll give you. The three Fan Shui immediately cried out. We don't want company in the Yellow Springs. We don't want to die. Uncle, please spare us. Chapter 028 Unforgettable. There was crying all over the dormitory, but the knife marks on them didn't diminish, and every 30 seconds that passed, someone took a random hit. The agony made them tremble, fear, and quake. Every time that agonizing sensation lessened a little, immediately a knife came. The rhythm overwhelmed them and the pain simply wouldn't stop. One could only desperately yell and agonizingly beg for mercy as a way to alleviate the pain in one's body. Outside the door, in the dormitory building, the warden hurried over. She had just heard the commotion here and rushed over to check on the situation. When she came over, there was already a crowd gathered around the dormitory entrance, all pointing and listening to the commotion inside. The curtains were drawn inside, so they couldn't see what was going on inside. Just a sad scream could be heard coming from it. The screams were as heartbreaking as killing a pig. What happened? What the hell is going on in there? The warden asked loudly. The women next to her shook their heads in disbelief. It was fine a moment ago, and it became like this after an older man went in. That person seems to be called Chen Feng. Is Chen Xiao's father? Surepipe's head exploded instantly. Chen Feng? Not the guy who got in trouble at school the other day? I heard that the deaths of the two security guards, as well as young Hong's death, had something to do with him. When Chen ran to school that day like a madman, the housemaster was there. She's watching from the sidelines. Chen Feng knelt in front of Chen Xiao and cried like a broken heart. Who wouldn't be moved by that image? But Chen Feng was just an ordinary person. So what could he do? Nothing more than a silent swallow. But what happened afterward showed that Chen Feng did not choose to swallow this breath, but chose to take revenge. No one knew how he did it, only that Chen Feng was present every time a murder occurred. But the rangers couldn't find any evidence. Today, should we repeat the previous picture? All Fan Shui's head was thinking about at this moment was when she met Chen Xiao. Although Chen Xiao was not a rich and powerful person, she was born beautiful and had a Missy-like noble aura. Even if she was wearing the most ordinary clothes, she could still set off the aura on her body. Fan Shui envy why I do not have the same natural beauty as her. Why don't you have a good background and are average looking? Why can't I compare myself to Chen Xiao in anything? It wasn't until later that she and Chen Xiao became friends over time. The jealousy in her heart only grew stronger. She felt that everything about Chen Xiao should belong to her, and that Chen Xiao should be trampled under her feet. So she betrayed Chen Xiao and joined the others in bullying Chen Xiao. Finally this tragedy happened. She didn't know what was wrong with her. It seemed to be jealousy all the time. She didn't know regret until now. But, it's too late for that. She had been stabbed 10 times and was already dripping with blood. She didn't even have the strength to scream, so she could only collapse in a pool of blood to survive. The same was true of the two women next to her. One of them had been stabbed in the vitals and had died, and the other, like her, couldn't even stand up. 3 cigarette butts landed on Chen Feng's floor as he slowly stood up and looked back at Fan Shui. Take your time and enjoy it when you get to hell. Chen Feng pushed the door and left. At the same time, the last cut penetrated Fan Shui's throat viciously. Her head banged down on the floor. The expression also stopped forever. Chen Feng walked out as if no one else was around and picked up Chen Xiao's personal belongings and walked away. First came a strong odor of blood. It made those standing in the doorway cover their faces in frown. Then they also got a good look at the room. Fan Shui and the others fell to the ground, dead beyond repair. Fan Shui is even worse. The head is gone. Vomit. Some of the women began to vomit. When had they ever seen such images? It's brutal. Devoured 3 evil souls. Chen Feng clearly felt that the power in his body was much stronger. Several charms were automatically unlocked in his head, all of which were powerful beings. The word seems to come with a wave. Feng Wuji was very satisfied with this. Ha ha ha, not bad. The flavor of these evil souls is really delicious. I thought that the era I lived in was the most turbulent and evil era, but I didn't realize that it's even worse now. The human heart, no matter what time of the year, is the most sinister of all. At this rate it won't take long for my soul to return to its place. At that time, let the whole world tremble together. I, Feng Wuji, will also return to the top. Chen Feng closed his eyes and meditated. He was also looking forward to that day. The image of Wen Wuji returning to the top and reigning over the entire world. Zhao family compound. Zhao Shang and Zhao Jia had just finished giving Chao Shoumei a funeral. There was nothing the patrol could do about that day. Said there was no way to convict Chen Feng. New evidence is still needed in this matter. The point is that when Xiao Xiumei jumped down from the upper floor, Chen Feng wasn't in the building at all. She went up the stairs and jumped down, all by herself. You can't mess around with the patrol bureau. Dad, my mom's matter, just let it go? Zhao Jia was furious. He hadn't slept much in the past 2 days. Your own mother's dead, just jumped off the building and died right in front of him. That image, he could never forget it for the rest of his life. He was 100% certain in his heart that it must be because of Chen Feng. It was Chen Feng. It's too bad your own mother was killed like that, and both of his arms were broken. One of the injuries wasn't too serious and he was already able to move around normally. The other needed further recuperation and was now in a cast. Zhao Sheng didn't feel much for Xiao Xiumei's death. Zhao Jia didn't know that he had separated from Xiao Xiumei a long time ago. Both were keeping people on the outside, and only never divorced because of the uneven distribution of property. It's just as well she's dead. The money's all yours. Zhao Sheng was now just worried about his son. Xiao Xiumei is dead. Will Zhao Jia be next? Zhao Jia is his own flesh and blood, so nothing can go wrong. Brother Shang, someone is looking for you. At this moment, a junior brother ran into the courtyard and said respectfully, "Oh, could it be that Master Chiu has arrived? Quickly let him in." Zhao Sheng exclaimed. The little brother obliged and invited the man in. It was a burly man with a black face. It was a full 2 meters high. It gives a very strong oppressive force. Master Chiu? Zhao Sheng inquired in a low voice. This black-faced hunk doesn't look much like his friend's description. He was introduced to Master Chiu by a friend. Knowing that the boy Chen Feng likely had some secret on him, he found Master Chiu on the introduction of a friend. Master Chiu was a wandering Taoist, proficient in all kinds of Taoist techniques, and should have no problem dealing with someone like Chen Feng. Master Chiu didn't say anything. His face was not only cold, it seemed to be a little too cold, as if it didn't have any temperature. He turned toward the nearby tree. Then, a hard punch was thrown. There was a click. The tree was smashed right through. It came down with a bang. Those iron fists are powerful. Chapter 029, Creepy Feeling. Zhao Sheng immediately became excited at the sight. After all, Master Chiu still had strength. He could break a tree with a single punch. If this punch hit Chen Feng, he would definitely die. Master Chiu, please also help me out. I won't lose a single penny of the money I promised you before. Zhao Sheng hurriedly made a loud statement. Ha ha ha. Well, then as soon as the money arrives, I will immediately do something. Next to him, however, came a gloomy and thin voice. From beside the big man, an old man with a hunched back came out. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, but he was much older than the average person of his age. With more wrinkles on his face, only 2 eyes were particularly somber. It was as if 2 knives were hanging from his face. Is this your entourage? Master Chiu. Zhao Sheng was unsure and looked at Master Chiu. The latter laughed out loud. Him? It's just a corpse. As the words fell, he gently hooked his finger. Boom! The 2-meter-tall man fell to the ground with a loud crash, splattering countless amounts of dust on the ground. A corpse? Zhao Sheng and Zhao Jia instantly had a creepy feeling. Does it mean that Master Chiu can manipulate corpses? I'm sure it's a tall man. Zhao Sheng hurriedly transferred the money to Grandmaster Chiu and said in mock sadness, Grandmaster Chiu, you must take out the bad anger for us. That man named Chen Feng. You must kill him. He's the one who killed my wife. Master Chiu watched the money arrive and smiled heatedly. Don't worry. I'll make sure that this matter is seamless, and no one from the patrol bureau will be able to check on your head. That's for the best. Thank you Master Chiu. Summit Academy. Li Xinmei and her men have blocked off the dormitory building. This was her second visit to Summit Academy. This time it's even more eye-crushing than the last image. 3 girls in a dormitory are dead. And such a gruesome death. They were all slashed. Fan Shui received 10 slashes on her body, and the other 2 women both received something like 5 or 6 slashes on their bodies. The strange thing is that the murder weapon could not be found at the scene, nor any traces of Chen Feng's crime. Li Xinmei was silent after watching the surveillance that Fan Shui had installed herself in the dormitory. The situation was actually pretty much what she thought it would be. Chen Feng was there but didn't do anything, just watched the 3 women keep getting stabbed and then kneeling on the ground desperately begging for mercy. The whole time he acted like he had nothing to do with it. He didn't leave until the last 3 were killed. Chen Feng, why did you come to the academy? Li Xinmei frowned. Relying on this video, they couldn't even convict Ah. I heard it was to collect for his daughter, replied the warden weakly. Li Xinmei took a deep breath. In the end it was still related to his daughter. Is Chen Feng trying to kill everyone? A day's investigation yielded nothing useful. Li Xinmei and the others had no choice but to put this matter on hold for now, along with the case of Zhao Jia's mother. After work, Li Xinmei slipped home alone. stopped by and picked up some fried chicken intending to go home for dinner. Her cell phone rang. Ms. Li, your house in Tianjin will be handed over the day after tomorrow, and I'm calling to remind you that the final payment in the back, please pay it as scheduled. Li Xinmei hummed, then hung up the phone. The average person can't afford a house in Tianjin. She hurriedly deleted the phone number and then stopped by to go home, walked near the intersection. Suddenly a small tea house imprinted itself on her vision. Ride the Wind Tea House? Isn't this Chen Feng's tea house? Now that the tea house was still lit, Chen Feng should be inside. With the bottom line of professional ethics, Li Xinmei intended to knock on the door and enter. The door was ajar. She opened it with a gentle push. The house had a faint scent of tea that lingered yet reminded God's brain. Chen Feng turned his back to the doorway and meditated on the tea seat next to him. Seems to be asleep, eyes tightly closed. Chen Feng, I'm Li Xinmei, the captain of the patrol bureau, Li Xinmei said softly. Chen Feng opened his eyes, glanced at her, and closed them again. A Taoist talisman was already cupped in his hand. He immediately urged his breath, intending to ignite the talisman. When this talisman is lit, Li Xinmei will be hacked alive by the Black Shadow. Chen Feng was already too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Li Xinmei, damn it, kid, wait, Feng Wuji suddenly exclaimed. The evil soul in this woman is very special. It can be cultivated for a while before making a move. It's too bad to kill her now. Her evil soul cultivation has taken shape and can add a lot of breath to me. Chen Feng took a deep breath when he heard this. Elder Feng Wuji had opened his mouth, so he would endure a little more. Sooner or later, he will kill this. Chen Feng, during the daytime today, when you watched 3 women in the Summit Academy being killed, why didn't you choose to call the police at the first opportunity? At that time, you were in the same dormitory as them, which in itself is highly suspicious. Chen Feng laughed coldly and interrupted. I was in the same dormitory as them, but you guys found evidence of my murder? You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. This single sentence disliked Li Xinmei's face down. They were not able to find any evidence, but it does not mean that this Chen Feng can clear the suspicion. Chen Feng, I can understand how you feel, but aren't you going too far? Chen Xiao is no longer in this world. You should let go of your hatred and live a good life. Let go of the hate? Chen Feng reopened his eyes. His eyes were incredibly deep and dark. Li Xinmei looked dumbfounded for a moment. You're asking me to put aside my hatred and spare those who victimized my daughter? That's because you haven't experienced the heart-rending pain of losing a loved one. So you can say such fearless and uncaring words. But if you have experienced the pain of falling into an abyss, you will understand that even killing all of them would not be enough to make up for this kind of thing. This revenge is not shared. My daughter's death. My daughter's pain. I want the world to see it. Li Xinmei had secretly clenched her fists at some point, but Chen Feng, you've already killed so many people. Do you want everyone to bury your daughter with you? That's right. Chen Feng replied without hesitation, without even thinking about it. Hiss. Li Xinmei sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, she had thought that Chen Feng was speaking in anger, but now she realized that Chen Feng was serious. That's what he intended to do from the beginning. Everyone involved with that incident is probably in for a hard time. It was anger from a father. Chen Feng, as long as I'm around, I will definitely not let you mess around. Next time, you better not have any leverage in my hands. Li Xinmei took a deep breath and made a serious statement. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly as killing intent slowly surfaced on his body. Next time if you come to me as a saintly mother, don't blame me for being unforgiving. You, Li Xinmei did not expect Chen Feng even dare to threaten himself. He is a person of the patrol bureau. To be an enemy of yourself is to provoke the entire patrol bureau. She didn't say anything, squinted her eyes, and left in silence. After Li Xinmei left, Chen Feng stopped meditating and took a sip of tea, then opened the back door. The back door of the tea house was a small alley, where there were not many people all year round, so it was very dark and damp. Come out, Chen Feng said to the darkness in the distance. Hey, kid, good insight. A rather gloomy voice came over. Then it was a burly man who stepped out, fully 2 meters tall, carrying a wolfsbane in his hand, standing here obscuring the clouds, but it gave people a feeling of deadness, and no vitality could be detected from him. The art of controlling corpses? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and laughed out coldly. Chapter 030, Just a Father. Master Qiu hid in the shadows and didn't show his face at all. The subtlety of the art of controlling corpses lies in the fact that it can kill people invisibly, and even if they die, they don't know who killed them. That's why the art of controlling corpses has become a forbidden art. Manipulating corpses to kill people is inherently contrary to the way of heaven. The power of this, however, was used quite freely by Master Qiu. The big man couldn't feel pain anymore. Just a killing machine. Chen Feng, I'm also taking money from others. so don't blame me. Killing you is the only way I can deliver. Master Chiao's voice came from nowhere, spreading in the surrounding air. Corpse rise, kill for me. Master Chiao let out a low roar, and the 2-meter-tall strong man instantly moved. The wolf tooth stick carried in his hand was tigerish, and he swung his arm round to smash over. Chen Feng didn't duck or dodge. He just stood still and watched quietly. Ha ha ha, you want to fight it down hard? Naive. Master Chiao laughed out loud in mockery when he saw this image. The big man's explosive power was extremely strong, and this blow going over was enough to break a tree at the waist. Chen Feng's fleshly mortal body was open. Even if it was more powerful, it was impossible to carry it off with his flesh. The big man had been refined and his power was already quite terrifying. Master Chiao in the dark had burst out laughing. It seemed that he had already seen how Chen Feng died at the hands of the big man. Buzz! Just then, a violent crash came through. The wolf tooth stick in the big man's hand suddenly stopped 5 paces away from Chen Feng, no longer able to advance the slightest bit. This is... Master Chiao froze instantly. The wolf's bane in the big man's hand had no effect? That can't be right. Roar! A sad roar pierced through the sky, and a huge backlash shook the sky. It directly sent the big man flying a few meters away. One arm was shaken right off. Master Chiao froze. Where did such tremendous power come from? Vaguely, he saw that there was a black shadow standing in front of Chen Feng, all but helping him block the blow. Dark shadows. Could it be that he had an expert Yuan soul on him to help him? He rushed to hide himself. This Chen Feng guy is quite something. It was himself who underestimated him. That big man is dead as it is. Anyway, without the body of their own refining the key is that they do not get caught by Chen Feng. However, in the next second, Chen Feng's gaze was directed at where Master Chiao was. Master Chiao was instantly chilled. Unbelievable. He just thought it was unbelievable. He had already hidden himself well enough. How had Chen Feng discovered him? There's no way he could have seen it in the dark. His scalp tingled and he turned to flee. Who knew that Chen Feng had already arrived behind him with a flash, and he collided with him. You. Master Chiao sat on the ground, terrified. He was a body controller, and his main body didn't have much combat power. Against Chen Feng, he would surely die let alone Chen Feng. Even an ordinary person could easily defeat him. Who sent you here? There was no emotion in Chen Feng's eyes. All of it was cold killing intent. It's Zhao Sheng. Wow. Zhou's father? Kind of interesting. Chen Feng grinned. It was just as well that he had to go looking for him. But he didn't expect him to come to the door of his own accord. Last time it was Chao Shumi who died. Whose turn is it this time? Brother Chen Feng. You and I are also considered to be in the same sect. Let me live and I promise I will never trouble you again. Grandmaster Chiao hurriedly gave a loud assurance. Chen Feng sneered. I don't want to kill you either, but I need your evil soul to feed. Master Chiao's eyes were dead gray as he stared at him in disbelief. What? You said you want to use evil souls to feed. Chen Feng directly pinched with a large hand. Boom! Master Chiao's body was crushed and turned into a mist of blood. Chen Feng silently recited. The art of controlling corpses is inherently contrary to common sense. Killing you is not unjust, but I do like seeing you do evil. After absorbing his soul, Feng Wuji sighed in relief. Chen Feng instantly had a few more methods of drawing symbols and pointing incantations in his head. This old man really is an evil man. His soul is completely delicious. Chen Feng licked the corners of his mouth with a very satisfied expression. Buzz. He was about to turn around and go back when suddenly Master Chiao's cell phone rang. Chen Feng picked it up. The call, it was from a man named Tian Heng. Master Chiao, have you taken care of Chen Feng? The Gung family just found me and said they want to offer me $5 million to kill Chen Feng. If you've already killed him, then I'll hack the Gung family for this money. Chen Feng's deep eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how it was. The Gung family had also found someone to deal with themselves? Just as well. It's time for everything in the Gung family to be exposed to the sunlight. If you want to die, you have to die a hoku. Otherwise it's not a relief. I'm Chen Feng. Where are you? Chen Feng asked smilingly. There was silence for a few seconds when they heard Chen Feng's voice over there. Tian Heng knew everything in an instant. Something must have happened to Master Chiao. I just don't know where Chen Feng got the ability to outwit Master Chiao. I'll wait for you at the street plaza. Tian Heng's voice instantly went cold. He knew that if he didn't tell his location, Chen Feng would be able to find him just the same. So he might as well have a painful duel. Besides, the conditions given by the Gung family were full of temptation. I'll be there in half an hour. Chen Feng smiled and put down his cell phone. In order to avoid not being able to contact Tian Heng later, he had also taken Master Chiao's cell phone with him. Half an hour later. Street Plaza. There's not a lot of people here, and it's already 10 o'clock at night. Only a few occasional passers-by remain. Tian Heng waited here, seemingly on cloud 9, without any tension. he had also heard about Chen Feng. It is natural for a father who has lost his daughter to become enraged. But in front of himself, it is the dragon he has to coil, the tiger he has to lie down. He himself is the far-famed boxer Tian Heng. Who wouldn't bow respectfully at the sight of himself? Even Master Qiao. He wanted to see how Chen Feng defeated Grandmaster Qiao. Master Qiao's corpse control skills are not ordinary. In the distance, Chen Feng walked over. He was light on his feet, as if he were taking a walk. "You're Tian Heng?" Chen Feng walked over, his voice cold. It felt as if he wasn't even in his sights. It was the first time that Tian Heng experienced the feeling of being ignored. It's never, ever, been anyone's nightmare. "You killed Master Qiao?" Tian Heng asked back instead of answering his question. "Not bad." Chen Feng grinned, a hint of playfulness in his smile. "He's done quite a lot of evil deeds. His soul is utterly delicious. I wonder how you compare to him." Tian Heng felt a chill on his brain. "You eat people's souls? What the hell are you?" Chen Feng. "This person looks quite evil. Eating people's souls. Can he be an ordinary person?" This kind of person Tian Heng had only heard of before. Chen Feng stretched out a hand and gestured hand motions in the air, pointing his fingertips at him. "I'm nothing else, just a father." Chapter 031, Favorite Link. A primal fear was imprinted in Tian Heng's pupils. In all these years, no one has been able to put this much fear into himself. "Chen Feng, why don't we talk? As long as you promise to never trouble the Gung family again, I can guarantee that the Gung family will not be your enemy. People don't want trouble, so why bother?" Tian Heng looked like he was trying to be a peacemaker now, and kindly advised. Chen Feng, however, laughed, a laugh that was cold to the bone marrow, and then a hint of sadness hovered in his eyes. "Let me not trouble the Gung family? Can. One condition. Give me back my daughter." Tian Heng frowned. "Chen Feng, your daughter is already dead. Why do you need to make things difficult for yourself? A person is dead when they're dead. It's better for you to accept this. Besides, your daughter is just an ordinary person. And what day in the world don't a few ordinary people die? Compared to that, I think it's only a loss for the Gung family's daughter to be killed by you. The Gung family is a big family and their daughter is as expensive as 1,000 gold. Ha 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 ha." Chen Feng laughed out loud, and this smile became more and more somewhat neurotic. The black aura had slowly risen along his body, converging on the top of his head where it dissipated into his pupils. "My daughters aren't daughters. Their daughters are daughters? My daughter's life is worth nothing, and theirs is worth $1,000? Tian Heng, I don't blame you because you don't understand the pain of losing your daughter, but talking nonsense is your fault." As Chen Feng spoke, he gently grabbed with one hand. Boom! Tian Heng's body lurched, and an intense pain came from it, surging down the side of his body. "Ah!" Tian Heng screamed out in pain. Looking down, half of his body was gone. The rest of the bloody bones were exposed to the air. This isn't right." Tian Heng simply couldn't believe it. He was a generation of boxer. Even that big guy controlled by Master Qiao was not his opponent. How come he was completely suppressed by Chen Feng before a single move was even made? This is just a little too unbelievable. "Who the hell are you? Chen Feng, if you have something to say, why do you need to make a move?" He marveled for a moment and hurriedly endured the pain on his body and said loudly. Chen Feng clasped his neck with a large, invisible hand full of power. "If the person pinched in your hands was me, would you let me go?" Chen Feng sneered. Tian Heng's pupils shrank and died. Next, bang! His body shattered into a bloody mist. "Drift away." Chen Feng grabbed his soul directly with a big hand. It was dark and drifted with a lavender mist. This person's soul is extraordinary. It should be able to replenish quite a bit of energy. Chen Feng swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. Chewed it a few times like a gummy candy. Looking at the bloody mess in front of him, he scratched his head. Would I be a bit too saintly? Should I let these villains experience a bit of pain before they die next time? The Zhao family. Zhao Shang and Zhao Jia are watching the morning news. A body was found in an alley near the city center last night, and according to the investigation, the deceased has been dead for about 6 months. But why the body did not decompose needs further identification. This person's name is Gao Daqiang. If you know this person, please also contact the local patrol bureau. Cold sweat had covered Zhao Shang's head. The guy on TV is Master Qiao's body controller. Yesterday a punch broke a tree in existence. And I like that? One arm was missing, and it looked quite a mess. The point was that there was no news of Master Qiao until now, and it was 80% likely that something had happened to him as well. Dad! That Master Qiao, dead? Zhao Jia was in a bit of disbelief. Someone that powerful didn't solve Chen Feng? Is Chen Feng that strong? But Chen Xiao was just an ordinary person. If her father was very powerful, could she possibly be bullied? This is a little too unbelievable. 80%. Zhao Shang's face sank. Hide for the last few days. Don't come out if there's nothing going on. Chen Feng might come looking for us. Marred. What the hell is that, Chen Feng? This is a kick in the teeth. At the same time, Fontaine Cargo. This is the Gung family's company. Gung Long built his company from nothing, which shows his means and vigor. A car labeled Fontaine Cargo pulled up to the warehouse. Two men jumped down from above and respectfully ran to Gung Long to report. Brother Long, we've brought all the people. When do you think we should do it? Gang Long is upset. He'd started contacting Tian Hung in the morning, but hadn't heard anything. He'd already given Tian Hung his money. What if he stood himself up? Of course this is all trivial. The key is to avenge your daughter's death. Only by killing Chen Feng would he be able to relieve his anger. That bastard Chen Feng. He must have killed his daughter. It must be. He glanced at the car behind him and said coldly, "Take the men to the warehouse. I want to do it myself." The two froze, but didn't dare refuse. After all, this kind of thing Gung Long was a professional. His establishment of the Fontaine Cargo was just an excuse. Secretly doing these things was the real thing. In the car were 5 children, not very old, almost first or second grade. This age is just right for them. Gung Long turned around and walked into the warehouse, and his little brother brought a few kids in as well. "Brother Long, today is the day to take the cornea," a little brother reminded from the side. Gang Long nodded that he knew and switched to a faster blade. "Mom, help me. Woo woo, help. I don't want an operation. Mommy, wah." Where had the children seen such a picture? The warehouse was lined with several surgical beds with curtains drawn alongside them, giving the first impression of grimness. Children feel this most acutely. There was still blood on the floor that hadn't dried, and the air smelled faintly of blood and an indescribably disgusting odor. There's no telling how many children have already suffered trials and tribulations here. Gung Long had held his breath in his heart, and now all he wanted to do was vent. He didn't give a. With his own daughter gone, he's going to make more people pay. Gang Long chose a child to bring over, then pressed him to the operating table, all limbs tied up and made good with an eyeball immobilizer. Then Gung Long picked up the scalpel. He seemed to already be able to imagine the thrill of a scalpel cutting into his eyeball. This was his favorite part of the session. The ease with which one scalpel slides down amidst the helpless and sad screams of agony from these children, and then letting it all rise to its highest level of pain. Those screams, those quivering little bodies are the best. Gung Long didn't have the slightest psychological burden. When your own daughter dies, more people should be buried with her. There's nothing wrong with doing that yourself. The knife in his hand looked ready to fall. Suddenly, the door to the warehouse was kicked open. A neutral voice came in. The voice was as thunderous as the blazing sun in the sky. "There are quite a few evil souls here, so I can have a good meal this time. At the same time, today is the end of the Gung family." Chapter 032, a rare and good material. What man? Gung Long put down his scalpel and looked over curiously. A warehouse of people. 2. Looked over. This is Gung Long's turf, so even if the inspectors come, they won't be afraid. Let alone a man? In the distance, only a thin-looking figure stood. The other man wiped his hands to his sides, looking unarmed. How dare a man come here with nothing? What kind of place does he think this is? A man comes here and dares to speak ill of threatening the Gung family? Now they were waiting for Gung Long to give the order to rush up and kill this person. They've been by Gung Long's side for many years. What kind of bulls and snakes have they not seen? All of them are ruthless fighters. The man on the opposite side pointed at himself, his voice slightly playful. "Gung Long, you don't even remember your enemy? I'm Chen Feng, the most hated enemy in your life. Barta." Gung Long's scalpel fell to the ground and his entire body froze. Seeing this scene, it was as if his entire body was frozen in place. His favorite daughter, Gung Xiao, was killed by this man. What's his daughter's status? And what is the status of his Chen Feng's daughter? 100 Chen smiles are no match for one of your own daughters. His own daughter died just like that. Gung Long's eyes gradually turned hideous, and extreme danger hovered in the depths of his pupils. At this moment he had already forgotten about the disappearance of Tian Hung, and there was only one thought in his eyes, and that was to kill Chen Feng to avenge his daughter's death. His own daughter died a horrible death, with all her limbs destroyed. No body was left intact. What father could ever see that? Mud, you're Chen Feng. You're the one who killed my daughter. Gung Long let out a low roar, his voice penetrating the entire warehouse and spreading in a crumbling manner. My daughter wouldn't be like this even if she did something wrong. My daughter's life is not comparable to that of your low-life daughter. Why are you so cruel? Why don't you even leave her a whole body? Hearing those words, everyone's anger was ignited. The man in front of me was simply a murderer. Killing him wouldn't even be an option. Today he's brought this on himself. Chen Feng smiled unashamedly when he heard these words, very upset. Now this feels as if you guys are the victims? Your daughter's death is just the beginning. I won't leave anyone related to Gung Xiao behind. Gung Long was already furious when he heard those words. He couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He only wanted to kill Chen Feng. Kill him for me, let him die without a corpse. Gung Long shouted out, his eyes red with anger, as if he was an enraged lion. He could now realize how Chen Feng felt when he lost his daughter. What's that? How can you compare Chen Xiao with your own daughter? Chen Xiao is an ordinary person. He's just an ordinary person who can be grabbed at any time. Gung Xiaoi is a golden branch. It's not even enough to pay with Chen Feng's life today. He should have just grabbed Chen Feng and slowly tortured him. There were at least a dozen people in the warehouse, and all of them were Gung Long's right-hand men who had experienced a lot of things, big and small, at his side. At his word, they'll do anything. Now these people rushed towards Chen Feng together, itching to tear him to pieces. Chen Feng took 2 steps back, his eyes gradually sinking, and flickering among them was a touch of madness. He knotted the incantation with his left hand and drew the talisman with his right hand, after which he made a quick seal with one hand and mumbled something under his breath. The Tao captures the world. All the sects are silenced. The ghosts and gods are zen. Heaven and earth are put to death and, boom! A Taoist talisman instantly disappeared. An invisible wave of air spread along his body like a shockwave. Chen Feng strolled over towards Gung Long like he was nothing. He had his hands in his pockets and wasn't the least bit nervous, just weird eyes. Seeing Gung Long was like seeing food. As that shockwave spread, there were constantly Gung Long's men falling to the ground. Either the head took a cut or the whole head was simply decapitated. They didn't have a chance to fight back. It was as if there were countless black shadows invisibly wielding wild swords towards them, carrying a deep ancient killing aura. Gung Long's people instantly froze. Let them cut people they dare. Even let them kill people they dare. But at the moment they couldn't see where the enemy was. The key is that those black shadows wielding wild swords were there 1 second and disappeared the next, as if they were ghosts wandering around, not giving them any room for reprieve at all. Almost 1 slash at a time. In just a blink of an eye, a large number of people on Gung Long's side had already fallen. It is simply impossible to be an enemy. Gung Long's head went numb and cold sweat fell down his back. Is this a ghost? How can you play when half of your own people are dead before you even make a move? What the hell are you? Gung Long subconsciously took 2 steps back. Now he finally understood. Tenheim isn't missing. He could have been killed. This Chen Feng is really evil. Those black shadows appeared from time to time for a bit. None of them had a fierce and ferocious face, and every time they flickered by they would take away a human head in an instant. Extremely bloodthirsty. Chen Feng, however, didn't even look at it, as if he was already used to all of this. He stared straight at Gung Long with his eyes and took a step forward. Gung Long, you opened a freight transportation company, and the company's benefits are very good. In Baitsong City is also considered a small famous existence. Your family has a lot of money. You don't worry about food and clothing at all. But who would have thought that this family fortune of yours is the result of how many children have traded their whole lives for it? What's ridiculous is that up to now, you're still doing this organ trafficking business behind the scenes. You target small children because their organs are the healthiest and freshest. Behind every single one of your incomings, every single one of your splurges, are several families torn apart, and those children crying and breaking down. Coupled with what happened to my daughter, your Gung family has really done a lot of evil. Gung Long's face was white with fear and he had sat down on the ground. Those around him during the time he was speaking had all died, falling into pools of blood. He could feel black shadows constantly flashing around him, one as if they were ghosts with knives raised, ready to cut himself down. It's evil, but the evil spell is too strong. Chen Feng arrived in front of Gung Long and looked down at him, his eyes already heaped with killing intent. A voice in his head called out. It was Feng Wuji's voice. Kid, kill him, he's rich in evil souls. It can fill me up. Ha ha ha, this is a rare and good material. Chapter 033, Let me help you. Chen Feng's eyebrows twitched. Pust. Gang Long's leg is flying off. Hard cut. Gung Long screamed miserably, as if he could already feel Gung Xiui's pain in the beginning. The feeling of having your limbs chopped off was palpable. My leg, ah. Gung Long screamed out miserably. The whole person collapsed and fell to the ground in pain. He was struggling with his hands on his legs. The expression no longer had the murderous aura from before. It was all fear. This Chen Feng is not a human being. He's a devil. Chen Feng looked down at him, the corners of his mouth sketching upwards, raising an easy arc as if he was admiring his work of art. You know what? My favorite is an evil person like you, because the only way to have an evil soul is to do enough bad things. And that will nourish me. When my soul is fully restored, I'll take revenge on the whole world then. Gung Long's face was hard to see. Cold sweat gurgled down, and there was no stopping it. Chen Feng, why don't we? Let's discuss this. I can give you enough money, as long as you keep me alive. What happened before was all my daughter's fault. Can you spare me? I'll be one of your dogs from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'm already missing a leg, so I'm no threat to you. Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. No, the evil in you will continue to harm people if you stay in the world. There are many evils in the world. I can only try to erase them. Gonglong, when you get there, experience the pain of hell with your daughter properly. I'll send all your family afterward. Chen Feng opened his hand and made a goodbye gesture. The next instant, Gunlong's head flew straight out. Before Chen Feng could collect Gunlong's evil soul, the black shadow next to him collected it very respectfully and handed it over to Chen Feng. Well, not bad. You're very eagle-eyed. Chen Feng glanced at the black shadow beside him, indicating that it was very sweet. These dark shadows are kinda cute when you look closely. It's all about executioners with knives. Chen Feng swallowed the evil soul in one gulp. The power in his body replenished some more. Chen Feng felt power pouring into his body in a steady stream. Gunlong had given him a much stronger compliment than expected. Chen Feng had grown to love villains. Where was this villainy? It was simply a meal of beauty. Chen Feng absorbed the evil souls before he looked at the remaining 5 children. First he went to the operating table and untied the cords that bound the boy. Endless fear spread in that child's clear pupils. He was afraid of Gunlong, but he was even more afraid of Chen Feng. He's the one who killed Gunlong, along with the dozen or so people around them. All dead. How is this an existence these kids can handle? I'm lucky I didn't pass out from the shock. The boy's leg was injured from struggling when he was put on the operating table earlier. Chen Feng simply picked up the boy, and his still-bored face revealed a smile as he hooked the boy's nose and looked towards the other 4 children hiding in the corner. Children, later Uncle will take you home, but can you promise Uncle that you won't tell anyone about this? A few of the kids looked at each other, then nodded vigorously. One of them innocently asked, Uncle, can we really go home? It's been over half a month since these kids were captured. They had been living a life worse than death for the past half month. They missed their moms and their families every minute of every day. Although they were all young, their minds had matured quite a bit. They also seemed to know what Gunlong and the others were up to. The more they did, the more they wanted to go home too. But the word home has become a luxury. They know that they may be drawing to a close in their short lives and may never see their parents and relatives again in their lives. A young age, but with pain and growth that shouldn't be expected at that age. They had seen too many people like Gunlong in the past half a month. Each of them had scars on their bodies in one way or another, from the beatings they had given them. No one treats them like human beings anymore. A being who was once held in the palm of her hand at home has become someone else's prey. Right now, they couldn't feel a single bit of killing aura on this Chen Feng, who was dozens of times more vicious than Gunlong. On the contrary, very gracious. Chen Feng patted their heads thoughtfully and grinned broadly. Come on, Uncle will take you guys to dinner first, then I'll send you home. Chen Feng held 1, followed by 4 at his side, and walked towards the outside of the warehouse. Jab. Doorway. It's the sound of a car braking sharply. Lilihua took the lead and jumped out of the car, followed by 3 men in black. Lilihua had received the news and rushed over, and when she heard that Chen Feng had come over, she kept praying on the road, only hoping that nothing would happen to Gunlong. She's already lost her daughter. She can't lose her husband again. Honey, are you there? Honey, I'm coming to help you. She yelled up from the doorway. Whoosh! A bulbous, bloody thing was thrown. It landed right at her feet. She looked down. The whole thing was dumbfounded. At once, his legs went limp and he fell to his knees, tears slipping down like broken pearls. She was holding that head in her hands, crying out, Hubby, I'm late. Hubby, ooh, who killed my husband? Who was it? All around, there was a sudden hysterical scream from Lilihua at the top of her voice. It's just a dead husband. Are you as bad as that? A cloudy voice came from inside. A man had stood in the doorway at some point. He had a child in his arms and was followed by 4. There seemed to be countless waves of black chi surging behind him, all of which surrounded him with a murderous aura. Vaguely, it seemed that a ghostly sound could be heard coming through. The man's face Lilihua would never forget. She could remember it until her next life. This is Chen Feng. It was the man who had pulverized her daughter. The hurt he brought to himself will never go away in a lifetime. Now, he's actually killed his husband. Although her own husband has killed a lot of children and harmed an unknown number of families, he's a good husband. Why should Chen Feng be able to judge him? Chen Feng, you. Lilihua stared at Chen Feng, panting heavily, her voice increasingly collapsing, one hand covering her chest, one hand pointing at him, her eyes glazed over. See how angry you are. Let me even help you. Chen Feng swept his cold eyes. Whoosh! The next instant, Lilihua's head flew off at once. It was thrown up 3 or 4 meters high and then landed heavily on the ground. Thud! Lilihua's body also fell to the ground, spurting blood. Hiss! The heads of the 3 black men she had brought with her took off together, leaving their bodies in a parabola. Blood, instantly spurted out. No one saw how Chen Feng struck. Li Lihua and her entourage just died. That madness and dominance brought out on Chen Feng. No one dared to touch it at all. Chen Feng didn't even look at the corpses and left with the child. Chapter 034, The Cute Little Guy. North Silo City. A rather ordinary small supermarket. Jabla. Jabla. Several patrol cars arrived. Brake sharply and stop. Wang Jianhua led the way by jumping down and walking in quickly. He just got the report. The kid who went missing half a month ago was found. And now he's here in the mini-mart. Along for the ride were the parents of the 5 children. The men of the patrol bureau have been following this matter for a long time, but have been unable to find any trace of it. And now those 5 kids are miraculously back? The mini-mart has a to-go bar. When they came in, the 5 kids were sitting peacefully eating, with a number of snacks, bread, and milk sitting next to them. A couple of kids were well fed. Mommy, a child cried out as he first spotted his mother. These days, those 2 words he never dared to shout out, because every time he shouted it out, it was all in vain, and he would even be beaten up by those men in black. The word mom has become a forbidden word in their mouths. It's mom they think about and look forward to every day. My son. The woman rushed over in her hospital gown and hugged her child with tears in her eyes. The day the child disappeared, she also fell ill. He has been sick ever since. Just an hour ago she had been too weak to stand up. But when she heard the news of a baby she had gotten right out of her hospital bed and rushed over without even changing her clothes. She kept praying on the way here that her baby was okay. God still favors you. Mom. Dad. The few remaining children also recognized their loved ones, and only then did they dare to cry out. It took so long to vent the aggression that had been bottled up inside. These days have been hell for them, and if it wasn't for that uncle's rescue, their lives would have been ruined. Wang Jianhua was also quite touched by the sight, and he rushed to ask these children who had saved them. But those kids didn't say a word about Chen Feng's murder, only that a kind uncle had saved them and bought them so many delicious food. That older man looks a little mean, but he's actually a nice guy. Wang Jianhua subconsciously thought of someone based on the descriptions of several children. Chen Feng. But he always felt something strange. Chen Feng, a man so full of violence, could possibly save these children? Buzz. His cell phone suddenly rang. It's Xin Li calling. Team Wang. Something's wrong. I'll send you a location. Bring someone over. Oh, good. Seeing that there was nothing else going on here, Wang Jianhua left his colleague here to stabilize the situation and then rushed over towards there. When he arrived, Li Xinmei and some of his colleagues from the patrol bureau had already arrived. The scene, to say the least, is a mess. A dozen died, including the founder and wife of Fontaine Freight, Gung Long, as well as Li Lihua. They were no strangers to these 2 men, for just a few days ago their daughter had died, still out at the Rangers. Because of this matter, Wang Jianhua and Li Xinmei didn't have much to do, wrote quite a few reports to state what happened and nearly got suspended. What's the situation? Wang Jianhua was also dumbfounded when he saw this bloody scene. Li Xinmei took a deep breath. It's Chen Feng. There was surveillance at the warehouse entrance and we saw him walk into the warehouse and then nothing. He came out like this. His MO was probably similar to previous times. Wang Jianhua fretted when he heard this. Without decisive evidence, they could not convict Chen Feng at all. It's been several times, and they're getting worried. Team Wang. Team Li, look at the hot search on the internet. Suddenly a person shouted from the side. The 2 rushed to open their cell phones. The one hot search that's rushing up there right now was posted up exactly half an hour ago. It was pushed right all the way to the top. The hot search is about Fontaine Cargo. It was densely packed with revelations of Fontaine Cargo's crimes, child abduction, organ trafficking, and other crimes on display. The entire internet has been abuzz with people who can't stop talking about it. Fontaine Cargo? If memory serves, they donated money to use for charity before. Donating to charity while eating human blood buns? Hell is empty. The devil is on earth. So many children, and they died at their hands? Is there any justice in this? To even mutilate a child's life for a cornea? Don't they realize that's destroying a family? It's horrible as hell. How many children have died at their hands? Fontaine Cargo. It's simply a great offense. Wang Jianhua and Li Xinmei also looked dumbfounded at this moment. They all know where this is coming from. It was Chen Feng who killed Gung Long and the others, saving the 5 children in the process. The warehouse is now also set up operating table. If not Chen Feng, those 5 children are afraid to die. Chen Feng, is it good or bad? There seems to be a wall between the good guys and the bad guys. Team Wang, what do you think about this matter? Li Xinmei's deep beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at the hotspot and asked. I think Chen Feng does not seem to be a bad person. He just acts too aggressively. Wang Jianhua out of his mind. Then he can kill people indiscriminately? Li Xinmei's voice got louder. Even if all those people deserve to die, then he shouldn't be the one to judge them. He's a demon on earth. He is a murderous maniac. No matter what, Chen Feng must be brought to justice. He's the most selfish person when he has to transfer all the pain to someone else when his daughter dies. Wang Jianhua took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. Mentally, he held his tongue but didn't say anything. If Chen Feng doesn't judge himself, who will help him? His daughter is dead, and it's the patrol, all of them here, who are inactive. Wang Jianhua was now just worried that Chen Feng's anger would burn over their heads. What will they do then? Let's just hope that the presence of these evils can quell Chen Feng's anger. Chen Feng returned home. After absorbing the evil souls from before, he felt like he had a few more spells of charms in his head. These were all charms that Feng Wuji remembered with the recovery of his soul. The talisman that had been released in the warehouse earlier was the evil killing curse, which could visualize the wronged souls and slaughter the wicked with evil at their head. The rest of those talismans Chen Feng hadn't had time to test them one by one, but the information that existed in his head told him that none of those talismans were heaven-defying existences. Feng Wuji was very strong. Perhaps when his soul was fully restored, he could really make an enemy of the world. Chen Feng went online and saw the latest report today. Those children have been rescued are back home. The little ones were all happy and crying. They also thanked themselves in front of the media, but not a word about his name or the images of the killing that day. What a couple cute little guys. Chapter 035, Revenge. Blood Hate. Chen Feng would smile, but soon, it was a deep sadness that tumbled in. He thought of Chen Xiao when he was a child. Wasn't Chen Xiao like that back then? Quirky and likable. But who could have known that she would end up with something like this? This is an ending no one wants. Fontaine Cargo was finished. The company was bankrupt in almost a day because of his own revelations. Everything in the Gung family was also seized. The family has since disappeared from the world completely. Only then did Chen Feng feel slightly relieved, and then typed in the 4 words Fei Jie group on the internet. The next target will be the Zhao family. Following today's hot search, Chen Feng contacted Summit Academy. The previous hot search is still hanging on to it, the heat hasn't receded. Chen Feng followed the official website and entered the forum of the academy. A top video on the forum stopped Chen Feng in his tracks. He subconsciously clicked on it and looked at it. In an instant, he only felt a rush of hot blood to his head. The main character in the video was Chen Xiao, who was disheveled, doing games with a group of people, and was taking special initiative in cooperating with it all. Chen Feng can see that the protagonist is not Chen Xiao at all. This video was maliciously edited and posted. The purpose is to discredit Chen Xiao. The number of video reprints and comments below were quite high, and without exception, they were all mocking Chen Xiao. The latest comments are hours old. Chen Feng's eyes gradually rounded as his anger reignited. Chen Xiao is dead. The way Chen Xiao was edited out on top of this video stung even more. Every frame and every second was stimulating Chen Feng's heart. He doesn't get it. Why is the heart of each and every one of these academy students so black? Why not even a dead one? What kind of deep-seated grudge is worth what they're doing? Chen Feng locked onto the person who had posted the video, and his name was Mountain and Water Turning. He took a screenshot and sent it to Liang Fei to check it out. Soon Liang Hui called. Feng Zi, I've found out the information of the person who sent the video. It's a student from the Summit Academy, named Yin Hao, who was previously in the same class as Chen Xiao. Thanks Hui Zi. Chen Feng promised and was about to hang up. Liang Hui was quite worried and called out to him. Feng Zi, what are you going to do about this? He thought to himself that if possible, he should still try to persuade Chen Feng. The images from last time were still fresh in his mind, and although he didn't know what metamorphosis Chen Feng had undergone, he was no longer the Chen Feng from before. Murder, revenge, blood hate, Chen Feng said coldly. Liang Hui took a deep breath. The words made his scalp tingle. He seemed to see an abyss of blood taking shape. Feng Zi, I know it's useless to persuade you now. If there's anything I can be of use to you, just speak up, Liang Hui loudly stated. Thanks. Chen Feng hung up the phone. He took a deep breath. In the next instant, the originally clear eyes were already covered in black aura. Next day, near Center Street in Kitakura City, Chen Feng was dressed in a sports outfit and looked very energetic. He's been in good shape lately. It was because Feng Wuji had devoured a lot of evil souls and nourished his body. Chen Feng. Suddenly, the sound of a woman's footsteps came from behind. It's Li Xinmei. She was off duty today, wearing a casual outfit that put her curvy figure on display. Her brows were slightly locked, as if she was upset at the sight of Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at her and continued on without stopping in his footsteps, as if she didn't exist. For this woman, Chen Feng didn't have any good feelings. Right now, he was waiting for a nod from Feng Wuji's side, and he could immediately make his move to kill Li Xinmei. Chen Feng, stop right there. I have something to ask you. Li Xinmei caught up with her in 2 steps. She was usually a beautiful woman, and there were a lot of men chasing her. It was never the men who chased her. She had never been so ignored by a man before. In Chen Feng's eyes, she seemed to be air. Chen Feng, what happened yesterday? Did you do it? Li Xinmei shouted at the top of her voice, not caring about the pedestrians next to her looking over. A dozen people died yesterday. Geng Long and his wife Li Lihua both died. How in the world did you go down on your hands? You really have a black heart. You murderer. Chen Feng stopped, turning back to her. Chen Feng gently raised his hand. Snap. Invisibly a palm print was viciously imprinted on Li Xinmei's face. Her face lolled and she sat straight up. At the same time, Chen Feng's voice came over. When did it become your turn to meddle in my affairs? A word of advice. Keep your tail between your legs and be honest. Li Xinmei covered her face with one hand and felt her face had swollen. Going off in a rage. His own pretty face was swollen. No one had ever dared to lay such a hand on himself. Don't you dare hit me. Chen Feng, stop right there. You give me an explanation for what happened that day. Otherwise, I'll bring people to arrest you. She shamelessly climbed up again and blocked in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes went completely cold, biting down on a mouthful of coldness as he looked over, flames dancing in his deep eyes. He showed the video from his cell phone to Li Xinmei. Inspector Li, you don't seem to be interested in anything other than my daughter's affairs. My daughter is dead. She's gone from this world. But look at what this is. Someone used my daughter, cut it maliciously, and posted this video in the forum. I sometimes really wonder if we live in the same world. Why is it that I don't get a little bit of justice for what happened to my daughter, while those asshole villains are repeatedly hung up on by you guys? Are you, in fact, made for good, or are you minions of evil? Li Xinmei had wanted to retort, but when she saw the image of this video, she froze for a moment. She could see that the video had very rough traces of PS editing and synthesis, and the purpose was to malign Chen Xiao. Now that Chen Feng saw this image, could he not be angry? How can he, a father, take this? Chen Xiao is dead, and it's amazing that this kind of video is still circulating. This video was released by a person named Yin Hao, previously a fellow student of my daughter. Shouldn't you arrest Yin Hao first? Chen Feng aimed a pair of eyes with scrutiny at Li Xinmei, waiting for her to answer. Li Xinmei subconsciously avoided Chen Feng's gaze. A small sigh. This still needs me to go back and study it before I decide to arrest or not. Chen Feng was exasperated and laughed, snorting. Grass. You came to arrest me without even asking about my affairs, and now someone is slandering my daughter, yet you want to go back and study it? You study Since no one is taking care of this, I'll do it myself. Chen Feng snapped with one hand. Li Xinmei's body suddenly straightened up. She felt a choking agony. Her hands subconsciously jammed there at her throat, and her face instantly turned black and purple. Chen Feng turned around and brought her to a nearby warehouse with an open door, threw it in casually and hung it upside down. Li Xinmei felt a flurry of overwhelming discomfort, and her breath almost didn't come out. She was dangling by one leg in a position that could not have been more wretched. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who was on the opposite side, smiled and waved his hand at her, unlocked the warehouse, and left the place. Chapter 036. Do you recognize me? People's House Hot Pot Restaurant. It's crowded here today. This restaurant is doing very well and is known for its good food and low prices. Most of the people who come here are working consumers. Among the family of 3 sitting in the hall at the moment. Ding dong. Yunho's cell phone rings. He glanced down and laughed with joy. Ha ha ha, this month's salary has arrived. It was the forum that sent me the money. Yin Dongsheng was also very happy. My good son, you've made a fortune. When others are still at school age, you're able to make money on your own. Yes, yes, yes. He said 3 good words in a row, and I could tell he was really very happy. But he said nothing about the content of the video. That's the money Yunho got in exchange for editing Chen Xiao's face to get clicks. It's illegal in every sense of the word. The point is to hurt Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao are dead Yin Hao. But you're using Chen Xiao's face. Will it be a bit too much? Yang Saixia was also at the dinner table, and although she had tasted the sweetness of Yin Hao's money-making, she still couldn't help but say something. It was her daughter, after all. I didn't help with my daughter's death, but now I'm still here with Yunho, and I don't feel good in my heart. Grr, what does that have to do with anything? It's not just using her face for a bit? Yunho gave her a displeased look, his eyes quite malicious. Yin Dongsheng also rushed to say, this kind of thing happens a lot on the internet. It's called face-swapping technology. It's nothing to make a fuss about. The fact that Yunho is willing to use her face means she's good-looking, so you should be happy. Why doesn't Yunho use someone else's, right? Chen Xiao is dead now, and you still speak for her? Do you expect a dead person to support you in your old age? You'll have to rely on my son for the rest of your life. Why don't you help him make more money now? These latter words completely gagged young Saixia. She was old and didn't want to be miserable for the rest of her life. And she usually doesn't have much income at all. And she's counting on Yunho to provide for her retirement in the future. With Chen Xiao dead, she was completely beyond hope. Ugh. She sighed languidly and looked away from the conversation. At this point, a man walked in the door of the restaurant. The man walked with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, carrying the wind with him the whole way. His gaze landed straight on Yin Dongxing and their table. In the stream of diners, he stopped. Yunho, do you recognize me? A word that made all three of them look back. It's Chen Feng. The first thing that came to Yin Dongxing's mind when he saw Chen Feng was the image of burning Zheng Hong to death in the hospital that day. Zheng Hong died, but the reason for this was never found out. He also heard that Chen Feng didn't make a move, but it was in front of him that Zheng Hong was burned to death. It's quite evil to say the least. It's mainly related to Zheng Hong and Chen Xiao's death. It was said that she was a teacher but did not do anything, and this point completely angered Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what brings you here? Yang Saixia saw Chen Feng and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Chen Feng didn't even look at her. Chen Feng felt sick. How could one have a child with such a woman? She has no conscience. She sees things differently, and she doesn't have the slightest bit of responsibility as a parent. All these years, she hadn't cared about Chen Xiao, but now she wanted to come back and let Chen Xiao give her old age. After learning that Chen Xiao had died, her attitude immediately took another big turn. She didn't help a bit with Chen Xiao's death, and she didn't even visit Chen Xiao's grave. She doesn't deserve to be a parent at all. Chen Xiao didn't have a mother like her either. You're Chen Feng? Hearing this, Yin Hao became curious, and his eyes looked towards Chen Feng, which were filled with playfulness. That father of Chen Xiao? Ha ha ha. Without any unnecessary expression on his face, Chen Feng retrieved the video from his cell phone and showed it to Yin Hao. You did this video. Now pull back the video, delete any information related to this video, and then broadcast it live on the entire network. Kneel on the ground and cut off your own legs in repentance. Perhaps I can spare your life. Ha? What did you say? You're sick. Yunho laughed out loud when he heard that. He had no idea how powerful Chen Feng was and only found these words particularly ridiculous. With him, you want to judge yourself? What an international joke. Chen Feng, you dare to threaten my son here. Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? Last time you were in the hospital, the inspector's office was already on to you. Now you even dare to speak out of turn. You really don't know how to die. Let me tell you, my son made this video. What can you do to us? My son has made a lot of money because of this. It's even more of an honor for your daughter. Dang. Yin Dongxing hadn't finished speaking. The head was then pressed directly into the hot pot by a large, invisible hand. Awa. Ooh. The temperature of the hot pot directly caused Yin Dongxing to scream in pain. His head was shaking in the hot pot. The body, however, was flopping around outside as hard as it could. The head was but pressed dead inside and could not come out. In other people's eyes this scene is particularly bizarre. Clearly no one pressed his head he seems to be his own head into the hot pot as if, gobble gobble gobble. The water in the hot pot was boiling, and Yin Dongxing's screams became more and more miserable. The whole restaurant heard it. 10 seconds. The whole restaurant was quiet. Everyone's eyes were directed at Chen Feng. The restaurant already filled with a smell of roasted meat. This smell mixed with the smell of roasted paste. Especially disgusting. What do you want? Let go of my dad. Yunho's face turned pale with fear. Although he hadn't seen how Chen Feng had struck, the scene had happened right in front of him, and he was scared to death. Yang Saixia was also stunned speechless. The whole person stood there dumbfounded out of her mind. The entire restaurant also didn't dare to move a muscle. No one dared to come over and meddle. For a while the restaurant echoed with Yin Dongxing's screams all over the place. The agony of having your entire face pressed into the hot pot was palpable. The temperature of the hot pot, however, eerily began to rise in the dark. After a few minutes, Chen Feng hooked his finger. Yun Dong-sung has been thrown to the side. In just a few minutes, his face was completely changed in a tragic way. It was covered with blisters, so hot they had changed shape. Blood, hot pot base, blisters, covered the whole face. It's already completely disfigured. Aha! My face! My face! Call the police! Call the police! Yin Dongxing's hands didn't dare to touch his face. When he did, it hurt so much that all he could do was desperately yell. The whole man had no strength left to shout. Call the police? Chen Feng let out a shameful laugh. If that group of people from the patrol bureau were useful, would my daughter Chen Xiao's matter go unattended? I say, no one can save you now. Even if the God of heaven comes, people are in the sky. You have one foot in hell. Chapter 037, Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Chen Feng, what kind of a thing are you? Making my father like this is already a heinous crime. I just don't believe that you dare to kill someone on the street. There's still no king's law. Angry and scared, Yin Hao pointed at Chen Feng and yelled, his fingers trembling from fear. Yin Dongxing's entire face is no longer human. It has begun to ooze pus. It is particularly tragic, and breathing has become a problem. Ha 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 ha, the law of the king. Chen Feng grinned up. His expression was a bit hideous, and the black gas on his body could be seen vaguely. The king's law is what produced a trashy asshole like you. The king's law is what took my daughter's life but let those murderers go free. The king's law is what allowed people like you to use my daughter to make money. The king's law? Grass. Chen Feng's laughter echoed in the hotel. Everyone was silent. No one dared to move at this moment. Each and every one of them stayed there like stakes. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Chen Feng was once a normal person and a loving father. It was only because of his daughter's death that he became like this, as if he had gone mad and completely disregarded everything, and lived only for revenge from then on. Just to give my daughter justice. How desperate is it to give up everything to completely black out and take revenge on everyone? No one could understand Chen Feng's pain. Yunho's face had a red and white expression, and a groundhog-like squeal came out of his mouth. Not just a woman, dead is dead. Patrol bureau people did not say anything. What are you screaming, I used Chen Xiao's face to make money and her mother agreed to it. What can you do to me? Or you can call the police, Ahmad. I just don't like the look of Chen Xiao. Yang Saixia rushed to the side to persuade. How? You don't say it. Don't say it, Get lost. Yin Hao slapped back, making Yang Saixia sit down. Who are you to whine in front of me? Let me tell you, I've never treated you as a mother. Don't you think I'll give you a pension? Dream on. You're still thinking about me and my father's money. Don't think I don't know. Your daughter Chen Xiao is just like you. She smells like poverty. That's why I bullied her with those people in the first place, I already knew that Chen Xiao was your daughter, so I bullied her because I saw that she wasn't happy. So what can any of you do to me? Yun Ho had been pampered since he was a child, and he had never been the one to bully others. He had never suffered a loss. Being forced into this situation by Chen Feng today, could he not break down? He couldn't wait to get Chen Feng killed now. Now the door to the hotel was locked by Chen Feng and no one could get out. But hearing those words, many people secretly clenched their fists. They seemed to understand everything and could more or less appreciate Chen Feng's anger. No one screamed to open the door or complained. At the moment they were all quietly looking at Chen Feng, waiting for him to make a decision. Chen Feng lowered his head and smiled. And as he smiled, tears welled up in his eyes. Her own daughter was bullied by such scum and she never told her. I can't imagine how helpless Chen Xiao was in her heart at the time. What my daughter has gone through should be returned to Yun Ho 100 times over. As a matter of course. Chen Feng looked up, a right hand in the air. Whoosh! Yun Ho's throat was immediately clasped, and his neck was instantly corroded, starting to gurgle black smoke. Yin Hao screamed miserably as his body was picked up, struggling with his two legs in the air, holding his face red for a moment. Chen Feng smiled crookedly, a touch of crazy deep killing hovering in the depths of his pupils. Yun Ho, now that I'm looking at you too, what should I do? Yun Ho stared at him in pain, his eyes round. There was also a gasp from the restaurant. They didn't understand how Chen Feng did it. What in the world did he use to pick up Yun Ho with a flick of his fingers? Is this magic? Chen Feng took a step forward, his eyes pulsing with scarlet fire in all directions, the corners of his mouth rising. Why don't we just let you experience what it's like to be pulverized and flay to hell? Yun Ho's brain instantly blanked out for a moment, like a dead machine. He couldn't help but have a horrific picture floating in his brain as well. When he met Chen Feng's deep black eyes, it was as if he had fallen into hell. He couldn't see through what Chen Feng was thinking, and had no idea what kind of horrifying images were brewing in his head at the moment. Could it be that he really dared to kill himself in front of so many people in the restaurant? Is he crazy? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. At this point, the patrol car has arrived. 3 came in all. Leading the way is Wang Jianhua. They came on a call from Li Xinmei. On the way there was another 911 call from the restaurant owner. Wang Jianhua was now in a cold sweat. He never dreamed that Chen Feng would dare to kill someone in a hotel in broad daylight. It's too crazy. It's just as well they didn't block it before. After all, there weren't many people in sight, and most of them were also colleagues from the patrol. But that's not the case today. So many citizens are watching. If the patrol bureau couldn't take down Chen Feng today, its image in the public's mind would collapse greatly in the future. Wang Jianhua got out of the car and immediately rushed into the hotel with people, but come to find out that the door to the restaurant won't even open. It's locked back. Several big men couldn't push it. It was as if it was sealed by an invisible force. The people in the restaurant were also relieved to see the Rangers coming. The management of the hotel rushed over to try to open the door, but realized they couldn't do it. Strange. The door won't open? When did this door get so hard? It shouldn't be. It won't open. What do I do? Chen Feng, on the other hand, didn't even look at the people from the patrol bureau, just one hand supported in the air, that side locked around Yin Hao's throat. Watching his face become more and more ugly, Chen Feng's expression became more and more excited. No, no, no! Yang Xiao reacted at this time, crying out and coming over, kneeling in front of Chen Feng with tears in her voice. Chen Feng, you can't kill Yin Hao. There are things wrong with Yin Hao in this matter, but it's not so bad that he should die. He's just a kid, and he also found it funny to bully Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't kill him. Why do you have to do this? He's not a bad kid. He just lost his head for a while. Chen Feng looked at Yang Xiao, and in his eyes was an indescribable disappointment. How in the world had he been so blind to see her in the first place and have given birth to Chen Xiao with her? Chen Xiao is your own daughter, yet you didn't care about her for so many years, not even if she died or lived. Yin Hao is not related to you by blood. He's your man's son, and now that your daughter has been killed by him, you're here to speak in his favor? Xiao has always kept you in her heart. She also told me that in the future, when she has the time to earn money, she must find you and provide for your old age. She said that it's your business if you don't recognize her, and if she doesn't recognize you, that's her unfilial. I really feel bad for Smiley. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be a mother. You said that you can bully and even kill people because it's fun? I'm having fun watching you right now. The validation is going to be turned on today. I don't know if this book will make the grade. I'm apprehensive. The validation period may update slower, but please all of you move to click on the catalyst. Add the bookshelf. The data of the validation period is very important, determining the life and death of a book. Thanks in advance. If the data is okay after the validation period, I'll explode more. I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 038. She was desperate. She was in agony, as it were. The people in the restaurant heard this and whispered to each other. I can't see it. Although this woman has some good looks, her heart is so cruel. You don't care about your own daughter, but you come to curry favor with someone else's child? Is your own child that cheap? Now that her own daughter has been killed, she even speaks for the other side? It's simply a rebellious great saintly mother. Mud. Piss me off. Outside the door, Wang Jianhua has already led people to start smashing doors and windows, but it's strange to say that those tools used to break windows are ineffective at the moment. No matter how hard it hit the window, it did nothing. Wang Jianhua's heart was in his throat as he watched the images in the restaurant. A bald man's face had been burned beyond recognition. It looked like Chen Feng was going to have another seizure. After the events of the last few days, he had more or less gotten to know Chen Feng, but he will never compromise on anyone or anything that has to do with his daughter. And he doesn't leave any evidence of what he's done. The inspectors can't even find out if they want to. On the one hand, it leaves a mess, and on the other hand, it humiliates the patrol. He knocked hard on the window while shouting, Chen Feng, calm down, don't be impulsive, put the man down. But his voice was particularly feeble, as if he were a chicken growling. Chen Feng didn't even bother to look at it. At this moment, Yang Xiao couldn't care less about others pointing at her. Call her unworthy of being a mother, she admitted it. Call her ungrateful. She admitted it. All she wanted to do now was beg Chen Feng to leave Yin Hao alive. Yunho must not die like this. Chen Feng, count on me to beg you. For the sake of our friendship as husband and wife, can you spare his life? I kowtow to you for him. Yang Xiao grabbed Chen Feng's pants leg with both hands and looked at him with a begging face. Chen Feng really wanted to laugh at this moment, but he was bitter in his heart, and it was hard for him to cry. This kind of suffering is something only he will understand. The mother's love that Chen Xiao had been waiting for since she was a child had fallen unreservedly on someone else's head. And not only that, but her own mother was now helping to speak for the people who had bullied her. Doesn't she hate those who killed her own daughter at all? Or rather, she didn't have any feelings for Chen Xiao to speak of in the first place. She just gave birth to her like she was on a mission. That's why she left so righteously back then. It's what made Chen Xiao grow up without a mother. Chen Feng threw Yin Hao to the side with one hand. His already saucy purple face was instantly relieved, and he breathed heavily. Chen Feng's eyes were directed at Yang Xiao. This time, his eyes were devoid of any affection or pity. Totally looks like he's going to kill someone. Yang Xiao, do you think Xiao will forgive you when you get to hell? I guess Smiley won't recognize you as her mother. Yang Xiao's head buzzed and trembled, and her heart clenched a few times afterward. Go to hell? It's a word that doesn't seem to be relevant to you. Chen Feng, this is going crazy. The inspector's office is still watching. How dare he? Chen Feng saw Wang Jianhua and the others outside the window frantically tapping on the glass, desperately urging Chen Feng not to be impulsive. Chen Feng gave Wang Jianhua a crooked smile and reached out to greet him. Then, he hooked his finger. A Taoist talisman appeared at the tip of his finger at an unknown time, and at this moment it had been set on fire and instantly turned into ashes, leaving only a wisp of green smoke to drift away. Yang Xiao's right hand suddenly became uncontrollable. She picked up the scissors on the dining room table and brushed them open, aiming the sharpest part at her ankle. She instantly realized something and shrieked, "I don't want it! Chen Feng, you can't!" Pust! The scissors went right into her hamstring. Then the scissors pushed, closed down, and cut. There was a click, and it sounded like the cutting of a bull bar. Ow ow ow. Yang Xiao instantly screamed in pain. Her entire face instantly blackened and turned hideous and twisted, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably as the pain spread endlessly through her body. Blood spurted out at once, and her legs curled together in unspeakable pain. But her hand didn't stop, moving uncontrollably to the other leg, still on the ankle. Click. Again. The same action as earlier was repeated. Another bloody picture. For a while the only sound left in the restaurant was Yang Xiao's screams. The restaurant guests, those women covered their eyes in fear, while some men were secretly relieved. That's where women like that deserve to end up. Yun Ho had now slowed down, and he stood frozen to the side, so scared that he even forgot to scream. Yang Xiao just picked both her hamstrings? She was in agony. She was scared to death, but she hadn't been soft on herself at all. No one knew why this was. They just saw Chen Feng burning off a Taoist talisman in his hand just now. Chen Feng, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yang Xiao's voice trembled. Countless collapses flashed in her eyes. The pain was indescribable and spread completely throughout the body. She was hard. She was desperate. She was in agony as it was. Cold sweat was breaking out and tears were flowing. But it can't make up for what was once wrong. She knew she had never cared for this daughter. She had never had this daughter in her heart at all. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xiao had always had deep feelings for her, though she hadn't met with herself. The word mother had always been present in her memories and had always been filled with all sorts of wonderful images. She longed for her mother's love, even if she used the excuse of giving Yang Xiao her old age to ask for the last of her mother's love. But what did he give her in the end? Not even a word of justice. At the end of the day, one is still speaking for someone else's child. Ridiculous. This is all really ridiculous. Under the watchful eyes of the hotel guests, as well as Wang Jianhua, Yang Xiao's actions continued. After she wasted one of her arms, the sharp point of the scissors was aimed at the heart position. Yang Xiao was ashen at this moment. The intense pain brought her close to despair. To others, she has always been self-harming. He had raised the scissors himself to waste his legs and an arm, and now he was going to stab himself in the heart. Only she knew that everything about her was manipulated by Chen Feng. He didn't even try to live on his own. Yang Xiao looked up at Chen Feng. She was under the impression that Chen Feng was quite a soft-hearted man. No matter what mistakes he made, as long as he bowed his head, he would forgive himself. But now that she had met Chen Feng's eyes, that cold and gloomy feeling made her fall into an ice cave. Chen Feng's eyes looked at himself without any warmth. It's like looking at a corpse. Chen Feng had completely despaired of himself. I don't know since when. Chen Feng's world was only left with Chen Xiao. Yang Xiao only hated herself for so many years of indifference and determination. Originally there was a loving husband. Originally there was an obedient and understanding daughter. A good hand of cards, but was beaten to pieces by themselves. She regretted it. She regretted it. But now, there's no turning back. The sharp points on those scissors were getting closer to her chest. The validation is going to be turned on today. I don't know if this book will make the grade. I'm apprehensive. The validation period may update slower, but please all of you move to click on the catalyst. Add the bookshelf. The data of the validation period is very important, determining the life and death of a book. Thanks in advance. If the data is okay after the validation period, I'll explode more. I promise I won't let you down. Chapter 039, 5 Bodies to the Ground. Poof. Yang Xiao took the scissors in her right hand and stabbed them into her own chest with a vicious stroke. Her eyes, which had been light, instantly turned deathly gray and dark. The scissors were so precise that they directly burst her heart. The end of life is in a moment. She collapsed to the ground as if she had lost her strength, bleeding profusely. Throughout the restaurant, there was silence, including Wang Jianhua and the others outside the door. They all froze in place like disconnected puppets. The first thing that came to Wang Jianhua's head was how to convict Chen Feng in this situation. Anyone who saw it, Yang Xiao was raising the scissors and stabbing herself to death. From beginning to end, Chen Feng just lit a Taoist talisman. Just lighting a Taoist talisman can convict him? That's obviously not possible. Yang Xiao died, right in front of everyone. Her eyes were staring straight up at the ceiling in death. Chen Feng went over, picked up the scissors from Yang Xiao's hand and showed them to Wang Jianhua and the others. This is her murder weapon. I've put it aside for you. No one dared to say a word from Wang Jianhua and the others. At this moment they all felt as hard as if a stone had been pressed on their chests, and they couldn't catch their breath. Chen Feng is provoking the patrol bureau. Wang Jianhua was furious. but there was no outlet for this anger. In the next instant, Chen Feng looked towards Yin Hao, who was crouching under the table, shivering, with a haze pressing down on his head. He didn't even dare to make a sound, just his body shaking terribly. Chen Feng gently lifted his hand, and the table directly flew out. Yun Ho was instantly exposed. He sat down on his butt in fear, his face as white as paper. It was then that he realized what he was dealing with. Those words just now, he really regretted that he had uttered them. In the past, he used to have Yin Dongxing to cover for him when he got into trouble, and no matter how much he went overboard, he could help him out. But now, Chen Feng didn't need this at all. He's about to pay for his impulsiveness. I'm sorry, Uncle Chen. I shouldn't have used Chen Xiao's face to edit those videos. I'm willing to give you all the money I've earned. Can you spare me? I've always looked at Chen Xiao as my sister. Yun Ho shivered as he said this. His words caused Chen Feng to snort out a laugh. You look at Chen Xiao as your sister? So you bullied her with others? Even forced her to die? And took her videos to make money? You're such a... Yin Hao shook violently and hurriedly explained. Uncle, listen to me. I'm willing to guard Chen Xiao's grave for a year. I'll live in the cemetery and never come out. As long as you can spare me. Yun Ho is anything for a living. He knew that he had sinned deeply, and he also knew that Chen Xiao's death was inseparably related to his own. If he could do it all over again, he wouldn't dare to bully Chen Xiao again even if it killed him off. At the beginning, he also took the lead in doing that kind of thing to Chen Xiao. Now comes retribution. Chen Feng heard Yin Hao's dying confession and let out a shameful laugh. You guard Xiao's grave? I'm afraid you'll dirty my daughter's tomb. He pressed with one hand. That familiar, oppressive feeling from earlier had appeared once again. Yun Ho is crushed and bam. He falls to his knees. Hiss. The hotel guests sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Jianawat and the other's pupils shrunk as he was in a hurry. Come on. Haven't you broken down the door yet? What do you want you guys to do for food? Chen Feng is going to kill again. We must stop him. Hurry up. Move fast. Yin Hao's eyes crumbled, but he was simply unable to resist the power. He was pinned down, his forehead one at a time, touching the ground hard. He couldn't straighten his spine at all. One by one, heavily, they kowtowed to Chen Feng. Knock knock. Each sound, filled with endless repentance. The ground shook with tremors. Within a few strokes, his head was bleeding. The blood gurgled as if it didn't cost anything. A mechanical voice repeated from his lips. I'm sorry about Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was really sorry. It was a scene that would give anyone the creeps who saw it. And yet, it felt incredibly relieving. Some people in the restaurant had also swiped the previous hotspot that Liang Wei had helped to flush up about Chen Xiao. She was bullied and couldn't think of jumping off a building. Many people are crusading against those people online. Now it seems that this Yin Hao is also the same as those people who forced Chen Xiao to die. He deserved to die. Yun Ho kowtowed in a very standard, five-body motion. Heads that touched the ground, knees, elbows, all slammed hard into the ground. The sound of bones breaking was readily apparent. He was helpless, crying in agony, and his whole being had broken down. But the body's movements didn't stop at all. His knees, elbows are knocked out and he's still repeating that move, until the whole thing shakes and loses its life. Yun Ho went limp and died. Underneath was a puddle of blood. At the same time, the door to the hotel was pushed open. Wang Jianhua and the others immediately rushed in. Wang Jianhua was so nervous that he even pulled out his gun and aimed it at Chen Feng. His face was simply hard to see. Today was his own shift, and in front of so many people in Beicong City, Chen Feng dared to kill someone in broad daylight. Is there any law in his eyes? Do you still take them seriously? He's too arrogant. Chen Feng, put your hands up and don't move. Get thee up against the wall. Don't move. The people of the patrol bureau were all very agitated at the moment, as if they were defending their dignity. The shock that Chen Feng brought to them was too great. Chen Feng, however, acted as if he didn't see the guns in their hands and sneered. You all saw it just now. Yin Hao had to kneel on the ground and kowtow to me by himself, and in order to show his sincerity, he kowtowed to death by himself, and I couldn't even stop him. Listen, what's that supposed to mean? Wang Jianhua really wanted to explode now, but the words left him powerless to refute them. They all saw it but had no evidence to convict. What they saw really was Yun Ho kneeling down and desperately kowtowing until he kowtowed himself to death there. As for Yang Saixia, she even ended her life with scissors herself. With this, how can they arrest Chen Feng? Chen Feng, don't think you can escape the law. This world is divided into black and white, and is not a place for you to run amok. At this time, Li Xinmei also rushed over from afar. She was rescued by a co-worker and then was the first to arrive. Although he hadn't seen what had just happened, he had a guess seeing the mess on the ground. She hated herself for not coming over in time to stop this. Hate Chen Feng for striking too hard. Chen Feng snorted coldly. not caring about Li Xinmei's words. Everyone saw it. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. You want to bite me? Li Xinmei shouted up hysterically. You don't treat everyone else like a little cutie anymore. They all had something to do with your daughter's death. So you get back at them. So you kill people indiscriminately. I'm telling you, as long as I'm around, I'll never let you run amok. I'm going to put you under the law and make you repent of your wrongdoings. Chapter 040, Don't be impulsive. That's not what the words say. Suddenly, one of the guests in the restaurant spoke up. We all saw it just now. Those people's deaths had nothing to do with Chen Feng. They did that of their own free will. Chen Feng was just standing there watching the show. When he spoke, the crowd shouted. That's right, if it's against the law to watch a play, you arrest all of us. Can the patrol bureau run amok? Without evidence. What gives you the right to arrest people? Chen Feng is a good man. Why don't you guys care about his daughter? The patrol, just a bunch of bullies. We can all testify for Chen Feng. People talk. Li Xinmei wilted at those words. A pretty face was suffocating red, half unable to open her mouth. Wang Jianhuo also advised her from the side. Li Xinmei was now representing the patrol bureau. Anyone would like to capture Chen Feng, but you can't be reckless. Perhaps because just now was Chen Feng dumped in the warehouse heart suffocated. Li Xinmei all but screamed, drew out Wang Jianhuo's matching gun, clicked and pulled the bolt stood out. The muzzle of the gun, aimed at Chen Feng. She held the gun in both hands, but her hands were shaking, breathing in and out of breath. Wow! Instantly, the entire room sucked in a breath of cold air, and they all dared not make a sound. The gun is loaded. At this moment, as long as Li Xinmei gently pulled the trigger, Chen Feng would surely die. With such a close distance, it was impossible for Chen Feng to dodge. And look at Li Xinmei. She's so excited. Who knows if she'll do something impulsive in a fit of pique. Wang Jianhuo was also baffled. How can we arrest someone without evidence? Not to mention that Li Xinmei was now planning to shoot, which was simply looking for death. This open robbery. Wang Jianhuo also has no small responsibility. The gun is his. Li Xinmei, calm down. We'll slowly find evidence for Chen Feng later. We can't arrest him now. Don't ruin your future because of him. You'll have a great future in the patrol. Don't ever be impulsive. Li Xinmei. Li Xinmei's eyes stared tightly at Chen Feng, looking as if her eyes were slightly misplaced. Chen Feng, however, acted as if nothing had happened. His eyes were contemptuous, empty, and casual with a hint of an evil-like smile. In the face of Li Xinmei pointing a gun at him, instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Suddenly, he raised his hand and snapped. It was smacked directly on Li Xinmei's cheek. A trance, pain and dizziness came. Li Xinmei was baffled. Her hand was on the trigger and she just couldn't press it. She couldn't believe that she had already pointed her gun at Chen Feng, and he still dared to make a move on her? Is Chen Feng really not afraid of death? Chen Feng, how dare you? How dare you? Li Xinmei looked at Chen Feng in disbelief, her eyes trembling. Chen Feng stared at her playfully, and the instantaneous flash of killing intent in the depths of his pupils caused Li Xinmei's entire body to tremble, and even her breathing stopped for a moment. In Chen Feng's throat, a hellish, devilish sound-like voice came out, seemingly laughing and roaring. Li Xinmei, there is a limit to my patience. The next time we meet will be the day I send you away with my own hands. If I don't kill you, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Chen Feng, I'm going to kill you. Li Xinmei's pupils locked up as she screamed at the top of her lungs in fear. She made a move to shoot, but was stopped by the man next to her. Wang Jianhuo rushed to snatch back his sidearm. Chen Feng shrugged his shoulders and watched the farce come to an end, staggering away from Wang Jianhuo and striding out. One day, Chen Feng's matter has already fermented and brewed online. Tie in the previous hotspots and these recent events. Chen Feng once became a hotly debated figure in the wind. Wang Jianhuo went back and wrote a long report, but it was of little use, and he was still scolded by a split face. Li Xinmei was forced to undergo psychological counseling. She breaks down and tells the person she's fine, but no one listens to her, and for the rest of the day afterward she will be questioned, repeating tedious questions over and over again until the de-escalation is over. In the clubhouse at the moment, the Zhao family, the Wang family, the Kong family, and the Sun family, those people are all there. This meeting was proposed by Sun Tianyu's mother, Jiang Xuelan. Everyone knows now that the Geng family is finished. The Geng family company declared bankruptcy yesterday. Jiang Xuelan held a glass of red wine and spoke. I also heard that Chen Feng is now going around killing people, and anyone related to this matter. He wants to kill. This statement made the crowd even more silent. At first no one even took this matter seriously. Several of their families were all prestigious existences in Beizong City. Who didn't have a few lives under their hands? Wasn't it just their son who killed an ordinary man? Spend a little money and set it right. But I didn't realize the other father was a hard case. It only took a few days to bring down the Gung family, and all 3 members of the Gung family are dead. Every single one of them died an unusually gruesome death. No one wants to be like them. Chen Feng killed the grandmaster that I spent a lot of money to find, and I heard that the boxer that the Gung family found was also easily taken care of by him. Zhao Shang smoked a cigarette, his face ugly. He hadn't wanted to show up, but thought he should come anyway. After all, there was strength in numbers, so perhaps if they gathered together, they could kill Chen Feng. Now, as long as Chen Feng died, all of this would be fine. I've heard of an evil art that can take a person's life thousands of miles away. I wonder if what Chen Feng knows is this kind of evil art. Kong Liyuan's father, Kong Fanli, spoke up. Usually he was quite quiet, and after hearing about the Gung family, he was a bit tense. Wang Shuzhen's father, Wang Jiangwo, also said, the patrol bureau can't even convict him now, so what should we do? We can't be killed by him one by one. Zhang Xuelan took a deep breath, and there was more or less scorn in those delicate eyes. Now we must unite and deal with that Chen Feng together. Otherwise, if we are broken by him one by one, we will have no power to fight. My Sun family has no resources in this area. So far we can only offer money. If any of you know a master in this area, no matter how much the price is, as long as we can kill Chen Feng. The crowd nodded in agreement when they heard this. For their part, Wang Jiangwo and Kong Fanli said they would go back and inquire. After everyone had left, Zhang Xuelan dialed the phone. Tianyu, keep a low profile for me lately and avoid Chen Feng when you encounter him. Don't ever cause me any more trouble. Son Tianyu was full of shame on the phone. Mom, it's not like you don't know what Grandpa's status is, so why be afraid of a Chen Feng? Zhang Xuelan snorted coldly and said in a bad mood, what do you know? Let those people try what strength Chen Feng has first. There must be someone high up behind him suddenly becoming so powerful. We need to take them by surprise and attack their key points. Chapter 041, the happy picture is just a bubble. Back to the tea house. Chen Feng opened his computer, and he first found the Academy's website. The forum is still there. The video above is still there too. Chen Feng sent a statement using the identity of a tourist. Everyone, you have 1 day to delete the video, and at the same time, all those who have spoken ill of my daughter on the forums, all come out and kneel down and apologize to me, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Signed, Chen Xiao's father, Chen Feng. Even though the video was posted by Yun Ho, these archfires are just as hateful. Chen Feng would never let one go. He knew that this video was by no means the first time it had appeared, and had probably been circulating around the academy for a long time. Chen Xiao doesn't know how much he's been hurt by this. Everyone who liked the video, everyone who commented recklessly underneath, they are murderers. It's an invisible violence. Chen Feng intended to give them a day to repent and then put an end to all of this with his own hands. Ding dong, the tea house has guests. Chen Feng warmly greeted his guests as they entered the house for tea. Himself was in the back packing up tea and stuff. Yesterday, Yun Dong-sung was sent to the hospital because the burns were too severe, and he hung up after failing to be rescued. His evil soul, Yang Saixia's evil soul, and Yinhao's evil soul were all taken in by themselves. What surprised him a bit was Yang Saixia. Her evil soul was deeper than both of them. Probably hasn't done any good out there in the last few years. After being supplemented by the evil souls, Feng Wuji's power had increased quite a bit. Senior Wind, how much of your soul has been replenished now? Chen Feng was curious and asked. It felt as if Feng Wuji was like a bottomless pit that no amount of evil souls could fill. Feng Wuji said blandly, so far, less than 5% has been replenished, right? Only this much? Chen Feng froze. You've killed a lot of people lately, and the replenishment of so many people is just less than 5%? Feng Wuji's soul, just how powerful was it? Chen Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. When he had fully fused Feng Wuji's soul, how powerful would he be then? Revenge on the whole world. It's exciting to think about. Guest, come and try the tea I just got in yesterday. It's completely free. Chen Feng politely added some more tea to the guest. The guest was very happy to hear it was free. Thanks boss. You're welcome. At that moment, a message was inserted on the television in the tea house. That happened before. In the restaurant, Yang Saixia committed suicide and Yunho kowtowed to death. Yeah. Lately Baitsong City is getting more and more chaotic. Really anything can happen. Is there still a king's law here? Killing people in broad daylight is a bit too horrible. It's not murder, it's suicide. Do you see? The two guests sighed and murmured. Suddenly, the camera on the screen moved to Chen Feng's face. The entire process. Chen Feng was at the scene of the killing, just burned a few Taoist talismans in his hands. His fingers gently moved, and the opposite person ended his life on his own. The scene is creepy to watch. The two guests felt that the person in the picture looked somewhat familiar, and subconsciously shifted their gaze to Chen Feng behind the counter. It was an instant cold snap. Isn't the man in the picture the owner of the tea house? Geez, The two hurriedly put down their money and hurriedly left the tea house with their heads down. Chen Feng yelled from the back, "Guests, there's still a pack of your cigarettes here that you haven't taken away. You've only smoked one." The two didn't stop at all when they heard this, but instead ran faster and faster. Early morning, a cemetery in Kitakura. It's on the outskirts of town and the surrounding area is fairly quiet, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Here lay a number of the dead who had departed this life. Many of the headstones are quite old, but near a large tree, there was a dark-colored headstone that appeared to have been recently erected. It was engraved with two words that made people said, "Chen Xiao." A man on crutches came over with flowers, quite laboriously, then put his crutches aside and knelt quietly. It was very sweet to help her arrange the flowers. "Chen Xiao, I'm Wu Zhe. I came to see you. How are you doing over there? You must be doing well without all this hassle. I know you're a strong girl. I just didn't expect things to come so quickly. It's all my fault. If I hadn't had my legs broken by them, then I wouldn't have dropped out so quickly and I would have been able to protect you properly. It's all because I'm useless. Chen Xiao, can you forgive me?" The man called Wu Zhe's eyes reddened as he spoke and cried so loudly that it was like he couldn't stop the tears. Chen Xiao's last photo touched him deeply, and the sadness in his heart was like an uncontrollable flood that covered everything in him. Crying won't solve the problem. When you learn that none of the heavens are on your side, either you go crazy or you stay silent. The only way to change all this is with your own hands. If you don't get the justice you deserve, then be brave enough to reverse it all. Chen Feng's voice came from behind him. This is the first time someone has come to see Chen Xiao since she was buried. "Are you Uncle Chen Feng?" When Wu Zhe saw Chen Feng, he hurriedly wiped his tears and respectfully bowed low. "Hello, Uncle." Chen Feng waved his hand and gently held him up. "Are you Xiao's boyfriend?" As things stood, Wu Zhe didn't hide it anymore and simply nodded his head. Then, he flung himself to his knees and began to slap himself hard. While pumping, he cried, "Uncle, it's all my fault for failing to protect her. It's my incompetence. Before, when Sun Tianyu and the others bullied Xiao, I tried to go to protect her but ended up getting my leg broken. My family was afraid that those people would continue to trouble me, so they gave me a break from school. I've been home now for a little over 6 months recuperating, but I have this leg that the doctor says is probably a goner. I only heard about Xiao recently, and I've watched all those videos on the internet. I really feel bad for Xiao. Xiao is a good girl. She shouldn't be treated like this. I was in love with Xiao before. Uncle, if you don't mind, I'll honor you instead of Xiao in the future." Chen Feng looked at Wu Zhe, and for a moment, tears blurred his vision. He had thought that there weren't many good people at the summit school. It was his own fault. This kid named Wu Zhe is a straight shooter. He still had a few similarities between his nature and Chen Xiao's, but it was a pity that the two of them were now separated by the heavens. The world is always so cruel. Good things always come in a flash, and rarely does happiness last forever. He broke his leg for Chen Xiao. That's enough. A non-relative. Yet he stood up to protect Chen Xiao. Chen Feng was already very content. If only this could go back to the way it was before. If Chen Xiao could graduate peacefully, perhaps then she would tell herself about her affair with Wu Zhe, and then the two of them would logically get married and have children. Maybe it will lead to a happy life. But now, that happy picture can only be a bubble. Everything that Chen Xiao had was trampled on by those ruthlessly, cursed and destroyed in the most vicious and ferocious way. This book has begun to validate. This period of time will be slower to update. The validation period of the data for the book is very important. Is to give or not to give the amount of the key. Please support you more. Hands point a catalytic OO when the validation period. I will be these days owed chapters to make up for it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 042 Hell. It should be well ground. Chen Feng took a deep breath with an indelible sadness in his eyes. Get up. Things have passed. Xiao has already left this world. There's no need for you to be like this. If you have the heart, come here more often to accompany her in the future. And you don't have to care about the rest of the matter. Wuchel cried harder. Originally he and Chen Xiao discussed, after a while, to tell their relationship with the family. Who knew she had this kind of thing? He thought that even if Zhao Jie and those people were bad, they wouldn't go too far. I didn't expect it, but, Uncle, it's all our fault that we didn't tell you these things earlier. It was Chen Xiao who stopped me from telling you. She said that those people from Zhao Jie threatened her and that if she told you about this, she would have to get you killed. Chen Xiao is worried that they really do something impulsive. Only did not tell you about this matter. Zhao Jie, they are some rich second generation. The general public cannot afford to mess with. Chen Feng turned around, tears already falling madly. Chen Xiao has always thought for himself. She was trying to handle this on her own, and it didn't work out the way she wanted it to. She left this world with remorse and pain, never to return. Chen Feng's voice trembled. My understanding and lovely daughter, why is heaven so unfair to her, letting her meet a group of demons? Those have been threatening her, have been torturing her. Chen Xiao was already a timid person, and when she encountered stray dogs since she was a child, she would be scared to death. So she couldn't dare to imagine how fearful and uncomfortable she felt in her heart when she was threatened by Zhao Jie and the others during this period of time. However, she rigidly did not show a single trace of it in front of Chen Feng. How did she survive all this time? The flame in Chen Feng's chest grew stronger and stronger. The black chi in his eyes was also burning madly and non-stop. The pain that Xiao has suffered, I will return it to those people without missing a beat. Chen Feng roared through clenched teeth. Wu Zhi stood aside, seemed to think of something, took out his cell phone and whispered, "Uncle, there is a video here. I don't know if I should show it to you. I only received it a few hours ago. I didn't think that Xiao she." Chen Feng directly grabbed the cell phone that looked. The video is in a multi-purpose instrument room at Summit Academy. There were about 20 people in the class, and among them was Chen Xiao. They just don't look like they're in class. Instead, they're on a binge. The object of their revelry was Chen Xiao. Chen Feng could clearly see that the person leading the group was Zhao Jie. He tied his top shirt around his waist and went bare-chested, revealing the tattoos on his body. It looks very menacing. Across the room stood a woman with her head in a noose. Although he couldn't see her face, Chen Feng knew that it was his own daughter, Chen Xiao. The whole video reeks of bullying. Chen Feng's heart sank. It was as if a large stone was pressing hard on the heart as hard as it could be. Zhao Jie was yelling, "Chen Xiao, how dare you talk back to me? I told you to wash everyone in the class. You turned a deaf ear, didn't you? Today I'll show you what happens when you don't serve us all. Everyone one at a time. I'll start with a sample." Zhao Jie said and slammed his fist hard on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao ate the pain and screamed miserably. His body curled up and crouched down. However, she didn't dare to scream out loud for fear of making Zhao Jie even more furious. "Ha. I didn't see that you were quite resistant." Next, Zhao Jie rubbed his fist and exclaimed. The people behind them all followed what Zhao Jie had just done, and went over to each of them to hit Chen Xiao. Each one was particularly heavy-handed. One of the women was taunted for striking too lightly, so she picked up a broomstick and viciously struck Chen Xiao's head many times, until Chen Xiao curled up on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Zhao Jie, however, they did not stop and continued with a second round. Chen Feng's head was already blank. It was as if he had entered another time and space. His entire body was dead, completely frozen. These people are all Chen Xiao's classmates. How were they able to go down to the hands? It was Zhao Jie who turned them all into devils. He also remembered that there was a time when Chen Xiao said she had a headache as soon as she came home, and Chen Feng was planning to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Turns out it was beaten by these guys, but Chen Xiao didn't dare to tell himself these things. Together with Zhao Jie, there were 21 people, 15 men and 6 women. Chen Feng had firmly memorized it in his mind. These people, none of them can run away. This, all of Chen Xiao's fellow students? Chen Feng returned the cell phone to Wu Zhi. His voice had gone cold. The black aura hovered over his body as he bit back a flash of grief. His heart a million miles away. It's said to be a place called Jie's Alliance organized by Zhao Jie. There are 21 people in total. All of them are Zhao Jie's die-hard loyalists. That's all I know. Wu Zhi said helplessly. J Coalition. Grass. Chen Feng laughed out in shame. Just let yourself send them all away. In that case, breaking both of Zhao Jie's arms last time was still too merciful. If it wasn't for his unstable breath last time, could Zhao Jie have escaped? But that's good. And it's also because of the unsteady breath that I didn't let myself get too sanctimonious. If he had killed Zhao Jie like that last time, it would have been too cheap. Hell, it should be well worn. At that moment, Wu Zhi's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and listened for a while. Uncle, Zhao Jie has a birthday party today. A friend of mine said that he would go to Mingqiao KTV to celebrate, and there are already Zhao Jie's minions over there. Wu Zhi looked towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes went cold, killing intent hovering in them, and after the grief, it was endless killing intent spreading. These evil souls with blood on their hands, they all want them. Then let's make a trip there. Today is Zhao Jie's birthday? Just in time. A good day to send him off. Chen Feng gave a low smile, then rushed to the KTV with Wu Zhi. Mingtide KTV, the most luxurious private room, where the minimum spend starts at 888. The average person simply can't afford to play. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the booth at the moment. 3 of them were men, the rest were women. One of the men in the lead was named Jian Lu, and he was the one who made this game today, specifically to curry favor with Zhao Jie. He paid for all these women, too. The price is not cheap. Lu Jian is also a rich second generation. His family is in good condition, and his pocket money is several times that of an ordinary laborer. He's at an age when others are at their most cash-strapped, and he's completely free to splurge. Hasn't Jai arrived yet? Didn't he say he'd be here soon? I can't afford to waste the game I've organized with such dedication today. Jia must be so happy to see so many women. Lu Jian kept looking at the time while asking the people next to him, his expression more or less anxious. A little brother beside him whispered, Brother Jian. But I heard that lately, Brother Jia seems to be hiding because of the Chen Xiao incident. Chapter 043, That night, were there any of them? At the mention of this, the crowd fell silent. Zhao Jia didn't know how many heartbreaks he had done and how many women he had bullied, but only hearing Chen Xiao did he capsize. That woman, Chen Xiao, had a horrible father who killed the security guards and the director of the school, and he supposedly swore that he would kill everyone. The patrol can't even get a hold of him. Even Zhao Jia's mother was killed by Chen Feng. Ken Lu and the others felt chills down their spines at the mention of this. Grass. Who is Brother Jie? He's not hiding. He's gathering manpower in the dark. Brother Jie said that he'll definitely kill the Chen Feng and let him go to accompany his daughter. Who is Zhao Jie? How can one Chen Feng be his opponent? We'll just wait for good news from Brother Jie. And I heard that Jie is already out. It's his birthday. Can he not come out? We'll just wait. Squeak. The door to the KTV was pushed open. A man stood in the doorway. Lu Jian thought it was Zhao Jie coming, hurriedly probing out with a fawning face, Brother Jie, you can make me wait However, the man at the door was not Zhao Jie. Instead, it's a Wuzhou on crutches. His eyes were glazed over and his hand on his crutch was shaking with anger. They got Chen Xiao killed, but they're having fun here. Don't they have even the least bit of guilt in their hearts? What the hell was Chen Xiao in their eyes? Where's Zhao Jie? Tell him to get his ass out here. Wuzhou was filled with rage when he thought of the image of them bullying Chen Xiao earlier. Why is Chen Xiao dead and he's still here enjoying life? Grass. It's you? Lu Jian immediately recognized Wuzhou. It's that boyfriend of Chen Xiao's. How dare you come over here with a crippled leg? You're looking for death. Everyone in the room looked toward Wuzhou. He was on crutches and looked particularly distressed. The women in the room burst out laughing. The man looked so trashy, with a limp leg and a tough mouth. Wuzhou couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and his voice trembled. Jian Lu, you followed Zhao Jie's nonsense and killed Chen Xiao, yet you're still spending your time here. Chen Xiao's death is inseparably related to you. None of you can escape. You guys are the ones who killed her. You will pay. Wuzhou nearly collapsed emotionally, and his anger broke through everything. When Jian Lu and the others heard this, they laughed outright. Lu Jian even laughed his head off. Just you? A cripple? Today is Jie's birthday. I don't want to cause any trouble. I'll give you 2 minutes to think clearly and then get lost. Disappear from my sight. Otherwise I'll break your arm today too. Is Jai's name something you can mention? Mud dead cripple. Bust your head. A few people shouted very arrogantly. In their eyes Wuzhou was nothing. A dead cripple who could kill him with one punch. At that moment, however, another voice came from the side. The voice was cool, calm, and out of place. Were there any of them that night? The door opened wide and Chen Feng walked in from outside. He was also sweet enough to unlock the door. There was not the slightest hint that he was nervous. Just a pair of eyes that were deep and terrifying. There is this man. He was also present that day. Wuzhou pointed at Jian Lu and replied loudly. Well, Chen Feng nodded his head silently, but his gaze had already ferociously locked onto Jian Lu. Lu Jian was looking at him in a furtive manner. Who is this man? The face looked a little vicissitude, with some greenish-colored scruff on it, but one could tell that the man was definitely a big handsome man when he was young. You can't hide the aura on your body. Mud. Who are you? Is it this dead cripple who invited the savior? Ow. He said this at the top of his lungs. A black palm print was imprinted right on his chest, and his entire body directly flew up, flying 4 or 5 meters away, hitting the wall heavily and coughing out a mouthful of blood. Flopping to his knees, he began to frantically spit out blood. Swish! In an instant, the lights in the KTV room came on, illuminating every face. It also made everyone's heart clench. Those women immediately stopped the giggling and bickering they had been doing just now, a little stunned by the scene in front of them. What was that all about? No one saw anyone make a move and Ken Lu was sent flying? And that power didn't even look like something a human could put out. It's more like a monster. The other 2 minions' heads shot up and their eyes cleared instantly. Chen Feng took a step forward, holding a Taoist talisman in one hand and a cigarette in the other, his deep eyes drawing out a 10,000-foot murderous aura. I'm Chen Xiao's father, Chen Feng, and I'm here today to take your dog's life. What? Chen Feng. Before Lu Jian could slow down, he felt his head spinning again and almost fainted. This man is Chen Feng, that murderous devil. Chen Feng, you, what gives you the right to hit me? I have nothing to do with Chen Xiao's death. Lu Jian was lying on the ground and couldn't get up for half a day, and as soon as he spoke, he spewed out along with a few mouthfuls of blood. Chen Feng opened the video on his phone and waved it in front of him. But this time, you were present. You're in the Yago League too? Just as well. Everyone from your alliance must die. Kan Lu understands everything when he sees this video. It's that time Zhao Jie made them bully Chen Xiao together. This is a misunderstanding. Lu Jian was mistaken for a moment and hurriedly explained. But before he could say the words that followed, his hands were controlled. He looked down and realized he had a black handprint on his wrist. The handprint was alive and well and seemed to be moving. A ghost. What the hell is this? He screamed in terror. Click. Next, his wrist was broken straight away. The bones of his hand were clearly visible and exposed, piercing his skin. That intense pain came with it. All of a sudden the booth was filled with his screams. My hand. Help. Help. Call the police. Help me, call the police. Uncle, I'm wrong. What happened that day was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Lu Jian immediately knelt there and started to admit his mistake. He knew that Chen Feng dared to kill people. They had all heard about what happened in the academy. And now that Chen Feng was burning with rage, how were they supposed to quell that rage? Everyone in the booth was silent except for him. As if he had lost his voice. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement for fear of attracting Chen Feng's attention. Chen Feng walked in front of Jian Lu, squatted down, and looked at him. Now you know to beg for mercy? In the video, when my daughter was begging you for mercy, did anyone spare her? At that time, as long as someone stood up and said a word, Zhao Jie definitely wouldn't have gone that far, but you all just cared about bullying her. But none of you stood up to speak for her. It's not too much of a stretch to say you're evil. Self-inflicted sins. Now it's your turn to pay the price. Chapter 044, make a decision for us. Uncle, it's all because of Zhao Jie. He was the one who forced us to do that. I'm really wrong. I know that Chen Xiao accident is also very sad and sad. Lu Jian was anxious. Tears came out, crying with tears in his voice. However, his appearance did not evoke any sympathy from Chen Feng. It's not enough for such people to die 10,000 times. Chen Feng sneered and took a step back. The Taoist talisman in his hand whooshed and ignited. Then it turned into black smoke and disappeared into the air. Jian Lu didn't know what this talisman represented. He only felt a burst of inexplicable fear cut through the empty silence and swept through his entire body. He felt his throat lock up. Nothing could be heard at once. Then there was the body being slowly picked up. The entire person was airborne. Feet off the ground. Lu Jian had a feeling of suffocation. Struggling in pain. His feet flailing in the air. The eyes seemed to beg for forgiveness. To confess what they had. However, Chen Feng didn't care in the slightest. Just cold eyes and a gentle hook of his finger. Click. Kan Lu's neck is broken. Horribly folded at 90 degrees. A mouthful of turbid blood was spat out from his mouth. And his entire body died. It was casually tossed aside. Murdered. Killed. The women were scared silly. And one by one they screamed out in misery. The two remaining minions, too, were confused. Kan Lu is dead? Just die? Killed. This is a killing. Wuxia watched the scene and clenched his fists in the dark. He felt very relieved. It's good that Lu Jian died. Anyone who has bullied Chen Xiao deserves this. It's really cool. Then came an inexplicable surge of sadness. How wonderful it would be if Chen Xiao were still alive. How wonderful if she could see this. You guys are too noisy. Chen Feng frowned as he was annoyed to hear the shouting. Wow. One moment. No one else in the booth said anything. It was instantly quiet. Chen Feng's words were now better than anything else. Chen Feng's gaze was directed at the two minions. They seemed to already know what Chen Feng was going to ask and hurriedly said, Uncle, Chen Xiao's matter has nothing to do with us. We're not from the summit school. We've only known Zhao Jie. We've never been in the same boat as him. Uncle, we didn't do anything wrong. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile, his voice sounding as if it had been squeezed out from between his teeth. Even if you guys have nothing to do with Chen Xiao's matter, you guys must have done a lot of things that are not good. So it's good to give you a little lesson. Chen Feng flicked his finger. Click. Both had their arms broken. In an instant, both of them were too sore to speak. All you can do is roll around on the floor. Uncle Chen, Zhao Jie is now celebrating his birthday at the Mingma Manor. Wuxia answered a phone call and came over to whisper. Bloodlust flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he turned around and walked out of the private room. At the moment in another private room, Li Xinmei and others are singing here with joy. She'd been psychologized all day and now the words were repeated in her head. She knew she wasn't sick, but it was the process and she had to follow it. She hated Chen Feng in her heart right now. It was all because he had caused herself to become like this. So she asked some friends to come out and relax, which happened to be at the Naruto KTV. Did you guys hear any commotion? It seems like someone is screaming. Li Xinmei stopped after singing a song, feeling that something was wrong. Being wary out of her profession made her think that the grunting was a little out of the ordinary. It's not a high big scream. It's a miserable scream. That was clearly a scream when you're hurt. Several people next to him shook their heads to indicate that they hadn't heard, but Li Xinmei still ran out of the booth and went to take a look. At this look, her entire body was blinded. The fanciest one, the private room, had a group of women surrounding it outside explaining something to the manager, next to two men with injured arms. Their faces were ugly as hell and they were pointing at the inside, not knowing what they were talking about. Xinmei Li ran over and yelled, "I'm Captain Xinmei Li of the Patrol Bureau. What's going on here?" The manager was also confused. He was particularly helpless when this happened. Hearing that there were inspectors coming, they hurriedly made way and invited Li Xinmei over. The two junior brothers cried out, "Lord Inspector, it was Chen Feng. It was Chen Feng, the father of Chen Xiao of the Summit Academy. Who did it? He killed our friend Lu Jian. Jian Lu is in there right now. You guys have to do it for us." "What? Chen Feng?" Li Xinmei's heart instantly beat rapidly. Wherever Chen Feng had been, nothing good had really happened. She gritted her teeth and rushed in. There was a man lying in the booth. The man's neck was twisted at an incredible angle, completely broken. The bones protruded from the neck. The death was not to mention how tragic. This person, is he related to Chen Xiao? Li Xinmei subconsciously asked. The two little brothers know that this matter cannot be hidden. Rush to say, it is because Lu Jian and Zhao Jie they have had some conflicts with Chen Xiao before. But it is a small matter. Who knows that Chen Feng hit so hard, directly killed the people. Li Xinmei knew that things were bad, and she hurriedly pulled out her cell phone to contact Zhao Jie, but the call never went through. Do you guys know where Jie Zhao is? The two junior brothers recalled what Chen Feng had said when he left. Jai seems to be at the Mingma Manor. Mingma Manor. This was originally a public manor, but it was bought by Zhao Sheng earlier. Now this place has also become a private manor, not open to the public, and is more of a place where Zhao Jie spends his days drinking. The estate is on the outskirts of town. The air is nice and the setting is quite nice. An imposing European-style building stood there, particularly picturesque. Chen Feng got out of a cab and stood in the doorway, pausing for a moment. The world of the rich he doesn't understand. Such a large manor is all about Zhao Jie having fun, but ordinary people have to run around for a few $1,000s a month, not daring to take a day off. Same people. Why is the gap so wide? The world is not meant to be fair. He didn't let Wu Zhi follow. Today to here will be a massacre. Wu Zhi is a good person. He does not want to involve Wu Zhi in this. In a moment there are too many people. He inevitably cannot take care of Wu Zhi. Let your daughter's revenge be avenged with your own hands. Inside the courtyard, he could see several luxury cars parked at the entrance, which should belong to Zhao Jie and the others. Chen Feng fixed his mind, prepared a few Taoist talismans and planned to go in. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the side. "Chen Feng, don't mess around. You stop it." A car stopped and a woman jumped out of it in a hurry. The woman looked anxious, her face was somber, as if shrouded in dark clouds, and deep in the slightly tired depths of her eyes was unspeakable fear. Chen Feng's brows tightened when he saw her. This person is Li Xinmei. The happiest part of every day is to see all the hypes and small gifts from you readers and friends. I'll give you 3 more shifts. Chapter 045, finally. We can do it. Woman, didn't I tell you not to appear in my line of sight? Chen Feng's eyes were contemptuous, a touch of distraction picking at his brows. Li Xinmei, a superb saintly mother, had already caused Chen Feng's killing intent to swirl. Li Xinmei gritted her teeth. She was now scared and anxious inside. Although Chen Feng was evil, he was ultimately a member of the Patrol Bureau, so Chen Feng should not dare to touch himself. That's making an enemy of the entire patrol. Chen Feng, you can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. You're here to find Zhao Jie, right? With me here today, you won't be able to win. You're too cruel. You've killed enough people. Aren't you afraid of having your hands covered in blood? Even if Zhao Jie was at fault, his crime is not to death. No matter what, he's still a human life. Li Xinmei yelled at the top of her lungs, a somewhat broken expression on her face. Zhao Jie is a human life, but not Chen Xiao? They got Chen Xiao killed, but Li Xinmei didn't say a word about it. For that alone, she deserves to die. Chen Feng didn't bother to talk more nonsense with her, but instead secretly asked Feng Wuji, Senior Feng Wuji, can I kill her now? Feng Wuji looked like he had almost recovered as he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, kill it. She's almost done raising her evil soul. Good, then I'll be polite. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth gradually rose, hanging out a devilish smile. After enduring Li Xinmei for so long, it was finally time to send her away. However, Chen Feng was still a bit puzzled in his heart. How could this woman, Li Xinmei, help Zhao Jie for no reason? So he flicked his fingers, pulled her cell phone out. What are you doing? That's my cell phone. Li Xinmei instantly became anxious and rushed over to grab it. On his cell phone, Chen Feng saw the conversation between Zhao Shang and Li Xinmei. Chen Feng understood everything in an instant. It turned out that Li Xinmei was bought by the Zhao family. From the beginning of the accident, Li Xinmei's attitude was on the side of Zhao Jia and their side. This is not an empty voice, it's all been premeditated. Li Xinmei bought a house in a luxury neighborhood with the money given by Zhao Shang. Chen Feng looked at his cell phone and laughed. But this laughter was filled with killing intent. So that's how it is, you received money from the Zhao family. So you don't know right from wrong. That's why you were so anxious when I came to find Zhao Jia. This money, it's to buy out everything about my daughter, right? If I'm not mistaken. The fact that the patrol bureau hasn't even filed a case is because you're operating in the shadows. Li Xinmei's face was a burst of red and white. She didn't realize her mistake at all, and stomped her feet as if she was furious. Yes, I did accept the money. Is there anything wrong with me accepting the money? I couldn't make this much money in my entire life at the patrol bureau. That neighborhood. I've dreamed of having a house there. You know what? My best friend who used to be with me, she has 2 houses there, and I couldn't afford one even after working all my life. I want to live in high society and enjoy the life of the rich too. And your daughter is dead. Why wouldn't she create more value for others when she's dead? Chen Feng, you should be happy that because of your daughter, the Zhao family is willing to give me so much money. Li Xinmei's expression has collapsed. All kinds of greed, tricky, are written on the face. It was as if she had done all this as a matter of course. As if Chen Xiao's death was to fulfill her. Chen Feng silently pulled out a Taoist talisman. And with a pinch of his hand, the talisman directly burst into flames. It was my mistake. I shouldn't be communicating with so much. And how can understand human language? Li Xinmei's beautiful eyes trembled when she saw the talisman burning up. Usually, Chen Feng burning this talisman meant killing someone. When she thought of the tragic deaths of those people before, Li Xinmei felt a burst of gloomy coldness rise from the soles of her feet. Chen Feng, what do you want? I'm a member of the patrol bureau. How dare you touch me? Li Xinmei screamed at the top of her voice. She instantly felt that her body was bound up by an inexplicable force, unable to move at all. On the wrists, on the ankles, black palm prints appeared. Her pupils shrank into the most dangerous pinprick shape, and her whole body was horrified. Chen Feng laughed coldly and looked at her with interest. You think I would be afraid of the patrol bureau? I told you, everyone involved with this has to die. No one. Chen Feng leaned against a tree, his palms open and his other hand making a pressing motion on his palm. Li Xinmei was pinned to the ground on her back. Then one of her legs was yanked straight. She didn't understand what Chen Feng was trying to do and stared round in shock. Dang! Soon, the invisible weight fell and hit her hard on the leg. There was a click. Her leg broke right off, visible to the naked eye. The thigh bone snapped right off and the flesh was flattened. The sound of bones breaking rang in her ears, causing Li Xinmei to almost faint from the pain. Was all she could scream, her eyes full of disbelief. The leg felt like it had been whacked hard with a heavy hammer. Then there was a succession of heavy falls. Knock knock. Each time it fell, a dull voice came. In 3 or 4 strokes, Li Xinmei's thighs had become pieces of meat. Li Xinmei was in cold sweat from the pain. Then she felt that gravity shift to her other leg. The same process as earlier. The weights fell like crazy. Dang! Another muffled sound came. Li Xinmei's other leg was also viciously crushed. It was as if a 1,000-pound iron block had fallen from a great height and pressed hard against her leg. In 3 or 4 strokes, this leg was also a piece of meat. Li Xinmei's screams turned feeble down. She was in a bit of a trance of consciousness. The look in Chen Feng's eyes was filled with repentance. She realized now that more money was no good without a life to spend it on. There's some money you simply can't take. All this money she's charging is based on Chen Xiao's suffering. Chen Xiao's life is gone. One is so wrong on the question of whether it is right or wrong. Chen Feng, can you just let it go? Just like that, let it go. She looked at Chen Feng. Her voice was filled with begging. His own 2 legs have been broken, and Chen Feng's anger should be almost out. Chen Feng laughed. He just shook his shoulders and had a rather perfunctory smile on his face. That's all. When you get to hell, ask the king of hell to see if you can just let it go. He is the king of hell's Yama. I am the messenger of the earth, and I am the master of everything on earth. Click. The words fell. Li Xinmei's arm was also crushed. This maneuver made Li Xinmei's pain value pull full. Chen Feng did not kill her all at once, but slowly, with the force going from light to heavy, so that she could feel the pain clearly. That pain intensified as he watched his limbs being crushed. It's also more exciting. Soon, all of Li Xinmei's limbs were flattened, leaving 4 meatloaves on the floor. She was left with a torso, barely still breathing. Now she had no other thought than regret. But what's the use of regretting now? Chen Feng would never let her go. Chapter 046, You Can't Be Too Much of a Madonna. Chen Feng walked over and put his hands behind his back, looking at her condescendingly with a smile in his eyes as if he was looking at a work of art. He had one hand in the air tugging at something that looked heavy, and he was tugging hard. Chen Feng, you, Li Xinmei's mouth was bubbling with blood, and her life was already hanging by a thread. Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand at her. Then the hand that had been tugging so hard suddenly loosened. Dang! Li Xinmei's chest was instantly flattened. One of her eyeballs popped out because of the pressure. The look is especially horrible. Her mouth opened exaggeratedly wide as she stared at the sky in death. To the day she dies, she can't rest in peace. She seemed to have something else to say, but swallowed it back forever. Buzz off! Suddenly, a couple of rangers' cars drove up next to them, and when they stopped, a dozen rangers jumped down from them. Leading the way is Wang Jianhua. When Li Xinmei came over just now, she called the people from the patrol bureau and asked them to come over for support. Wang Jianhua and the others were still a step slow after all. Wang Jianhua came down and saw Chen Feng at first glance. Instantly alert. Chen Feng, what are you doing here? This is a private estate. Don't mess around. The people next to him stopped where they were, not daring to come up. From this angle, they didn't see Li Xinmei's body. Only Chen Feng was seen standing there, his hand holding something in the air with a slightly grim expression. You guys came just in time. The smile on Chen Feng's face deepened. I heard that Zhao Jia was here, and it's his birthday so I came. Zhai Zhao? Zhao Shang's son. Wang Jianhua understood everything in a flash. When Zhao Jia's mother died a while ago, Chen Feng was a big suspect. He remembered the image of that day, when Zhouji's mother had jumped down the stairs and landed right next to him. That image was a huge blow to Zhao Jia. Today Chen Feng is coming to Zhao Jia again. Could it be that he wants to give Zhao Jia to? He didn't dare think any further. He wanted to turn around and leave now. Why is it that all the bad luck lately has come to me? Because of the last incident he had just written a report and typed it up. And he was also scolded by the leader with a split face. Seeing as how it was going to happen again today, he didn't even know what to write in the report. Chen Feng, you can't go in today. I will never let you in. He shouted. Chen Feng didn't care about them and turned around to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and patted his head to look over. Right. This is someone you should really want to meet. Chen Feng waved his hand. A dark shadow with a slimy feel was thrown from the side. It landed right at Wang Jianhua's feet. At the same time, the colleagues of the patrol bureau all got a good look at the image in front of them. Is it Li Xinmei? Who would recognize her if they didn't know her well enough? She was left with half a torso, already battered by the weight. One of the eyeballs popped out and all the limbs are gone. No, it's not gone, it's flattened. Not far from the ground, 4 flattened pieces of meat could be seen. That would be Xinmei Li's arms and legs. That's a horrible image too. Hiss. A group of people, at the same time, sucked in a breath of cold air. The eyes were full of mischief. Li Xinmei is dead. Li Xian is beautiful. Did Chen Feng kill him? Wang wanted everyone to shoot together and shoot Chen Feng, but he did not see the crime process, much less know whether or not Chen Feng killed Li Xinmei. He did not dare to jump to conclusions. The surprise was followed by a frantic shock of anger. Chen Feng was provoking the patrol bureau. The captain of the patrol, Li Xinmei, just died? And at this moment, Chen Feng had already stridden into the manor. He wondered if he had been a bit too saintly just now. The weight that smashed on Li Xinmei's body was the hammer of a hellish brat, and it should have caused Li Xinmei to feel extreme pain with each stroke, not from shallow to deep. Next time, don't be such a saintly mother. Team Wang. He walked in. What do we do? Catch him or not? The man from the patrol bureau reminded from the side. Wang Jianhua's head was also blank right now. That's the reaction. Get him for me. Li Xinmei's death. He is a major suspect. He must not be spared. The words fell, but no one dared to rush upwards, because no one wants to be like Li Xinmei. That fear comes from the heart. Mud. What are you all waiting for? We have guns. What are you afraid of? Wang Jianhua was furious, although he was also afraid, but still lead the charge in. Boom. Just ran 2 steps. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out around them. The huge impact directly shook Wang Jianhua off. He felt like his internal organs had been turned upside down, and he couldn't slow down for half a day. There was even a brief period of tinnitus, and when the people from the nearby patrol came over to help him up, he could only see their mouths moving but couldn't hear a sound. Half the time he could hear voices. One team, it is haunted. There was clearly nothing there when you rushed in just now, but there was an explosion. Are you hurt? Should I call an ambulance? A flash of extreme danger flashed through the depths of Wang Jianhua's pupils. This must be Chen Feng's doing. It wasn't that he hadn't seen anything the moment he had rushed in just now, but he had seen a Taoist talisman floating vaguely in the air. Could it be that he set this up in secret? Taoist charms? Explosions? This is incredible. Quick, call for reinforcements. Get someone to defuse the bomb. Li Xinmei said before that there are nearly 20 people inside. Chen Feng went over. This is going to be a big deal. Hurry up. Find out the identity of those 20 people first. Hurry up. When the people next to him saw how nervous Wang Jianhua was, one by one, they also got busy. They were all a long way from the door, and no one dared to go in again so easily. The moment. Inside the Mingma estate. A hall of almost 200 square meters. Entering here, the first thing that comes to your eyes is the towering ceiling, which is studded with sparkling crystal chandeliers emitting dazzling light. The walls of the hall are covered with gorgeous wallpaper with delicate and exquisite patterns, and the ground is covered with thick plush carpets, which are like walking on clouds. It was filled with all kinds of food, wine and drinks. Zhao Jie and the others, they were all in this hall. This is all from the Yago League, 20 people in all from rich families. Zhou Sheng tells him to hide out if he's not doing anything these days, but Zhou Jie thinks to himself that he should be fine playing in his own manner. This is your own territory. Zhao Jie was currently holding a glass of red wine and was toasting a woman. One of his arms was broken, and he was hanging there, looking a little worse for wear. The woman, on the other hand, was poised, her left leg resting on her right, sitting like a queen, shouting, "Look, I've been chasing you for so long. Just say yes, I promise you, after you're done with me, I'll never find anyone else. I'll do whatever you say." Zhao Jie bowed and bent over, his posture low and low. He smiled a fawning smile. It doesn't even look like someone who just died, Mom. He had long forgotten about his mother. Now he only had one thought, and that was to take care of Feng Xiaoting. Tonight, Mud must fix her. Chapter 047, Today's Doomed Robbery. Feng Xiaoting is also a student at Summit Academy. This woman is pretty, bratty, very arrogant, and has a big lady's temper. The family's background is no worse than Zhao Jie's. She was also present when she bullied Chen Xiao earlier. She was the one who fought the most that day. Zhao Jie chased her for such a long time, but never dared to come hard, only slowly coaxed, patiently said good words. Originally, Zhao Jie was going to go over to Jianlu's side today, but suddenly he heard that Feng Xiaoting had returned from the provinces, so he quickly rushed back to the manor and had it all set up. All of this today is for Feng Xiaoting. These Jie's alliance people were also called here because of her. Otherwise she wouldn't have come. Some women just give more and more face the more a man coaxes them, and the face gives more and more. Feng Xiaoting is this kind of woman. Looking at Zhao Jie scowling at her, she snorted coldly and snorted, "Zhao Jie, your arm is broken. What kind of birthday party are you having? You might as well go home and get well." If someone else had said this, Zhao Jie would have been anxious, but Feng Xiaoting said it, so he could only endure it. The corners of his mouth twitched for a moment as he compensated with a smile. "Isn't this about seeing you? Who made me miss you so much? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoting, for the sake of me being so loyal to you, just promise me." Feng Xiaoting is understand the desire to escape. She knows so keep rejecting Zhao Jie is not a way. So while looking at their nails while saying, "The new guide in the schoolhouse," I look very upset. "You find a way to open her for me. And I look at a brand name bag. You buy it for me." Sister Zhao's eyes lit up for a moment. It seems like she can really handle Feng Xiaoting tonight. "Don't worry. It's not a problem." Zhao Jie's smiling face was close to Feng Xiaoting's face as he laughed one after another. "Brother Jie, why do I hear what sounds like movement outside?" At this time, a junior brother beside Zhao Jie said. Zhao Jie also heard a sound coming through just now, but didn't care, and with that said, he also curiously walked over to the window to look over. He was taken aback. At the entrance to the manor, "Is that the Rangers?" The Rangers looked anxious, but they just couldn't get in. Standing in the doorway going back and forth as if something big was going on. Zhao Jie scratched his head in confusion. "It's your own estate. What could possibly go wrong? What's the situation? Are these people my father found to protect me?" Zhao Jie naively thought so. Knock. Suddenly, the door to the hall was pushed open and a booming voice came through. "Everyone's here. I thought a few would have gone to the restroom and missed it, but I didn't realize they were all here." The sound was particularly harsh in the hall. At once, everyone's eyes were focused. At the door was a man who appeared to be in his early 30s, but was actually past his prime. He had one hand propped up against the door and the other in his pocket. His eyes were like deep pools of water, originally clear light in the deepest part of them, but now they were slowly changing. Replacing this was a black flame of gas, about to cover the whole eye. "It's you!" Zhao Jie recognized it at once. This person was Chen Feng, who killed his own mother. It's a face he'll never forget for the rest of his life. If it wasn't for him, nothing could have happened to his own mother. Everything from that day still seemed to linger in his head. The mother jumped down the stairs and landed right in front of herself. And the way this guy Chen Feng looked at his mother at that time, he didn't feel guilty at all. Instead it was like he was admiring a work of art. That look, he would never forget it to this day. The crowd in the hall was in disarray. There was a lot of talk about who this person was. Brother Jie, do you recognize this person? A junior brother beside him inquired in a low voice. Zhao Jie's face was ugly as hell. Recognize? I can't wait for him to die. He hurriedly yelled. All be careful. He is a murderer. Hiss. A sentence that immediately caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. A murderer? Is this man so mean? Should I say no? Several people on the scene realized that the man's eyes seemed to give them a sense of déjà vu. Cough cough cough. Chen Feng saw the crowd stirring, so he casually closed the door and walked in. He coughed twice and clutched a beige Taoist talisman in his hand, waving it around casually. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Feng. I'm Chen Xiao's father, and also you all are destined to be robbed today, because I will send all of you to hell. Not one of you will be left within today. Boom. This sentence was like dropping a bomb on the scene, and the diffuse smoke infested everyone. He, Chen Xiao's father? That's the homicidal maniac? This matter has been rumored in the academy for a long time. Chen Feng killed the school and Geng Xiaoi. He's almost had a seizure because of his daughter. But they didn't take it seriously, always feeling that it was too far away from them. Besides, what could a mere Chen Feng do to them? They can all be rich and powerful, people who stand on the pyramid of this city. But when they really saw Chen Feng today, it was that fear and the spreading murderous aura that made them all feel weak. After all, they themselves knew exactly how they had treated Chen Xiao before. This is Jie's manor. You can't come in without his permission. Otherwise, it's illegal. Someone reacted and screamed. There are so many of them. What are they afraid of him? One Chen Feng? Yeah, get the hell out. This is our party and no one invited you. How dare a poor man come here and accuse us, and send us to hell? What a joke. It's you who should go to hell. One word from Jie can make you unable to make it in this city. Roll 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 roll. Brothers, knock him out. The people of the Yago League were united in the end, and immediately screwed together. Chen Feng, however, was sneering. In his opinion, these people were doing nothing more than dying. Senior Wind, do you find these evil souls appetizing? Chen Feng smiled. Feng Wuji hummed for a while before reluctantly speaking. They don't have enough evil souls to eat at all. They're barely stuffing their teeth. Ha ha ha. Then let's make it difficult for Senior to eat some chaff. Chen Feng's eyes flickered and lit up with a cloud of black gas. He then mouthed a silent mantra, discarding the Dao talisman, and his hands made quick seals in the air. The last hand sign was completed, and the entirety of the Taoist talisman burst into flames. At once, an essence of light spread out, spreading throughout the hall. The crowd was instantly quiet and their eyes cleared. What was that light just now? Is he doing magic? After the elixir of light dissipated, it was soon realized. At the front and back entrances, around the windows, dark shadows, large and small, appeared. Those black shadows all seemed to be holding sharp, cold knives, like the harsh ghosts of hell collecting souls. It doesn't have a face, but it's scarier than having one. What the is going on here? What are these black shadows doing? Zhao Jie was the first one who couldn't hold it together and shouted in fear. Chapter 048. If you've done something wrong, you should go to hell. What is this black shadow doing? A holographic projection? Playing God? Thinking we'll eat your ass? There are so many of us. What can you do to us? There are patrolmen out there. I advise you to be honest. Uncle, you damn well better get the hell out of here, or my fists will treat you well. The crowd was stunned at first. Then they shouted. What could he do in broad daylight? Or in Zhao Jie's territory? Especially an inchman standing at the front screamed the most fiercely. The muscles on his body protruded high. It looked like he didn't usually work out much. Seeing them look like they were newborns, Chen Feng gave a heartfelt thumbs up. You're all very brave. I hope that you'll still be able to maintain this exuberance later on. Since no you guys don't know what I'm capable of, I'll make a sample first, Chen Feng said as he flicked his finger in the air. Whoosh! The arm of the inch-haired man who had screamed the loudest just now was immediately chopped off. Thick arms as thick as a child's head just detached from the body. In an instant, the blood hadn't even flowed out yet, showing the sharpness of the knife. This moment was as unreal as a dream to the inch-haired man. He was even ready to greet Chen Feng how he would greet him later, but he didn't expect his hand to be chopped off. His own arm fell to the ground, and the silence around him was terrifying, as if he were dreaming. He couldn't help but scream until the sensation of pain came over him, one hand covering his broken arm and rolling on the ground in excruciating pain. My arm hurts ah! He screamed miserably, his head immediately covered with cold sweat, the whole person like a big shrimp shrinking there, rolling over in pain. Orange! Zhao Jie screamed, scared out of his wits, his face brushing white. Orange was the best fighter he had with him, and now he's just dead? This is too fast. Chen Feng directly grabbed in the air in the next second. He presented a claw with one hand and squeezed it easily. Boom! Orange's body directly exploded. Except for the head. The body directly exploded to smithereens. It was obvious that Chen Feng was quite considerate and had left him with an intact head. Everything else that was left was reduced to nothing. Feng Xiaoting was closer to Orange and was splattered with blood. She was baffled. It's real blood. So much. And this flavor. She fell straight to her knees and vomited. Ha! This. The room was dumbfounded. That's when the taste of horror began to spread through the crowd. Orange is dead? Just get pinched? This is not a joke. This Chen Feng. Not joking with them. This is really going to kill people. Chen Feng sneered and moved his wrists, looking like he was still a bit unfulfilled. Next time, I won't be such a saintly mother. So please prepare yourselves mentally. Holy Mother? He's called himself a saintly mother after he's broken people into pieces? And what would become of them if they weren't saints? Can't think. Really can't think. With Chen Feng's words, the surrounding black shadows all let out a burst of ear-piercing laughter. It was as if they were enjoying this killing madness with Chen Feng. These dark shadows. They're demons. It seems to be even more terrifying than Chen Feng. That, uncle. We have nothing to do with Chen Xiao's death. Why are you doing this to us? At this time, a woman spoke up. She was wearing a little bear hairpin and looked like a good girl. That's right. Even though we're classmates with Chen Xiao, we can't press all these things on our heads. We know that Chen Xiao's death saddened you. Then you can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Several others chimed in. Chen Feng laughed. None of these people died unjustly today, because they don't reflect on their mistakes at all. It even felt like it was all deserved. When bullying becomes justified, the seed of evil sprouts in the mind, as it does in everyone. Chen Feng directly cast his cell phone onto the screen in the hall. Some elegant music and images were playing on the screen earlier. Nowadays, what emerges are unpleasant images. The beginning of the video froze everyone in their tracks. It was something they had done, and everyone kept it in their minds, but they had selective amnesia because it was so commonplace to them, as if it was as simple as eating and sleeping, and there was no need to keep the details of everyday's eating and sleeping in their minds. Was there? The images now brought back memories of all that to them. In the video, all of them beat up Chen Xiao together. All of them were on that day. Everyone moved. They all watered on the seed of sin. My daughter Chen Xiao has never bullied anyone. On the contrary, because others were bullied, she even stood up to help the other side. But who knows that in the end it was she herself who got hurt. My daughter was just too kind. That's why she was tortured and bullied by you assholes. That's why she ended up in this situation. If it weren't for your footsteps, if it weren't for your lawlessness, nothing would have happened to my daughter. The devil's feathers are plumped up by you altogether. Today, none of you can escape. If you do something wrong, you deserve to go to hell, don't you? Wow. These words made everyone's heart tremble, and some timid bodies began to sway. Zhao Jie cursed and carefully hid a fruit knife in his hand, a cold light in his eyes, thinking that if he couldn't, he would fight. Chen Feng's gaze, however, was suddenly directed at him, a touch of playfulness in his eyes. Especially you, Zhao Jie. The day before my daughter's death, you made a move on her. You are guilty of nothing. Ah! In the next second, Zhao Jie screamed. His hand, pierced by that knife, blood flowed out, and the pain spread like crazy. With 10 fingers, you can imagine how much this hurts. Zhao Jie head instantly covered with cold sweat, more despair in the eyes. Do not dare to imagine. What will he become today? Outside at the moment, the Rangers have surrounded the place, but no one dares to go in. They all remember the footage from earlier. There's a bomb in this air. One mistake could get you killed. At the same time, there are some good anchors who have started doing live streams in the neighborhood. The image is focused on the interior of the manor, and the panicked people inside are seen. It's like they're imprisoned in a cage and no one can get out. Chen Feng's figure could be seen sitting in the hall with a playful expression and a deep gaze. He seemed to notice that a camera was on him, and turned his head to say hello to the camera. In order to facilitate everyone to more intuitively see the picture in the hall, Chen Feng simply carried out a live link, supporting his cell phone in the hall. Chen Feng. It's Chen Feng. It's really him. It's not that murderer from last time. It's rumored that he's already killed several people, but the Rangers can't even find any evidence. Geez, what's he trying to do by trapping so many people here now? He's going crazy. People online immediately started talking about it. Chapter 049, Who can convict Chen Feng? Chen Feng looked at these pop-ups and laughed coldly, pointing at the people in the hall and saying, today, none of the people here can escape. So later on, let everyone witness with me what it means to reap what you sow. Now the general public doesn't realize the complexity of the situation. They just thought it was a prank to hype traffic. No one felt that Chen Feng really dared to kill anyone, and in front of the patrol, on the other end of the live feed, the Rangers were getting more and more crowded and had long since surrounded the place. In this situation, did Chen Feng still dare to make a move? But soon enough, something appeared in Chen Feng's camera that made everyone choke. It was a human head. It's Orange's head. No body, just the head. And underneath is a pool of blood. Very scary. Murdered. He really killed someone. This is no joke. What the hell is going on here? The netizens are blowing up straight away. The atmosphere of the scene, too, was being ignited a little bit. Not a moment too soon. Zhao Sheng has arrived. He had 7 or 8 men with him, and looked very anxious. Zhao Sheng came over from seeing the live coverage. Mingma Manor. That's your own manor. Inside was his own son, Zhou Jie. Chao Xiaomei had already died, and his own son must not have another accident. That's my own flesh and blood. He had just seen Zhao Jie's hand being pierced in the live feed. A knife stabbed hard. You don't have to think about it to know how much it hurts. Zhao Sheng was in a hurry. There were some other parents who were there who had seen the live stream and came over. One worried a lot. Captain Wang, why don't you bring someone in? Are you kidding me? Our children are still inside. Can't you let someone force a breakthrough in? How are you going to be responsible if something goes wrong with our child? That's our kids in there. Where's the sniper? Why don't you shoot? That's a murderer. Several parents immediately surrounded Wang Jianhua. Wang Jianhua was also helpless. First of all, Chen Feng wasn't a murderer. At least they didn't have proof. Secondly, the snipers are in position, but they can't shoot, because there were black shadows constantly swaying on the windows interfering with the line of sight. If they were to fire rashly in this situation, they might accidentally injure other people inside. As for rushing in, that would be even more nonsense. There's a stealth bomb in the yard. Everyone please calm down. I will find a way to get your children out. We will do our best. Please trust us. As we spoke, the demoning team arrived. It was Wang who applied for support from his superiors. Seeing these people, those parents also rushed to get out of the way to let those demoning teams in. Having just gotten inside and turned on the metal detector, they were confused. How can there be mines when there's no metal around at all? Even some of the experienced cures were confused then at the moment. How can you platoon without mines? Where's the patrol playing? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, the demoning team leader saw a Taoist talisman appear in front of him, with some strange symbols drawn on it. A heavenly thunderbolt being detonated in general. In the next second, an explosion rang in his ears. First a searing wave of air hit him, followed by a huge shockwave that shook him and sent him flying. The powerful force caused him to fly a few meters away and fall straight to the ground. The captain of the demoning team lost consciousness in an instant, and his internal organs were so strongly shocked that he couldn't get up with blood in his mouth. Now everyone in the audience was quiet. Is there really thunder in this? Exactly what the mines are is unknown. The point is they can't even see. What's going to happen now? And just then the window was opened. There was also action in Chen Feng's live broadcast. He pointed the camera at a girl and spoke with a smile. Please watch. Everyone. There is a girl named Ma Yan who is about to confess her faults. Everyone can be a witness and see how she confesses. Only the girl named Mayan walked up to the window. It felt like there was a hand behind her back pushing her, and she was extremely reluctant to do this again. Walking to the window, her Yan's entire face changed, but she still couldn't stop herself. Mom, I'm scared. You have to help me. Help, help. Mayan's heart-rending voice came over, and at this moment the scene fell silent. Everyone watching this closely. The location of the hall was on the top floor of the manor, as high as 6 stories, and below it was the hard concrete floor, so a fall would either kill or maim. Yen, my family Yen. A woman saw the picture from the crowd. Her face brushed white, rushed to squeeze through the crowd and stood in front. Her eyes were filled with death. Mayan stood there. One more step forward and she could have jumped. Mom! Oh! Mayan saw her mom and howled in fear straight away. Yen, go back quickly. Don't think about it. We can definitely get you out. You go back and stay well. The woman yelled tearfully. Mayan wants to go back, too. Mom, I'm not in control of my body at all. And I don't want to come out. And I don't want to die. It's a dark shadow pushing me along. A black shadow? Hearing this, Wang Jianhua and the few patrol bureau men around him were in a cold sweat. They had seen this black shadow before when they were in the patrol bureau, and that was when Chen Feng struck. This time it seems to be the same as before. But what the hell was that black shadow? They didn't know. And could that be evidence? Can you convict Chen Feng? Apparently not. Pust. On Ma Yan's body, there was suddenly an additional stab wound. Right on the most prominent part of the body. Blood was drenched in sight. Ma Yan immediately screamed out in pain. The blood came out at once, but her body couldn't move at all, as if it was imprisoned by something. Yen, The woman felt a wave of dizziness. The crowd also sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't seen anything just now, and Ma Yan's body instantly had more stab wounds. The image was too horrifying. For a while the scene was filled with Ma Yan's cries and wails. When has a woman ever experienced this kind of image? It hurts just to think about it. In the manner, Zhao Jie and the others were also dumbfounded. It was as if they saw what was going to happen to them. And wait, it might just happen to them. Swish! As he spoke, there was another slash on Ma Yan's body. Blood stained her body in an instant as if she didn't want it. The scene was horrific at one point. The woman was so anxious that she wanted to rush in to save her daughter, but she was stopped by the people next to her, so she couldn't get in at all, and she was so anxious that she cried. Seeing this scene, Zhao Shang gritted his teeth in the dark and turned his head to the people around him. Quickly, have the people in the media make a big deal out of Chen Feng killing people. As long as public opinion is up, the top will definitely find a way to catch Chen Feng. Chapter 050, Am I Next? The image of Ma Yan standing on the windowsill, covered in blood, immediately swept the internet. Almost everyone online swiped it. Meanwhile, Zhou Sheng's people are getting hype. The internet was abuzz with hot debates, all aimed at Chen Feng. My god, is there any king's law? Killing people in broad daylight. This man is a madman. Why doesn't anyone do anything about it? Can't let a madman lead the way. The rule of law. And he took off. Any of the brothers who are free, go with me to the manor to get him, because there are too many water armies. Some unknown netizens have been brought up to speed and have followed the accusations. These words also reached Chen Feng's live broadcast. He grunted coldly. He originally didn't want to pay any attention to these unknown cuties, but seeing his public opinion was growing, he didn't want to take the blame for being a murderous fiend, so he opened that video straight away. A group of people bullied Chen Xiao alone, blindfolded and beaten, egged on by Zhao Jie. The whole time Chen Xiao just stood there helplessly, not daring to move a muscle. She kept begging for mercy, and she didn't even dare to cry out loud, just a small sob. A glance in here showed the muscular man Orange, who had just died, fighting with particular vigor, and specifically greeting Chen Xiao's vitals, but he is, by now, pulverized. So what will happen to Ma Yan? Chen Feng said to the live camera. None of the people who died today are innocent. Their hands are stained with sin and they all deserve hell. Since there is no one in this world to judge them, I will. After this video was released, there was a lot of spontaneity on the internet to find the previous footage of Zhao Jie and the others bullying Chen Xiao, and there were even details of Chen Xiao's jumping off the building that were blown out of proportion. For a while, the online buzz changed. All of them fell to Chen Feng. Bullying his own daughter has cost her a life. They deserve to die. Simply not enough to die. That what's his name Yago League is all here, isn't it? Chen Feng is bullish. He's actually blocked all the people from the Jia Alliance here. Crazy. This is all really crazy. If I were Chen Feng I would lose my mind as well, and it wouldn't be too much to kill them all. Kill them. In the blink of an eye, there were already several more stab wounds on Ma Yan's body. She just stood there like a handle, not moving to take it. The fear in her eyes had slowly transformed into despair. All that could come out of her mouth was the words repeated over and over again. Mommy save me. Ma Yan's mother was on the verge of a breakdown. She doesn't care if her daughter has been a bully or not, let alone what she has done. She just wants her daughter to live. How can someone else's life be compared to your own daughter's? Chen Feng, you devil, murdering devil, give me my daughter. If something happens to my daughter today, your whole family won't want to live. I'm going to pay to kill your whole family. Chen Feng, I'll fight you. She yelled like crazy. Chen Feng also heard her hysterical screams on the live broadcast. He aimed the camera. When my daughter, Chen Xiao, died, I was as desperate as you are, but no one cared about me at that time. Even the inspectors ignored me. To whom shall I speak of the bitterness of my heart? The point is that my daughter's death is inseparably related to them. You feel wronged. Then how can I not be angry in my heart? Did you see that video clearly? Your daughter, Ma Yan, hit Chen Xiao's head hard with a table leg. Did she ever think that she would have her own day? Chen Feng snapped his fingers over the camera. Suddenly, this side of the camera, women's bodies burst into flames. The flames first rose from the soles of his feet and gradually spread throughout his body. Those patrolmen who stopped her nearby hurriedly let go of her and retreated to the side with frightened faces. Ah, so hot. Help, help me. The woman shrieked and cried out, but no one dared to come near her. All were far away from her, who were afraid that the flames would burn on them. The flames on her body were causing her immense pain. Her mouth exaggeratedly wide open. The flames sobbed out of her mouth, and within a few moments, she collapsed to the ground in a heap, burned to a crisp. Wang Jianhua's eyes cleared. Nima, this Chen Feng is also too crazy. This time again, to his own face. He had a feeling that the demon in Chen Feng was on the verge of being suppressed, as if it's going to pop at any moment. The feeling. It was horrible. Maybe a thought that could drag the whole world to hell. Mom! Ma Yan screamed miserably, and her body jumped off the top uncontrollably. Knock! A muffled sound. Ma Yan is dead. Head to the ground. At this moment, the broadcast room was quiet for a few seconds. Although everyone had been prepared for this, the image still made many people feel uncomfortable. It's too exciting. Too bloody. A big living man. Just dead. This is a live jump. The scene also set off the parents in the audience. No one wants their child to be like that. Zhao Sheng is even more anxious. The public opinion on the internet cannot affect him. What to do now? Zhao Jia is still in there. Team Wang, think of something quickly. If anything happens to our children, I'll go to the inspector's office and file a complaint against you. My daughter can't die. She can't. My son is still in there. Ask Chen Feng. We'll pay whatever he wants. Numerous parents' excited and anxious appearance have appeared in the camera. Chen Feng is to see a clear picture. The manner. Zhao Jia and the rest of them all had ugly faces as well. Mayan is dead. Just jumped off and died. The word jumper had never been etched so clearly, so horribly, in their minds. He smiled, crossing his legs at the camera. Don't be in a hurry, folks. It'll be your own children's turn soon. Very soon. I told you. No one will escape today. The devil's feathers, I'll pluck them out one by one. Then, Chen Feng looked at the people in the manor. That cold smile was suddenly covered with a murderous aura. Next, whose turn is it? Well, just hello, your name is Feng Xiaoting, right? I see in the video. You were the one who hit the hardest, slapping my daughter a dozen times in a row and smashing her head with a water cup afterward. Today I also want to ask you, you and my daughter, in the end what deep hatred, did she kill your parents? Or did she kill your family's descendants, can make you hate her so much? Why? Did you have to hit so hard? Feng Xiaoting. A bellowing cry caused Feng Xiaoting's body to instantly straighten up. She was struck as if by lightning, and stood 2 steps back, her eyes stupid and dumb, as if she had heard an untruth. She pointed one finger at her nose in disbelief and asked, Me? I'm the next one to die? Chapter 051, I don't want to leave this world. Feng Xiaoting has never been the star of the show. At home her parents pampered her. At school her teachers spoiled her. And among her fellow students, the men pursued her like crazy. This also led to her character becoming more and more overbearing and brash, even looking at the other side to disfigure them. He'd done this sort of thing more than once, and ruthless would be an understatement. She still remembered that day when she had hit Chen Xiao hard. By the end of the fight his own hands were hurting, but she and Chen Xiao actually didn't have any grudges at all. She was just jealous of Chen Xiao's good looks. Why is she not as pretty as Chen Xiao even though she dresses up carefully and does all kinds of care and beauty treatments? Why is it that Chen Xiao can be so attractive even when he is standing there without moving or smiling? Why her body is so dominant? Compared to that, a lot of light was absorbed from his own body, but she really didn't think too much about it. Chen Xiao, a poor person, can she alone get herself into a world of trouble? Swish! One moment, everyone around her turned away from Feng Xiaoting, isolating her as a whole. The live camera was all over her as well. It was the star-studded feeling she wanted, but it was out of place when it appeared on her at the moment. There is a sense of dissonance everywhere. It's death calling. Wang Wan, Chen Kai, you guys come over here. What are you guys doing so far away from me? Do I have on me? Get your asses over here. Wang Wan and Chen Kai were both her little brothers, usually following her around flaunting and being very dejected. But now that they are in danger, they are the first to turn away from themselves. This chilled Feng Xiaoting's heart for a moment. She felt like it was all a dream. Was her aura receding so quickly? Wang Wan didn't dare to go over there at all. She hid in the crowd, afraid that she would be the next person chosen. Chen Kai was even more frightened and lost his soul. Ma Yan just jumped off the building like that. It's real. It's not an act. Zhao Jia, are you also hiding from me that far? Feng Xiaoting's heart went cold. Just a moment ago, Zhao Jia was still pursuing himself with a dog-licking look, and it was only in the blink of an eye that the way he looked at himself changed. What a look of dislike in those eyes. Seeing that Feng Xiaoting was about to come over, Zhao Jia was very upset and shouted, Don't come over. Can't you hear that the person Chen Feng called is you? You stay away from us. Feng Xiaoting was frozen when she heard this. She thought she had heard wrong. This person talking to himself, was it really Zhao Jia? He was disliking himself. He told himself to get lost? Feng Xiaoting only felt devastated and uncomfortable. Zhao Jia, you weren't like this when you were chasing me. How can you do this to me now? You come over. I am scared alone. Feng Xiaoting cried in fear, her body trembling. Death, literally, was coming for her. It all came really fast. This is the legendary Retribution. You being scared has nothing to do with me. Get the hell away from me. Marred. Don't splash me with blood. Zhao Jie's eyes were already filled with disgust, and he loudly stopped her from approaching. Feng Xiaoting was once a princess, an angel loved by all. But now she will also become such a crowd-pleasing existence? How ironic is this scene? Only now does she feel what Chen Xiao felt at first. Isolated. Mocked. Pointed at. Even bullied. Originally, Chen Xiao was also supposed to be a princess, and she was also supposed to be in existence in the limelight. But everything she had was taken away from her in a hard way. Feng Xiaoting suddenly met Chen Feng's gaze. She immediately knelt down for Chen Feng. Uncle, it's my fault. I shouldn't have bullied Chen Xiao, but I'm not guilty enough to die. Can you teach me a lesson and then let me go? I really know I'm wrong. Woohoo! Feng Xiaoting was instantly aggravated as tears came to her eyes. The scene was all live and everyone saw to it. But Feng Xiaoting didn't care. She just wanted to live. Being able to live was more important than anything else. Chen Feng looked at her and smiled bashfully. Spare you? Of course, but I have a condition. Feng Xiaoting thought that there was a turnaround in the matter and hurriedly raised her head, excitedly saying, Uncle, as long as you can spare me, I'll satisfy. Promise you whatever you want. My family has enough money to last you a lifetime. Either that or I'll transfer the money to you right here. Chen Feng spoke coldly. I only have one condition. My daughter is resurrected. Otherwise, you die. Buzz. Feng Xiaoting's head shook hard for a moment. She felt dizzy. How can the dead come back to life? Isn't this a hard time for her? Chen Feng didn't even think about forgiving her. But Chen Xiao is already dead. How can a person be resurrected when he is dead? Feng Xiaoting looked at him trembling, as if seeking a ray of hope. Chen Feng nodded. My daughter is dead and my heart has sunk. Do you think I will spare you? No. Feng Xiaoting's heart instantly shrunk. The next second, a dark shadow flashed around her. The dark figure let out a deep purr as if only she could hear it. It was followed by a vicious cut to her body. It was her flat belly. The blood came out in a flash. She froze at first and wiped a handful of blood, cried out as if he had broken down. Aha! My stomach! It's blood! I'm bleeding! Woo! Somebody help me! Feng Xiaoting cried while her body moved uncontrollably towards the window. In the distance, the patrol and numerous parents. This scene stunned everyone with rounded eyes. Some parents have looked over to see if it's their child. At the same time, Chen Feng's voice on the live broadcast came out once again. This person's name is Feng Xiaoting, and she takes pleasure in bullying others. Not only that, but she's also very jealous, and has disfigured the faces of several girls because those girls were all prettier than her. It's a cancer to keep such people around. A waste of food and air. Those words startled a lot of people. Immediately, someone broke the story of Feng Xiaoting's life. Feng Xiaoting? Feng's only daughter? Holy, you're talking about the Feng Group with a market capitalization of $10 billion? What if we kill her? Feng Group shall not play him to death? Feng Xiaoting looked at Mai Yan, who had already fallen to her death downstairs, and her head had died of fear. She didn't want to be like this, much less leave this world. She hasn't had enough of it. She yelled up at the outside, crying hysterically. Jabla! At that moment, a limousine stopped. Two people got out of the car. It's Feng Xiaoting's parents, Feng Chang'an and Li Shanshan. Seeing this image, Feng Chang'an instantly froze. That person standing up there is not exactly his own daughter. She was covered in blood and looked like she was about to die. His own precious daughter. When did she become like this? Chapter 052. My daughter is everything to me. Daughter! Feng Chang'an collapsed and roared, almost falling to his knees. Li Shanshan was also pale and her hands were trembling. Dad! Mom! Save me! Woo! Feng Xiaoting cried uncontrollably, but stood at the window unable to move. As he spoke, he took 2 more stabs to the body, at the arms, and thighs. The stab wounds were deep and bone-chilling and horrific. Even if she didn't die from the jump, she won't live long with this bleeding. Wang Jianhua has already reflected this matter to the top on the side, but the top has not responded for a long time. Something this big has happened, and everyone up there has seen it on the air and is now making decisions. Chen Feng, release my daughter, otherwise I won't let you go. I'm Feng Chang'an of the Feng Group. Have you heard of my name? I'm worth tens of billions of dollars. I can get you killed with just a few people. Don't you force me. At Feng Chang'an's age, he already had everything he wanted, but the only thing that could touch his heart was his daughter. His daughter is everything to him. He can't afford to lose his daughter. Chen Feng looked toward the camera, his brows lightly locked up. I'm very tired of people threatening me. Wang Jianhua and the others then reacted and rushed over to cover Feng Chang'an's mouth, but it's still a step too late. Feng Chang'an's legs instantly burned, just like the woman just now. The fire whooshed up. This is the famous Feng Chang'an. What if he died like that? Where did the fire come from? Quickly put out the fire for me. Put out the fire. Feng Chang'an was shocked. This fire came from nowhere. Wang Jianhua, they found a fire extinguisher, but it did not work at all. The flames grew hotter and hotter until they engulfed Feng Chang'an, until he was a charred corpse. Dad! Feng Xiaoting all froze. Her body felt like it was being drained. His own father, the great tree of his childhood, the being who could hold up everything, was now dead in front of him, turned into a corpse. This. How could she take it? She was falling apart. It's really going to fall apart. She received another stab in her stomach, and to the naked eye, a cloud of black gas transformed into a knife and stabbed into her stomach before it began to gurgle and bleed. The blood fell down his thighs. Hot. Then she fell headfirst off of it. Thud. She didn't breathe when she touched the hard concrete. Feng Xiaoting's mother, Li Shanshan, directly fainted when she saw this image. Next to Wang Jianhua and others rushed to the hospital. 2 people. The bodies fell there and no one dared to come and clean them up. In the live room, no one dared to be cynical anymore. They all got serious. They thought about what Chen Feng had said earlier. None of these people would survive today. They all have to die. Zhao Jia and the others were now not even daring to utter a single breath. The scene made everyone's eyes glaze over. Usually, no matter how much trouble they get into, their parents can help them out. But today, their parents are at the door and no one can help them. They have been chained by death and slowly dragged toward hell. Under Chen Feng's pressure, everything seemed to lose its voice. Chen Feng leisurely glanced out the window with a lot of emotions. Just a week ago he was a normal guy, diving into his little tea house, never imagining that his life would be like this a week later. You've turned into a murderous monster too? So many people's lives are in their hands. But he really doesn't care anymore because it's all based on his daughter's pain. Anyone who has caused their daughter pain deserves to go to hell. Don't look at them crying pitifully now. How many people know how deep their sins are behind them? Who of them ever went soft when their daughter was crying for mercy? When her daughter was bullied by all of them together? Who stood up and said a word for her? It's not that one is hard-hearted, but there is no justice in this world. Cough. That pace seems a bit slow. Chen Feng coughed twice and appeared in the camera. Next, the 2 of you together. Snap. He snapped his fingers. Inside the manor, 2 people immediately stepped forward. These 2 are also the same people who appeared in the video and have been screaming and moving the entire time. There is also some extremely vile language in the video. It's a man and a woman. The woman had some good looks, and was wearing a pair of shorts with a great deal of style. The man was wearing a small size suit. Quite classy. I don't want to die. Uncle Chen Feng, can you give me a chance? Please. It's my fault. I really don't dare anymore. Woo. Thinking of Feng Xiaoting and Mayan's miserable appearance just now, the 2 immediately cried in fear. But these tears of remorse could not evoke any sympathy from Chen Feng at all. Chen Feng sympathizes with them? Who sympathizes with their own daughter? What a good fight they had that day. What a lot of cursing. Now you're scared? It's already late. And all of this is just what Chen Feng sees on the surface. Behind the scenes it is unknown how much they have bullied Chen Xiao. This breath, Chen Feng must be taken out. Outside, 2 parents tore their hearts out and yelled, "It's my son! My son! Daughter! Ooh, it's my daughter!" Chen Feng gently clapped his hands, then sat himself down and lit a cigarette to admire it. The man's and woman's bodies were instantly in the grip of an inexplicable force. Suddenly, the man stabbed at the woman. He wasn't moving very fast, even slowing down his movements on purpose. But women can't hide, because her body had been confined long ago. With fear in her eyes, she watched hard as the knife plunged into her thigh. A horrible stab wound appeared on his thigh. It was a bloody gash. Then it started gurgling and bleeding. The pain came together. Aha! Why did you kill me? The woman broke down and yelled. The man was simply unsure, not even realizing what he had just done. His body was completely driven by other forces to lunge over. He didn't even think about making a move on the woman. The woman's words fell and she got on. Both of them held pitch-black knives in their hands and frantically stabbed at each other's bodies. It's like poking cotton. I don't know how many times I stabbed the other guy. Both men closed their eyes in fear and could only feel the pain in their bodies. By the time the 2 reacted, they realized that they had come to the window. Take a look downward. The 2 bodies were still resting below. The 2 men's bodies were wobbly and already covered in bruises. Even if they don't die from the jump, neither of them can be saved. The 2 men had a dead look in their eyes. Then they fell together. 2 thuds. Took 2 more. Outside at the patrol station, 2 more parents fainted. The rhythm is completely brought up by Chen Feng alone, and so far, it has become more and more enjoyable. Chapter 053, Your Dereliction of Duty. At this moment, Chen Feng's livestream was already hanging out on the favorites. Quite a few people from North Barn City are in and are going crazy. The online buzz is refreshing at all times. So many people, and Chen Feng doesn't intend to spare any of them? He's really too ruthless. But it's cool. How did those people bully other people's daughters before? In the end, people's daughters jumped off the building, but the patrol bureau didn't even care to dare. Who doesn't know the reason behind it? Self-inflicted wounds. Who let them bully people like that? Chen Xiao's death is inseparable from them. If you ask me, they just deserved it. But isn't it a little cruel to make those people jump off of it? Asterisk 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 off. Dead saintly mother upstairs. It didn't happen to you so you could be so cloudy. You're just like those. Death to the Virgin Mary. Grass. Liang Hui was also watching this at the moment. He sat in front of the computer and didn't move a muscle for half an hour. Didn't even take a sip of water. Just staring at the computer screen so tightly. Chen Feng's every move touched his heart. So many people died in the blink of an eye, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead it was a pleasure he had never felt before. These are the murderers who killed Chen Xiao. They thought that their age and status was a powerful tool to escape punishment, but they didn't realize that Chen Feng didn't care about the rules at all. This time, they all have to die. Chen Feng had ruthlessly taken out a mouthful of bad anger. Someone on the internet had already captured and released a video of how the people from Jie's alliance bullied Chen Xiao. Who wouldn't be outraged at that image? Subconsciously, he would bring it to his own child. If they were really replaced with their own children, they would only be even crazier than Chen Feng. Poor parents, whose children are not the flesh that falls from their own bodies. What to do? Chen Feng has gone crazy. 6 people have died so far. Wang Jianhua was anxiously talking to the people above him, and the colleagues next to him were pacifying the remaining parents. But it was no use at all. The crowd had gradually begun to boil over. They don't want to see their children die like that. This feeling of being powerless to do anything about it made them solidly uncomfortable. Wang Jianhua, you have evidence on your side? On the phone, the person above calmly asked. Wang Jianhua was ashamed and shook his head. No, but I am sure it is him. The people above were silent. How can we arrest someone without evidence just based on his words? It's live right now, and the slightest mistake could have irreversible effects. This represents the entire patrol system. But now the scene was in chaos, and Wang Jianhua didn't know what to do. Next, the tempo was going to speed up again. Oh. Chen Feng's voice appeared in the live broadcast again like a magic spell. The crowd, which had been noisy just a moment ago, whooshed to silence and all looked at the live broadcast in horror. Chen Feng stretched out 3 fingers. Below, 3 jumped together. Swish. Immediately, on the opposite side were 3 people who stepped forward. 3 men, dressed up in dangly ways, one with earrings and lip studs. Son. Goten. It's my son. Zhang Feng. My son. It's my son's turn. Parents were immediately anxious, darting about like headless flies. This was happening right in front of his eyes, yet no one could stop Chen Feng. Can only watch the tragedy unfold. Chen Feng, you're crazy. You murdering devil. You shall not die. You let our son go. Big deal. We'll admit our faults to you and to Chen Xiao. That's fine, right? It was a failure of our education before, but my son is not guilty of a crime. Several parents shouted into the live stream. Chen Feng was originally too lazy to bother with them, but when he heard this, he still responded out of politeness. Not everything can be mended. Now that your son is about to die, you only regret it? What did you do long ago? Your education, your indulgence, is the hook, sickle and sharp knife that kills them. All this is because of yourselves. If you don't teach, naturally someone else will teach them to behave. Several people were disliked beyond words. Chen Feng is right. They've actually known about this for a long time. It's not like it's happened once or twice that their kids have bullied at school, but they never really cared. Who knew that this time there was a death and it turned out to be so serious? They're regretting it now. All 3 moved in unison, stabbing themselves with an unreadable black sharp knife while jumping off of it with howls of pain. Thud, thud, thud. 3 sounds, 3 lives lost. Their terrified cries still seem to echo around them, making the livers of the rest of them quiver. Zhao Jie is the one with the ugliest face. He knows that he will definitely die today more than anyone else. This matter himself is the mastermind. Moreover, he has made bullying Chen Xiao a family affair. He just begs his father to think of a way to get himself out quickly. As long as he survives today, it's a victory. Zhao Shang was already sweating in a hurry, and he wasn't paying attention right now. The patrol can't do anything here. What can he do? He kept asking the men next to him if the master he had been looking for had come yet. Just now, he had asked someone to find another expert to come and help. Chen Feng is too evil. Maybe these master gurus can handle him. Brother Shang, Master Feng is here. As he was saying this, his men ran over, bringing with them a middle-aged man who was dressed somewhat unusually. He was wearing a Taoist uniform with an immortal appearance, only his eyes looked a bit evil, not like a normal Taoist. Old me, Wild Ma Shan's successor Feng Qiuzi, can you accept the previously agreed price? Feng Qiuzi arrived in front of Zhao Shang and spoke directly. Zhao Shang hurriedly replied, Master, as long as you can save my son, you can ask for as much money as you want. My son is in the manor, so think of something. As soon as Feng Qiuzi opened his mouth, Wang Jianhua and the others looked towards him with vigilance in their eyes. You're Feng Qiuzi. Feng Qiuzi was also a major criminal before, killing at least 3 people in Kitakura City. But each time he got away with it and wiped the evidence so clean they couldn't find it. Because of this incident, they also hated Feng Qiuzi, but the man was so skillful that they couldn't catch him at all. And with the lack of evidence, the matter has been put on hold. This person was second only to Chen Feng in terms of danger. Had, since you know my name, you should know even more about my power. Get out of my way. Feng Qiuzi snorted coldly. The 3 words, Feng Qiuzi, also quickly reached the ears of many netizens. Instantly, someone recognized him. It took less than a minute for the blurb to come out. Feng Qiuzi, a sect of the Maoshan Dao, specializes in invoking souls and luring fairies to their bodies, and most of the spells in his body are used to save their lives, which is why the existence of the Maoshan Dao is basically able to retreat in one piece no matter how powerful an enemy they encounter. Chapter 054, This person is an evil path. I've heard of this person. Half a year ago, didn't he kill a mother and son? It is said that thing made quite a big mess and it seems quite dishonorable, isn't it? Can he be honorable when he gives the little boy's mother and kills the family's child? It's just that the Rangers never found a clue to catch him, so that's why he's been getting away with it. There's more than one such hit on him. He's a devil. The Maoshan Road, can it also produce evil people? What place doesn't have a few evil people? It has nothing to do with what sect. It's just that this person's heart is not right. The key is that he is really strong. Can Chen Feng be his opponent? I still want to see Chen Feng punish those people. All of these words from the live broadcast also appeared together with Chen Feng. He then cast the live feed on the big screen, which Zhao Jia and the others clearly saw. They breathed a sigh of relief. The Maoshan Taoist sect, just by its name, is tops. Coupled with the fact that Feng Qiuzi's name was so explosive, could Chen Feng possibly be an opponent? Chen Feng will definitely die today. Once Chen Feng died, they would be saved. Doesn't Chen Feng like to play with these evil things? Then we'll play with you to the end. Zhao Jia's heart was smiling. Outside, Wang Jianhua and the others subconsciously all made way. No one dared to stop Feng Qiuzi. Feng Qiuzi came in with big strides and also saw what was in front of him. The whole thing shook instantly. That's an image that's more or less exciting. 9 people fell to their deaths on the ground. Each one had a black aura wrapped around its body. And the deaths were extremely gruesome, as if he had seen some horrible image before he died. They were covered in stab wounds, but those wounds were piled up with black aura flames that could not be healed at all. This, Murphy is. 3 more people stood up between Feng Qiuzi's thoughts. These 3 people cried out and said words begging for mercy, but their bodies stood over very obediently. It's time to jump again. Feng Qiuzi looked up, and his heart shrunk for a moment. He immediately turned around and ran back. Seeing this image on the live feed, netizens have raised questions. What's the situation? Feng Qiuzi is leaving? What's the deal with leaving before we've even fought? Could it be because you can't beat Chen Feng? When a master fights, one look will tell if there is one. Master Feng, what are you? Zhao Shang hurriedly asked after him. He had no bottom in his heart. If even Feng Qiuzi couldn't do anything, Zhao Jia was really hopeless. You're messing with the wrong person. Marred, how dare you let me step into the middle of this muddy water? Feng Qiuzi's face turned ugly all of a sudden and he cursed loudly. Master Feng, your strength is heaven-defying. Would you still be afraid of a Chen Feng? Zhao Shang felt a bit unbelievable. Feng Qiuzi was also a murderous devil. At this moment he would be afraid of Chen Feng? He's not even normal. Feng Qiuzi's voice began to tremble as he pointed at the distance, at the black shadows surging from the windows, and roared lowly. Did you see those black shadows? Those were all personified by the night ghosts. They were made of severe ghosts. Zhao Shang's eyes were wooden as he looked up. Inside the manor, those black shadows had appeared since a moment ago. One by one, simply too many to count, appearing there as if they were a vicious miasma. The average person may not realize the danger involved, but those who know what they're doing can tell how deep the waters run. Summoning a stern ghost was a skill job, and there was a high probability that people with a shallow Dao would be revolted. What's more, it's a move only used by the evil way. Is it possible that this person has become a demon? It is rare for a celestial master to become a demon. If you don't become a devil, you become a god. Where did Feng Qiuzi dare to stay longer? This person is an evil path. An evil path. Old man is no match for him. You guys should try to escape if you can. In the future, I won't come to this kind of thing for any amount of money. Everyone heard Feng Xiaozi's words. Those noisy parents also quieted down, with unspeakable fear in the depths of their eyes. Even this master can't help. What can they do? Evil ways? They've never heard of it. The netizens in the live broadcast room, too, were dumbfounded. Feng Xiaozi was already too strong, but now he was scared like this? It was evident how strong Chen Feng was. However, this one looked to be a sure thing. Since Chen Feng was so strong, then Feng Xiaozi was definitely no match. Feng Xiaozi? You came without even saying hello and are leaving? Behind him, Chen Feng's voice came leisurely. One sentence made the atmosphere instantly freeze again. Chen Feng just stood by the window staring at him, accompanied by a black gas around him, like a demonic ghost. Feng Xiaozi stopped for a moment. Chen Feng actually knew his name? This is too evil. Not that he wanted to stop, but because he was simply out of control. Beneath his feet, there was already a black aura spreading, a black dagger, pressed against his chest. You, old man, has no grievances with you. Why do you have to be like this? Feng Xiaozi's face changed greatly in fear and he hurriedly responded. Chen Feng put his hands behind his back and smiled happily. Naturally, you and I have no grudges, but the evil soul in you is delicious. Moreover, you've done a lot of evil and killed a lot of people, so it's time for you to pay the price today. Click. Feng Xiaozi felt a ringing in a certain part of his body, and immediately a wave of fear surged up. He burst into a cold sweat, his eyes rounded in horror. No, master, please, spare me. Boom. Next, Feng Xiaozi's chest directly exploded. Blood sprayed towards Zhao Sheng and the others. A few people didn't react at all and were sprayed directly in the face. Feng Xiaozi's body slowly fell to the ground and died violently. Chen Feng grabbed him out of thin air and swallowed his evil soul. Chew hard for a few moments. Well, this soul tastes like gummy candy, and it tastes pretty good. Elder Feng Wuji, do you think it's still palatable? Feng Wuji's voice lazily responded. Generally speaking, although this person has many evils, they are all small evils. Not many big evils. After that, we have to find the person with great evil. Ha ha, I know. Feng Xiaozi is dead. He just died. Wang Jianhua and the others couldn't say what they felt in their hearts. It's happiness, or fear. Feng Xiaozi was a recidivist. This man was a murderer, and now that he's dead, it's a relief for them. Only it's a bit of a tragic death. If someone as strong as Feng Xiaozi was defenseless in front of Chen Feng, then who would be his opponent? The whole place was quiet for a few seconds, then completely exploded. Feng Xiaozi's death sent them an important signal. Blackened Divine Master, enter the devil. This is as bizarre as it sounds. The crowd was out of their minds. Those parents who had a glimmer of hope were in utter despair. White was no match, nor was black, and all they could do now was watch Chen Feng slowly judge their children. Knock knock. Just as they froze, 3 more jumped down. Chapter 055, Capture Chen Feng alive for me. The bodies had piled up below and looked quite horrible. A few more parents screamed out at the top of their lungs. It's a feeling that you can only know how painful it is if you've experienced it yourself. Some of the sensible parents had already knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Feng in front of the live camera at this moment. Chen Feng, please, can you spare our boy? He's still young. He doesn't know any better. But can you give him a chance to reform? This is the only child we have. What's the point of living if he dies? That's our only bloodline. Woo woo. Several of the parents on their knees were crying in pain and looked genuinely sad. Chen Feng snorted coldly, a fierce light hovering in his eyes. Speaking as if I have several daughters. Isn't Chen Xiao my only daughter? Isn't she the apple of my eye? Your children are children and my daughter is not a daughter? If I hadn't become like this, if I hadn't trapped your children in there today, who of you would have listened to me? And who would have seriously apologized to me? When my daughter begged them, did one of them stop? Have I ever had a single person speak up for my daughter? Now you're here to show me pity? Grass, Chen Feng said with a wave of his hand. The 3 men standing on the windowsill, the one of them swung his hand violently and cut open his carotid artery, and blood spurted out at once, as if it didn't want money, staining everything around him. He screamed out in horror as the knife was so sharp that he couldn't feel any pain for the moment and could only see his blood spurting out. He then turned his head down and made a motion to pick water. Thud! The whole world went quiet. Then it was the 2 people next to him who followed his example and jumped in together. The blood splattered as if it were water, blooming into a wonderful mandala flower. 2 of the few parents who had just fallen to their knees and begged for mercy fainted, and the person next to them desperately tried to wake them up by pinching them. The air was now covered with the smell of blood and everything was totally crazy. It's like they're watching a movie, a drama with only killing and bloodshed but no hope in sight. In this moment, Wang Jianhua also received orders from his superiors. The attitude of the higher-ups is clear at this moment. Take the men and rush in. Do whatever it takes to get everyone inside out. Public opinion on the internet is not in our favor right now. We have to save people no matter what. Wang Jianhuo agreed with his mouth full. But the heart is not in it. Saving lives? What's the cost? Maybe it's the deaths and injuries on their side. But he didn't dare to disobey the orders from above. So he could only give the order with a stiff upper lip. All squads listen to the order. Now give me all you've got to rush in. Never let anything happen to the people inside again. Better capture Chen Feng alive for me. We must give the outside world an explanation today. We mustn't trash the face of the patrol bureau. Roger that. Roger that. The squads responded. Then the crowd led the charge toward the courtyard. Fully armed. Looking around, the yard should be safe with nothing in it, but they all knew it was dark and dangerous. There's no telling when it's going to explode, much less where the danger lies. Chen Feng also heard the commotion outside and shook his head quite helplessly, saying to the live camera, I advise you not to be impulsive. Otherwise it's not my fault if you live or die. I'm betting you won't be able to save anyone, and you'll take the lives of your own people. It was the patrol's talent that didn't listen to him, and all they could think about was rushing in. Those parents also followed the cheer, clenching their fists fiercely. Looking at that expression, they could not wait to eat Chen Feng. If only the Rangers could rush in, their children would be saved. They don't care what their kids have done. They just want their kids to live. Boom! Soon, an explosion sounded in the middle of the crowd. One of the patrolmen leading the group didn't even grunt, and was directly blown into bloody foam. The people next to him ate a mouthful of blood hard and were shocked by the huge impact, and stepped back. They were frozen. Who wouldn't be scared at that image? That's a dead man. A good let you. Blown straight to bloody froth. Yet the explosions around them didn't stop. They came one after the other like waterworks. Boom boom boom. A few loud noises came. It blew up in the middle of the patrol. And they couldn't escape if they wanted to. There were more than 50 people in the squads combined. And with one round of explosions, there were less than 30 people left. The less than 30 men were still in quite a state of disarray, all covered in blood, all of which was that of their teammates. For a moment, everyone was quiet. The walkie-talkie in Wang Jianhuo's hand dropped to the ground, and the whole person stood there dumbfounded as if he had lost his voice. The scene in front of him was as horrifying as an abyssal hell. More than 20 people just died? Blown to bits. The dignity of the patrol is preserved, but so many of their men are dead? Those parents who had been arching their fires a moment ago were also silent. One by one, they covered their mouths to keep from making a sound. Some of those who couldn't help themselves had already squatted down next to each other and started to vomit. Even the air around them was now covered with the smell of blood, and it couldn't have tasted more disgusting. Those patrolmen are embarrassed now. They stayed where they were neither in nor out. Some of those with poor mental capacity have already collapsed at this moment, kneeling on the ground and bawling. Totally disregard the image of the patrol bureau. What are we going to do now? What to do? Mei is dead, and so is Kung. Chen Feng isn't bluffing us. If we keep messing around, we might all die. My good brother. He was blown into a bloody mist. Ooh, I don't want to die. Everyone stay put. As long as we stay put, we're safe for now. The people from the patrol bureau stopped, but Chen Feng's side didn't stop. Those people are still jumping down. There was a constant stream of parents' wails of woe, one more piercing than the other. One sound is more than a wolf. Chen Feng sat there steadily as if nothing had happened. Just use the pain and despair of these people to pay tribute to Chen Xiao. All that pain she had once experienced. Make them all experience it again. Zhao Sheng stood in the middle of the crowd. At the moment he couldn't be bothered to look at those people from the patrol bureau, as he stared into the distance with rounded eyes. For the last 3 left on the estate. One of them is Zhou Jia. That's his own son. The scene he had feared the most still happened. There was nothing he could do in front of all of this. He could only watch and feel the endless pain spreading. Looking at these last 3, Chen Feng seemed to feel some emotion. I don't know when I become a murderous devil, but it felt pretty good. Instead of being an ordinary man who can't do anything, he should be quick to take justice for his daughter. Once the door of vengeance is opened, it can never be closed again. Chen Feng extinguished the last cigarette and looked at Zhao Jia. Next, I'd like to introduce you to one of the most special guests here. His name is Zhao Jia. P.S. I recommend a piece of pure music to listen to while reading. It should be very catchy. Autism, Cool Dog, Yan Dongwei, Pure Music. Chapter 056 Ethereal Black Shadow. Zhao Jia's body was electrified when he heard these words, and his entire body was like falling into an ice cave. The blood in his body seemed to have stopped flowing. From the time it started until now, it was like a dream for him. Originally, he should have stayed home and recuperated from his injuries and shouldn't have come out on the wave. Just for the sake of meeting Feng shouting, he got himself into this situation. Standing here with these people being judged by Chen Feng, slowly stepping into hell. Who would dare to believe this scene? If time could be rewound, even if he was given 100 guts he wouldn't dare to touch Chen Xiao again. Who would have thought that Chen Xiao would have such a crazy father? Chen Feng looked at Zhao Jie and smiled, politely as if the two were close friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Only Zhao Jie knew how dangerous this was. His name, everything about him, is going to be obliterated. These were right in Chen Feng's hands and feet. The live room, the patrollers outside, are all quiet. After brewing for so long, Chen Feng was finally going to start the best part. The hearts of all the people at this moment were like riding a roller coaster, stirring up and down. It feels like a bomb weighing on my heart is about to explode. The smile on Chen Feng's face became deeper and sunnier. It seemed to be hiding the black aura that was coming off of him. That black shadow, too, became more ethereal. For the name Zhao Jie, you should not be very familiar with it. I'm going to give a short introduction here. This man is the eldest son of the Fei Jie group, the second generation of the rich, the playboy. From the time he came to this world, one of the things he was most worried about was spending money. How to spend all the money around him became the biggest problem he had to face. And as a result, it created his bad character. He founded the Yago League, and the members are these people who died here just a week ago. He and a few others, together, bullied and beat up my daughter, causing her to think of jumping off a building and die. And then I realized that it wasn't the first time that this Zhao Jie had also taken the lead in tormenting my daughter and had all the Jie Alliance members bully her, abuse and curse her. As a father, that image I naturally didn't want to face. But this matter couldn't be left unchecked, and revenge couldn't be left unavenged. So, I still summoned up the courage to look into this matter. Perhaps what I'm doing seems excessive and even cruel to many people, but I want to say that this is just the beginning. If you think that this is already excessive right now, then what happens in the future will refresh your three views. Doomsday, opened because of my daughter. Devil, because of my daughter. The world, will change because of my daughter. These words from Chen Feng ignited the live broadcast. Some of the people who had previously felt some pity for Zhao Jie's and their deaths with a saintly mother's heart were also ruthless at this moment. Can a father not be angry at the image of his daughter being bullied into suicide? As for excessive, they don't think it's excessive at all now. Anyone who dabbles in this matter should pay the price. It's a truism that a man who kills pays for his life and pays for his debts. Kill, 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 kill them. Support Chen Feng. The live feed has been brushed off. Zhao Sheng's face turned pale as he rushed over and grabbed Wang Jianua's collar, yelling in a low voice, "Wang Jianua, you have to think of something for me. That madman is going to lay his hands on my son. You do something about it." Wang Jianua pushed him away with an upset hand. How can we figure out what to do when so many of our own people are dead all at once? Aren't the patrolmen human? Their deaths are a huge loss to the patrol. It's too much for the patrol to pay to save a bunch of rich kids. These rich kids are supposed to be the assholes of society. Flop. Zhao Jie directly knelt down for Chen Feng. Knock knock. 2 strokes and the brain is bleeding. But it wasn't something he volunteered for. It was a dark shadow behind him pushing him to do it. That's simply out of control. These heads are for my daughter. Next, it's time to face your crimes head on. A playful smile appeared on Chen Feng's deep face, the eyes as if he was looking at someone who was about to die. Zhao Jie's body was lifted up and knocking those heads had made his brain dizzy. The head is all bloody at the moment. His face came to life in a close-up on the live camera. Zhao Jie wobbled to his feet, then went to the side and brought over a hand vise. Holding it in his backhand, he aimed it at his mouth. You have a cheap mouth, so let's start with yours. The hand pliers were aimed at his teeth. Click. A tooth was uprooted. Ow ow ow. Zhao Jie, who had been a bit groggy just a moment ago, came to his senses all of a sudden. The sharp pain sobered him right up. Your own mouth. It's full of blood. His hand was manipulated by inexplicable forces to pull his teeth out hard. The 2 people next to him were already scared to death, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This pain seems to be spreading through them as well. Zhao Jie's mouth cried out no, in excruciating pain, but his hands were very obedient. Hand pliers, again, on his second tooth. The swish gave a yank, then the third and fourth. Zhao Sheng bit his lips tightly, watching his son being tortured. He could do nothing but act like a little cutie, standing here like, when pulling to the 8th tooth. Zhao Jie couldn't help it, and spoke with a crying voice, Uncle Chen, I'll say something to you. Can you stop pulling out my teeth? I'm in so much pain. Chen Feng laughed and nodded. Fine, if you say something I love to hear, I can refrain from pulling out your teeth. Uncle, although I bullied Chen Xiao and I hit her on the day she died, the person who killed her was not me. That day Sun Tianyu proposed to call Chen Xiao over to everyone to have a good time, and then ruthlessly tortured Emil out of anger. Chen Xiao was always very obedient, but I do not know what happened that day. She has been resisting. Her stubbornness enraged Sun Tianyu, who pressed Chen Xiao on the bed, smashed her hard with an ashtray, and choked her. Finally he relieved himself, only to realize that Chen Xiao wasn't breathing, so he came up with the idea of having Chen Xiao disguise herself as a suicide by jumping off a building. By the way, uncle, Chen Xiao also gave you a phone call before he died. At that time we all listened to it. Zhao Jie's words reached the live broadcast. It irritates every father who is watching the live stream. Quite a few people have daughters. Who can watch this? A group of people in a bad mood went to bully someone's daughter, and in the end even got killed, disguised as a suicide to try to avoid sanctions. Don't they realize that this is a fresh human life? What do they think the world is? Is it the cradle of their game of life? Is everyone a pawn in their hands? They can kill whoever they want? The point is that Chen Xiao even gave Chen Feng a call before he died. No one dares to imagine how painful Chen Feng was when he received this call. That was the last piece of sound his daughter left him. It was her instinct, asking her own father for help. Chapter 057, Go and Save Them. Zhao Jie's segment is so vicarious that it's already causing an uproar online. A lot of people were searching for that person named Sun Tianyu now. Their sins, too, are being magnified step by step. Chen Feng lowered his head in silence. Those words, once again, stung him hard. Chen Xiao didn't jump to her death by herself. She was pushed down. In life she acted as a tool for those people and was tortured and bullied viciously by them. At the last minute, she had herself in mind. It was herself, her only family in the world. When he was young, Chen Feng said that he would protect Chen Xiao, that he would be her big tree in the sky, that he would take care of everything for her, and that even if there were aliens coming over, he would be able to fly to the Milky Way and fight them off. He still remembered the expression of Chen Xiao's clueless little face overflowing with smiles. She said her dad is the best man in the world, and she said she wants to marry him to be with him for the rest of her life. She says she's not afraid of anything with her dad, but in the end, something happened to her. Chen Feng failed to save her. Chen Feng didn't let her live. Chen Feng slowly raised his head. Without realizing it, tears had flowed down his face. Tears were dripping down as if they were out of control. Tears represent despair and sadness, but at this moment, Chen Feng's eyes are burning black gas. The tears seemed to turn black as a result. A trail of tears was carving out a frenzy of killing. The look made Zhao Jie fall to his knees at once. His body chafing. His body was hollowed out, instilled with fear and his heart stopped. Chen Feng had this look in his eyes. He was trying to eat people. Zhao Jie but corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose convulsively. What do you say? How should I spare you? I'll spare the sky. Zhao Jie's face turned pale and shivered. Uncle Chen, you said you would spare me. You said that you can't talk past your word. Chen Feng grinned. I'm just saying that I won't pull your teeth. Don't worry. From now on, I won't move a single one of your teeth. But there are plenty of other plays waiting for you. Zhao Jie realized that Chen Feng was playing word games with himself on this old six. Chen Feng took a deep breath. His breath was riddled with sadness. How can the lives of these trash be compared to your own obedient and well-behaved daughter? How can that compare? His own daughter, the most unique and only existence in this world. No one can replace. All he can do now is to kill all these people. Pust. The pincers of the hand in Zhao Jie's hand plunged into his eye socket at once. A hard turn. An eyeball, which then fell to the ground. This is what Zhao Jie dug up herself. I hurt. I hurt so much. Help. I don't want to die. Zhao Jie shouted in pain. The sound was like killing a pig. He moved pretty fast just now, but everyone saw that it was he himself who gouged out the eyeball with the sharpest point of the hand pincers in his hand. Bloody thrown on the ground, just in front of the live camera. The image irritated everyone, as well as Zhao Sheng outside. Zhao Jie refused desperately. He didn't want to continue, but the hand still obeyed and inserted another eyeball. Zhao Jie's entire body began to wince in pain. The body was twitching. I can't see. Oh-hoo. I can't see anything. My eyes. Dad. Help me. Help me. Please. Zhao Jie, with two bloody holes hanging on his face, hissed feebly. His world had gone dark, but it wasn't the end. His pain continued. I can't stand it. I don't want to become like Zhao Jie. One of them couldn't stand such mental torture and shouted and jumped out of the window directly. With a free fall, he also ended his life. The other remaining man was manipulated by the dark shadow to cut off his head and offer it up. Zhao Jie, however, is still struggling. He slapped the window as hard as he could to jump out, but at the moment trying to end his life was becoming a luxury. He realized he simply couldn't do it. Chen Feng did this on purpose. It was a deliberate attempt to make him taste pain and despair. In this endless darkness, he seemed to see Chen Xiao. Chen smiled like a harmless little woman, with her hands behind her back, revealing a harmless smiling face. and sweetly said, "Welcome to hell" to him. Zhao Shang's lips had already been bitten through, and the tip of his tongue had viciously bitten off a piece of meat, and he clawed at the ground so hard with both hands that his fingernails lifted up, but he didn't even realize the pain. He hated himself for being impotent. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had never been more powerless. Zhao Jia had gouged his own eyes, and at the moment he was still using the hand tongs to rip a little bit of flesh from his body, and every time he waited for his screams to get a little smaller, the hand tongs would move. It's not even killing. It's torture. It's showing off. It's provoking. However, this all seems so reasonable when placed on Chen Feng, because he's the victim. He was the one that hurt the most. Because Zhao Jia's screaming was too distracting, Chen Feng simply made him poke the flesh on his lips. All that could come out of his mouth now was mm. Chen Feng had a hideous smile on his face and secretly wiped a tear from his eye, all at an age when tears should have been extinct in him. But I didn't realize it was always in tears these days. He really can't stand it. The thought of Smiley hurt him. It tore at his heart. After a moment, he stood up. He figured it was about time and headed outside. Outside the door, there were less than 30 patrol bureau men left standing in the middle of the road, not daring to move a muscle, as if their bodies had been imprisoned out of thin air. Behind them were quite a few people watching. Among them was Zhao Shang. He was like a hungry wolf, staring fiercely at Chen Feng. Chen Feng first stood at the door and lit a cigarette before slowly walking towards the door. "All squads don't move. Don't do anything rash. There's most likely a bomb in this neighborhood." The people from the patrol bureau didn't dare to move even if they wanted to. They just watched Chen Feng walk towards them in silence. "What? You Rangers don't arrest people? Although I didn't do any of this, I'm also highly suspected. So you should take me back to investigate clearly." Chen Feng looked at them in an old-fashioned manner, and extended his wrist towards them in a completely provocative manner. That's a hard slap in the face. How can the patrol wimp out in front of a live broadcast? But none of them dared to move. How many bombs are around remains to be seen, and no one wants to die for nothing. Then, Wang Jianua's voice could be heard continuously coming from the intercom, which was mixed with Zhao Shang's roar. "Quickly go and arrest Chen Feng, and at the same time, separate a few people to go in and rescue them. Zhao Jia might not be dead yet. Go get him." A few of the patrol bureau men looked at each other and planned to rush in to save the people, and Zhao Shang also rushed in regardless. But just then, knock! A muffled thud came right from the side. Zhao Jia jumped down from the top. The head came right up against the hard ground. Heads fell to pieces. Chapter 058. What's wrong with the world? No! My son! Zhao Jia! My son! Zhao Shang froze for a second before an agonized scream came out of his mouth. He was half kneeling on the ground, devastation written in his eyes. The scene was so close to him that it was as if it was happening right before his eyes. The image of Zhao Jia's freefall to his death on the ground kept repeating and etching in his head. He could even clearly see Zhao Jia's head being smashed and twisted by the hard ground. The heartache is greater than all. 3 generations of single transmission, the family wealth thousands, still counting on Zhao Jia can give the family to pass on the generation. Who knows? He was so horizontal death. The scene was bloody, sad, and made Zhao Shang breathe in pain. It just felt like he was all over the place, and breathing became difficult. In this instant, all of Zhao Jia's images from birth until now flew back and forth in his head. Painful nerves in his brain forced him to accept the reality. Zhao Jia is really dead. There was a stark contrast to the expression on Chen Feng's face across the room. Chen Feng still had a smile on his face as if he was watching the show. Zhao Jia's blood that he enjoys? He's a murderer. How could he be so cruel? How could he kill his own son like that? Chen Feng, I'll kill you. Zhao Shang went crazy and charged towards Chen Feng with total disregard. But before he could rush out a few steps he was stopped by the patrolman. "Calm down, Mr. Zhao. Don't get angry yet. It's dangerous here. There are unnameable bombs everywhere. You're just going to die if you go over there like that." Zhao Shang had a belly full of anger. What had he fought for so many years for? Wasn't it for Zhao Jia? Now that he was dead, his heart was empty. He can give up this life. "Calm down, my ass. My son is dead. My son jumped off a building. Can any of you understand how I feel? None of you can. All crawl for me. I want Chen Feng's life." Zhao Shang was pressed to the ground, his hands gouging the concrete floor as hard as he could. His entire body had collapsed. The people from the nearby patrol bureau all came over to stop Zhao Shang, and Wang Jianua was on it. "Mr. Zhao, calm down. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If you don't calm down now, you might lose your life. Calm down. Save your life." Some of the people who were watching couldn't help but comfort. The scene of a son dying right in front of his father was truly heartfelt. "That's right. Be cool. Just be cool like I was." At that moment, Chen Feng's voice filled with mockery came from the side. He had his hands behind his back, his expression leisurely, but the depths of his eyes flashed with an icy, piercingly cold light. Wasn't that how they consoled themselves when Chen Xiao's accident happened? Calm yourself down? Your own daughter is dead and you're told to calm down. Chen Feng, you. Zhao Sheng broke down and hissed. This scene seemed to have traveled back to the moment when Chen Xiao jumped off the building. That day, Chen Feng rushed to the academy alone, just in time to see the tragic situation where Chen Xiao fell to his death. That day, Chen Feng was very calm. Chen Feng's pain, his despair and helplessness, these parents seem to have more than already experienced some of it. Now the damned demons are hanging. Chen Feng stood there with a light smile on his face. In this moment, a ball of anger burned inside every parent. Chen Feng is the murderer of their child. The whole thing they saw with their own eyes. Under Chen Feng's manipulation, one by one, they mutilated themselves, jumped off buildings, and pulverized their bodies. It's their flesh and blood. What parent in the world could take this? It felt as if a piece of flesh had been viciously plucked from the heart. Catch Chen Feng. Don't let him escape. He's a murderer. Shoot him dead. We want Chen Feng dead. Make him pay for our children's lives. The parents around them were screaming at the top of their lungs, each one nearly breaking down. The smile on Chen Feng's face grew thicker as he walked slowly, following the path of the manor towards the entrance, around the disgusting dirty blood on the floor, as if it had nothing to do with him. All of this from him looked like nothing but provocation to those parents. What the hell is wrong with the world? Murderers have the audacity to be so honorable. Where's the justice? And where is the fairness? The people from the patrol bureau didn't dare to move at all, and they didn't go to arrest Chen Feng until he walked out of the manor peacefully, fearing that there was still a bomb hidden nearby. Wang Jianhuo was the first to rush over, his anger laced with fear. He had seen how crazy Chen Feng was just now. Chen Feng was very cooperative and put on the handcuffs. Chen Feng, you shall not die. I will definitely kill you. Zhao Shang led the way and charged across the room, shouting angrily. Those parents were also up in arms, following Zhao Shang as he rushed across the room. But the people of the patrol bureau all stopped them outside. Now there are live broadcasts everywhere. If they are caught on camera not acting, then the job will certainly be lost. Chen Feng was about to get on the bus when he saw this image but stopped. Curious, playful, and villainous eyes swept over the crowd. He smiled up at the crazy parents. When my daughter was killed, I knew exactly who the murderer was, but I couldn't do anything about it. Even the inspectors didn't care about it. That feeling of helplessness at the beginning, now you guys are experiencing it too, aren't you? Your children are dead, and you all know that I did it, but you just can't do anything to me. Even the people from the patrol bureau can't convict me. On the contrary, the inspector's office has to protect me as a murderer. Ha 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 ha. This crazy world. Ah, it's really enjoyable. That, in all its nakedness, slammed everyone in the room. Zhao Shang and the others were even more furious. A few had passed out unconscious from the gas. Chen Feng, with so many of us exerting our efforts together, we can pulverize you. Don't you underestimate us rich people. Yes, we'll have the best lawyers convict you. The moment you get out of the patrol is the moment you die. I swear to kill you. The parents' shouts rose and fell like waves of sound. A pair of bloodshot eyes that could swallow Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes did not move, but they were filled with a cold smile, as if he was watching a group of animals for admiration roar. Know why I'm keeping you alive? I just want you to continue to suffer, to be powerless, to regret, to be bitter. Just wait, that day is coming soon. After Chen Feng finished saying this, he deliberately tossed his hair and got into the car in a very dashing manner. The patrolman drove him safely to the patrol station with an iron face. At this moment every patrolman is doing self-doubt now. What is right and what is wrong? They used the laws set by the patrol bureau to protect Chen Feng. The madman who had killed 20 cadets, took him ahead of the desperate and agonizing parents and had to keep him safe. They had seen everything at the crime scene just now, but could do nothing but watch those people die one after another. They did all this to protect a murderer? Chapter 059, Becoming a Demon in a Moment. Chen Feng's matter had already caught fire online, and that day's live broadcast had been passed around and watched by countless people. Some people say that Chen Feng is cruel, others say that Chen Feng has done a good job. This world just needs positive energy like Chen Feng in order to make those evil people extinct. For a while, the internet created a ball of fervor, and everyone was in solidarity with Chen Feng. The patrol is desperately trying to keep down the heat, but people spread the word. And although the hot search went down, the word spread about Chen Feng. In the way of the pressure of public opinion, the patrol bureau of the interrogation of Chen Feng are very disciplined and polite. Do not dare to wish there are any out-of-the-ordinary action and overly hard tone, as if old friends in the chat. But Chen Feng doesn't even recognize it. What happened that day was all but denied by Chen Feng. Sitting in the interrogation room, Chen Feng sipped his tea and answered everyone's questions unhurriedly. I was kidnapped that day by Jay Cho to go to the Jay's League party. And I was a victim. Do they die when I tell them to? If I tell you to jump, do you jump? If I tell you to stab yourselves, do you do it? We need evidence. They did it of their own free will. Is it a crime for me to snap my fingers? That's just a casual gesture on my part. As for those black shadows, wait until you find out what those black shadows are. For these answers, Wang Jianhua and others said they were devastated. But the case must continue to trial. Otherwise, how to explain to the outside world? Chen Feng was now a figure on the tip of the wind. 20 dead at once. This is no joke. This is the biggest case in the city in the last decade or so. And Chen Feng was still killing people in front of the inspectors. Their dignity and face are gone. Wang Jianhua slammed the table and questioned with a forced voice. Then, what about Li Xinmei? Her death must have something to do with you. Which dead saintly mother? Chen Feng snorted out a laugh when he heard this. I did have something to do with her death. Sure enough, Chen Feng did it. Wang Jianhua and the others immediately got into the spirit, while making a good video recording, intending to wait for Chen Feng to admit it in person. Don't be nervous everyone. I didn't kill Li Xinmei. I just saw the culprit who killed Li Xinmei. Chen Feng purposely sold the story and apologetically said to Wang Jianhua and the others. It was a black shadow that killed her. What? Dark shadows? Wang Jianhua's head was confused for a moment, and his face instantly turned red. The co-workers next to him were all clenching their fists in anger one by one as well. What a time. Chen Feng was still here pretending with them. No one even knows what that black shadow is. This was no longer a provocation. This was taking a sharp knife and thrusting it ruthlessly into their hearts. It's so infuriating. What about live streaming? Why did you start a live broadcast? Do you know how bad that impact is? Wang Jianhua suppressed the anger in his heart. Why do you want to start a live broadcast? Chen Feng scratched his head and spat out his tongue. Because I just want to watch those parents suffer. Let them watch their children die with their own eyes. That way, it's a relief. Wang Jianhua stood up for a moment and glared angrily at Chen Feng. However, from Chen Feng's eyes, what he saw was calmness, as well as the violence hidden behind those eyes. It's as if becoming a demon is only a moment away. All of the colleagues from the patrol bureau also stared angrily at Chen Feng, but none of them dared to open their mouths. They're all finely tuned. Previously, a parent had been directly burned to death for scolding Chen Feng, and they hadn't forgotten that image. No one wants to die so unjustly. Then may I ask? Chen Feng changed his position and reopened his eyes with Wang Jianhua. Is it also against the law for me to curse them and open a live broadcast? Those words silenced the patrol. It was as quiet as if the space and time around them had been drained away in an instant. Cursing others is of course not a crime. And naturally it is not a crime to open a live broadcast. At most it is a violation of the live broadcast to find some money. But this is not even painful for Chen Feng. Wang Jianhua took several deep breaths before his voice trembled as he asked, Chen Feng, you prepared all of this a long time ago, didn't you? You're killing people by means unknown to all of us. And you're broadcasting it all live. You're creating panic. You're committing the same crime. That's right. This is all on purpose for me. Chen Feng crossed his legs, his gaze having gradually grown cold. I'm just going to make those parents feel the pain I felt in the beginning. I'm going to show them what it means to be powerless. All that was there with their own eyes. But what can they do to me? Still not a little cutie. Can't do anything? Just like I was back then. After my daughter died. Remember how you stonewalled me? The patrol bureau drags its feet on cases and is extremely inefficient. But in this kind of kicking and screaming, it's rarely sharp. This time, consider it a lesson for you as well. Wang Jianhua's face became ugly at once, an old face red as if it was about to spurt out blood. Chen Feng disliked him so much that he couldn't say a word. He still remembered how helpless and broken Chen Feng was when he came to the patrol bureau. And did any of Wang Jianhua and the others speak up for Chen Feng? Chen Feng was trying to fight fire with fire on his own terms. Chen Feng, no matter what, I think things have come to this point and it's almost over. After all, their children are dead. Your revenge has been avenged. And so many people have died. Wang Jianhua's tone softened, as if he was discussing with Chen Feng. Almost there? Grass is not even close. Chen Feng sneered. How can my daughter's life be compared to that trash? I told you, everyone involved with this is going to pay. You think those parents had nothing to do with it? Buzz. Wang Jianhua, the inspector general, had his head buzzing. Chen Feng had already killed 20 trainees, but he wasn't going to stop there. He was going to kill those people's parents? The connection to the previous scene at the manor made it hard for everyone's head to explode. Wang Jianhua almost kneeled down for Chen Feng. Ancestor big brother grandfather but don't ever. You screw up again. I can't keep the hat on my head, even if. Don't make trouble in my jurisdiction. But facing Chen Feng, They really didn't have a single thing they could do. Next time Chen Feng, if he comes once more like this, they can only watch the show like a spectator. The negative impact this has had on the city of Northbourne is huge. An hour later, Wang Jianhua walked out of the interrogation room. The short time of an hour made him feel as if he had a nightmare. Instead of asking anything out of Chen Feng's mouth, he had instead added a lot of mental pressure to himself. He had a hunch. Before long, Chen Feng would become an existence that would give the entire Dragon Kingdom a headache. Maybe he'll change the world on his own, but until then, the world may go to hell. Because of him, changing all this will be costly. Just like growing up as a teenager, it's costly. 3 more shifts to go. Chapter 060 We, who live and die by ourselves. Kitakura City, Patrol Bureau. The hall was surrounded at the moment. The people who come here are the parents of the Yago League. They basically brought their lawyers with them. Nearly 20 lawyers, here to assist in the investigation, to work on the case, to accuse Chen Feng. Several of these lawyers have been silenced after watching the live video from that day, said that this lawsuit cannot be fought. At most they can only accuse Chen Feng from a moral point of view. Other than a little more they cannot do. Throughout the process Chen Feng did not make a move. And although he said go to hell, kill you, deserve to die and other such overly aggressive words, he could not be convicted just because of these few words. The decisive evidence is that there is none at all. The Rangers also told those parents that it was useless for them to testify here and told them all to go back and deal with their children's affairs first. But those parents insisted on not leaving, to squat here for a result. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Chen Feng sat peacefully as he was resting his eyes. Just now, he ate Li Xinmei's evil soul, like chewing gummy candy. It tastes pretty good. Feng Wuji had said that Li Xinmei's soul was very special, but Chen Feng didn't feel much change after eating it. Feng Wuji's soul recovery level had only risen by a small percentage. Elder Feng, didn't you say that Li Xinmei's soul was special? Why has your soul only replenished so little? Chen Feng asked in disbelief. Feng Wuji laughed out loud. Look at this. A mysterious, profound mantra merged into Chen Feng's mind. He subconsciously mumbled along with the mantra, followed closely by spirits. This is the Great Yang True Fire Mantra. It can roll the clouds and streams, can burn out the life of the people, can extinguish the evil energy, and can destroy the sky and the earth. The key is that this fire can refine the soul. That means that from now on those who were killed will have to be tortured again for a second time. When the physical body died, the soul would continue to be refined by Chen Feng. Evil flashed through Chen Feng's eyes, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. So this is what Senior Feng was referring to when he said that Li Xinmei's soul was of great use. Senior understands me. Ha ha ha. After my soul is restored, there are more existences that you wouldn't expect. Devour more evil souls. Junior understands. Chen Feng agreed with a smile. He couldn't wait to refine the soul yet. The souls of those 20 men he had only imprisoned and had not yet had time to eat. Now that's just right. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Feng was released by the patrol. The road outside the patrol's gate has never been so long. When he came out, there were already cars parked outside the door. The road wasn't long. It was all piled up with all these cars, so it looked long and congested. It's all about those parents' cars. They were all gathered here, waiting for the inspectorate to convict Chen Feng. Only if Chen Feng goes to hell will they be relieved of their anger. Otherwise, where can I vent the breath that I've been holding in my heart? Chen Feng came out. That kid really came out safe and sound. One of the parents shouted. At once all eyes were focused over. It was like the tip of a needle, itching to cut Chen Feng alive. My son was killed by this murderous devil, and now he comes out in such a cloudy manner? Is there still a king's law here? He killed someone. He doesn't have to pay for it. My daughter just died. Her eyeballs popped out. Whoops. Let's all kill him and let him go to hell. If he doesn't die, our children will never be able to rest in peace. Make him pay for it. Make him pay for it. The crowd roared madly, their voices shaking the sky. Chen Feng didn't leave from the path. Instead he walked through the main road openly and honestly. He tilted his head back and held out his chest. He was deliberately provoking everyone. The people from the nearby patrol bureau then nervously guarded Chen Feng's side. Right now Chen Feng was a figure on the tip of the storm. If something happened in front of the inspectorate, it would be difficult for any of them to escape culpability. Chen Feng must not be allowed to make any mistakes. Chen Feng stopped when he walked into the middle of the many parents. A hint of mockery drifted across the bottom of his eyes, and with his hands behind his back, he looked around the crowd for a week and snorted out a laugh. These vicious, crashing, cursing words seemed like a joke to him. What? How dare he laugh? He killed our children and is here to taunt us. He's looking for death. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. How can those parents stand this? Chen Feng is ruthlessly trampling another foot on their hearts. Chen Feng's mouth picked up a devilish sneer as he looked at them. Your children are dead. I want to open red wine to celebrate. What? You, asshole ah. Chen Feng's words were exchanged for a group of screaming parents. It was too late for them to be in pain, but Chen Feng dared to vilify them like this. Chen Feng enjoyed the sound of their shouting and cursing, slightly closing his eyes, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he took a deep breath. In retrospect, the way they pulverized their bones can be so beautiful, and the moment they jumped down from the upper floor, it really made people to recall Chen Feng's words once again irritated everyone. He's just plain crazy. How can a normal person say these things? Murderer, don't you think that this matter will be left at that? All of us will deal with you together. That's right, with all of us together, the entire city of Baitsong will tumble from the sky. Chen Feng, prepare to be hunted by us for the rest of your life. Your hands are already stained with blood. You shall die. The parents rose up in a group. Although they looked furious and unforgivable, none of them dared to rush up and make a move against Chen Feng. They all hid in the shadows and clamored. Chen Feng looked at them. The smile on his face did not fade, but instead became deeper. Good. Then why don't we? Let's make a game out of it, shall we? The game starts now. The rules are to see which of us dies first, and the game is between me and all of you. Hiss. Chen Feng spoke as if he was joking, but the words reached the parents' ears and exploded like firecrackers. Chen Feng, are they still going to be dealt with? Chen Feng is going to kill them all? At once, the few people who had just stepped out to shout wilted, more or less regretting their impulsiveness. The air around them instantly froze, but Chen Feng smiled so out of place. By the way, the one who dies first, his soul is going to be refined by the other party. Oh, forgive me, that feeling will be very painful. Very painful. A cold wind seemed to pour into the back collars of those parents, sending shivers down their spines. It seemed to follow Chen Feng's words and thought of the picture of the agonizing struggle afterward. The people from the patrol bureau had already stopped the car for Chen Feng. Chen Feng faithfully got into the car and glanced at them on his way out. Get ready, folks. The game has begun. We live and die on our own. Chapter 061, a good show. Starting right away. Ride the wind, little tea house. When Chen Feng came back, his cell phone was charged and turned on. Just as soon as he turned on the computer, Liang Fai's call came in. He sounded agitated and with some excitement. Windy, are you okay? The phone can be connected, then that means Chen Feng is out. All that Chen Feng had done on the live broadcast earlier had made Liang Hui's blood boil. Those assholes deserve to die. They really do. It's a great feeling when sin gets what it deserves. But when he saw Chen Feng being taken away by the inspectors, he suddenly became worried again. After all, Chen Feng killed so many people. Although there is no evidence. But those inspectors are not people who eat food. Just find some excuse to convict Chen Feng. Can Chen Feng carry it? He didn't expect Chen Feng to come out so quickly. Chen Feng smiled. I'm fine. I'm already out. It was someone from the patrol bureau who sent me out. Liang Hui let out a long breath, but still a little worried. But those parents, each of them was rich and powerful, and he was afraid that Chen Feng would suffer. Those parents? They want to kill me yet. Chen Feng laughed. Feng Zi, I still have some savings here. Why don't you take this money and leave the country first and hide for a while? Liang Hui said nervously. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng laughed when he heard this, a great young true flame burning at his fingertips, and as he watched the flames jump, his voice was also filled with playfulness. Teruko, don't worry about me. I'm going to make a game out of those parents. It's going to be very exciting and, I promise you, it won't end well for them. Liang Hui was alarmed. Is Chen Feng trying to kill all these parents? This is too much fun. Windy, listen to me. Chen Feng interrupted. I know what you're going to say, but Hui Zi, I treat you as my brother. You shouldn't get involved in this matter in the future. Just watch the fun. Because, I am no longer the Chen Feng from before. The phone hung up. Chen Feng transferred the true fire from his fingertips to a delicately crafted tea boiling stove nearby. The true fire burned even more furiously when it came into contact with the combustible material. This is the great young true flame. It's beautiful and powerful. Chen Feng heartily marveled. So, next, it's time to serve those parents some appetizers. Anyway, people play games with me. I can't afford to slack off on them. Chen Feng pulled out a Taoist talisman, mumbled a few words under his breath, and then scratched it open. In an instant, there were countless black shadows and the sound of ghostly cries spread throughout the room. These are spirits, 21 in total, which also include Zhao Jie's little brother, Lu Jian, who was screwed over by Chen Feng at the KTV. Now the talents of the Yago Union were really all together. Good show. Right off the bat. Evening. Minute Maid Clubhouse. This club is located in the center of the city and is in a great location. The clubhouse as a whole is made of tempered glass in the shape of a diamond. and the overall design is on the sci-fi side. Each piece of glass is one way, so you can't see inside from the outside, but you can clearly see everything outside from the inside. Each piece of glass is polished so brightly that it looks like a diamond and is polished several times a day. The annual cleaning costs are astronomical. The doors of this club are closed all year round, and only open on a few occasions. It was just that very few people knew that this was the clubhouse under the name of Feng's Group. This is a place exclusively for the group's top executives and VIPs to have fun. Nowadays, more than 20 people gathered here. These are the parents of the Yago League. This includes Zhao Sheng. He made arrangements for Zhou Kit's funeral this afternoon, and the funeral will be in the morning. Although extremely reluctant, most people here chose to accept the reality. Their children are dead and should be buried in the ground. But the hatred in his heart was not extinguished. The one who brought them together was Feng Xiaoting's mother, Li Shanshan. Feng Changyan is dead. The identification was spontaneous combustion. This she categorically could not accept. She vowed to get Chen Feng killed. Gentlemen, I have gathered you all together today to say something. Something was supposed to happen to our children, and we were supposed to be at home in the meantime to tune our minds and let time help us get through it. But there's something I'm going to tell you all anyway. Well, next, it's better for Master Li to say it. As Li Zhen spoke, a man dressed all in black walked out behind her. He was covered in black, giving him a mysterious and unfathomable look. But a closer look could reveal that his clothes were not simply black. A dark pattern was outlined on it. That seems to be the face of some lone soul struggling to make it through hell. One by one, they were hideous and horrible, ghostly, and the picture was fixed on the way they looked when they struggled and collapsed, their mouths wide open, their faces abhorrent, trying to scream but unable to do so. It's a feeling that's a little weird. I am Li Changrong, a soul recruiter. It is Mrs. Li who has commissioned me today to help you all summon your children's souls back to you, and then deposit them in the eternal life tablet for sustenance. Although your children have unfortunately passed away, as long as you return their souls well and refine them, you can even talk to their souls. And if they are properly refined and provided for in the future, I can also allow their souls to be reincarnated into your fetuses. Really? One of the parents immediately got excited when they heard this. It's not easy to raise a child, and it's natural for them to not be able to come back from the pain. To recall their souls and reincarnate them now is undoubtedly to give them a new life. There were some twists and turns in the process, but as long as they could bring their child back to life, they were content. 1,000 times true. Li Changrong smiled, a deep smile on his face. That's what he earns. Refining the soul to reincarnate into the next life is not a small fee, and he has made a lot of money off of that. I may not be a match for that Chen Feng, but on the subject of soul refining, he can only be considered to be at the level of an elementary school student. Now that I'm here to do the magic, your children's souls can return in full. The crowd rose up in gratitude. It was the best news they had heard in the last 2 days. At once all the pain seemed to ease a little. As long as the soul can be recovered, then their child can still live. Can't it? Consider this all a crossing. Master Li, start. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Shanshan urged in a low voice. Li Changrong promised, then slowly walked to the center. Here, it's a nearby place of extreme ease, perfect for invoking spirits. Below was the formation that Li Changrong had drawn long ago. He sat steadily in the middle of the formation, holding his soul invocation banner and wearing a white damask on his head, and his mouth began to recite silently. At the same time, his arms danced and his soul streamer flashed. The 3 souls and 7 spirits returned quickly. The souls are heavenly, the spirits are earthly. All come to my Li Changrong's formation. Ghosts and gods shun. Souls return. Ox heads and horse faces leave quickly. Li Changrong chanted a few words, and the soul streamer in his hand burst into flames. Usually at this time, those spirits return of their own accord. But today, things are very different. Flame. Surprisingly, it burned down to Li Changrong. Chapter 062, What a Ruthless Man. Ha, my leg. It's burning? Li Changrong felt a searing pain and looked down incredulously. In his head, a huge question mark hung. That's not possible. Pain, 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 ah. Li Changrong rolled on the ground in pain. His eyes collapsed beyond recognition and his body was in severe pain. Years of experience had taught him that he had met a tough match. He immediately sensed that something was wrong, and reached out to Li Shanshan with his hands as if for help, roaring sadly, Mr. Li, save me, help, quick, help me put out the fire, please. The momentary contrast froze everyone around them. Li Shanshan's eyes are also piled with fear. He rushed to find water. Other parents have gone to help. Water, fire extinguishers, the whole shebang. The whole thing was scattered towards Li Changrong. But it's weird. The fire above it seemed to burn even more when it met the water and the fire extinguisher. It ran from his legs to his body, his face, his head. I don't want to die. Help! Master! I'm wrong. I'll change. Knowing that the power of this flame was not an existence he could resist, Li Changrong immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Numerous parents followed his line of sight. He knelt in the direction of the window, but there's no one outside the window. Boom! Instead of stopping, the flames raged even more, directly engulfing him. His entire body was caught under a tongue of fire. The body turned charred black under the naked eye and was completely burned dry. Li Changrong is dead, with flames still on his body, and the man has gone to meet the king of hell. Master Li, you this. Li Shanshan kneeled beside her in fear. All her strength was drained, and the whole person fell into despair. It's a desperate feeling when a big living person dies in an instant. The parents around the room stopped talking. The image seemed to remind them of someone. It was the man who brought them their initial fear. Chen Feng. It was such an unexplained death of their child in the first place. Could this be done by Chen Feng? One of the bold and careful parents immediately asked. It was hard not to link this situation to Chen Feng. No way. A scream escaped from Li Shanshan's mouth. He thinks he's a god, to be able to kill people through space. I don't believe that so many of us combined can't deal with him. If this soul recruiter dies, big deal. I'll find another one tomorrow. I will make sure Chen Feng dies. Li Shanshan yelled, but her eyes were filled with devastation among them. Feng Xiaoting. Feng Changyan's death really hit her hard. She could no longer hide her emotions. Buzz. At that moment, a parent's cell phone rang. He picked it up and listened for a while, immediately putting the phone down and looking at the crowd with crumbling eyes. Gentlemen, Chen Feng, he. Li Shanshan was in a hurry and yelled. What happened to Chen Feng? Tell me. Mard. He's on the air and is telling us all to go watch it live. The crowd's head is dizzy. I do not know what Chen Feng is going to do again. Have opened the phone on the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, Chen Feng had already been waiting. He also knew it was these parents coming in when he watched the live feed reach over 20 people. He purposely turned on pop-ups, in order to facilitate communication between him and those parents. Chen Feng, you murderer! Chen Feng, murderer! We will kill you! Seeing these vicious words, Chen Feng smiled. He was happy because the other guy was angry. This time he fought to piss off a few of them first, and then take his time with the rest. Chen Feng's live broadcast is set in a tea room. On the table is a tea boiler with tea brewing on it. The lights in the room were a little dim, as if there seemed to be quite a few dark shadows, and there was a vague scream coming from the room. Not sure if it was the sound effects. As he fiddled with the tea boiler, he muttered to himself, people, the most important thing is to have self-knowledge. Never think that you can be stronger than life, because in your case, I am life. Not to mention, some sneaky tactics? Are you right? Li Changrong, Chen Feng said, reaching out and gently pinching in the air. A dark shadow was immediately imprisoned between his fingers. The dark figure appeared clearly in the screen. It's a little fuzzy though, but those parents in Li Shanshan still recognized it at once. The black shadow was Li Changrong. It's Li Changrong who was just burned to death. Could this be his soul? With such a distance, Chen Feng had actually taken it through the air. Li Shanshan incredibly rubbed her eyes and sent a voice in the live broadcast. Impossible. This is the soul of Master Li. How can you get your hands on it? How did you do that? Master Li is a very powerful soul recruiter. Chen Feng grinned, and to others, his smile seemed kind. What kind of unorthodox thing is a soul recruiter? 10 soul recruiters can't even top one heavenly master. How dare you show off in front of me? Puff! Li Changrong's soul was already kneeling in front of Chen Feng, constantly kowtowing and admitting his mistakes. His soul was only the size of a cell phone, but it was alive and well, with a faint light emanating around it. Chen Feng smiled and touched his head. Originally, you had nothing to do with this matter, but why did you act as the devil's wing? I know, it's all because of the greed in your heart. With that, he took away the teapot. A real fire rages on the tea boiler. Chen Feng picked up Li Changrong's leg with one hand and hung him upside down on the fire. Li Changrong's soul was like a weed under the scorching fire of the great young true flame, and within a few moments, it stopped struggling, and its soul broke apart in pain. A cloud of black gas. This rises, just as the soul was about to disappear. Chen Feng grabbed it and chewed and ate it like candy. The parents in the live room froze. Is this the legendary soul flying away? It's not enough for Li Changrong to be burned to death, but his soul has to be tortured and devoured? That's tantamount to secondary victimization. Seeing that no one in the live broadcast room spoke, Chen Feng apologized and smiled. I forgot to explain. People have a total of 3 souls and 7 vampires. I burned just 2 of their souls and 4 vampires. Without these 2 souls and 4 vampires, they will not have a way to reincarnation. The remaining soul and 3 vampires, but also to go to hell to report to Yama. Hell 18 layers, all have to go through it. OMG. Chen Feng, you're vicious. You hit it too hard. Are you even human? Seeing that the crowd in the live broadcast room was active again, Chen Feng knew that they were getting it. Thus, Chen Feng reached out towards the air and grabbed another black shadow. He squeezed it in his hand and pressed his fingers down hard. Oh. Hissing. Me. Gibberish. The dark figure let out a crash-like shriek. The silhouette of a young girl loomed large. Immediately someone on the live feed recognized who this was. This is Mayan Ah. Chapter 063, aged a dozen years in one go, 4 shifts. It's my daughter. A man collapsed straight away, almost paralyzed on the floor. The black shadow's features were blurred, but if you looked closely, you could recognize it as your own daughter. Ah, this is the spirit of my daughter. But he couldn't understand what his daughter was saying. All that could be heard was a sound that sounded like a cry. Not a cry. Not a scream. Chen Feng, I'll give you a rocket brush. Can you let go of my daughter's soul? Ah, ooh, she's already dead. Please can you stop torturing her? Mayan's father immediately broke down and immediately deposited more than $100,000 in his live account. Chen Feng frowned and closed the reward function. It's going to be very out of character to let someone reward you now. Chen Feng took out a small flaming wolfsbane from the side, which he had prepared before. It was obvious how much he had put his heart and soul into making these tools in order to put on a show in front of these parents. To state in advance, my tools have my true flame imbued on top of them, which is why they caused substantial damage to these souls, Chen Feng patiently explained. Subsequently, Bam slammed into Mayan. Ow. Mayan immediately screamed in pain. Chen Feng found it particularly interesting, smashing it over one by one. The scene shook everyone to their core. They've all been people die and there's nothing left. And even if their children suffered a bit before, it's all over and done with. But I didn't realize that people really do have souls after death. And there really is retribution. Not only would their souls have to undergo Chen Feng's torture here, they would also have to go down to hell for another journey. This death was rewarded with the equivalent of several lifetimes of suffering. One can't help but wonder if this is what will happen to them when they die. The feeling of a tortured soul may seem unpleasant. Chen Feng smashed 7 or 8 times before Mayan couldn't resist anymore. After which he used the flame wolf tooth rod to pick up Mayan and place her on the real fire to sizzle. Mayan shivered and twisted in pain again. Just like earlier, Chen Feng ate her soul in one bite. Barred a few times. This tastes really good. Then, the next one is, after Chen Feng swallowed Mayan's evil soul, he looked backward as if choosing. The dark shadows behind him brushed and withdrew a good distance away. For a time everyone was at risk. In the live room, the crowd was creeped out again. The crowd sort of understood everything now. Now Chen Feng's house was full of souls. These spirits should all belong to their children. While alive they were killed by Chen Feng, and in death they had no peace and had to be tortured again? Chen Feng, are you a human being or not? My daughter's soul, it's just gone. It's not enough that she was killed by you. She has to die a second time. The devil isn't even as vicious as you. Oh, angry with me, daughter. Mayan's father sat on the ground like a shrew, crying long and short. Ugh. Chen Feng felt a lot of emotions as he watched this scene. Wasn't there a time when you were just as broken and helpless? Watching your daughter die a horrible death in front of you is a feeling you can understand. Chen Feng was seeing this more and more now. And so, he took a big swing. Boom! On this side of the screen, a black handprint immediately appeared on Mayan's father's neck. He instantly felt a choking wave of pain, and the immense force made his eyes pop out as he slapped his neck as hard as he could, trying to get the other man to loosen up a bit. Click! His neck was pinched right off. The head hangs down at 90 degrees. Blood flowed out of his mouth like a faucet. The whole thing fell to the ground with a bam. My God! Numerous parents moved out of the way, frantically sucking in cold air. So that's how Mayan's father died? Chen Feng just pinched through the air? The spirit of Mayan's father immediately appeared in front of Chen Feng. A little man pressed by his fingers. A very powerful image. And asterisk. $. The spirit of Mayan's father was anxiously explaining something, but Chen Feng didn't care at all and threw it directly into the tea boiler to burn it. The piercing sound came again. After Chen Feng swallowed the soul, he looked up at the live broadcast, a fierce light swirling in the depths of his eyes. From now on, I advise none of you to take any chances, for you will all eventually be lambs to the slaughter in my hands. See this little furnace? That's where you belong. Next, Chen Feng grabbed Feng Xiaoting and Zhao Jia. The two had long been frightened. Their souls were unsteady, kneeling on the ground and thumping their heads, hoping that their front-loaded attitude of admitting their mistakes would soften Chen Feng's heart. Li Shanshan and Zhao Shang's hearts instantly lifted. In the past 2 days, the two of them seemed as if I had aged a dozen years at once, especially Zhao Shang. He was originally spirited and proud, but now he had become like this, like a falling dog. unable to even protect his own son. Chen Feng poured out the tea from the teapot and replaced it with a pot of hot oil. Zhao Shang, Li Shanshan, didn't you guys threaten to do anything for the baby? Now I'm going to put your children in the frying pan. And I can spare them the torture if you can feel this pain for them. You have 5 minutes to think about it. When Zhao Jie and Feng shouting spirits heard this, they kowtowed frantically to the screen as if begging them. They thought the pain would go away when they died, but they didn't realize that this was just the beginning. It's not in the least bit better than what they're living with. Chen Feng was trying to put them in the frying pan. This pain they didn't want to experience anymore. Really don't want to Quick, go prepare the frying pan. There should be enough cooking oil in this clubhouse, right? Zhao Shang subconsciously yelled out. Are you crazy? Li Shanshan glared fiercely at Zhao Shang. If you lose your children, you can regenerate them. If they die, there's nothing left. Although she also wanted to avenge her daughter's death, she hadn't reached this point of losing her mind. She wasn't going to be stupid enough to get in the frying pan. Chen Feng seemed to already know their answer. In that case, let's get started. Chen Feng directly threw Zhao Jie and Feng shouting into the frying pan. Then came the screams of the two men. In no time at all, the two were fried like twine. The soul, which was ruthlessly swallowed by Chen Feng. Zhao Shang collapsed. His son's last thought in the world was gone, and he just couldn't accept it. He broke down and yelled, running back. The other parents couldn't take the excitement and left the clubhouse. However, the number of people in the live stream did not decrease. They left but still watched in the live stream. Chen Feng's movements didn't stop either. One after the other, the souls were executed one after the other and eaten. In the blink of an eye, half of the souls of more than 20 people were left. And just then, Wang and others were also called to the police. A parent reported that Chen Feng was brutalizing their child. Wang Jianhua asked about the situation and entered the live broadcast with a dull head. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the image before him. Chapter 064, Coming to Kill You. Chen Feng was sitting in the tea room, with the tea boiler and tea in front of him, looking like he was drinking tea, and the flame on that tea boiler was burning brightly. There was nothing strange about the image, but the dark shadows around it were the highlights. There were dark shadows roaming everywhere around the tea room. It's like special effects. Could this be the soul those parents were talking about? Wang Jianhua and others are the first to see the soul, and there is a horror in the mystery, only to feel the hairs of sweat on their bodies. Those black shadows were originally ethereal and intangible, but they were grabbed into Chen Feng's hands one by one. The trial is before us. That's a pretty tough trick for a trial. Into the frying pan, pierced by a million arrows, cooked, skinned, and all those black shadows let out ghostly cries, as if they were really those trainees coming to life. It's an image that invites discomfort. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jianhua and the others had arrived at the entrance of the Ride the Wind tea house. Wang stood in place and took a few deep breaths before gathering the courage to knock on the door. Can't you see that the tea house is already closed? Chen Feng's extremely impatient voice came from inside. Wang Jianhua shuddered subconsciously and immediately retracted his hand. But then he realized that a couple of his co-workers next to him were looking at him and coughed twice, forcing himself to be serious. He shouted, Chen Feng, I'm Wang Jianhua from the Patrol Bureau. We know all about your live broadcast. Stop what you're doing. Chen Feng in the live broadcast room laughed when he heard this. To those parents who were watching the live stream, he coldly said, did you call this guy too? Do you guys guess he dares to mind my business? Knock knock. There was a louder knock on the door. Chen Feng returned without any good humor. You want to become the second Li Xinmei? Wow. The doorway was silent for a moment. Wang Jianhua instantly withdrew a few meters away and hid behind a tree. The look of Li Xinmei's tragic death still lingered in his mind, and Li Xinmei's matter was later investigated by the Patrol Bureau. He's so desperate because he's receiving money from Zhao Jia. Also found out about a home she owns in an upscale downtown neighborhood. Team Wang, we're not going in? A hot-blooded youth next to him was a bit upset and asked loudly. This kid's name is Zhang Chang. He just arrived at the Patrol Bureau half a month ago. Young, impulsive and reckless. Wang Jianhua is also too lazy to explain to him, and no amount of talking to the hot-blooded youth can extinguish the flames in him. He turned right around and reported the matter to his superiors. Team Wang, we can't watch these evils happen in front of our eyes. Zhang Chang looked at the live broadcast. Those parents had already started sending pop-ups begging for mercy. He was even more anxious than Wang Jianhua. It's because he's cynical. Wang Jianhua had long since wilted. Alas, it's hard to distinguish between black and white in this world. Who dares to say that what Chen Feng did was necessarily wrong? Who dares to say that what they did was right? People, sometimes it's good to be confused. Knowing that Wang Jianhua was afraid, Zhang Chang exclaimed, Team Wang, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of timid and fearful person. If you don't go in, I'll go in. I will not tolerate evil before my eyes. All Wang could say was that he was too young. Zhang Chang turned around and ran towards the tea house while shouting, "Chen Feng, stop what you're doing right now and open the door or I'll break it down." Bam! Bam! Zhang Chang started kicking the door. By the third kick, his entire body brushed off. As if he had been hit by something heavy, his body tilted back and flew out 7 or 8 meters away, his head hitting a tree before coming to a stop. The man had fainted away, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Hiss! Wang Jianhua and the few people around him backed up. No one dared to advance half a step. The image was so exciting that none of them wanted to try their luck. The live stream continues. Only this time, Chen Feng's live broadcast room set a limit on the number of people. So not many people saw this live broadcast. Only those parents one by one cried and lived as if they were dead. It felt like killing their children in front of them all over again. Previously, when he was in the manor, Chen Feng was still somewhat restrained. But now that he was facing these black shadows, Chen Feng used all of his more ruthless moves. Combined with the great young true flame, there was nowhere for these spirits to hide. Torture it almost to the point of swallowing it and make the best of it. It was already late at night when Chen Feng finished executing these souls. Because of the reason that he had eaten a lot of evil souls, his face didn't have the slightest feeling of fatigue. Instead, it was getting more and more excited. He glanced at the number of people on the air. The parents were there. He sneered. "It's been so long since we've been live. It's time to release some benefits for everyone." Chen Feng pulled out a Taoist talisman, lit a lamp in his hand, and brushed on it. Chen Feng then pinched his hands together. Boom! The Taoist talisman burned and rose. Chen Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were entwined with black qi as he revealed a cold smile. Changdong Wang, Natural Zheng, Yan Ma, Wan Wang, Kai Chen, Shouting Feng, Jia Zhao. The parents in the live room were puzzled. What is Chen Feng doing suddenly pronouncing our child's name? Is this the final wrap-up? It's also too unconscionable. Chen Feng, we swear we'll get you killed. My son, waiting to die again. There were 21 people in total, and Chen Feng finished reading out their names before shedding an incantation from his mouth. All evil souls, follow my order. Rise. Swish. At that instant, those black shadows that had only faded behind Chen Feng reappeared. One by one, like demons, stood behind him. Only their figures were even more ethereal than earlier. Is this my son coming back to life? It's my daughter. My daughter. What is Chen Feng doing? Chen Feng had a hideous smile on his face, and the Dao talisman between his fingers had already burned out. All these evil souls have been swallowed by him. Their souls have long been out of alignment, and now they have no choice but to go to hell. Chen Feng was casting the evil grudge curse. In this way, the evil in them is stimulated, and the evil spirits are molded to maximize their resentment. Now they're a shadow of what they were at the beginning. Just resentment, murderous intent, violence. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose, rubbing a sardonic smile. Go on, find your own parents. Or if your parents are already dead, find someone else's parents. Play nice with them. As Chen Feng's words fell, those black shadows let out a gibbering laugh, then disappeared in an instant. Those parents hadn't reacted to what was happening and stared dumbfounded at the live screen. What does Chen Feng mean by this? The children's souls weren't eaten by him? Is he converted? Suddenly, a sad voice came over. Mom, I'm coming for you. A woman in the crowd jerked her head up. A dark shadow came at her head on. She was so excited that she stretched out her hands. Oh son, Sheridan, you're back? The black shadow laughed out coldly. Yeah, I'm back to take your life. Chapter 065, Disbelief in the Victim. What did you say, son? The women thought they had misheard him. He said he wanted his life? That's his closest son. Shouldn't he be saying he wants that Chen Feng guy dead? The dark shadow came out of nowhere and whooshed in front of the women. It was a void. A dark figure. Its muddy face covered by chaos. Only barely recognizable as her son Wang Changdong. The dark figure reached straight out. Two blackened hands gouged into the women's eyes at once. Ah! The woman was so shocked by the scene that she instantly felt a blackness in her eyes and a sharp pain traveled down her eyes, making her tremble. He. Your eyeball. It should be delicious. Ah! With a hideous smile on his face, the black shadow directly stuffed the eyeball into his mouth and chewed it a few times like a human. Flutter. The woman fell to the ground. The rest of the parents all sucked in their cold breath. This black shadow, is it here to claim his life? Thinking back, when Chen Feng released these black shadows earlier, his mouth seemed to be chanting something to himself. Could it be that these black shadows were cursed? Chen Feng's smirking voice came from his live broadcast. Everyone, enjoy being hunted down. I'll see you guys in hell. The live feed is closed. Numerous parents then responded. These black shadows were demonized by Chen Feng to kill them. Chen Feng is also too ruthless. He added the figures of their children to that black shadow, so that their children could kill themselves. This is to make them, body dead, heart broken. Mom, I'm home. Dad, I'm coming. Mom, I'm finally home. At once, all sorts of shouts came from somewhere in the surroundings, and then there were countless black shadows coming from all directions. Each of the dark figures pinpointed their parents and stuck to them with great enthusiasm. Those parents who had just been crying for their children to come back instantly exploded. One by one, they desperately fled in all directions. Some of the slow runners were directly pressed to the ground and tortured hard. Help! Get out of here! You're not my son! Get out of here! Mud! I'll fight you! For a while, this was going on everywhere. What had been a luxurious and noble hall was now a place where they killed and crumbled. The treacherous laughter of those dark shadows, the cries of pain from those parents, were unceasing. Buzz! Wang Jianhua's cell phone rang. A few of them were still guarding the neighborhood of Chen Feng's small tea house. Zheng Chang is still unconscious. They're waiting for an ambulance to come. Wang Jianhua had just reported this matter upwards, and thinking that there was feedback from above, he hurriedly picked it up. Leader, what are the instructions from above? Wang Jianhua asked cautiously. Wang Jianhua, the phone of the patrol bureau has just been busted. What are you doing? The leader scolded loudly. What happened again? Wang Jianhua was now burnt out. Quite a few people called the police, saying that there are black shadows chasing them, so that the patrol bureau sent people to protect them. You hurry up and go to the Mingda clubhouse for me. Yes, he hurriedly agreed to. Wang Jianhua left one person behind to guard Zheng Chang, while everyone else went with him to the Mingda clubhouse. He made a point of calling for reinforcements on the way. In all, nearly 100 men from the patrol came. The police car whined, and for a moment the sound was shrill. Mingda Club? This is a place for rich people to spend their money in high class. Ordinary people like them don't even dare to think about how luxurious it is inside. It was also the first time Wang had been to such a place. At the moment the door was closed. No movement could be heard from the outside, and everything seemed to be going on in silence. Break the door! Wang Jianhua shouted, knowing that he couldn't delay. The man next to him immediately broke down the door with a prepared door breaker. A few bams and the door opens. First, a strong smell of blood came over. Vom! Immediately, someone couldn't help but start vomiting. The smell is too much for my nose. The scene in the clubhouse froze everyone in their tracks. The luxurious decorations in the clubhouse were stained with blood. Even the crystal chandeliers were stained with blood, which was why the surroundings turned dim. There were bodies thrown everywhere inside, people crying and begging for mercy everywhere. It was like hell on earth. Quick, save the people first. Wang Jianhua had been handling cases for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of tragedy, and he hurriedly ordered. Patrolmen rushed in and ambulances drove up. Many of the parents were carried away covered with white cloths. Some of the remaining ones were carried on emergency vehicles, and others walked out on their own. One by one, they were in an unparalleled state of disarray. What happened today is enough to be a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Ms. Li, what the hell is going on here? I heard that this club is yours? Wang Jianhua arrived in front of Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan didn't die, but she was in quite a mess. She was covered in blood and her hair was wet with it. Recalling the image of what she had just seen, it was an existence she never wanted to remember. Among those evil souls is her own daughter, Feng Xiaoting. When Feng Xiaoting arrived, she came over after her with a sharp knife in her hand and went crazy. Luckily she escaped quickly. I even got a couple of parents as backstops along the way, and that's how I barely escaped. But the psychological thrill is something that can never be wiped out. The black shadow was clearly a ghost. It's more like your own daughter. It's a ghost. A ghost is chasing us. And it's still our child. Oh, you must do right by us and catch that bastard Chen Feng. It's all because of him. He killed our children and now he's going to kill us. Ooh, I'm so scared. Everyone beside him was silent. Li Shanshan, the Grand Madam of Feng Group, often attended various media news reports and was considered an active figure in the circle. The Feng Group is even more powerful and no one dares to mess with it. She was cold in nature, ruthless in her methods, and never had anyone but others crying and begging for mercy in her hands. Now she was even crying so miserably, so it was evident that she had really been tortured just now. It felt as impactful as Wang Jianlin bawling to the camera. Wang Jianhua frowned. Chen Feng? It's him again? Chen Feng let the ghost out to kill so many people. I believe it myself, but will the people above the police force believe it? And can those words be evidence? I'm afraid that as soon as she opens her mouth in court, Sandra Lee will have to be sent to a mental institution. Ghost murder. This case is unique even now. One team. The scene did not find any evidence. Fingerprints, footprints, traces of the fight, and only one person's, and did not find the ghost. they said. At that moment, a man came alongside to report. You mean we killed each other in there? Lizin screamed at the top of her lungs, her eyes filled with devastation. Look at how miserable everything is in there. How could we possibly do such rude things when we're all people of honor and status? How dare you patrol not believe us victims? Chapter 066, You're next. The sound of Li Shanshan's shouting attracted several surviving parents, all of whom looked as if they had been through a robbery, their bodies more or less stained with blood, all of whom were injured. One by one, they are also filled with righteous indignation. I am a graduate of a prestigious university. I am an intellectual. I will never talk nonsense. The one who chased us just now is my son. Bah! It's a ghost. I can also testify that there really was a ghost just now. That black shadow is a ghost. They are really trying to kill us. That guy, Chen Feng, has no intention of letting us live. You patrolmen have to do something to save us. Wang Jianhua patted his head with a great headache. Just based on these words, how could he arrest someone? Do you have any substantial evidence? Or verbal threats of the sort? Li Shanshan suddenly remembered and exclaimed. Chen Feng said he wanted to make a game with us, and said that life and death are on their own. Yes, Chen Feng said that. We can prove it. Wang Jianhua's brain hurt even more. Chen Feng only said to play games with them. He didn't directly threaten to kill them all. Even if there was a threat, they could only cooperate with the investigation by arresting Chen Feng back, and there was no law to incriminate him at all. Everyone if there is no definite evidence, then I think the probability of this matter will be judged as mutual assault. Wang Jianhua said seriously. What did you say? Beat each other up? This. Those parents have said they can't take it. They've been through life and death, threatened and hunted down by Chen Feng. And now the Inspector General's office is saying that it was a mutual assault? Li Shanshan and the others instantly thought of what Chen Feng had said earlier. The game has begun. We, who live and die on our own. They thought that Chen Feng was just talking tough, but they didn't expect it to be true. It's only been a day and they've lost half of their men. How long will they people survive? Li Shanshan and the others knew there was no point in talking more. The police bureau is about evidence, but Chen Feng does not leave any evidence. This seems to be caught in a dead end, but they don't want to die. They are all powerful people. How can they just die for no reason? Shannon Li pulled a group together for those parents who were still alive and said, Everyone, life and death are in our own hands now. We must not be soft when dealing with Chen Feng. From now on, we must mobilize all of our connections and kill Chen Feng at all costs. We must make Chen Feng never recover. Well, 11 evil souls. In the small tea house, Chen Feng felt the evil souls of those parents and was satisfied. Those black shadows are just going to help him collect evil souls. 21 parents, 11 dead, 10 left who got away. With one hand on his cheek, Chen Feng randomly yanked out an evil soul, placed it on the great young true flame and roasted it a few times before stuffing it into his mouth. Elder Wind, you can eat these evil souls first, and I'll slowly get you the remaining 10 evil souls. This game, it's just begun. Feng Wuji hummed lazily. The flavor of these evil souls is too monotonous. There is a great evil man nearby. Go and get me his evil soul. Another great evil? Chen Feng grinned and heatedly smiled. Good. I wonder what flavor the evil soul is this time. Strawberry, or milk. Suburb of Kitakura. A pretty remote village. In a courtyard, 5 guys are sitting in the yard drinking and eating barbecue. The leader was a bald man with tattoos all over his body. The minions next to him toasted him one by one. Big brother, is it my turn to play later? I've long been thinking about that pussy. Ha ha ha. The little brother toasted the bald head and smiled fawningly. Well, you're next in line. Next, it's 2 dogs, then 2 eggs. Several of the men were all red-faced, smiling and thanking them. There was a room in the yard with the curtains drawn and a woman locked inside. Every now and then came the sound of the woman wailing, one more miserable than the other. But several of the men sitting in the yard acted as if they had heard nothing, and every now and then a call went up. In their eyes, that woman is a tool for them to vent. Not even better. It's been several nights now and they come here every night to eat and drink and bully that woman. Big brother, it's not good. There, our inspector's coming. Suddenly, a junior stumbled in, his voice wary. The bald man snorted coldly and waved his hand. It's fine. Let them come. See what evidence they can find. A short while later, the sound of a police car came. Wang Jianhua came with one of his men. The car is parked in front of the door. Who is Liang Kai? Wang Jianhua asked as he entered. I am. The bald man raised his hand, but there was a cold smile in his eyes. Lord Inspector, you're looking for me for something. Ha! Your inspector's office is still busy enough. You can't even be idle at night. Either that, or sit down and have a bite together? The bald head didn't look like a good person. Plus he spoke in a weird way, which made Wang Jianhua very disgusted. We received a police report from Lu Chunlan that someone killed her husband and took over her family's property. Is there such a thing? Before Wang Jianhua could finish his words, he was attracted by a burst of wailing in the room next to him. Kick the door open. There was a disheveled woman tied up inside. She was gagged and was bawling. Why are these patrolmen coming now? In the afternoon she snuck a text message to the police on a man's cell phone while he was coming in, and it was already night before they came. Wang Jianhua hurriedly took the rag off her mouth. She immediately began to cry out, "My lord! Help! Help! They killed my husband and family. They're murderers. They tied me up here to torture me to death alive." When the bald Liang Kai heard this, he smiled unashamedly. "Sir, this is my wife Lu Chunlan. We had a small conflict, so she tied herself up here and called the police. I'm so sorry for the trouble." Lu Chunlan instantly exploded when she heard this, and she desperately yelled out, "No, I'm not his wife. I'm the victim. He's the one who tied me up here. He's the one who wanted to torture me to death. He killed my husband and took over everything I had. You guys have to do something for me." Liang Kai had an unchanging smile on his face as he calmly said to Wang Jianhua, "Sir, if you don't believe us, then take us back for questioning to see who is right. I've got 4 witnesses here, friends of mine who can testify to the truth of the matter. My wife has a little problem with her head, so why don't you guys just take her away now?" Saying that, Liang Kai secretly pulled out a marriage license to show him. This is the use of Lu Chunlan marriage certificate to let the little brother to do a fake certificate, as long as not seriously check, enough to fake the real. Liang Kai and Lu Chunlan's names are hanging on it, both smiling so sweetly. Seeing the marriage certificate, Wang Jianhua and his colleagues around him were silent. They haven't encountered this kind of thing too often. The wife called the police to report a murder, only to go and find the wife's head covered in blood while her husband sat silent. Chapter 067, Cannibalizing the Soul, 4 shifts. After bringing them back to the patrol station, it was realized that the husband did not do anything the whole time. It was the wife who was fooling around. On the contrary, she hit the husband, and she got the injury on her head by herself. It was only because of a fight with her husband, who instead of moving him was beaten up by her. They've really seen too much of this kind of farce. Today they are already very tired. Plus this woman may be sick in the head. If they catch back to interrogation in vain, not to mention the delay, will also cause a lot of trouble. Wang Jianhua frowned distractedly. "Mind your wife. Don't call the police if there's nothing to do." Liang Kai hurriedly compensated with a smile. "I know, sir. Don't worry. It won't happen again." A few other juniors also got up and said polite words to send Wang Jianhua and the others away. Behind her, Lu Chunlan let out a heart-rending scream. "Don't leave. I'm a victim. They really are murderers. They really killed someone. Please take me away. I don't want to stay here and die." Whoa. Wang Jianhua, however, acted as if he hadn't heard the voice and led the men away. Li Shanshan and the other parents hadn't finished dealing with him yet. He was so upset right now. He just wanted to go back and rest quickly. "Team Wang just left?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Wang Jianhua searched for the voice and looked over, and immediately a wave of sweat ran down his body. "Chen Feng, it's you?" Chen Feng rested against a tree with his hands in his pockets. There was some black aura vaguely wrapping around him, and it felt like he was blending into the darkness. "The owner of this courtyard is named Li Zhengming, an honest farmer, because he married a pretty daughter-in-law, so he was missed by Liang Kai, the village bully. So half a month ago, Liang Kai came with 4 of his minions to kill Li Zhengming and killed Li Zhengming's mother, buried their bodies in the backyard, and took everything here for himself. Lu Chunlan is Li Zhengming's wife, and has been occupied by them here for nearly half a month, and Liang Kai and his little brother come every night. Just today, Lu Chunlan finally found the opportunity to call the police. Who knew it was this result?" Chen Feng had said so much in one breath that Wang Jianhua had been baffled. His eyes were full of incredulity. The co-worker next to him was also full of shock. If that's the case, that bald guy Liang Kai really deserves to die. "Chen Feng, if you say that, do you have any evidence? The patrol bureau needs evidence to do their job." Wang Jianhua spoke coldly. Chen Feng laughed shamefully and patted himself on the head. "Almost forgot. I have a witness here." Chen Feng grabbed a black shadow from the side. "This is the spirit of Li Zhengming. He wandered around after he died and has been upset. Let him tell you what happened." "Aha! Don't! Ghost Wang Jianhua and his co-workers screamed in fear. Chen Feng grabbed Li Zhengming's soul. "I almost forgot. You guys can't understand ghosts. However, I'm really disgusted by this inaction of yours." Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Chen Feng looks like he wants to eat people. Wang Jianhua was scared and took 2 steps back, glaring round eyes at the past. "You, don't mess around." Before the incident at the Mingda clubhouse, the patrol bureau is still investigating you. You have a major suspicion now. Furthermore, This matter of Lu Chunlan is not that we do not want to care. It is really no evidence. Chen Feng's brows wrinkled in slight irritation. They also said they had no proof about their own daughter. Where in the world is that much evidence for them? Against evil. An excuse is enough. Then I'll try it in a way that doesn't require evidence. Chen Feng snorted coldly and walked inside with his hands in his pockets. Chen Feng, don't mess around. The colleague next to him grabbed Chen Feng's clothes. Click here. Wah. His arm was instantly twisted by an invisible force. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground, rolling around. Chen Feng looked at him indifferently. I've twisted your arm, and I don't have any proof yet. Chen Feng smacked him for screaming annoyingly and delivered another heavy blow. He could see the co-worker's chest dented back a bit and he immediately stopped screaming and fainted. My God! Wang Jianhua hurriedly tried to escape back to the car, but within 2 steps, the arm clicked and was also wrenched hard. The intense pain caused a cold sweat to swish down his face. Watch what it means to kill without evidence. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Jianhua and walked into the courtyard with large strides. Ha! What are you doing? Liang Kai was puzzled to see a stranger come in. Snap! Before he could finish, there was an invisible slap in the face. Liang Kai was whipped around in the air a few times and landed on the ground with a bam. Holy! The remaining few minions immediately stood up, each holding a bottle and about to fight Chen Feng. They were a bit confused in their heads. No one had seen how Chen Feng had struck and Liang Kai had been knocked down? And how did he do it from such a distance? You. Liang Kai was on the ground for half a day. Chen Feng looked at them and smiled. Only the smile was even more menacing than the way the bald man looked at him. You guys? What a bunch of... Killing someone's husband and mother and hogging their daughter-in-law. Half a month's time. You guys have been torturing Lu Chunlan here. You guys are really... a bunch of flesh and blood. Mud. You're looking for death. A sidekick grabbed a machete and rushed over, but didn't run 2 steps before his body exploded with a bang. It was like having a miniature bomb inside of him, blowing him up in flesh and blood. All that remains in this world is a mist of blood. Chen Feng reached out and grabbed it. The little brother's evil soul was in his hands. The evil spirit was filled with fear and gibbered miserably. Chen Feng poured a mouthful into his mouth. Yummy. Chicken-flavored grin. Chen Feng. Even the dumbest person can see that now. Chen Feng was not an ordinary person. Killing people, eating their souls. He's the devil. Run. The bald man knew that things were bad and shouted that he was going to run away. He just got up. It was just stomped down hard. Then look at the minions next to him. Limbs bursting open one by one. First the arms, then the legs, then the head. Liang Kai felt like he was in a nightmare. He had never been afraid of anyone in his own evil deeds, and today he was really afraid. He was constantly receiving heavy blows to his chest, one harder than the other. Gradually, he felt as uncomfortable as if 1,000 pounds were pressing on his chest. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His eyes were dull as he looked at Chen Feng in the distance. His heart filled with regret. Things I've done before come to mind like a movie. Homicide, robbery, arson. He's practically incapable of doing anything. Only now did he feel regret and bitterness. If he had to do it again, he'd never do anything bad again, much less harmful. Chapter 068, You Deserve to Die. Poof. The bald man's body was stomped into a meatloaf. His eyes were dull and dumbfounded as he stared at what was in front of him. Hollows piled up in his eyes. Wang Jianhua came in covering his broken arm and saw the scene. He turned around and ran without saying a word. Chen Feng killed again. It's out of one's hands. Chen Feng was currently stepping on 4 evil souls under his feet. The one in the center is Liang Kai's evil spirit. Li Jiangming, you come. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. Li Jingming's soul appeared in front of him. First go meet your wife, then come over and play the game, Chen Feng said. Li Jiangming bowed to express his gratitude, then went to the house to find himself Lu Chunlan. Immediately there were cries from the house. I really don't want to live anymore. I'm going over there with you. We'll go together. We'll be together in the next life. Woo-hoo-hoo. After a while, Li Jiangming and Lu Chunlan came out. Lu Chunlan with tear stains on her face looks like she was persuaded by Li Jiangming. Although Li Jiangming was already a spirit, Lu Chunlan wasn't afraid at all when she saw him. Instead it's also full of graciousness. It's true what they say, for every ghost you fear, there's a loved one behind it who dreams of meeting him. Chen Feng burned a Taoist talisman in his hand, and a black sharp knife molded out of thin air. He threw this knife to Li Jiangnan. These evil souls are the people who killed you in life. There is another one just now I didn't hold back and accidentally ate it. That one is even Those few black shadows, including Liang Kai, were trembling in fear. They've become spirits. Do they still have to suffer that kind of pain? Chen Feng's face gradually sank, flashing with murderous intent. Now, give you a few hours to play with them and torment them properly. Afterward, their evil souls will be my food. Li Jiangming grinned, his madness all showing on his face. Then, gripping the knife, he rushed forward. In the courtyard, screaming, Chen Feng came out and got into Wang Jianhua's car. Wang Jianhua was nervous as a dog. "Send me back to the wind-riding tea house," Chen Feng said casually. Wang Jianhua hurriedly started the car. Luckily, the car was an automatic, and he could barely drive it despite a broken arm. On the road, Chen Feng leaned back and rested on the back chair, resting his eyes. "Chen Feng, this matter, can you just let it go? After killing so many people, it should end here. As for what I said last time at the manor about Sun Tianyu, I will try my best to help you check. You trust the patrol bureau one more time, okay?" Wang Jianhua still tried to persuade Chen Feng back. Chen Feng grunted, not even opening his eyes. "The thing I regret the most is trusting the patrol bureau. I won't make a mistake like that a second time." Saying that, he suddenly opened his eyes. "But don't worry, I just don't have the time to go to the patrol bureau to look for you guys right now. And it won't be long before the patrol bureau will be bloodied up as well. None of the people who had anything to do with my daughter's incident will survive." Half an hour later, ride the Wind Tea House. Chen Feng got out of the car and politely closed the door. Wang Jianhua was right in the car but did not leave for a long time, and seemed to have forgotten the pain in his arm. Chen Feng said that all the people in the police station who were involved in that incident must die. It's not like he's spared the Rangers, he just hasn't been able to get his hands on them. So, do you count yourself as having something to do with that? Chen Feng got up early the next morning. First, he drank a few infusions of tea, and then he clicked on the forum of the academy. He'd said the day before that he'd give them a day to admit their mistake, but no one seems to care what he says. No one recognized the wrong one. The video on the forum was still there, and even though it was a face swap video, it was extremely insulting and was simply targeting Chen Xiao. Instead, the video is still topped for entertainment and mockery. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Or did I start too lightly? It's true that dying in-house family is far from enough. Do I have to turn the world into a bloody hell for them to see it? The scythe of justice. To begin the harvest. Chen Feng first ate breakfast and then swallowed the evil souls of Liang Kai and the others before sitting down in front of the computer. In the forum, he posted a video. "Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng, Chen Xiao's father. As you all know, 2 days ago I posted a text admonishing you all to repent for what happened to my daughter. But no one seems to give a." Chen Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. "It seems that I was wrong. I shouldn't have been a saintly mother. I thought that you guys would realize your faults and then change your ways. That way you could at least keep you alive. After all, I'm not a murderer. I just like to eat people's evil souls. But since you have ignored my warnings, the trial begins now. The gates of hell have opened." The video breaks off here. Chen Feng closed his computer. He went to the tea room and brewed a pot of tea, then used vermilion sand to make a formation, in which he sat himself, slowly pinching his hands, and the Tao was in full bloom. The video Chen Feng posted quickly caught fire on the forum. For Chen Xiao, many people actually had little impression. There are thousands of people in the academy, and Chen Xiao is too common. Moreover, Chen Xiao had always kept a low profile, never causing any trouble, and even less people noticed her. As for the slander and mockery on the forums, that's all deliberate uproar from them. Some of them had even only met Chen Xiao a few times before they were able to say such vicious words. This was what made Chen Feng even more angry. Grass. What kind of cup is pretending to be Chen Xiao that father? He's crazy, right? Even if he really dares to kill someone. Now we are in the academy. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of him alone? Is that intimidation? We could sue him. In the academy, some of the students saw the video and expressed their displeasure, and started talking about it. One of the fat women, however, did not care. Her face was painted with thick makeup, and she let out a shameful laugh. That Chen Xiao is a dead, her father is still making a demon. Think it's a big deal to go crazy in the schoolhouse and kill a couple of security guards. Sooner or later, the patrol bureau's people will take him in. He's just pissed off right now. I'm going to watch Chen Xiao's video. I'm going to taunt Chen Xiao. What can he do to me? The people next to them were also disbelieving and agreed with the fat woman's words. The fat woman claimed to have commented under the Chen Xiao video. With all due respect, Chen Xiao's death is actually a good thing for the academy, and for us trainees who use our energy to advance. She's long since brought down the ethos of the academy. I've seen different men come to send Chen Xiao to the academy, and I've even seen her go to a hotel with those men. This video is synthesized, but it's better than the real thing. Chen Xiao is this kind of person. She's the one who can't live without a man. Even she likes to let men beat her up in order to be happy. People like that deserve to die. Chapter 069, Sublimation of the Soul. Man is a pack animal, and when it comes to something perceived as dangerous, everyone stops and observes first. Wait for confirmation that it's okay before people do it. That's what happens when the walls come down. After the fat woman left a message on the forum, the crowd waited for 10 minutes to discover that there was nothing out of the ordinary, and that Chen Feng hadn't posted any more remarks. That's when they all put their heads down. The crowd also started leaving messages. Everyone, don't be nervous, that Chen Feng is just playing around. We're all students of the academy. What can he do to us? Your own daughter's bad style and you're letting others talk about it? And threatening to terrorize us. What a laugh. I even said today that this video is Chen Xiao's true colors. I'll just scold Chen Xiao. How about that? This society is free speech. He still won't let people speak. Chen Xiao is a table smash. In no time at all, hundreds of messages piled up underneath. In the academy, people also sneered. Chen Feng was just looking for abuse in their eyes. The video heat had already gone down a bit, and now he's stirring up the conversation. And it's so good that the video has been pushed straight to the top. You can't even think about not being hot. Many people on the internet were also mocking Chen Feng for being nosy. Now Chen Xiao's innocence was going to be on the line. Just as the crowd was reacting hotly to the Chen Feng's live stream appeared on the hot search. The live stream named Chen Xiao's father Chen Feng live streaming room swarmed with quite a few people in a short period of time. It didn't take long to break 100,000 plus. They all wanted to see how humble a father's powerlessness could be. Chen Feng was drinking tea, and below was a stove cooking tea. A stack of written Taoist talismans sat next to it, neatly stacked. He looked cloudy and didn't seem at all thrilled. Looking at the number of people in the live broadcast room was almost the same. He smiled. Chu Tinghua, the Peak School special student, entered the school for 3 years, and he will graduate next year. Chu Tinghua is the fat woman. All of a sudden everyone in the academy looked towards her, and she replied in a pop-up. I'm Chu Tinghua. How do you know my name? The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose. In the forum, you say the most bad things about my daughter. Do you know that words can sometimes turn into murderous weapons? You are already a murderer. Then let all your disgusting skin be exposed to the sunlight. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. With a snap, a Taoist talisman burst into flames. It quickly burned to ashes in the air, accompanied by a blackened figure that let out a scream and immediately disappeared into thin air. What's he up to? Playing God? Was that a Taoist talisman just now? He's a Taoist priest. Just as the crowd was wondering, the fat woman Chu Tinghua, however, suddenly did not move. Her eyes mute down, looking straight to the not too far away, as if she saw something horrible, and then her eyes are godless and gray. She grabbed the table's art knife and pushed the blade to the longest. She muttered silently to herself under her breath. I am not a human being. I move right and wrong. I should go to hell. I should have my tongue plucked out. I should go to hell. Ah. The person next to her immediately noticed her abnormality. Tina, what's wrong with you? What do you mean go to hell? Ah. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Woo woo. How am I so much? I'm so damned. Chu Tinghua suddenly screamed as if she had collapsed, grabbed the art knife and ran towards the outside. A group of trainees just chased after them. They all didn't know what was wrong with Chu Tinghua. A good person. Why did she change all of a sudden? Some of the resourceful ones have already opened a live broadcast and recorded all of Chu Tinghua's appearance. Chu Tinghua ran all the way to the pedestrian street outside the schoolhouse. The streets are pretty crowded at this hour. Everyone saw that she was holding a knife in her hand. They also tensed up and subconsciously stayed far away from him, wondering what this fat woman was properly mad about. Tina, put the knife down. What's wrong with you? Can we talk about what's going on? Are you possessed? The people from the academy all chased after him and persuaded him. Chu Tinghua looked at them with a demented smile in her eyes. Then the blade of a hobby knife was aimed at his face. Oh, don't! You're crazy! In a fit of screaming, Chutting Flower's knife left a trail across her face. From the position of the scalp down to the neck, she paddled a dozen times in all. The bleeding simply won't stop. Each slash was skinned and horrifying. Her head was like a bloody lantern, and blood instantly stained her clothes. She acted like she couldn't feel the pain, and grinned ear to ear when she saw the people next to her avoiding her like the plague. We are all the same. We are all sinful. We all deserve to die. Chu Tinghua tilted her head, her eyes hideous, collapsed, and then one zaps itself. Arms, legs, stomach, gives the illusion. It was as if her body was being manipulated by another force. She could feel the pain. She could feel the ache, but she just couldn't stop at all. Ah. She was already bleeding all over the place, but her hand holding the knife still didn't stop, stabbing herself at all sorts of weird angles, even her back. I don't know how many stabs. Chu Tinghua fell to the ground with a thud, blood gurgling, her eyes laxed down. Oh my god. What the hell is going on here? She's dead? She killed herself? No. To be precise, she's not dead. Soon enough, A careful person noticed that her hands were still moving. It's the hand that holds the knife. It was as if the hand had a separate life, and it pried her mouth open as hard as it could. Then, cut out her tongue. The tongue should be plucked out. Hiss. At this, everyone was quiet. Trudy Flower is dead. She stabbed herself and cut her tongue out. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? It was a scene that they quickly connected to one person. Chen Feng. Just now, Chen Feng said that he wanted to expose all of her disgusting skin to the sunlight, and in his words, he also wanted to get Chu Tinghua killed. He just casually burned a Taoist talisman and Chu Tinghua died? What is the principle of this? The key was that Chen Feng had so many Taoist talismans placed around him. If each one of them was a human life, then, it would still be great. Things seemed to have gotten out of hand. Chen Feng wasn't kidding about Chen Xiao. He's making an enemy of everyone. In Chen Feng's live broadcast, he was leisurely drinking tea, but his eyes were getting deeper and deeper. He sneered a few times. Chu Tinghua seems to be dead. Then, the first round of the trial is over. Next, the second round of her trial. I am called The Ascension of the Soul. Chapter 070 Negotiators. What? Sublimation of the soul? The people in the live broadcast room didn't understand what Chen Feng's words meant. What the hell is he up to? And what does he mean by the second trial, when people are already dead? And sublimation is quite an artistic use of the word. For a while, Chen Feng's live broadcast room was flooded with another large number of people, and the heat rose extremely quickly. Chen Feng looked at the heat of the live broadcast and felt a bit surprised. He didn't want to be a netizen, he just wanted to judge the wicked. At this rate, it won't be long before the bandwagon starts. Cough cough cough. Chen Feng coughed twice, followed by a large hand. A black silhouette immediately appeared in front of him. The figure was obese, all black and blurred, but her features as well as what she was wearing were clearly visible to everyone. Someone recognized it immediately. Isn't this Chu Tinghua? How did she become like this? Isn't she dead? What the hell is going on here? When Chu Tinghua saw Chen Feng, she knelt on the table and kowtowed vigorously. The figure, only the size of a cell phone, seemed a bit pocket-sized, but the fear, the humility, was unmistakable in her. Chen Feng quietly looked at her and pulled out the palm-sized flaming wolfsbane. He narrowed his eyes. No, you're wrong now? It's too late. Bam! When he went down with a few wolfsbane sticks, Chu Tinghua's mouth let out something like a hysterical scream. The figure was poked through by the wolfsbane, so you can imagine how much it hurt. That scream is getting sharper and sharper. Then, Chen Feng tied her to the wolf toothstick and put her on the great young true fire to roast. Zip! 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 Chu Tinghua's body trembled violently for a few moments and was about to disappear. At the critical moment Chen Feng grabbed it and ate it like a snack. There was a brief pause in the live broadcast as everyone sucked in cold air. Chen Feng was roasting and eating Chu Tinghua's soul? Although it was only a black figure, they all seemed to be able to feel Chu Tinghua's pain. It felt much more painful than even when she was alive. Is this the legendary refining of the soul? So painful? No one wants to be like that and be tortured after death. Now the crowd also finally realized a truth. Death is not the end. That could very well be the beginning of something else. Without the body, one would feel the torment in the soul. This feeling seems to be more painful than the physical body. Chen Feng rested his chin on one hand and sipped his tea with ease. Today, blood will flow in Kitakura City. Near Pedestrian Street, the Rangers arrived. Wang Jianhua was hospitalized with a broken arm, and this time it was the vice-captain, Ho Tianlong, who came. He was in his early 30s, with thick eyebrows and a righteous air. When he arrived at the scene, he first pulled up a cordon. It's a little too exciting a picture. Kids will have nightmares if they see it. The enthusiastic people next to him told him that Chu Tinghua ran to the pedestrian street on her own and self-inflicted injuries to become like this. Ho Tianlong briefly investigated and also tentatively identified the picture. The injuries on Chu Tinghua's body were all of her own making, except for the wounds on her back, and the tongue that had been pulled out, which was full of suspicion everywhere. A person in extreme pain cannot do all this. You can tell that her arm was broken by and large when she stabbed her back with the knife. But how does a broken arm do all that? And ended up pulling out her tongue. Ho Tianlong confirmed her identity, and his original puzzled eyes slowly unraveled. It turns out that there really is karma in this world. Actually, Chu Tinghua is a repeat offender. She's been linked to a lot of cyber violence. 6 months ago, because she led the charge to slander a woman's baby in her womb as not being her own and laid out all sorts of curated evidence, coupled with people arching fire online, the woman is slowly being suspected by her husband and mother-in-law. And eventually things get bigger and bigger, and the woman can't handle the pressure and jumps off a building. She also insulted a working woman with a composite photo a year ago just because the woman had rebutted her post online. She went around posting composite photos of women at work, which eventually led to the woman becoming mentally ill. and so on and so forth like that in abundance. In that case, she deserved to die. But something like a trial has to be done by the patrol. Otherwise everyone would be disguised as a justice, and the world wouldn't be in chaos. Ho Tianlong investigated for a while and then took away the body, without saying a single superfluous word. Buzz. First hospital, orthopedics. Wang Jianhua's cell phone rang. Leader, I'm Wang Jianhua. Jianhua, that Chen Feng is on the air right now. Did you see Wow? Wang Jianhua froze. He had never been more relaxed during this day of hospitalization, and hadn't even looked at his phone much at all. Only then did Chen Feng stop for a moment, and started to make a demon again? What the hell is this kid up to? Leader, I haven't watched the live stream. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. You now immediately take someone to find Chen Feng and talk to him about this matter. Leader, what's wrong with him again? Wang Jianhua was really devastated. There's a forum at the Summit Academy. Someone posted a synthetic video of Chen Feng's daughter, Chen Xiao, on the forum earlier, and some people liked it and spread rumors, and Chen Feng said that he'd let all of them die. We've looked at the number of people involved this time and it's at least 300. This is no joke. Boom. Wang Jianhua's head exploded in a ball. 300 people? Chen Feng was planning to kill so many people? He's crazy. Wang Jianhua thought carefully. From the time he came into contact with Chen Feng until now, Chen Feng seemed to have never said empty words, and all the words he said came true. And it's never been better. That incident at the manor shows a thing or two. More than 300 people are going to be killed. That picture is simply unimaginable. What's the situation? But leader, I can't walk now. Wang Jianhua wasn't stupid. If he continued like this he would surely die. Chen Feng was warning himself when he broke one of his arms. The reason why the leader wanted to have himself follow up on this matter was because of what he had been doing with Chen Feng before. The leader doesn't want trouble, but he doesn't want to lose his life. Didn't you break your arm? A broken arm affects your walking? The leader was offended. I broke my leg too. When did this happen and why don't I know? With a cruel heart, Wang Jianhua kicked hard at the wall. Now, break. Leader, ride the wind little tea house. 50 meters away. A dozen police cars were parked. 3 patrolmen approached with a man in a suit. This man is a negotiator urgently transferred from the patrol. So far, the Chen Feng incident had completely boiled over on the internet, but they couldn't find any evidence, and there was no way to arrest Chen Feng in such a situation, and it would be costly to capture Chen Feng and bring him back. Maybe the patrol will be implicated. That's why the leader was smart enough to send a negotiator this time to defeat Chen Feng in the direction of psychological warfare and make him compromise. The negotiator reached the door and knocked. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm the negotiator. I'd like to talk to you. May I? Chapter 071. Are you not giving face? 4 shifts. The door to the small tea house clicked open. This door is automatic? The negotiator froze for a moment, then sauntered inside. It was no different from the usual small tea house, except that the atmosphere was a bit spooky. Chen Feng was sitting there drinking tea with a boiling tea stove burning below him and a very tall stack of Taoist talismans sitting next to him. The negotiator hadn't realized the importance of the talisman yet, and just felt a little overwhelmed, but opened his mouth politely. Hello Mr. Chen. I can see that you are a person who knows a lot about health. The negotiator was a bit speechless and smiled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced at him in response. The live broadcast was still on, and the conversation between the two was all heard by countless netizens. That saved the Rangers a lot of work, and they had a good look inside. Generally, now I don't feed my life, only my soul, Chen Feng casually replied. After all, so many netizens were watching, he had to be polite. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen really knows how to joke. The negotiator laughed out loud to ease the atmosphere. Chen Feng looked at him once again. I never joke with people. I only open hearts for people. The negotiator said, a little tongue-tied, realizing for the first time that talking to people was so stressful. Mr. Chen, let's get back to the point. He got serious. Earlier on the pedestrian street, a woman named Chu Tinghua committed suicide, and the manner of death was quite cruel and suspicious. In connection with recent events and your comments on the air, the patrol initially suspects that you did this. Chen Feng coldly snorted, but they have no evidence, so they've sought you out to negotiate with me? Ha, it's, the negotiator compensated. We have no other meaning. Mr. Chen's matter we also heard. As long as Mr. Chen you promise not to kill people in the future, the previous matter will be written off. In addition, we can also provide Chen Feng with a sum of not small compensation. Chen Feng had a smile in his eyes when he heard this. What a negotiator after all. If he took that, it would be like indirectly admitting that he killed those people. And the compensation, they should have given it in the first place. Shouldn't there be compensation for his own daughter's accident? Don't want any of this mumbo-jumbo myself. Chen Feng pushed a cup of tea to the negotiator. His eyes subconsciously drifted to the photo that lay on the table, a picture of himself and his daughter. My daughter's mom ran away as soon as she was born, and she hasn't been heard from in almost 20 years. My daughter and I are dependent on each other. I am a mom and a dad. I took Smiley with me to work until she was 5 years old, and I've long thought of her as more important than my life. Even if I go to hell for eternity, but as long as my daughter lives a good life, then I'll admit it. This kind of feeling, can you realize it? The negotiator nodded. Yes, it can. Wrong. You can't because you don't have children. Chen Feng shook his head. The negotiator's mind reeled. How did Chen Feng know about the fact that he was married but never had any children? The two of them are meeting for the first time today. Smiley used to be my hope. Then it became my pride. Then it became my bond. My dependence. But now it's all gone. She was killed by a couple who cut short my daughter's life. When she died, her one and only eye was glaring oval. And I know she couldn't rest in peace until she died. Can anyone know how much it hurt and how hard it was for my daughter to die? Click. When Chen Feng said this, he seemed to have thought of the image from back then, and his face instantly grimaced, crushing the teacup in one go. Mr. Chen, you calm down. The negotiator was startled. Is Chen Feng's hand that strong? I'm here to discuss with you today. Everything has a solution, doesn't it? I'm just offering you a solution. You see if you can accept it. If not, we'll discuss other options. I only accept one option here. Chen Feng looked at him. Oh, what program? Tell us. If it's reasonable, we'll definitely fulfill it. Death to all the wicked in the world. Ha? This? The negotiator was baffled. Is this a condition? It's the dream, all right. His face changed slightly. Soft cannot come to hard to come. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Chen, I think you should know that I came to discuss this matter with you. It's the Patrol Bureau that's giving you a chance. Don't think that the Patrol Bureau will be afraid of you. The Patrol Bureau is a state unit with a lot of power in its hands. It's still more than enough to try to deal with you alone. I hope you'll just take it for what it's worth. Taking a step back, it's time for you to take revenge for what happened to your daughter. And it's time for you to get over it, right? I don't think you're willing to turn into a murderous demon yourself, Mr. Chen, right? Mr. Chen, you'd better think it over. Chen Feng laughed coldly, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. While his expression grew more and more hideous, the Patrol Bureau is not convinced? Then fight. Just in time to try and see who dies first. I'm doing a game with those parents and wouldn't mind if you guys got in on the action. The negotiator was trembling. When he came into contact with Chen Feng's eyes, he felt as if flames were roasting. It was a hard feeling to scratch and claw. Mr. Chen, enough! Chen Feng interrupted with a sudden yell. Then he drew a Taoist talisman on his hand, writing some strange symbols. He was fast, and when he finished the talisman was lit in his hand. Lu Chi-fu, as a negotiator, you are not doing a good job. A few years ago a woman wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. You were assigned to persuade her, and you ended up saying a bunch of things that irritated the woman, which caused the woman to be so irritated that she jumped into the river and died. And then there was the time a year ago when a mentally disturbed man kidnapped a child, and because of your shady irritation, the man killed the child. Something similar happened 6 months ago, which has to make me wonder if you did it with intent. Lu Chi-fu was dumbfounded. Fear stretched deep in his pupils. Chen Feng, how do you know what's in your heart? One does think so. 3 inches can tell right from wrong or take a life. He's just enjoying that accomplishment. A few words of their own can cost them their lives, can change this right and wrong, as if all truth exists in this mouth of theirs. His psyche has long been twisted under these circumstances. You. Lu Chi-fu was dumbfounded and shouted in horror. Chen Feng looked down. Pouring you tea and not drinking it. You really don't give face. Swish. Next. I should keep up with 4 shifts lately, and with 1,000 people. I'll try to do what I can to make it a good read. Anyone who thinks something is poorly written can leave it in the comments section and I'll see it and revise it promptly. Please move your little rich hands to click a free gift, and incidentally hand click a hyped up shift. Seeing everyone's little gifts and urges every day is my biggest motivation. Yesterday I dreamt that this book was hyped up to 6,000. Haha, how nice would it be if it were true? Chapter 072, the beginning of the show. The negotiator just felt like he was being tackled by a giant black hand. However, Chen Feng didn't even touch himself. His whole body banged against the wall. Heavy fists like hammers slammed hard towards him. Knock. Mr. Chen. You. Knock. Chen Feng. Knock. Vom. This iron fist carried the power of thunder and slammed towards him one by one. And within a few strokes, he felt that he couldn't carry it anymore. The vision also became blurred. Vaguely he seemed to see a black shadow with a Taoist talisman on its head appearing in front of him, and was making a move on himself with its teeth and claws. Then he yanked on his tongue with one hand. Outside, those people from the Patrol Bureau were hiding in a location near Chen Feng's small tea house. They all heard a thud at the moment. One can't help but ask, where is that noise? Do you hear it? The crowd also nodded their heads to indicate that they heard the strange sound, as if they were hammering the ground with a hammer, and the ground trembled a little. Marred. It can't be. In the tea house immediately someone sensed that something was wrong and shouted. Meanwhile, the door to the tea house opened. An unidentified mass was thrown out. Holy, it's the negotiator. Someone shrieked out. The negotiator has hung up. His chest was pounded to pieces, and his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen some horrible image before he died. The tongue was yanked out of his mouth, leaving only the severed piece. Quickly, report to your superiors whether or not to rush in and arrest Chen Feng. The negotiator is dead. Things are in trouble. Chen Feng is provoking all of us. The anger in the hearts of the crowd was instantly ignited. You guys wait and see the replay from the live feed just now. A man with a star on his shoulder came over to remind them. They couldn't arrest Chen Feng at all without absolute proof. On the screen, Chen Feng didn't even touch the negotiator. How does that convict him? Even if you rush in and arrest him, you'll have to let him out right away. The point is that the top has let slip that it's easy not to touch Chen Feng. He's got a wicked streak in him. And at this moment, Chen Feng, who was in the live broadcast room, seemed to have lost his patience. He narrowed his eyes, violence molding in them. Sin is on earth and hell is nowhere to be found. It's time for those bloodstained hands to pay the price. The rest of the trial begins here. Chen Feng waved his hand. The Taoist talismans stacked up beside him flew straight up. Wow! One by one. Take off. Ignite. It's extremely fast. As if it were a money printing machine. In the live room, the crowd rounded their eyes. Each of these Taoist talismans seems to represent a person. Chen Feng is going to make a killing. Kitakura City. A girl drinking tea in a cafe. She was also watching Chen Feng's livestream. Seeing this, she let out a cold snort and directly exited the live broadcast. She logged onto her forum account and glanced at the message she had sent. Chen Xiao is a table smash. The world is cleaner when she's dead. A world without table smashing is even a breath of fresh air. I've seen Chen Xiao enter the hotel with other people before it. The girl sneered a few times, completely unafraid. Chen Feng, you're playing games and pretending to be a god. I'm not afraid of you. Get me if you can. The official explanation for Chu Tinghua's death had been rationalized earlier. It was rumored that Chu Tinghua had a severe mental illness, and it was probably because Chen Feng's appearance had stimulated her that she had committed suicide. She felt that it had nothing to do with Chen Feng at all. The girl takes her last sip of coffee and goes home. Dynamic music was playing in her headphones and her body subconsciously twisted along with it. Suddenly, the music cuts out. It was replaced with a whimpering sob. Ah, what the hell? Startled, she hurriedly yanked off her headphones despite the stares of others on the bus. She checks her cell phone and headphones. Both are fine. She kept reassuring herself in her mind that it must be aging headphones. But she didn't dare listen to her headphones anymore and quietly swiped at her phone. After a while, she felt someone behind her moving her hair. One at a time. Kinda rhythmic. Who is it? Looking for death. She didn't have the good sense to turn around and curse. But the moment she turned around, her entire body froze. This, not human at all. Or rather, it's a humanoid monster. It was a dark shadow, black in color, with a Taoist talisman attached to its head. Can't see his eyes, only the curve of a grin. Then, the dark figure grabbed her by the neck, clicking hard. The girl was shocked. She tried to cry out, but couldn't scream at all. The driver and passengers saw her in this agony and rushed to stop the car. At the same time, they heard the sound of the girl's neck being snapped. There was a click. The girl's mouth then opened. The tongue was yanked out and cut out. Commercial center, office building, North Barn City. A man is working. His cell phone was placed to the side. He had just watched Chen Feng's live broadcast, and his expression was more or less unsightly at this time. He wanted to focus all his attention on his work so he could forget about the mess. But the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't help but think about those things. Chang, what's wrong with you? How come it feels like you're weird? A colleague next to him looked over with suspicion in his eyes and patted him on the back. Without saying a word, Xiao Zhang put down the papers in his hands, stood up and headed for the window. Took a handmade knife off a coworker's desk by the way. Chang, what are you going to do? Said the man next to him, growing puzzled. Chang opened the window. Then, a leap of faith. Ha! A roomful of people were baffled, scared enough by the suddenness of the scene. You know it's over 20 stories up here, and he's just going to jump off like that? Something's wrong. Someone yelled, and a group of people all gathered around the window to look. Chang had fallen to the ground in free fall. The whole person became smaller than an ant. With a handmade knife in one hand, he had cut out his tongue the moment he jumped to his death. A schoolhouse in Kitakura City, a guide in the middle of a lecture. His class was very lively and the participants loved it. Now that he was at a critical stage in his lectures, the whole thing perked up. But just then, he suddenly stopped. The trainees thought he was dangling, and the light of curiosity in their eyes intensified. A few keen and studious people were even already brainstorming the direction of the next solution. But the next scene shocked everyone. The guide pulled out a pen and spat his tongue out at everyone. The pen stabbed at his tongue one at a time, and the blood flowed freely until his tongue was staked to the bone. Then the pen was aimed at his neck again. In the classroom, there was a scream. On the streets of Kitakura City, a woman drove a luxury car very elegantly, but as the crowd waited for a stoplight, she suddenly and without warning accelerated her gas to knock the tree next to her off while deftly skirting the pedestrians on the street. Bam! The car was torn apart. Her entire body was a bloody mess, and she was instantly lifeless, coincidentally due to an external factor. She bit off her tongue. In the park, a couple is making out. The man suddenly went berserk and bit the woman's tongue off. No matter how much the woman screamed, the man just wouldn't let go. Finally, she was pinned to the ground and strangled alive. After killing the woman, he chose to jump off the bridge. Chapter 073 Revenge does not last overnight. South of the city of Kitakura. This is a rich neighborhood where most of the villas and stuff are built. House prices here also keep the crowds at bay. In a quite luxurious villa, Wang Shuzhen was watching the recent news reports. The more she looked, the more scared she became. Those images, she couldn't even think about them. A horrible thought in his mind was being amplified infinitely. Will you become like this yourself? A horrible death on the streets. She's not like those ordinary people. Her life is worth a lot. But these days, ever since Chen Feng's affair became a big deal on the internet, she always had nightmares. She always dreamed of that day when they tortured Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was beaten by them, forcing her to do those unpleasant things, and even finally killed her and pushed her down the stairs. Originally, she didn't care. With your status, what's wrong with killing a few people? But Chen Xiao's death had always lingered in her head, especially today. Wang Shuzhen also left a message under the video and cursed pretty hard. A lot of people were brought up to speed by her. Will Chen Feng kill himself? Her head was now repeating that sentence over and over again. Chen Feng said that all the people who had anything to do with this incident had to go to hell. In her panic, she grabbed the phone and dialed Sun Tianyu. Crooked. What is it? Sun Tianyu quickly picked up. Sun Tianyu. Chen Feng is crazy now. He's going to kill everyone. You started this incident. You're the one who led the charge to kill Chen Xiao. You have to take responsibility for this. Wang Shuzhen shouted. Sun Tianyu got a little upset and cursed. Grass. You can't talk to me about this now. I'm already in the process of leaving the country. Even if he, Chen Feng, has a great ability, it's impossible for him to chase me abroad to kill me. Don't damn bother me anymore. Figure it out yourself. What? You? Wang Shuzhen was dumbfounded at the moment, a fierce light hovering in her eyes. Sun Tianyu, this bastard thing. Before when Zhao Jia matter he said that he would personally set this matter straight. Now he even escaped first by himself. He's trying to use them as a shield. Sun Tianyu didn't bother to say much to her and directly hung up the phone. It's good to be able to take care of yourself as it is now. Wang Shuzhen turned her hand and called her father. Things were no longer in her control of existence. How arrogant he was when he bullied Chen Xiao in the beginning. How wretched he was now. Chen Feng was really trying to kill everyone. Wang Shuzhen's father has also known about this for a long time, and now he is also watching the live broadcast. You pack up your things and I'll send someone to pick you up later, father said seriously. Thanks dad. Wang Shuzhen knew that her father had already arranged everything, and without asking too many questions, she hurriedly agreed and went to pack up her things. In less than half a day, Chen Feng's live broadcast room was already full of messages. The forums have also been pretty much scrubbed. It's all about confessions and repentance. Chen Feng flipped through the messages with interest, a tsk sound coming from his mouth, shaking his head, disappointed. You're just coming to admit you're wrong now that you know you can't handle the consequences? It's already too late. What did you do the day you were given time to apologize? Chen Feng simply closed the chat function of the live broadcast directly and quietly did a live broadcast. Elder Wind, have these evil souls been fitting in lately? He asked. Feng Wuji laughed out loud. It's not bad. Although there isn't much evil, it can't be helped by the amount. With more quantity, it can naturally replenish a lot of power for me as well, as long as Senior Wind is satisfied. Chen Feng was pleased. He was now looking forward to what it would be like for Feng Wuji to recover to 100%. That's a power that can make the whole world tremble. Since all this world brings me is sadness, let the world tremble with me. Patrol Bureau. Conference room. Silence. Silence again. A room full of people. All silent. They don't know how to speak. The Chen Feng thing is a challenge for them. In less than a day, there have been more than 80 accidents in the city of North Barn. Without exception, Those killed in these accidents had their tongues pulled out. It couldn't help but make them think of a word. Hell of a tongue puller, because the mouth is wrong to harm people to death. Stirring up trouble, yin and yang justice. All deserve to go to hell. But this is a society governed by the rule of law. How can we allow Chen Feng to run amok? Looking at Chen Feng, he wouldn't rest until he had killed all of these 300 people. More than 300 lives. The Chen Feng incident. We must make a decision within an hour. The leader sat up and shouted. The crowd was fuming. What can they do? Finding someone to deal with Chen Feng? But how to convict Chen Feng? It can't always be against the rules. Moreover, Chen Feng had made it very clear that there would be no compromise. The lure of money didn't work, nor did the threat of warnings, and instead a negotiator died. That really puts them in a tough spot. Half an hour passed and the accidents added another 50. The story has now hit the hot seat and the pressure is all on the Rangers. At this rate, there's really going to be a crazy massacre in Kitakura City. Leader, Chen Feng spoke on the live broadcast. Someone below reminded. The leader rushed to have the big screen switched over. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Feng was grabbing those dead people's souls in a big way and grilling them, then sprinkling them with condiments. A large number of dark shadows appeared around them at intervals. It's a creepy image to watch. These are the same people he got killed. And he just ate it so rightfully? Just now I looked at. Chen Feng flossed his teeth with a toothpick and leisurely said, the main comments to that video are 327 people. And there are another 409 people who have liked it and seconded this matter. For this day to be remembered forever. These 1409 people, too, will have to pay the price. I'm sorry, my flaw is that I hold too much grudges. Revenge doesn't last overnight. With that, Chen Feng took another big bite. He simply began to wear mutton skewers. The dark shadows were scuttled on top, grilled a bit, seasoned, and tasted crunchy good. The patrol boardroom was silent. 1409. Chen Feng is going to go after these people. That's a lot of dead people at once. Chen Feng wasn't joking about empty words, and everything he had said in these recent days had come true. The leader also panicked. He thought about it for half a day before making up his mind. Because of the special nature of the matter, we are now applying to our superiors for the deployment of armed personnel to settle this matter. Simultaneous request for arms for 500-man establishment. Ammunition. Hurry up. Within a day. Make sure you apply for me. Yes. Because of this incident, the patrol bureau is in an uproar. At the same time there was another person who was secretly watching all of this. She felt it was time to strike. Chen Feng's recent actions made her realize the seriousness of the matter. And she was now very insecure. Because she knows that her son is also guilty as sin. And he led the way on this one. This person was Sun Tianyu's mother. Jiang Xuelan. Chapter 074, Weakness of the Opponent. The Gung family is dead. And Zhao Jia and his mother are both hanging. All 21 members of the Yago League were buried. Thousands more are now facing trial in Kitakura. Things were getting beyond Jiang Xuelan's imagination. She had originally thought that Chen Feng was just trying to show off for a while, and that although he was somewhat capable, he would never be able to really kill so many people. What does he think of the patrol? What does he think of the lives of these many people? And when it came to this point, the patrol bureau would definitely step in to ruthlessly suppress Chen Feng, making him restrain himself, or even take him in for trial. But she realized it now. Those people from the patrol bureau couldn't arrest Chen Feng at all. Chen Feng didn't leave any evidence behind when he did things. And he really dared to kill people. In just half a day's time. So many people had died in Baitsong City. Everyone knew it was Chen Feng who did it. But just no one could catch him. At this rate, it's hard to escape your own son. Going abroad was the last resort. And she didn't want her son to go abroad until it was absolutely necessary. After all, the family still had such a large estate for him to inherit. At this moment, Jiang Xuelan was on his way to ride the Win Little Tea House with a high-ranking person. Grandmaster Gu. We will be arriving at Chen Feng's place soon. Are you really sure about this matter? Jiang Xuelan saw that Grandmaster Gu was not moving or smiling. His heart was more or less unsure, and he subconsciously asked. Grandmaster Gu laughed coldly, completely unconcerned. I am a disciple of Qing Fengguan's purple-robed heavenly master, Yu Qi Jinjin, and I still can't solve a mere Chen Feng? He's just an evil cultivator. I've seen many evil cultivators like this. It's not good to walk along the path of an evil cultivator. The breath in his body must be unstable. Wait, I'll see my chance and pierce him with a sword. What I hate most in my life is this kind of evil cultivator. If they don't take the bright path, they have to take this one, and against the whole world. Does he have that ability? Oh, hearing these words Jiang Xuelan was more or less relieved. She was aware of the strength of Qing Fengguan. These people won by one flying eaves and walls. With great skills, Taoist Master Yu Qi Jinjin is more unique. Drawing talismans and spells, exorcising ghosts and refining souls. There is no one who is not proficient. Rumor has it that he can fight 100 men with one man. A duster can sweep the world. Can his disciple be worse? Chen Feng will definitely die today. Arrived near the tea house. The rangers here have withdrawn. It was empty all around. Master Gu got out of the car and drew a long sword from his sleeve. His sword light was appalling and his sword aura rushed to the sky. Zhang Xuelan even felt a chill invade her and couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. You step back. Leave the matter here to me. Grandmaster Gu smiled easily, seeming to have taken everything in hand. This long sword was sharp and compelling, not a mortal object. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open with ease. Go in for a moment. He froze, standing there like a puppet with broken strings. Even the hand holding the sword trembled. He had been practicing in the Taoist temple for more than 10 years, but he had never seen this kind of image. Ride the Wind little tea house is not very big, probably only about 70 square meters, but it was full of all sorts of grievous souls. The point was that all of these resentful souls came out of their mouths with crashing screams, one more piercing than the other. The moment he entered, all resentful eyes focused. That look was clearly a plea for help. It was as if they were saying, begging themselves to kill them, even if they died. They didn't want to be tortured anymore. Sitting in the middle of the tea house was Chen Feng. He was holding a big iron stick and was scuttling the wrong souls one by one. Beer, condiments, and some sharp-tasting cold cuts were on the side. He was eating them. Grandmaster Gu's heart instantly began to beat faster. He had seen quite a few powerful experts, and he had also seen some people who had gone off the beaten path with their swords, who had run amok in the name of cultivation, brutalized living beings, and even stepped into the path of cultivating devils. But he hadn't even been afraid of those people. Only Chen Feng. Is this kid cannibalizing people's souls to replenish his energy? What kind of evil cultivation is this? I've never heard of it. Don't let this person escape. He is a great evil. Feng Wuji's voice came over. He spoke with some urgency, half of his body poking out. Oh, okay. The expression on Chen Feng's face gradually turned playful as well. Clear Wind sword technique. Break the demon and remove the spell. Give me out. Grandmaster Gu's reaction was also extremely fast. Looking at Chen Feng's eyes, he knew that he was in trouble today. So the first time he released his big move, a sword swept across, carrying a shocking storm. With this sword the unjust souls retreat and the mortals look to the dust. He had already turned up his power to the maximum and was pinching his hand while releasing this sword. The sprint charm is out of the way. It's his escape weapon. He didn't have a clue in his heart, and remembered what his master had said. If you can't beat them, run away. Once the sprinting charm was activated, he was ready to stick it on his leg, when suddenly, his Dao talisman burned up for no reason, nearly scorching his legs. He screamed and ducked away while catching a glimpse of the house. The sword he had released had been grabbed by Chen Feng with one hand. The blade of the sword was only a few microns away from Chen Feng's palm, yet it did not hurt him at all. Chen Feng looked at him quite curiously. You're a Taoist priest too? And this sword technique of yours is still authentic Taoist? Strange. Taoist orthodox. Why is it so weak? Weak? Chen Feng's words caused Master Gu's sweat to rise all over his body in shock. This sword technique could easily cut down even if he encountered a severe ghost, and it was even easier to kill a person. Chen Feng actually said weak? It's not that the sword is weak, it's that he's too strong. Chen Feng was upset the next second. I'm most annoyed with weak opponents. It's not fun to fight. Chen Feng made an OK sign with his right hand and flicked it at the long sword. Swish! A sound that cut through the air was like the meditative voice of hell penetrating everything. The long sword pierced right through everything. The speed was extremely fast as it stabbed into the back of Master Gu's heart socket. He flew 9 meters away with a scream and was nailed to the tree behind him with a thud. A sword through the heart. An incredibly dry death. Zhang Xuelan was massively shocked. She hurriedly covered her mouth so she didn't scream. Master Ku, just like that? The disciple of the purple-robed heavenly master died too tragically. Didn't carry a single move. Then I saw a black gas detach from Master Gu's body, which let out a cry that I couldn't understand, as if it didn't come from this world. Miserable, piercing, angry. The black gas was then sucked into the small tea house. Zhang Xuelan didn't dare to stay any longer, kicked the gas and drifted away. Zhang Xuelan didn't dare to go home. Meanwhile, let Sun Tianyu leave the city. On her own, she went to the Clear Wind View. Master Ku was dead, and she's looking for revenge. Chen Feng wasn't immortal. He was so powerful that only the people of Qingfengguan could deal with him. Yu Qi Real, ancient master, he had an accident. Zhang Xuelan climbed up the mountain in one breath, and it could be seen that she was really anxious. However, just after entering the Qingfengguanli, she saw an old acquaintance here. She exclaimed, "It's you?" Chapter 075, Transient Power. In the Qingfengguan, the Yu Qi realist appeared to be in the middle of his practice. A man stood in the middle of the phalanx. his expression released and his eyes evil. Yuqi Jinjin drew talismans on him with vermilion sand, chanting something as he did so, his duster waving and beating in his hand. This person in the spell formation was Zhao Shang. After coming back from the dead that day, he was desperate. Chen Feng is on trial again. He was afraid that he would also be the target of Chen Feng's trial, so he asked someone to find Chen Feng one. Realist Yuqi was doing this for him. As Realist Yuqi recited the incantation faster and faster, Zhao Shang's body seemed to be undergoing strong pressure. Every inch of his skin showed signs of having been squeezed, and his expression became incomparably grim. Real Yuqi? What are you guys? Zhang Xuelan was uncertain and somewhat startled. It only gave her a feeling of evil. Realist Yuqi waved his hand. Only then did Zhao Shang release the pressure. Gasping and breathing heavily, Realist Yuqi smiled calmly. I'm shaping Mr. Zhao's indestructible bones and establishing a 10,000-foot soul. Ha? What does it mean? Zhang Xuelan admitted that she didn't understand this, but it sounded as if it was very lofty. Drawing away the Taoist refining bones to carve his body, and using 10,000 souls to replenish his divine sense. That's it, he patiently replied. Then, is this still Zhao Shang? Zhang Xuelan was shocked in her heart. This sounded good, but in fact it was still Zhao Shang who had sacrificed everything? The consciousness is still him, but the body isn't anymore. But that's all at Zhao's own request. I didn't force him. Zhang Xuelan glanced at Zhao Shang, who was staring at himself in fascination, evil slowly burning in his empty eyes. Zhang Xuelan instantly understood everything. Zhao Shang is really desperate here. He was sacrificing everything he had to kill Chen Feng. Instead of being killed by Chen Feng, it would be better to put up a fight on his own, even if he became a puppet of real Yuqi in the future. Mr. Zhao, I've finished the practice, so you can go and try the power. Realist Yuqi narrowed his eyes and said. Zhao Shang looked at his hands, only to feel that the thunderbolts were held in his hands. Come out into the yard, look at a tree, and just punch it. Boom! A violent crash came, only to see the tree as thick as a man's waist directly split in two and fall down with a rumble. And Zhao Shang looked like he was just giving an easy punch, not using his full strength. Good power. I'm going. Zhao Shang smiled in satisfaction and clenched his fists to leave down the mountain. Zhang Xuelan, on the other hand, stood by the side and didn't return to her senses for half a day. Stopping for a few minutes, she rushed down the hill after her. She had to watch Chen Feng die before she could rest assured. Zhao Shang had gained power, and with the indestructible valley and 10,000 souls, killing Chen Feng shouldn't be a problem. Chen Feng will die. The other side. The trial continues. 327. 299 have died. Each one was characterized as an accident and the method of death was the removal of the tongue. For a while, officials came out to dispel rumors about the incident and told the public not to go out when they were fine and to stay at home as much as possible. But isn't that a contradictory statement? It's been debunked, yet people are still told not to go out? Chen Xiao's forum has been closed, but screenshots of previous messages are still circulating online. Those vile words are forever posted in the Great Hall of Judgment. Chen Feng's small tea house also caught fire for a while. Sitting in a small tea house, judging everything. It seems, it's almost time. Chen Feng looked at the evil souls that he hadn't had time to eat yet and touched his stomach, already full. The rest he put away in a Taoist talisman and ate when he was hungry. He then took a look at Feng Wuji's state. It's 10% back so far. Eating the ancient master directly restored 2 percentage points. You can see that it's still the great evil that replenishes quickly. So next, it's the turn of the minions who nod and arch fire. Chen Feng sneered a few times and resumed sitting in front of the live camera. The live chat function had been turned on by him just now, and with a full stomach, he was in the mood to chat with people. Guys, next, let's play something exciting. Among these 409 people, I know that many of you are just getting along, and you haven't even seen my daughter's face. In fact, you are also very wrong. But I've always been an equalizer. But I won't spare anyone who has anything to do with this. At the same time, I can give you a chance to live. From now on, I will divide you into 2 groups. One group will be so sinful that black chi will emerge from their heads, and all the other group will have to do is to kill the people with black chi on their heads. Kill them and then redeem yourselves for your sins, and I can give you a chance to live. The content of self-redemption, the breaking of your thumbs of praise and the tongues of those who fumble. The game is effective immediately. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the internet was abuzz. Let them hunt each other down and kill each other. Which, is abetting a murder? But Chen Feng said, this is just a game. Let one group go after the other and then redeem themselves so they can fight for a chance to live. Chen Feng had also sort of given them a ray of light. Ha ha, you kid. You have a bit of my style back then. Feng Wuji also heard this and expressed his great relief. Elder Wind, you also judged them back then? Forget about that year. Would I tell you that I have over 1,000,000 human lives in my hands? Holy cow. There are guests coming. They will be here in 5 minutes. Go out and entertain them, Feng Wuji suddenly said. Chen Feng also seemed to sense that the visitor was not a good person, but smiled immediately afterward. Good. It's not a good thing to come and go. Into the night. The city of Kitakura was especially quiet today, and it was as if there was no one on the streets. It's because an official announcement was made for everyone to try to stay out of the house. At the same time Chen Feng started the game. Everyone dared not go out for fear of splashing blood. A man's figure appeared near the small tea house on an empty street. It's Zhao Sheng. Or rather, he wasn't Zhao Sheng anymore. His indestructible bones could rival all things, and his 10,000-foot soul could break all paths. After the enlightenment of the Yu Qi realist, he was already full of power. Not far. Chen Feng walked out. When Zhao Sheng saw him, his eyes immediately piled up with anger. Chen Feng killed his wife, killed his son, and had to kill himself to silence him. He couldn't swallow this breath. When has he ever been bullied like this? Zhao Sheng? Chen Feng was a bit surprised, because he saw Zhao Sheng's abnormality at a glance. His soul was now unstable, and originally a person could only have one soul in their body, but now his body was hard-packed with countless souls into it. It had long exceeded his limits. Just like a balloon that couldn't withstand the pressure would explode at any time. A short-lived power for a life. It's no different than self-harm when a good person is transformed into this. Wouldn't it be better to be killed by him? Do you have to torture yourself like this? Chapter 076 Indestructible Bones. 10,000 souls, 5 shifts. Haters will be glad to see each other. Zhao Sheng's eyes slowly rounded when he saw Chen Feng at this moment. The anger went straight to his head. He became like this. All because of Chen Feng. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands. He wanted to break Chen Feng into pieces. Chen Feng, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to hammer you to death punch by punch. I now have the indestructible bone and the 10,000 souls. You can't kill me. I have the enlightenment of Lord Celestial Master. I'm invincible now. You killed my wife and son. I want you to pay with your life. I am now finally waiting for the time of revenge. You give me back my wife and son's lives. Zhao Sheng said his tears couldn't help but spurt out, looking like he had really reached a sad place. From Zhao Sheng's perspective, he was indeed pitiful enough, but from Chen Feng's perspective, it was not enough for Zhao Sheng's family to die 10,000 times. Chen Feng was also not willing to show weakness, yelling with red eyes, you also accompany my daughter's life. Zhao Sheng froze. Ha! This, Zhao Sheng cursed, clenched his fists with both hands and rushed straight up. However, before he could even touch Chen Feng, he felt that he was hindered by a huge force, and his power. He couldn't even release it? In a trance, he kind of couldn't believe it all. A dark shadow hung behind Chen Feng. He couldn't see the black shadow's appearance, and only saw his eyes like cold knives staring at him, seemingly able to tear the night sky. The figure that was 7 or 8 meters tall accompanied Chen Feng around like a demon's wings. Between breaths, Chen Feng had already arrived. Zhao Sheng felt that all the power in his body was suppressed and was trembling. It was only a second or two, but it felt like time passed so slowly. Chen Feng slapped his palm over. Boom! Zhao Sheng was immediately slapped to the ground. The whole person was half dead, as if he had been viciously crushed by a huge force, and every inch of his skin was being roasted. My body hurts. Zhao Sheng let out a miserable scream. He had the indestructible bone and 10,000 souls. He shouldn't be able to feel the pain. Chen Feng's other hand jerked in the air. A life bone was pulled out of Zhao Sheng's body. The bones were black through and through, as if they were poisoned. Indestructible bone? That's it? Chen Feng laughed coldly. Your bones are just blackened. What makes them indestructible? Impossible. Zhao Sheng looked at his bones and also let out a surprised cry. It was impossible. How could his indestructible bone be black? Fooled. Chen Feng clicked and crushed his indestructible bone. Then he looked at him with interest. As for your 10,000-foot soul, Chen Feng aimed at Zhao Sheng's head and stomped over. No! A miserable scream came out of Zhao Sheng's mouth. A thud. Zhao Sheng's head was stomped on. This time, Yu Qizhenjin didn't lie to him, and although his head was shattered, a new one immediately grew out. But he was still screaming, and the expression on his face seemed to be even more agonized. Looking at the stomped head next to him, he immediately understood. Himself is resurrected, but the pain in my body didn't diminish. It grew. He's stacking up the pain from the last time he was killed. What is this bull ******* 10,000 fathoms of souls? It's clearly the simplest of soul invocation techniques. Even kept his pain to himself. This was intentional on the part of Yu Qizhenjin. That old thing. He tried to harm himself. While Zhao Sheng was surprised, Chen Feng's fist had already come over. The wind of the fist coalesced in the air. carving out an invisible giant wave that struck him with a fierce wind and rain. At once, Zhao Shang felt countless people's agonizing, sorrowful roars come flashing through his head. It's all like hell. This is the cry of all souls. No, no, no. I don't want to die. Zhao Shang's eyes cleared at once. He thought that he had gained power, but it turned out that he was being used by the Yuqi realist. Chen Feng shook his head. You're already a puppet. He's already drained all the essence blood from you. Then without waiting for Zhao Shang to continue being surprised, Chen Feng stomped on his head again, leaving him in agony. Chen Feng threw out a Taoist talisman and set it ablaze. Wherever the Tao talisman passes, 10,000 souls burn. Chen Feng was quickly examining these souls. Which ones were evil souls that could be swallowed in one gulp, and the rest of the souls that hadn't done anything evil were simply let go. 10,000 souls surged away like a tidal wave. The process lasted a few minutes. Unfortunately, Zhao Shang's body was mostly filled with innocent souls, not many of which had done evil. Chen Feng had only swallowed a dozen or so evil souls. Zhao Shang's body had completely dried up, and it could be seen that his expression was agonized even before he died. Poor scum. Chen Feng kicked Zhao Shang's corpse to the side and grabbed the last soul that had escaped from Zhao Shang's body. Tell me, where did you come from? That evil soul was trembling, kibitzing for a while. Oh, Chen Feng won? A cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Taoist, how dare you use this evil technique to control your soul? Damn it! The spirit that was in his grasp was anxiously explaining something. The expression on Chen Feng's face grew more and more playful. What did you say? You were wrongly accused in life? You were unjustly accused of killing 3 young girls and dominating them during your lifetime? Grass. Chen Feng squeezed the evil soul as hard as he could, then swallow it in one gulp. He then called a car. Target. Chen Feng Guan. Guest. It's so late. Are you trying to rush out to Chen Feng Guan to pray for blessings on the sunrise? The driver glanced at Chen Feng from the rearview mirror. The journey to Chen Feng Guan was not close, and even if he left now, he would not arrive until dawn. Well, I pray for the death of all the evil people in the world. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes at him. Hey, the guest is truly justice personified. Great, great. The driver couldn't help but get nervous. This is a cab driver, but a repeat offender. Feeling that Chen Feng's words seemed to be a bit directed at him, he thought to himself that when he got to a place where no one was around, he would snatch him up and make him apologize to himself. Bear with me for a moment. Chen Feng, on the other hand, began to meditate with his eyes tightly closed while a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Chen Feng Guan? I'd like to see how powerful it is. Chen Feng pinched his hands together and recited silently under his breath. Then several Taoist charms rose into the air and ignited instantly in the car. Chen Feng Guan. Yu Qizhenjin looked at the pile of yellow paper beside him with great satisfaction. These, all of them, are the essence left behind by people like Zhao Shang. In the name of giving them a boost in power, the Yuqi realist quietly stripped them of their qi, as well as their life chakra, in order to sell it at a high price to others. Chen Feng Guan relies on this to make money. Zhao Shang's lifeless wheel was full of 10 yellow papers. It's only one or half a sheet for the next person. And Zhao Shang has fortune in his life. He is a man of great fortune. Now that's a good way to make a buck. Taoist, why don't we just swallow the fate wheel and chi luck ourselves? It seems like a bit of a loss to just sell it to someone else. Next to him, a young Taoist who had just joined the profession inquired about his Taoist master in a low voice. The man hurriedly gave him a sanitized look to shut him up. However, this was still heard by real Yu Qi. He laughed coldly. These chi and life chakras that we deprived of are all crippled. Although they can bring gains to change destiny in a short period of time, there will be a backlash after a long period of time, such as loss of life expectancy, such as family separation, such as the untimely death of both parents. So these are things we don't touch. Chapter 077. Why is he here? The little Taoist tightened his body, his expression slightly horrified. Is the backlash so costly? But real Yu Qi didn't say anything to those guests. Isn't that a disservice? But the little Taoist didn't dare to say out this. He came to be a Taoist priest also to earn money. Not for the money. Is it for the love of power? Realist Yu Qi seemed to be in a good mood and was still ready to continue explaining with the little Taoist. But suddenly, he stopped. His brow furrowed and his eyes instantly became serious, as if he was aware of something. Zhao Shang is dead. He had thought that Zhao Shang could at least hold out until dawn, but he had died so quickly? He couldn't have died so quickly with the power he gave him. Protect me. Real Yu Qi turned around to meditate, leaving behind a sentence. Yes, the people next to him, including the little Taoist priest, hurriedly sat down and gathered around him. Real Yu Qi's hand nodded at the vermilion sand, and his duster swept across the ground, only to see a spell burning underground. It instantly lit up. He then mouthed a silent mantra, a black aura that was rushing wildly away. Is this an evil soul? The little Taoist was secretly shocked. He had only heard of the existence of evil souls before, but it was the first time he had seen one. It is said that evil spirits can chase their enemies for thousands of miles and torture them day and night until they are killed. Who was the Yuchi realist trying to deal with by using such a vicious move? Realist Yuchi watched as a black aura flew out and laughed coldly. Chen Feng, you're too young to play with me just based on you. These evil spirits are enough to swallow you. You're not weak. I wonder how your life chakra and chi are. An evil smile hung on the face of Yuchi Shinran. Depriving people of their life will is addictive. Whoosh! Suddenly, the expression on realist Yuchi's face suddenly froze. Holy CNMs! A wonderful phrase burst out of his mouth subconsciously. A huge black palm above his head slapped down along his ceiling. A palm that shocks the heavens and the earth. It directly broke through his spell formation. He also reacted extremely quickly. With one hand, he grabbed one of the Taoist priests beside him and blocked it in front of him, while at the same time releasing his own duster to block it. Boom! A muffled sound. The Taoist priest was slapped into a bloody mist. The duster's essence receded and was tossed aside like a piece of trash. Real Yuchi was not injured because he dodged quickly. Everyone froze. Yuchi Shinran had never been a man to kill a man, and no one had ever seen him in such a sorry state. Now he was the one chasing the other party. But how did it feel? As if the other party was easily pinned down? The evil souls around him collapsed, and he no longer had the sharpness he had before. Golden light cultivator body protection. Real Yuchi let out a low roar. His hands quickly pinched, and a golden light spread all around his body, protecting everything about him. The black hand made a sad gesture in the air, then slowly disappeared. Senior. Only then did the crowd react to the fact that the Taoist on the ground was left with a blood-colored silhouette that had all but disappeared. He just died? Not even seeing each other's faces before being slapped to death. Cold sweat seeped out of Real Yuchi's brain. After all these years, it was the first time someone had given him a sense of crisis. That black palm just now. I'm afraid it's someone who's in the devil. The celestial master is in the devil. As can be seen. Can't be careless this time. That Chen Feng is a tough nut to crack. He looked at the time. Before dawn. You guys guard here. I'll make a trip to the back of the mountain. Makoto, why don't I accompany you? The Taoist priest next to him hurriedly said. There's no need for that. I'm going to go to the back of the mountain to bring the ancestral mixed sword and then execute Chen Feng. With him around, it's too much of a threat to us. You guys just wait here. The crowd could only nod their heads in agreement and silently stand guard at Chen Feng 1. On the other side, in the cab, the driver sat up straight, his eyes glowing, staring earnestly into the distance as he displayed a professionalism he had never seen before. Even the turn signals started to turn, and the speed was kept at an even keel, not daring to speed at all. Eyes that have never been clearer. He had seen Chen Feng and realist Yuchi fight just now. Thought Chen Feng was a fat sheep. Who knew this was pulling an ancestor? Just now, while driving, suddenly there were countless black shadows swarming around. Each of those black shadows let out a frantic roar from their mouths. Their ferocious looks unmistakable. Some of the faces were even rotting and horrible. These are ghosts, and it looks like the resentment is extremely deep. This stuff, it really exists? And that ancestor in the back seat, with just a wave of his hand, grabbed all those evil spirits into the car. The driver could even feel the icy coldness of those evil spirits. Then, Chen Feng tore all those evil souls apart hard. The ear-piercing screams were unrelenting, and he got chills when he thought back on them. His whole body was baffled. If this master wants to kill himself, I'm afraid it's just a matter of moving his hands. Still thinking of robbing this master. Really overthinking. Get him to the location safely and bail. Chen Feng was now very upset. Originally he had rejoiced when those evil spirits came over, thinking that the Jade Shizhen was sending evil souls to himself. But it was only after coming into contact that I realized that these were souls that had been refined and infused with evil chi, called evil souls. All of these evil souls had no subjective consciousness of their own, and were completely playthings in the hands of the Yuchi realist. You can't even swallow it as an evil spirit if you want to yourself. It can only be to tear them apart. How much longer until we arrive? Chen Feng asked with a distracted frown. The driver shivered in fear. About 2 hours. Aha! Chen Feng nodded and closed his eyes again. 2 hours had the driver on pins and needles. It was dawn by the time we reached the foot of Qingfeng 1. Chen Feng pulled out money and gave it to him. No need. Just give it to a friend. The driver hurriedly smiled. Just as well. Chen Feng took the money back, his eyes turning to more of a cold light. A dead man won't be able to use the money anyway. Ha! You! The driver froze for a moment. Chen Feng's hand, which was already on his shoulder, was smiling. You think I don't know about the little scandalous things you've done? You take advantage of driving around at night, looking for a moment to strike. Burglary, robbery. You haven't done much of any of that, have you? A few days ago, you saw a single girl taking a cab home alone. So now her body is still in the wild, right? The driver's body shook like chaff. How did he know this about himself? This is so evil. Master, Chen Feng got out of the car, then picked his finger in the air. Bang! The driver's body was directly pinched. The evil soul was absorbed by Chen Feng and couldn't wait to be swallowed into his body. Chen Feng barred his lips in satisfaction before walking towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you wait. Suddenly, a person behind him ran over. The man was wearing a uniform and looked very nervous. Chen Feng frowned. Why was he here? Chapter 078, starting with you first. Standing in front of Chen Feng was Wang Jianhua. He was slinging an arm, limping, and his expression was utterly intense. Chen Feng, can I discuss with you? You don't come to Chen Feng, okay? Wang Jianhua was seriously discussing with Chen Feng. He knew what Chen Feng was, which was why he was scared like this. Chen Feng frowned. What's going on here? Is it related to you? Wang Jianhua's expression was very fearful and full of compromise. Chen Feng, I know that you're strong and I know that you can destroy many people with your hands, but you can't move Chen Feng. I'm not joking. If you move this place, the consequences will be severe. Very serious consequences? Tell me about it. Chen Feng paused. Wang Jianhua swallowed hard and said seriously, there are many people's life wills hosted inside Chen Feng. If you destroy this place, many people will come to you to fight for their lives. Moreover, with your strength the probability is that you will also be seriously injured. The strength of the Yu Qi real person. You should still not know it. Chen Feng suddenly looked at Wang Jianhua with a hint of doubt in his eyes. By the sound of it, this matter really seems to be related to you. Wang Jianhua was shocked. All of his inner thoughts were seen through by Chen Feng. 5 years ago, you made a trip to the Clear Wind View, and from that point on, you were busted into the patrol bureau, and in 5 years' time, you took the captain's seat. But your education, connections, and ability are all incompatible with your position. But it is you who has been promoted. You have come to Chen Feng to buy the wheel of life. Wang Jianhua saw that he had been demolished, so he simply did not argue. He pulled out his gun and aimed it at Chen Feng. Yes, that's right. 5 years ago I used all my savings to come to Chen Feng and buy someone else's life wheel. That's why I got promoted and climbed up the ladder so fast. Everything I have today is actually someone else's. But if you destroy Chen Feng, I won't have a place to offer my life wheel in the future. And everything I have will be ruined. I will never allow you to do that. Chen Feng, even if you killed so many people, you even tried to destroy my life wheel, I will never allow you to do that. Chen Feng, get the hell back. Wang Jianhua's eyes were red because he was so excited. Before Chen Feng killed people, that and he actually did not have half a penny to do with it. The so-called justice does not even exist in his heart. He only cares about himself. Now that it affected his own interests, he naturally wouldn't let Chen Feng have his way. Chen Feng, he will protect it with his life. Chen Feng raised his head and looked at him. Click here. His pistol, as if it had been suppressed by gravity, instantly twisted, deformed, and became a piece of scrap metal. Blame me. Blame me. I only now see the evil in you. So you're an evil spirit too. So, what reason do I have not to swallow you? Heaven forgive you, but I will not. Wang Jianhua's eyes hung full of panic. Dropped the already unformed gun. The heart panicked. I'm the captain of the patrol bureau. You dare to make a move on me. There are your bitter head to eat. The patrol bureau will not let you go. Chen Feng sneered. It's still my fault. Blame it on me being so busy lately. I'll greet the patrol when I get some time. Those umbrellas behind the parents. Those leaders who fish for human lives. I will make them pay one by one. Let's start with you today. You, Wang Jianhua exclaimed. Bang! His mouth was pinched right off and his jaw was straight up gone. He tried to speak, but had to hold his words back. Feeling the taste of blood, he only felt regret now. The wheel of life is cool for a while, but it comes at a huge cost. Now, one is going to die. But he didn't want to die. He still had a bright future. A bright future. Boom! In the next second, Wang Jianhua's body was pinched and exploded. Blood exploded in a cloud. Dead as a hare. Chen Feng grabbed his evil soul and ate it for breakfast while going up the mountain. Early morning. It's time to pray here. Quite a few people are hiking. They are all praying for a blessing. Unbeknownst to them, when they come to pray for blessings, their life chakra and chi will be taken away. People, they should just believe in themselves and cut down on that falsehood. Otherwise you won't even know when your chi is taken away. On the hill, a beautiful woman was waiting anxiously at the door. She's Jiang Xuelan. She came here the first time she heard that Zhao Shang was dead. She wanted to find Yu Qizhenjin. This time no matter how much money she spent she had to kill no Chen Feng. Chen Feng was too much of a threat to her. When Chen Feng arrived at the entrance of the hall, the first thing he saw was Jiang Xuelan. You are? Chen Feng said politely. Oh, I'm a visitor. Jiang Xuelan casually agreed, bowing her head. Chen Feng had never seen her, but she had seen Chen Feng. If Chen Feng knew who she was, Chen Feng would definitely have to get her killed. Who would have thought that they would run into Chen Feng here? Shouldn't he be sitting in a tea house judging those who spoke ill of Chen Xiao? Wait. The moment he missed Chen Feng, he called out to Jiang Xuelan. Chen Feng's expression was very polite, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Aren't you forgetting something? Jiang Xuelan was puzzled, but by the sound of it, Chen Feng didn't seem to recognize himself, so he pretended not to know anything and replied, What? Forgot to leave your evil soul behind. Jiang Xuelan's body tightened. There was caution in his eyes. It was recognized after all. This kid, what kind of magical powers does he have? Chen Feng, you can't touch me today. I have a protective amulet given by Master Yuqi that can withstand any evil, including you. Jiang Xuelan took a deep breath and pulled out an amulet from her body. It's actually true? Chen Feng was taken aback, not expecting that realist Yuqi would give Jiang Xuelan a real amulet. According to his pissy nature, shouldn't he be giving Jiang Xuelan a fake? It seemed that real Yuqi was eating a lot of benefits from her. Ha ha ha, you're scared? Then don't obediently get out of the way. I'm going down the mountain. Jiang Xuelan's expression gradually became hideous as he shouted. Chen Feng collected the cold smile on his face and turned serious. He seemed to be reciting incantations under his breath and speaking at the same time. Extremely fast. Your son, Sun Tianyu, is responsible for the death of my daughter. Your family, all of you, pay for your lives. And you dare to come here and find someone to deal with me instead of being a good boy and waiting at home to die. You're quite the rebel. As his words fell, a pitch-black palm immediately imprinted on Jiang Xuelan's calf. Her calves were smooth and round, well-proportioned and slender, and she looked like she hadn't put much effort into taking care of those legs. Jiang Xuelan looked down. Next, bang, the calf blew up and disappeared. Only a mist of blood was left behind. Aha! My leg! She shrieked, not feeling pain for a short time, just shock. Then the palm moved to the other leg. Still a crisp thud. Her other leg is broken. She instantly felt half short and dropped to the floor with a thud. Her eyes had filled with devastation. Chen Feng, you are crazy. You dare to touch me? I. Jiang Xuelan screamed in pain on the ground. The black palm print came to the location of her belly. Then, make a small cut. It was a deliberately slow movement, allowing her to pull the pain value full. It feels like it hurts more than giving birth. Chapter 079, The Taoist is like a healer. Zigzag. Jiang Xuelan's intestines yanked out. For a moment, the air around them was filled with the smell of blood. No, don't. Chen Feng, are you still not a human being? So, tortured me? Jiang Xuelan couldn't believe it 10,000 times in her heart and desperately shouted. But the voice was getting weaker. Until that black palm turned around her neck with her intestines, then strangled her so hard and hung her in front of the door of the Qingfengguan's main hall. Jiang Xuelan's mouth, her stomach, was dripping blood. The eyeballs popped out exaggeratedly and the tongue lolled out as long as a hand. She's dead, and death is not an option. Chen Feng leisurely swallowed her evil soul, then pushed open the door of the great hall. The moment he opened the door, Chen Feng was a bit surprised. In the main hall, there stood more than 20 Taoist priests, both the oldest and the youngest. They're all here waiting for real Yuqi. All the Taoist priests from Qingfengguan are here. Chen Feng stood at the doorway and counted. 1, 2, 3, well, there are surprisingly so many evil souls. Who are you? A Taoist priest next to him was the first to shout. Oh, I Chen Feng. It's to find real Yuqi. Is he? Chen Feng smiled, quite politely exchanging words with the person. You're looking for real Yuqi? He is not here. Something has gone out. Wait, you're Chen Feng. In the next second, an old Taoist immediately shrieked out. Didn't Chen Feng fight with Yuqi last night? Moreover, Chen Feng had also killed a Taoist priest through space. It's just dawn and he's coming here? Chen Feng was able to make realist Yuqi suffer even in a fight across the air. And now that he had come over in person, what did he want to do? Wow. In an instant, the crowd avoided Chen Feng like the plague. Where's real Yuqi? Chen Feng's eyes gradually chilled. He is not here. Went out. That old road voice is a little trembling. Oh, then I'll just find him. Chen Feng walked straight to the center of the room. The eyes of the crowd were filled with disbelief. What did Chen Feng mean when he said he wanted him to come over? Yuqi Jinjin is now in the back of the mountain, 5 or 6 kilometers away from here. Chen Feng drew the ground into a formation, then stomped his foot violently. The large formation glowed with golden light. The ground under his feet instantly turned into an ethereal trance, seeming to be a mirror, but swirling with layers of refined light. It's a phalanx. And the grade is very high too. The old Taoist beside him, who had seen a lot of things, immediately exclaimed. Although realist Yuchi called himself the purple-robed heavenly master, he was unable to create such formations. Chen Feng squatted down and pulled one hand into the spell. Then he yanked violently. Realist Yuchi was like a little puppy as he was directly yanked out by Chen Feng. My god, that's the Jade QI realist. He just got yanked through the air? This isn't real. The hearts of the crowd of Taoist priests were being shaken viciously. Yuchi Jinjin was a godlike existence in their eyes, and now he was even captured by someone who cast a spell so easily? You are Chen Feng, realist Yuchi said in shock as he carried the mixed yuan sword in his hands. He didn't expect Chen Feng to come over so quickly. He was refining the mixed yuan sword. Who knew that he suddenly felt a force coming at him and was directly yanked over? Chen Feng looked at him and smiled. Taking someone's life chakra. You're having a blast, aren't you? Treating this as a trade and selling it at a high price. What's the difference between what you're doing and killing someone? Mud. What's it to you? It's my skill to make money. Chen Feng, I'll fight you. Mixed sword. Out. He desperately swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword instantly began to flash purple. However, before this light could completely open, the hybrid sword let out a crisp ringing sound. There was a snap. It was directly broken by Chen Feng's 2 fingers. Real Yuchi was dumbfounded. This was the hybrid sword, an existence that one had cultivated for a long time, and one was supposed to rely on it to save one's life. Who knew it would be so easily broken by Chen Feng? Chen Feng, wait for me, he said with a deathly gray color in his eyes. Bang! In the next second, his body exploded, turned into a mist of blood. Chen Feng then grabbed his evil soul and tore and swallowed it in public. Hiss! The many Taoists sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid, he killed the Jade Shijin, and swallowed his soul. This. Chen Feng stretched his body comfortably. If he hadn't let himself take advantage of the opportunity to injure Yu Qizhenran before by fighting across the air, it would have been impossible to refine his essence blood on the way here, thus unleashing this spell formation. His evil soul replenished a lot of power for Feng Wuji. Chen Feng instantly felt that his power had filled up again. It was one step closer to Feng Wuji completely recovering his Yuan soul. Flop, flop, flop. The rest of the Taoist priests fell to their knees. Their faces were deathly pale and their legs trembled. Master, please spare our lives. We were also forced into this situation by real Yuchi. In fact, we are all good people. Yes, you are all good people. I'll even help an old granny when she crosses the street. Master, we can give you a lot of money. Will you spare us? Chen Feng looked at this group of moralistic guys and couldn't help but snort. The Taoist is kind-hearted, with mountains and waters as his companions, and good and evil as his form. The Taoist is like a healer. The lineage of the Tao has been passed down to warn you not to disorganize your minds for the world, much less to do evil. And you've long since turned your backs on it. What do you say? Should I keep you guys? A few people snapped their heads up when they heard this, and their eyes were covered in deathly gray. Chen Feng still wants to silence them after all, but they really had no choice. Because of poverty. What are they without money? No money. No one looks at them. How will they stand in this world? They've all been forced to do it by this paper-driven world. I will fight you. An old Taoist let out a low roar and rushed up to fight Chen Feng. Boom! Before he could come over, his body was directly pinched and exploded. Next to them, there were suddenly quite a few more black shadows. 1, 2, 3, gradually it filled the entire hall. Where have these Taoist priests ever seen such a picture? Although they were all cultivators, they had been obsessed with spending and drinking for so long that they had long forgotten the most basic of everything. So many ghosts, enough to make them flip over and die several times. Except for those old Taoist priests who had attained Taoism, the rest of them couldn't even make the most basic flame incantation they could make. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. If I had known this, I should not have gone up the mountain to become a Taoist priest, let alone cheating and taking someone's life wheel. They are to blame for getting to this point. Chen Feng's narrow eyes streamed with countless killing intent and scarlet flames leaped. Go on, leave all their evil souls behind. I'm going to have a good meal next. Next, all the people were devoured by the evil spirits. The great hall was like hell on earth. Chapter 080 That Lord, for shifts. Walking out of Qingfengguan, Chen Feng glanced at the incense burner in front of the main hall door. The incense burner was 3 people high and filled with incense. This is where those who come to pray for blessings kneel. It seemed that this was where Qingfengguan collected those people's life chakras and chi. Chen Feng threw over a slap. The incense burner exploded with a bang. Vaguely, the countless streams of refined light collapsed, as if they were bubbles, and gradually disappeared into the air. Those life wheels that originally belonged to those people also returned to their original bodies. The previously deprived life will would be extremely powerful in the future without its sustenance, and the backlash would be extremely strong. Some people whose lives should not be characterized by wealth, love, or affection, have a high probability of dying as a result. Invisibly, Chen Feng waited to unleash another massacre. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a cell phone vibrating came from the side. It's Jiang Xuelan's cell phone. Chen Feng saw the word son bouncing on it and directly picked it up. Sun Tianyu's voice came from the phone. Mom, where are you? I don't have any money on my card. Why don't you give me some? Chen Feng was the first time he heard his voice. It was really full of guilt and revenge. He got Chen Xiao killed, yet he's still here spending time and having fun. But his own daughter is buried in the cold ground. The world has allowed evil to run rampant. So it's no wonder you're cold-blooded. I'm your father. Chen Feng replied playfully. Ha? Who the are you? How did you get my mom's cell phone? Sun Tianyu shouted as he was taken advantage of. Sinner. Your mom is right in front of me. Chen Feng looked at Jiang Xuelan, who was hanging by herself at the entrance of the main hall. She had used her own intestines as a hanging rope. Her legs were gone. Her body was covered in bloodstains. Her eyes were glaringly round and her tongue was spitting out so long. Not to mention how miserable she was. Mud. Who the hell are you? Sun Tianyu didn't know who he was conversing with at the moment. I only felt a chill coming down my back. Jiang Xuelan's cell phone never leaves his body. Unless there is an accident. Sun Tianyu. You're the one who killed my daughter. My Chen Feng's name should be engraved in your heart. Chen Feng's voice went cold. Chen Feng. Sun Tianyu sat directly on the ground in fear. The name had become his nightmare. But his mother had told him that someone had been sent to kill Chen Feng, and it shouldn't take long for Chen Feng to be killed. What does it mean that he can now stand here and talk and hold his mother's cell phone? In half a month's time at the most, I'm going to let you die without a burial site. When the time comes, you're going to die in the most miserable way possible, and I'm going to do everything I can to make you suffer. Now, would you like to see your mother? Chen Feng's voice was filled with evil, and this voice was extremely penetrating. My mother, where is? Sun Tianyu's voice trembled. Chen Feng opened the video. Sun Tianyu saw that the picture was in Qingfengwan, a place he had also been to before Jiang Xuelan had brought him here to pray, saying that he wanted to buy away someone else's life wheel. He thought it was a scam and didn't take it seriously. The screen followed Chen Feng's hand as it moved, then landed at the entrance of the main hall, the one that was covered in blood and in a sorry state of disarray on the body. Asterisk. A gasp of surprise was released from Sun Tianyu's mouth. That's your own mother. Jiang Xuelan. Is she dead? The death is still so tragic. Did Chen Feng do this? Chen Feng. I want. To Sun Tianyu was terrified and was too angry to speak for a while. Prepare to die. Chen Feng gave him an evil smile and hung up the phone. Marred. Pissed me off. My mom is gone. Chen Feng, that bastard. Sun Tianyu froze for half a day before he slowed down. The whole thing yelled out in a frenzy. He kept recalling in his head. Was that bloody body just now really his mother? Your own mother. With her background. Died just like that? Killed by Chen Feng. How ironic is that? In the meantime, it's been a day of skyrocketing crime in the city of North Barn. The thing that the citizens of Kitakura City are talking about the most right now is murder. There are even knives that some people carry with them when they go out. They are there for defense. After all, there's been so much fuss about all this lately. Just a couple hours ago, the Rangers made an arrest. The charge was murder. But this man came in and said that he was wrongly accused, and died without confessing his guilt. Wang Jianhua had disappeared, and the position of Patrol Bureau Chief was now topped by Ho Tianlong. Why did you kill someone? Ho Tianlong asked seriously as he folded his hands. If I don't kill him, I'll be the one who dies. Can't you guys see the black gas coming out of his body? The man on the opposite side was still particularly reasonable, shouting frantically. There was something crumbling in his eyes, full of fatigue, and there was a violence in the depths of his eyes that was hard to hide. It was evident how he had survived the day. His thumb was cut off and he didn't know if he did it himself, just because he had a black aura coming out of him. You killed him? What kind of crooked reasoning is this? Ho Tianlong was uncertain. His brows locked. We are all sinners, but those who have a black aura on their body sin more. By killing him, we are forgiving our sins. And then, that one may spare our lives. It's not necessarily a death sentence if I kill him, but I'm sure I'll die if I don't. There's been an evil spirit following me this whole day. He was sent by that lord to kill me, but after I killed that man, the evil spirit left. This proves that I did the right thing. Hearing this, Ho Tianlong became enraged and slapped the table vigorously. What kind of crooked reasoning is this? This is not a reason for you to kill someone. The man grinned. You can't rule your destiny. By the way, do you have a knife? What do you need a knife for? Cut out your tongue. or that Lord won't spare me. After bringing this person down, Ho Tianlong immediately thought of someone. Chen Feng. What Chen Feng had said on the live broadcast that day still seemed to be lingering in his ears. Chen Feng said he wanted them to hunt down people with black gas coming out of their bodies. And he also told them to cut off their thumbs and tongues from ransom. It's not a joke. It's true. Not far from the patrol, a young man appears to be running away from something as he stumbles into a parked cab. Master, come on, just go anywhere. The driver gave him a curious look, but didn't ask any more questions, just started the car obediently. Hoo. The young man kept gasping for breath, staring in horror at the alley not far behind him, before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. He was just about to light a cigarette when suddenly he saw a dark aura spreading across the car. He sought out the black air and looked over. It turned out that the source of the black gas was the top of the driver's head. The young man slowly felt behind him. There was a sharp dagger pinned to his waist. As the cab stopped for red, he lashed out. A knife hit the driver's artery. In an instant, blood exploded like a fountain in the cab. The smell of blood. Pungent. Chapter 081, come on, kill me. Inside the park, a couple is making out. The two were very intoxicated. The last second, the man had seriously stated that he would ride out the storm with the woman and stay by her side no matter what happened. The woman was so moved that she thought she had found a place to belong. But the next second, the man suddenly realized that the top of her head was hovering black. So, his hands, which had been wrapped around the woman, went straight to her neck. Company XX. Inside the office building, the leader is in a meeting. The following staff members were all very respectful, and were even taking careful notes. But suddenly, a clerk stood up. He saw that the top of his boss's head seemed to be smoking black, so he rushed on regardless. Similar murders are increasing, with more than 100 occurring in a single day. The patrol bureau is severely understaffed, and at this rate, all of North Barn City will be in chaos. At the highest point of the patrol, the chief sitting here had been fuming. He'd been waiting for manpower and weapons and ammunition to be deployed from above. As soon as the people were in place, he immediately went to arrest Chen Feng. So many things happened in Baitsong City, all because of Chen Feng. He's made too much of an impact on the city of North Barn. Just then, a call came from above, told him a rare piece of good news. The 500 or so men and ammo and weapons he'd applied for had arrived, and those men would be at the patrol in 10 minutes or so. Ho Tianlong, he shouted excitedly. Ho Tianlong was busy outside and rushed back when he heard the sound. Leader, what is it? You bring someone to the Ride the Wind little tea house right now and bring Chen Feng back to me. Things must not be allowed to get any worse. Our reinforcements have arrived, so bring your men there immediately. Reinforcements have arrived? Ho Tianlong was delighted in his heart. He hurriedly saluted. Yes, promised to complete the mission. Chen Feng returned to the small tea house. First, I made a pot of tea to treat myself, then ignite a Taoist talisman. The Taoist talisman burns, disperses, into a formation in the air, after which the formation falls around. Well, 1,409 people, 710 dead so far, and the rest, presumably, know the error of their ways. They are all redeeming themselves. Not bad. People are valuable to have self-knowledge. But, whether you can live or not, it also depends on yourselves. After that, he took a look at Feng Wuji's recovery level. It's already at 20%. This wave recovered quite quickly. It was mainly irrigated by evil souls such as Yu Qizhenjin. Chen Feng felt like there was something else in his head. The mnemonics, the gestures, the method of drawing the talisman appeared in the mind again. Golden light mantra. Chen Feng rejoiced for a moment, then tried it with both hands in a pinch. The Tao talisman burned, and the golden light incantation was carved into his fingertips. Golden light both out, can be attacked and defended. The use of great yang qi illusion of golden light, and then catalyze the breath with the dantian, can protect their own integrity. This is simply a defense weapon. With it, even if the inspectors come over, they are not afraid. Kid, it looks like a guest is coming. Be careful, there are quite a few of them this time. The voice of Feng Wuji speaking came from Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng thought to himself that he really thought what he wanted, and glancing out the window, he summoned the golden light curse, sneered, and simply took a big step out. Outside the small tea house, surrounded everywhere were people from the patrol bureau. One is heavily armed. Ho Tianlong led the way. He's nervous. Just now he received a message that Wang Jianhua had disappeared and might have had an accident. He knew that it was 80% Chen Feng's doing, but he didn't know why Chen Feng had the guts to kill even the inspectors. If this matter was confirmed, then the patrol bureau would definitely go all out to round up Chen Feng. There was nowhere for him to run when the time came. You guys are here for tea? Chen Feng looked across to so many people and spoke blandly. Drinking tea? Chen Feng, You stop the evil in your hands now and obediently come with us. Do you really think you can hide those things you did from the world? Today, we are here to judge you. Chen Feng was happy when he heard this. It's never been me judging others. How dare someone try to judge me as well? Interesting. Those people who killed my daughter. Have you tried them? Really the world is cold. Ordinary people who casually commit something will be labeled as criminals and be endlessly judged. Those people committed crimes, but they live as if nothing happened. Singing and dancing every day. What the hell are we living for? Is it just to be fun for those rich people? Who have fun when they're happy and kill them all when they're not? Life shouldn't be like this. Ho Tianlong took a deep breath and shouted through the loudspeaker. Don't you mess around. Chen Feng, I know you have a hard time. It's not too late to stop now. Or, I'll have someone shoot me. Shooting? Yes. Chen Feng couldn't wait for them to shoot. Just as well as giving himself reason to kill. Being aimed at by so many people with guns had long since made him feel bad. Chen Feng opened his arms to them. Come on, kill me. Wow. The people on the other side of the room were flabbergasted. For a moment, they were all shocked by Chen Feng's appearance. This kid, letting them shoot? He doesn't want to live? Chen Feng, you seek death? The majesty of the patrol bureau is not something you can provoke. Ho Tianlong shouted. Chen Feng didn't care at all. His eyes were already piled with killing intent. Don't dare to shoot. Then I'll give you some courage. He silently recited the mantra, and a ball of fire ignited at his fingertips with a whoosh. He then pointed to the man standing at the front with the gun. He remembered that this man had been present when he was at the patrol. The other parents came and he was making a point of stopping himself while ignoring those parents. Whoosh! In an instant, the man burst into flames. Flames rose from the soles of his feet and appeared out of nowhere. Aha! It's hot! It's hot! He immediately threw down his gun and frantically rolled on the ground. Ow ow ow! Ouch! He screamed in misery, his voice a sound of misery. This, Ho Tianlong and the others had their hearts pounding. They didn't think that the flames at the tip of Chen Feng's fingers could even kill someone. Rush to the car to get the fire extinguisher while the fire blanket is covered. But, it didn't work at all. That's a strange flame. Fire extinguishers and fire blankets don't work at all. It's as if it's getting hotter and hotter. In less than a minute, the man had already moved and become a pile of black charcoal. His body was completely charred, and he had long since lost his human form. The flames went out at just the right time. Ho Tianlong and the others were quiet. One looked at the mess in front of him and was a bit speechless. Ho Tianlong even felt a chill sweep over him. This Chen Feng is really evil. He finally understood why the people above him had said to try not to fight Chen Feng head on. Who would dare to mess with this kind of madman? But Ho Tianlong still didn't believe it. They have guns on their side. How can Chen Feng be invulnerable? Everyone, on my command, prepare to fire. Ho Tianlong yelled at the top of his voice and clenched his fists. Click, click, click. For a moment, everyone pulled the bolt on their guns, and all sorts of collimators, red dots and whatnot, were aimed at Chen Feng. Those red dots were floating right in the center of Chen Feng's eyebrows, where his heart was. Chen Feng wasn't scared at all when he saw this. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and grinned broadly. Well, today, whoever doesn't shoot is a grandson. Chapter 082, The Word Trial. Chen Feng's words instantly made everyone go up in arms. He was threatening everyone in the patrol. No one wants to be a grandson in this moment. They all wanted to beat Chen Feng into a sieve. They had all heard about those things Chen Feng had done in Baitsong City, and although they didn't know the reason behind it, there was no room for any evil in their eyes. When Ho Tianlong came here, the leader said that if he encountered danger, he could give the order to shoot at any time, even at the risk that there would be public outcry. He had to kill Chen Feng. He lives and will surely judge many more. This was their world, not a world that belonged to Chen Feng's judgment. This kid is crazy. Ho Tianlong gritted his teeth and yelled, "Shoot me! Uniformly shoot! Kill Chen Feng! Ta-da-da-da-da!" No sooner had his voice dropped than his men fired. They were all hot-blooded youths who were not afraid of ghosts and gods, much less Chen Feng. In that instant, the air around them seemed to freeze and there seemed to be a brief pause. With so many bullets coming at him, and with the distance being so close, how could Chen Feng dodge them? Even if he's wearing body armor, he's still dead. Ho Tianlong also rounded his eyes. He wanted to see how this demon was killed by them. After this guy died, Ho Tianlong was considered to have done the people a favor. But what was in front of him didn't happen the way he thought it would, and everywhere was full of grunge. Once again, the feeling of fear surged through everyone's mind. Only golden light shone from Chen Feng's body, and incantation taboos visible to the naked eye swam around him. He spread his arms wide and threw back his head, laughing as if he were pretending this didn't exist. That laugh was devilishly loud and ear-splitting. Like a demon. Dang dang. Whoosh. Those bullets immediately made a crisp collision sound. all of them were bounced back by the golden light on his body. Impossible. This, Ho Tianlong was the first to scream out. In his opinion, the strength of the bullets was not an existence that could be stopped, especially at such a close distance and with so many people firing together. Chen Feng, however, blocked so many bullets so easily. Is this still human? Soon, and the nightmare begins. Those bullets weren't simply deflected. They rebounded. Pust. Beside Ho Tianlong, a special patrolman was directly shot in the head and hung up at once. Not good. Everyone dodge. Ho Tianlong reacted the fastest and shouted out. But just the next instant, it was too late for the people around them to hide. Bullets came like rain, pinging down on them. More than 500 people were killed at once. More than 300. These are all from above to apply for reinforcements. If they have an accident, Betrayal City Patrol Bureau cannot escape culpability. Ho Tianlong felt his heart go cold at this moment, and he hid behind the car door, shivering. Those bullets seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force, fiercely shooting at those who had just fired with incomparable precision. For a while there were screams all around. The ground was full of people struggling in agony. Some of those who had been shot didn't die instantly and fell there crying their hearts out. However, Ho Tianlong and the others didn't dare to go out to rescue the wounded, so they could only hide behind their backs and observe the situation around them. They didn't know if Chen Feng would still have a second round of attacks. I wonder if those bullets will still come flying somehow. Ho Tianlong now had more or less money to regret. So many people have paid the price because of their own impulsiveness. The chief's words would be right. Don't mess with Chen Feng as a last resort. There's something really evil about this kid. Captain, should we do a second round of shooting? A nearby survivor asked loudly. What do you think? Mad. Ho Tianlong roared without any good reason. The situation is already like this. And TM's second round? Wheel a hair. He felt that it was all thanks to his ancestors' great virtue that he was able to stay alive. Unbeknownst to him, his life will be lost today. Chen Feng's open-mouthed laughter accompanied the pained shouts of the people around him. Somewhat out of place and very harsh. They felt that it was not at all in Kitakura City, but like they were in hell. So much for the devil. Who isn't confused when a plot from a movie is brought to life? Chen Feng also didn't expect the golden light mantra to be so good, and he purposely didn't open it to the maximum just to try out the power. That defense can be dripping. This golden light mantra would be of great use to myself in the future. Chen Feng, do you know what you're doing? You killed so many people. You've made a big deal out of it. Ho Tianlong yelled, his voice trembling. Ha 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 ha. Chen Feng laughed out loud, only feeling the irony of this scene. The inspector who had the upper hand just now and was going to get himself killed. Now that he knows how powerful he is, he starts begging for mercy? You all saw it. I didn't do it. It was the bullets they shot that bounced back and killed themselves. How do you say? It's so deserved. It makes one's heart swell. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng laughed openly. This, Ho Tianlong was recording all of them, which was enough to prove that Chen Feng hadn't touched them at all, and that they were the ones who fired first. He hurriedly turned his words. Chen Feng, you stop. Just now. It is our impulse. Can we talk properly? He hid behind the door, not even daring to show his head, afraid that Chen Feng would get himself killed. Talk? What were you doing when I was going to talk to you when my daughter died? Now you want to talk? Talk and It looks like judging the patrol. I'll have to put that on the agenda as well. Ho Tianlong took a deep breath, forcing back the panic in his heart. Chen Feng, you'd better look at the current situation clearly. In Betrayal City, the patrol bureau is the biggest, and you are just an ordinary citizen. The word judgment should be spoken by someone from the patrol bureau. You've gotten so many people killed before in the name of a trial. It's the patrol that should be judging you the most. When Chen Feng heard this, his hands were lowered behind his back as he silently looked at Ho Tianlong, his pupils pulsing with hideous starbursts. The patrol bureau to judge me? Good. Then I will follow you back to the patrol bureau. I would like to see how you judge me. By the way, let's see what the so-called justice is in your mouths. Ho Tianlong froze. Chen Feng agreed to go back with himself? Although a lot of people had died, if they could capture Chen Feng back, it would be considered a mission accomplished. He hurriedly asked the people around him to go over and control Chen Feng, but the people around him were trembling, half afraid to probe. Chen Feng's appearance just now was really too evil. Chen Feng, however, did not wait for them to come over and got into a patrol car alone. He sat in the back seat of the car, eyes closed. By the time we get to the Rangers, there's going to be a killing for the ages. The entire city of North Barn will be enveloped in this gloom today, since there is no way in this world. Then kill. Chapter 083, Trial of All. Office of the Chief of the Patrol. Since just now, the Chief Administrator had been distracted, he always felt that something big was about to happen. Although he had requested 500 men from above as reinforcements, he was still apprehensive. He had been constantly going back to watch Chen Feng's livestream, killing, pinching and burning to Taoist charms. Who the hell is Chen Feng? His head was full of doubts now. After waiting for half a day without any news from the front, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Ho Tianlong. Hey, where are things at now? Chief, I have already captured the people back. Ho Tianlong did not say the news of those people's sacrifice, but directly reported the good news. Good job. The chief minister was excited for a moment while letting out a long breath, thinking that if Chen Feng was captured and brought back this time, he wouldn't be able to get out again. One must condemn him in any case. Then he heard the sound of a police car outside his window, put the phone down and glanced outside. Ho Tianlong and those survivors came back in great numbers. But there's something strange about this image. Chen Feng walked ahead alone with his hands behind his back. He didn't wear handcuffs and no one was holding him, and that didn't feel like a prisoner at all. Instead he held his head high, like he was going home. On the contrary, Ho Tianlong and the others, only about half of them came back, and they all followed behind Chen Feng with trepidation. It felt as if Chen Feng had held them back hostage. The chief rubbed his eyes, thinking that no matter what, it's good that he's captured and returned, and that in the patrol bureau, he can still turn over a new leaf, can't he? He hurriedly ordered the people below him to go and grab Chen Feng, and took the lead to wait in the interrogation room himself. Not long after, Chen Feng walked over by himself. All of this was so deserved in Chen Feng's case, alone and in silence. He entered the interrogation room with its steel cage, closed the door, and sat down. Although Chen Feng was locked in a cage, the expressions of the people around him were still fearful. He knew all about the things Chen Feng had just done. Offending Chen Feng was simply messing with the devil. No one wants to die. Chief, could you please come out for a moment? I have something to say to you, Ho Tianlong carefully whispered in his ear. The chief nodded and walked out. Ho Tianlong, why do I see that the number of people coming back is not right? Where are the rest of those people? Did you let them go back without authorization? He was the first to ask. Ho Tianlong took a deep breath and shook his head. Chief, it's my fault. Those people are dead. Ha? What? The chief minister thought he had heard wrong. Those are the elites sent from above. And they're all dead? How did they die? It was an accident. Ho Tianlong knew that he wouldn't believe anything he said, so he opened the recorder just now and played the picture inside to him. The chief minister's brain instantly died when he saw the image in front of him. It felt like entering an unreal space where all sorts of unorthodox things were happening right in front of my eyes. Chen Feng's body was accompanied by a golden light and all those bullets bounced back. Because of this, more than half of them died. This is a disaster. Cold sweat had covered the chief minister's head, and a chill spread down his back. He suddenly felt as if he had done something wrong. Arresting Chen Feng seems like a bad decision. What in the world is this kid? The chief's hands were trembling. It was no small matter to have so many people die at once. Ho Tianlong's voice is very small. It is said that he is into the devil heavenly master together, but exactly how powerful we are not clear. Chen Feng said, the death of those people and he has nothing to do with. The bullet is their own rebound back. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The chief growled lowly. I will convict him today. I will bring him to justice. Chief, I have a suggestion here. Chen Feng, this kid himself is very evil. Want to catch the evidence of his murder is even more difficult. This time we might as well let the media come in and live stream the process of questioning him. That way even if there are traces of loopholes we can explain to the top. For example, if this similar thing happens again, it can also be justified. Hearing this, the chief minister thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He immediately gave orders to arrange for people from the media to be able to come in and broadcast the interrogation of Chen Feng. Soon, the chief director came in with Ho Tianlong, as well as a few reporters from the live media broadcast. In the interrogation room, Chen Feng sat quietly without any expression on his face. No one knew what was going on in his mind. None of them had any idea in their hearts whether this time, it would be killing or redemption. Those media reporters were also very nervous, and the cameras were focused on him. The chief immediately began his interrogation. Chen Feng, a lot of big things have happened in Baitsong City in this recent week's time. We've investigated, and all of these events are related to you. Just yesterday, the city of Kitakura also had a lot of appalling cases because of you. Those 330+ people as well as those 409 people, who just commented on the forums, were mercilessly judged by you. Don't you feel guilty at all? You're killing innocents by doing this. Today I will judge you on behalf of the Patrol Bureau. The number of people watching the livestream went straight to 100,000 plus as soon as the livestream opened. The word Chen Feng had exploded on the internet. Chen Feng was arrested? What's the situation? It looks like he's in an interrogation room, and it's the Generalissimo himself who's doing the interrogation? How did he get caught? So worried about him. Upstairs, put away your worries. I've just heard that more than 300 inspectors have been killed. Chen Feng came over today, most likely for the trial of the inspectorate. Really? So exciting. Chen Feng looked toward the chief, a hint of a violent element hovering in his deep eyes. Yeah, those cases are kind of related to me. But can you find proof? No proof. You call wool. So many people are watching, and he's this crazy? The men from the patrol bureau all looked over angrily as their faces sank. The chief frowned lightly and said seriously, no matter who it is, if you make a mistake, you have to be punished. You are also the same. Now give an honest account of your crime and you can still fight for leniency. Chen Feng sneered. So this is the way you handle things? Precisely because of this, so many unfair things happen. So many sins linger in Beizong City. The inability to try these people is itself a dereliction of duty on the part of the patrol bureau. Today, let me show you what is good and what is evil. Everyone in the patrol bureau will be put on trial. Chapter 084. Today, they will die, 4 shifts. Ha! The crowd at the patrol bureau was confused. Chen Feng was arrested by them to receive a trial. How come it now sounded as if Chen Feng was going to clamor for a trial against them? Although the chief minister was not happy in his heart, he could not say too much in front of the camera, and just used a very official reply to deal with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, watch your words. Our patrol bureau has given much to clear this city of evil, and we will never allow evil to happen under our watch. Chen Feng was happy. It's almost as if the chief minister is saying this with his eyes wide open. The sins of the patrol have a large number of their own at random. Chen Feng directly opened his cell phone and found a video to pose in front of the camera. The video is about Li Xinmei of the patrol bureau taking bribes from the Xiao family. Then there were the various receipts that were sunk in. Li Xinmei has a mansion in the center of the city, an unusual bank card intake, and promised to help with that incident where Zhao Jia and the others killed Chen Xiao. It was all sent out via livestream. For a while, rumors swirled around the internet. Isn't this the female inspector of the patrol bureau who died some time ago? She actually took money from people. A tiny vice captain dares to charge so much money. I can't imagine how much the people above him have taken. That's the way it is. And many times I've gone to the patrol office on business and they've been shady, making peace with it, and it looks like it's because someone else sent the money too. The inspectorates are taking money? Where's the justice in that? Rangers, it's dark. The patrol bureau is used to guard the bottom line of Northbarn City. Now that they're playing like this, who's going to guard justice and punish the bad guys in the future? Strictly. This matter must be dealt with strictly. Never let any bad guy off the hook. Patrol, crack down. The internet cried out, and the chief and others saw the pop-ups and tensed up. The chief minister knows about Li Xinmei, because he got a piece of the action. He had always turned a blind eye to this kind of thing. There was no absolute black and white in this world. There were only absolute interests. As long as they don't go too far, he usually doesn't care. However, now that Li Xinmei was dead, this matter was deathless and should not involve himself. I will investigate this matter severely and give Li Xinmei additional disciplinary actions. The chief director held up his glasses, looking very righteous. Chen Feng laughed coldly. This is already the ethos of the patrol bureau. It can't be changed. Here, it's already completely rotten. The chief minister slammed the table and roared. What nonsense are you talking about? The patrol bureau has a good ethos. As I said, these are just isolated cases. Even if the law and order is good, there will still be evils that happen. It can't be stopped. Chen Feng, we're talking about you now. Chen Feng folded his hands. It seems like you guys won't get it until someone dies today. Let's just start with you. Master Chief. Knock knock. The chief minister's first reaction was also fear when he came into contact with Chen Feng's man-eating gaze. Chen Feng's eyes give people an imperceptible feeling, as if they will be swallowed into the hell, haunted by countless evil ghosts like the fear said to come. Me? Ridiculous. Who are you to judge me? Besides, I've never done anything wrong. I've been serving Northbarn City with all my heart. The chief minister was a bit flustered and stuttered his words. Chen Feng ignored him and pulled a piece of paper from his book, then started folding the paper on his own. Everyone was puzzled. So did Ho Tianlong and the others. Chen Feng is folding paper? He's playing alone? Chen Feng said as if muttering to himself. Chief Inspector General, your name is Wu Gang, and you received help from a nobleman when you were 20 years old, so you soared to the sky, and have been in this position. Your career path all the way can be described as full of legends. Others only saw your bright and shiny scene, but did not see the dirt behind you. There is a saying from the old ancestors that if you want people to know unless you do it yourself, any scandalous thing in this world will eventually be found out, and you can't hide it from them. Chen Feng was folding paper as he spoke. The atmosphere around him grew colder and colder as he spoke. The chief minister had done a lot of heartbreaks in order to get to the top. But those things were so skillfully hidden by himself that Chen Feng simply couldn't have known about them. He must be scaring himself, trying to embarrass himself in front of the live camera, and he wasn't going to fall for it. Chen Feng, you better look at the current situation before you speak. You are a suspect. It is us who are judging you. Wu Gang's voice went cold, his expression vaguely uneasy. Chen Feng stopped his hand movements, and the crowd could see exactly what he was tossing around in his hand. It was an origami figurine, but you could tell it was female and pregnant. Chen Feng folded it beautifully. The crowd was puzzled. What does he mean by folding a paperman? And a pregnant woman? The live streamers were even more vocal. Chen Feng is good at this origami. He specializes in this, right? Strange. What does this paperman mean? I always feel like it's not that simple. The trial that Chen Feng talked about. Could it be related to this paperman? Ho Tianlong roared loudly. Chen Feng, this is the patrol bureau. Not a place for you to make a show of metaphysics. Don't pretend to be a god here for me, and obediently confess to your crimes. Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Wu Gang, the chief minister next to him. Wu Gang stood up, his actions sluggish as he walked over to Chen Feng. His eyes were locked on the paperman. Other people might not be able to see anything, but he could see a mole on that man's face that Chen Feng had dotted with a neutral pen. This is clearly his own wife. His wife is 8 months pregnant, and he's secretly checked and is carrying a boy. What does Chen Feng mean by folding this paper now? Is it implying a threat to yourself? Chen Feng, what do you want? A low roar similar to the roar of a wild beast came out of Wu Gang's mouth. His wife and children are his bottom line that no one can cross. If something goes wrong with them, he could fall apart. Chen Feng's smiling eyes were aimed at him, but behind that smile was a grim coldness, as if it was as cold as if he only had a hand in the sky. He shook the paper man in his hand. Wu Gang, are you afraid? You're afraid something will happen to your wife and kids, aren't you? Coincidentally, today, they will die. Chapter 085 Apocalyptic Silence. You. What are you babbling about? Wu Gang broke out into a cold sweat. Even though it felt impossible, it still subconsciously conjured up a lot of bad things. Chen Feng is in the police station. How can he kill someone? He must be playing a trick to scare himself. He knew his wife was pregnant, so he purposely used it to scare himself. Chen Feng ignored him and instead placed the paperman on the small book. The grid pattern of the little book, when you look at it violently, looks like railroad tracks. Wu Gang instantly realized that things were not right. Railroad tracks. Wife and child. Murphy. Buzz. His cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced over to see that it was a video call request from his wife, and he rushed to pick it up. Wife, are you alright? Wu Gang asked anxiously when he picked up, only to find out that where his wife is makes his head spin. The wife is lying on the railroad tracks. Cold steel rails, hard shock absorbing rocks. They shouldn't be in the middle of a call with his wife. What are you doing? Wu Gang here let out a low roar, his eyes immediately glaring in an oval. Shouldn't a wife be comfortable at home with her baby at this time of year? How did she get to the railroad tracks? The wife cried right into the camera, tears streaming down her face. She looked even more anxious than Wu Gang. Her body kept twisting but couldn't move a bit. It was like a magnet clinging to the place. Hubby, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just ate at home and accidentally fainted. And when I woke up I realized I was here. And now I'm lying on the tracks unable to move. You quickly find someone to save me. I die is nothing, but our child will soon be born. I don't know where I am. There aren't any landmarks around. There are railroad tracks everywhere. Wu Gang grabbed Ho Tianlong's collar and shook it vigorously. Quickly, go have the technicians check for me where my wife is. Send someone over to save her. My child, I am born. Ho Tianlong didn't dare to slack off, and when he heard this, he turned around and ran out, going to find a technician to deal with it in the first place. Wu Gang rushed to the camera to calm his wife. Honey, don't worry. I'm sending someone over. It won't take long for someone to come and save you. You can't get too excited, otherwise it's not good to affect the baby in your belly. It's not easy for us to have a baby. We must make sure our baby comes into this world healthy. Don't worry. With me here, you and the baby will definitely be fine. Wu Gang was so anxious that he was going crazy. His hands were trembling. His body was shaking constantly, and waves of cold sweat were falling down one after another. Chief, we found out that the lady is on the flyover at XX Road, and we've already sent someone there to rescue her. In the meantime, we've been in touch with the railroads and told them to issue emergency evacuation notices and to put emergency brakes on the trains. There shouldn't be any problems. Ho Tianlong ran in after a while to report anxiously. Hearing this, Wu Gang sort of let go of his heart and rushed to appease his wife. This was also heard by a number of netizens in the broadcast room. Some of the families live on the flyover on XX Road and they have been looking over towards it. Sure enough, there was a pregnant woman lying there. At once, the pop-ups in the live broadcast exploded. What kind of evil magic is this Chen Feng? To actually make a pregnant woman lie on the railroad tracks? What evil art? This is the art of justice, alright. But anyway, going after a pregnant woman seems a bit much. What nonsense. This isn't Chen Feng's doing. I didn't see anything. Chen Feng smiled. He felt that he had pretty much set the mood. Knocking on his desk, he said, "It's too late for the patrol to do anything because the train is coming." What? Wu Gang, Ho Tian Long, and the inspectors all looked towards Chen Feng. How did he know the train was coming? They've already made a deal with the railroad. There's no way a train is coming. And their men have gone over to free the pregnant woman. Woohoo! With the nervous heartbeats of the crowd. On the video call, a train whistle sounded in the distance. No. Wu Gang went limp all of a sudden. And to the camera, he was yelling low in a frenzy as his entire body fell to his knees. His wife also heard the sound and her face went white, but she couldn't turn around to look. Her body couldn't move at all. "Honey, is it a train? I thought you said there wouldn't be a train coming. You lied to me? No way. I'm going to die? Help! Help!" A room full of people, all burnt out. The sound of the train whistle seemed like a call from hell. Chen Feng was the only one who was cloudy, and there was even a smile on his face. Wu Gang can already see the shadow of the train from a distance. He ran out of ideas. 6 gods. Panic. He didn't care if he was on the air or not. He directly knelt down for Chen Feng. Cold sweat had covered his head. This kind of fear is emanating from the marrow of the bones. He struggled so much just for his wife and children. Now if something happens to them, what have you worked so hard for all these years? Chen Feng, please, can you not let anything happen to my wife and child? I can fulfill any request you say. Even if you want me dead, I'll accept anything that keeps them alive. My wife and children are innocent. They should not be implicated. You judge me alone is enough. Oh, Chen Feng, count on me to beg you. Please have mercy. Please spare us. Wu Gang had collapsed, tears and snot running down his face. He knew that the only one who could save his wife and child now was Chen Feng. The crowd at the patrol bureau looked at the image and just felt the impact. Wu Gang, the high and mighty chief of the patrol bureau, would also be in such a sorry state. He was on his knees begging. Never one to believe in bull ******** ting. He was completely compromised today. The sound of him wailing and begging for mercy echoed everywhere. Chen Feng just looked at him so quietly, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being on top. If kneeling down and admitting fault can solve the problem, what's the point of having an inspectorate? Either this is fine, I'll kneel down for you and you let my daughter live. Is that okay? What's this all about? Wu Gang spread and collapsed and raised his head. The helplessness, the collapse, had slowly transformed into anger. He'll do anything for his wife and kids. Chen Feng, what the hell do you want? Killing innocent people indiscriminately. You are going to pay for it. I'm begging you, can't I? Chen Feng shook his head, looking disappointed in him, and then he turned the small book sideways. Slowly, it ran over the paper figures on the table. At the same time, a shrill scream rang out from the call video. Hubby, aha. After that, there was the monotonous, cold sound of the train crushing the tracks. At this moment, everyone in the patrol was quiet. Incredibly quiet. As quiet as the end of the world. Chapter 086, Fearful Silence. Wu just went to look at the video of the call on his cell phone with an electric shock. It's strange to say that while the train was going by so fast, the call video was still on and the phone was not impressed in the slightest. There wasn't even blood on the lens. Wife, my baby, that's my baby. Ooh, this isn't real. This must be a fake. Wu Gang knelt down and wailed loudly. The sound tore at my heart, as hard as a dead mom. It was as if the whole world was left with his cries. All that can be seen in the footage are a few broken limbs. His wife's body shattered into an unknown number of pieces and fell aside in a bloody mess. Her stomach was crushed and her baby's unborn arm was right next to her. Everywhere, there was blood. The train whistle was getting farther and farther away, and along with Wu Gang's heart, it sank. Silence, or silence. It was heartfelt, fearful silence. Wu Gang's wife and child died. The Rangers saw it. All the live streamers saw it too. And all of this is between Chen Feng's hands. He just folded a paper, just sitting in the inspector's office to say a few words. Wu Gang's wife and child died, run over by a train, 2 bodies. No one could believe that this tragedy could happen to Wu Gang. This patrol says one thing exists. Wu Gang's head at this moment is thinking about those previous cases that he has done, including the Chen Xiao incident. Every case, every angry rant of those victims, became his call to desperation. His own wife and child died. Is this retribution? Is there really retribution in this world? Ho Tianlong and the others were all like a bomb detonated in their heads as well. And they were all wondering at this moment if they would become like that as well. Chen Feng is really too evil. They feel step by step like stepping into hell. Chen Feng crossed his legs to look at Wu Gang, a fine fury in his eyes. Is it hard now that your wife and child are dead? I can feel that pain. But I'm so happy. I'm so happy I want to dance. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng's laughter was like a wave of sound that hit everyone hard. Wu Gang's wife and child are dead. The scene is a mess. The child's severed limbs are on camera. Wu Gang is overwhelmed with grief, and the crowd can relate to that pain. But Chen Feng was smiling. He's just stomped Wu Gang's heart again. How could Wu Gang stand this? Aha! Chen Feng, I'll fight you for it. I don't want this life, but I'll get you killed. My wife and child. You give it back. Bastard. I'll kill you. Wu Gang screamed and rushed towards Chen Feng, and the people from the nearby patrol bureau rushed to stop him. Chief, calm down. It's still live. Chief, calm down. Don't ever mess around. So many people are watching. These people are standing around. How can Wu Gang be calm now? He could do without this life right now. The hands of those media reporters holding the live camera are shaking now. I thought that today was the trial of Chen Feng, but I didn't expect the picture to take a sharp turn and turn into a trial of the patrol bureau. What happened to Li Xinmei just now was enough to hang a stain on the patrol bureau. The way Wu Gang broke down was beyond all of them. Netizens couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene. Though but I think it's still a bit much. After all, that's two bodies in one. His wife and child, I suppose, are innocent. My house is right next to it. It seems like a bit much. Only when Wu Gang's screams were slightly smaller did Chen Feng slowly open his mouth. Wu Gang, your wife's name is Guoxia. She's 8 years younger than you, and what she's carrying in her stomach is your son. Guoxia has a medium-sized advertising company under her name, which earns good income and is considered to be one of the industry leaders. But probably not many people know the cattiness behind this advertising company. In the early days of Guoxia's founding of the company, because it was very competitive, she had someone assassinate the rival company's boss, a family of 3, in order to make an example of them, and swallowed their company. That old boss family came to the patrol bureau to cause trouble. Are you single-handedly suppressed? Above the various pressures, are also you in the top of the... Therefore, that old boss's parents cannot stand the blow to commit suicide. This can all be attributed to Guoxia's sins. As for your child, all of her spending from the time she was conceived until now, that was earned by stepping on other people's corpses. And your child, in the future, will also grow up eating human blood buns. So, he deserves to die as well. Your family, all of you deserve to die. The words made everyone's mouths fall open in silence. This matter Ho Tianlong still had an impression. This was 3 years ago, when this matter was very fierce. But were Wu Gang single-handedly suppressed? And some people said that the families of the victims or Wu Gang arranged to get killed. That is not a suicide at all. It turns out that there was such a catfight behind it. It's not unreported. It really is. Numerous netizens also woke up with a bang when they heard this. So it's a guilty pleasure. I was wrong just now. I was being a saintly mother. I shouldn't have said that woman was pathetic. It's wonderful that she died with her child. 2 less evil people in this world. Support Chen Feng. You fart. You nonsense. You killed my wife and child. Wu Gang was so angry that he didn't know how to explain, and directly closed his eyes and fainted. Ho Tianlong and the others rushed to bring Wu Gang down to rest. Deputy Chief Zhang Hai came to take his place. He's fat and looks like he's eating just fine, but his eyes are leering and he doesn't feel like a patrolman at all. Then, the trial will now continue. Chen Feng, still the same sentence. I advise you to honestly explain the problem and fight for leniency. Zhang Hai played the official voice. As he was speaking, the Taoist talisman in Chen Feng's hand suddenly shook. Chen Feng knew that it was those people who had badmouthed his daughter on the forum, and their evil spirits had come in. Chen Feng hurriedly recited the incantation and was ready to open the Taoist talisman. Suddenly Feng Wuji's voice came out. It's too inconvenient to keep storing evil souls with Tao talismans. Look at what this is. A soul invocation crafted from 100 withered bones appeared in Chen Feng's line of sight. One could feel the extremely strong soul-devouring power on it. Chen Feng was excited for a moment. This is a soul invoker? It can store souls in here. Feng Wuji corrected. This is the 100 ghost streamer. It can store and refine souls. You can refine or devour evil souls in the future, killing 2 birds with 1 stone and saving you the trouble of having to use Taoist talismans to recite incantations to open the exorcisms. Chen Feng was very fond of this item. Thank you, Senior Wind. This is a good thing. Then his golden light opened up. At once, uncountable evil souls poured in from all directions around them. It was as if the patrol had fallen into a whirlpool of inexplicable coolness, and the black winds were spreading and sailing rapidly in every direction. All of them are gathered on that 100 ghost streamer. Chapter 087, Why don't you go and gamble? This black figure passed through their bodies, making them shiver and tremble with cold. It was like falling into an ice cave. What is this thing? Why are there so many black shadows? These black shadows. So scary. What the hell is this? The Rangers are panicking. It's no different than movie special effects right now. Netizens watching the livestream also exclaimed. These black shadows have heads and faces, but they're all in pain. Ha! That is not my friend Wang Xuan. He is dead. Ah, he was killed. How did he appear here? I know that one. It's my friend Chen Xiao. That one is from our company. Wang Jin. This shouldn't be a ghost. A word that caused the temperature around them to drop quite a bit again. Ghosts? So many black shadows. Could it be that they are all ghosts? So many ghosts have surged into Chen Feng's 100 ghost streamer together. What are they up to? This went on for a minute or two. Chen Feng did not stop until the black shadows around him disappeared. The 100 ghosts banner closes and collects all the souls. Chen Feng looked very satisfied. Wonderful. So many evil souls. We can have a full meal now. He casually grabbed from the 100 ghost streamer, and it was several evil souls that screamed out in misery that were grabbed out and stuffed into his mouth. Everyone's eyes instantly cleared as they looked at Chen Feng. He eats ghosts at. This is too raw. Using ghosts to replenish your powers is unheard of. Suddenly, there was a bustle of voices outside. What's going on outside? Zhang Hai frowned. The people from the patrol bureau hurriedly ran to report. Deputy Chief, outside. There are a lot of people coming down outside. Moreover, those people are it's still live. Zhang Hai was disgusted by this unprofessional appearance of his opponent and yelled, What are you nervous about? Give me a good talk. So many people are watching. What do you look like? The man bowed his head and kept gasping for breath, stabilizing himself for a while before saying, There are more than 200 people coming outside, and they are all with their thumbs cut off and their tongues pulled out. Ha? What? Zhang Hai stood up with a slap on the table and looked over in disbelief. 200 people chopped off their thumbs and pulled out their tongues? What's wrong with people nowadays? Have they gone crazy? Can't they feel the pain? They all demanded to see Chen Feng. The person next to him added. Swish. Next, the gazes of the crowd were all directed at Chen Feng. They all remembered. Chen Feng was judging those 1409 people earlier. Chen Feng's rule is for them to kill each other and to give thanks by redeeming themselves. These, however, were the people who had spoken out against Chen Xiao on the internet. 409 people. And now it's down to 200? It's only been less than 2 days. It's simply horrible as hell. With a single word, Chen Feng could cause so many lives to fall. And throughout the entire process, Chen Feng didn't even make a move. Zhang Hai was now hesitant to let Chen Feng meet them or not. But if these people stayed at the door without leaving, it would be too bad for the patrol. After thinking about it, he decided to let Chen Feng meet them. So, the patrol guarded and brought Chen Feng to the windowsill on the 3rd floor of the patrol. Then opened the doors and windows. Outside, there were over 200 people kneeling. What kind of people are there? There are men and women, office workers, stall holders, teachers and workers. Upon seeing Chen Feng, they all without exception stuck out their thumbs while opening their mouths to show Chen Feng the tongues that had been cut out of their mouths. It seems to say that we have done what you asked us to do, and now we should be left alive. By this time their desire to survive had become overwhelming. Even if they break their arms and legs, even if they can never speak again, they don't want to die. Chen Feng took this quite well. Oh, you've all already performed self-redemption. Very good. It looks like you guys are really afraid of death. Chen Feng looked over from the window and smiled in satisfaction. All those long-winded, talkative men, they're all on their knees here. The rest had turned into evil souls all sucked into the 100 ghost streamer by themselves. I'll keep my words. I'll give you guys a chance to live. Chen Feng took a deep breath and put his hands behind his back. Then he pointed not far away. Cross River Bridge. Cars above and a calm river below. You guys jump off the bridge across the river, and I'll let the one who survives live. What's this called? The patrolman's head first went numb. Jumping from such a height has an extremely high mortality rate. At this height, the river becomes as hard as concrete. Falling into the water in a slightly incorrect position, the body is slapped to pieces. It's literally 9 deaths. No one would agree to such an unreasonable request, would they? However, the 200 or so people kneeling on the ground only hesitated for 10 seconds or so, and then ran like crazy towards the bridge across the river. What are they doing? They're crazy, Zhang Hai exclaimed. The netizens in the live room followed suit. These people are going to go through with this when they know it's a 9-way street? It's hard to imagine what they went through. It must have been a more horrific image than life and death. Chen Feng's trial. So terrible? Quick! Send someone to stop them. Zhang Hai fiercely punched his thigh. Now being live. If they don't care about this matter is tantamount to dereliction of duty. Ho Tianlong immediately went out with dozens of people. Go ahead and close the bridge across the river at the first opportunity. But it's in the middle of rush hour for commuting, and there's no way to close it off with all the traffic coming and going. All they could do was try to stop those people from jumping into the river. But the men, one by one, ran toward the bridge as if they were possessed. Regardless, they all understood one thing in their hearts. Jumping from here might be 9 deaths, but if you don't jump it's definitely 10. Not only that, but they will be tortured to death. It's better to take a gamble. Already, some enthusiasts have begun broadcasting live from the bridge. The Rangers were fast, and they had been the first to arrive near the bridge to begin their vigil. But how can they stop those who are bent on death? The men rushed to the bridge like mad, and jumped down. Knock knock. For a moment, a cloud of water bloomed on the river. Those 200 or so people turned out to be particularly in tune with each other, dancing one after the other. If they didn't jump, there would be a more horrible torture waiting for them. Ho Tianlong and the others couldn't stop them at all. He shouted anxiously, "Stop it all of you. Jumping from here will surely kill you. Are you crazy or stupid? You guys really think Chen Feng will give you guys a way out? You guys are too naive. He's pushing you guys to the brink of extinction. Don't jump, don't jump. The bridge across the river is clogged." Some of the people passing by stopped their cars to look over curiously. More than 200 people jumped into the river, and it was a totally shocking sight. It was just that they didn't understand what exactly the reason behind this was, and if they knew that the person manipulating all of this was Chen Feng, they didn't know how shocked they would be. "Chen Feng, are you crazy?" Zhang Hai turned his head towards Chen Feng and growled in a low voice. A trace of coldness flashed across Chen Feng's icy eyes as he silently aimed at him. In this instant, Zhang Hai felt as if everything about himself had been seen through by Chen Feng. He couldn't help but get a chill up his spine. Chen Feng, is this a trial for himself? Chapter 088 Helplessness. It's hard, isn't it? 4 shifts. Chen Feng's voice was colder than his eyes. Zhang Hai, now that things have gotten so big, do you think you can get away with that bit of yours? I said that the world is as black as a crow. You and Wu Gang, neither of you are good birds. You've even deserved it. Zhang Hai trembled as cold sweat fell down the top of his head. What had just happened to Wu Gang had to put him on his guard. Wu Gang is still unconscious in the next room and hasn't woken up yet. His wife and kids are dead, and it's hitting him too hard. Although Wu Gang is corrupt, although he receives money from people, although he has had many wrongful cases in his hands, but he is a good man. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Show me proof if you can. Zhang Hai yelled lowly. Zhang Hai, this excited look. Let the people in the live broadcast room are blinded. Everyone has secretly guessed. Is Zhang Hai also something? He's the vice president. On weekdays, he is not righteous, but he has always been a representative of justice. If he is also tainted, will there be a single good man in the whole of the patrol? Where is justice in this world when the patrol bureau that guards the city of Kitakura is like this? This is black to the bone. They were all watching quietly, waiting for Chen Feng to decide. Evidence, well, I naturally do not have. But what you have done, I know exactly. Chen Feng, hands behind his back, said while walking back to the interrogation room, as if the people who jumped across the river bridge there has not attracted his attention. He sat down, pulled a few sheets of paper off that little book he had just made, and started folding again. Do you know why those people out there jumped? Why? Didn't he run away? Chen Feng glanced at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai was also surprised. These people really are like crazy. They don't care about anything else. They just jump towards the river. Don't they know that it's a 1 in 9 chance to die? Why? Zhang Hai roared. Because they know that if they don't jump, living is worse than dying. Because they know that from the moment they do evil, their fate is sealed. I will torture their bodies and burn their souls for eternity. The origami paper in Chen Feng's hand slowly revealed its human form. Hiss. Zhang Hai and the other inspectors couldn't help but take a few steps back as they sucked in cold air. This cannot help but make them think of the death of Wu Gang's wife and children. I do not know whose family will suffer this time. Chen Feng concentrated on origami, muttering to himself like, in the south of the city of Betrayal, there is an orphanage that was originally a paradise for those poor children, where they who have lost their parents and relatives can have enough to eat, a place to sleep with a shelter from the wind and the rain, and also receive the most basic education. But then, I don't know when, the orphanage has more and more girls. The proportion has long surpassed that of boys, not because of the preponderance of girl orphans, but because you sponsor that orphanage. Chen Feng snapped his head up and swept a glance at Zhang Hai. Zhang Hai backed up in fear, half a day without standing still. His pupils began to tremble violently. His face was as white as paper, and cold sweat fell down drop by drop. He couldn't stop thinking in his mind how Chen Feng knew about this. This is something you hide very well. Even your wife doesn't know. The crowd was confused, not knowing what Chen Feng's words meant. Isn't it good to sponsor an orphanage and take in more orphans? Can that be an excuse for his judgment? Chen Feng slowly continued to speak. Zhang Hai, after you sponsor the orphanage, you will patronize it every so often, and clearly tell the orphanage staff not to accept boy orphans in the future. Just girls. At first you went for one girl at a time. Then you got bolder and played more and more. Even disregarding those girls, there have been a dozen girls who have died because of you in the past few years. Their bodies you buried in the grove behind the orphanage. Zhang Hai, you're the deputy chief of the patrol bureau. You have a beautiful family as well as a wife and children. But you're not satisfied and you want to do this kind of harmful thing. Your conscience, doesn't it hurt? Buzz. After Zhang Hai heard this, the last line of defense in his heart completely collapsed. He didn't think that he knew so much about Chen Feng. Those dozen dead girls. Those children who had once struggled and screamed frantically beneath him. Those miserable, mournful voices seemed to echo in his ears again. How many nights did he spend just for himself, with no regard for the lives of those children? He's like a crazed beast that has long since lost its humanity. It's just that he didn't expect retribution to come so quickly. Zhang Hai felt that the gazes of the people around him looking at him had changed, as if they all carried the intention of judgment. The men of the patrol subconsciously stayed far away from him, and these charges, literally, were the worst of all evils. The live broadcast netizens also all exploded. One by one, they rose up in righteous indignation. Zhang Hai, the deputy chief of the patrol bureau, even with a little girl, is he still human? Those children in the orphanage lost their parents and have no one to back them up, and they're being toyed with by him like this. Marred. I really want to knife him. Zhang Hai, this asshole, he deserves to die. Chen Feng, this is not a trial, it's purely to get rid of evil for everyone. This sky, it's been muddy for a long time. Chen Feng, kill him. Zhang Hai sat on his butt on the ground, cold sweat falling, no longer having the sharpness he had before. It was as if they were falling dogs about to be judged. Chen Feng, you also my family, come on. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the side. Wu Gang woke up, his eyes red and glaring as he rushed over. In his hand, he held up a gun with its muzzle aimed at Chen Feng. Chief, calm down. Chief, drop your guns. Chief, the man next to him rushed to comfort. Wu Gang, on the other hand, could no longer care less. All he thinks about now is his kids and wife when he opens and closes his eyes. It was his bond. It was everything he cared about in the world. He could have made a good life for them himself, but he was killed by Chen Feng. I'm going to kill you. Chen Feng, Wu Gang roared as he tore his heart out. Chen Feng frowned, his expression somewhat disturbed. Originally, he had wanted to keep Wu Gang alive for a while longer and send them off together later, since he took the initiative to come over and send him to his death. Then he himself would fulfill him first. Chen Feng's eyes cooled down. Wu Gang, you finally experienced some regret now. How's that? It's hard to feel like your family is getting killed and you can't find any evidence, isn't it? Just like back then, when my daughter died. Chen Feng gave a gentle squeeze in his hand. Click here. The gun in Wu Gang's hand, suppressed by the enormous pressure, directly became scrap metal. It fell to the ground with a bang. Ha! The crowd stared. What a ferocious ability this is. The gun was directly crushed into scrap metal by him through the air. Still 4 shifts today. For all my hard work, could you all please give me a little boost and a free gift? Thank you very much. Chapter 089. How many times did it ring? Marred. I'll fight you. Wu Gang froze for a moment, then rushed over as if he didn't want to die, roaring madly. Chen Feng hooked his finger. Whoosh! Wu Gang suddenly felt something hooking his neck and getting harder. It directly hoisted him up. His feet were in the air, and he fluttered as hard as he could. Then, Chen Feng moved his body in front of the camera. Chen Feng, I killed you. You give back the lives of my wife and child. Chen Feng looked at him and started counting with his mouth. 1. The crowd didn't get it. What is Chen Feng counting for at this time? The next second, everyone got it. Starting from the soles of Wu Gang's feet, a piece of meat was directly missing. Along with the toes, a lot of them were chipped off. He was like a dish on a counter, cut up alive. Ah! It hurts. Wu Gang glared at Chen Feng and shouted like crazy. Chen Feng smiled. 2. Swished another blade. The part of Wu Gang that was cut off fell to the ground in a bloody mess. 3. Another cut. Chen Feng purposely paused for several seconds while counting, giving Wu Gang ample opportunity for pain, which caused Wu Gang to suffer to the extreme with each slash. To the live camera, Wu Gang was trembling. He couldn't move his body and was just hanging in the air. Chen Feng was just about to continue shouting when he suddenly saw Zhang Hai's horrified gaze. He patted his head. Almost forgot. Your business is still waiting. so he said to the on-air reporter next to him, "You shout." "Ha? Me?" The woman pointed to herself in disbelief. She was scared to death. "Counting, won't you?" Chen Feng's brows furrowed. "Will do." The woman rushed to agree. 4. Pust. Over there, Wu Gang. There was another crashing scream. All over his body. He was trembling violently. Chen Feng had also folded those paper figures by this time. 4 in all. He looked at Zheng Hai. "You killed so many innocent girls without any remorse. And just a few days ago, you even patronized the orphanage, right? So, death of your family is a bargain." Boom. Zheng Hai was completely baffled. He had just stood up when his legs gave out and he fell back to his knees. Chen Feng is, in fact, trying to kill his family. He kind of recognized that the paper people were his wife and kids, and his parents, too. I can't. Zheng Hai's head exploded open with pain and hurriedly dialed his wife's video call. "Hey, what's up?" His wife picked up the phone and smiled at him mischievously. "Where are you?" "You're with my parents?" Zheng Hai felt his heart go cold when he saw that they were at sea in the picture. "Yes, you forgot. Today is your mother's birthday. I know you have a lot of things to do and can't leave. Especially come to give our mom's birthday. Look, I've chartered a yacht," the wife said with a smile. "It's over." A desperate thought flashed through Zheng Hai's head. "You, take my parents away." "No, you and my parents go separately. You don't stay together." Looking at Zheng Hai's face as if he was dirt, and he was starting to stutter in his speech. She also realized the seriousness of the matter. Something may have happened to Zheng Hai. She didn't dare ask any more questions, turned around and went to talk to her parents and was leaving with her 9-year-old daughter. Chen Feng, we have something to talk about. Can you give me a chance?" Only then did Zheng Hai look at Chen Feng, staring at him blearily. Chen Feng didn't pay attention to him, but instead made those 4 paper figures hug each other. "Hubby, I can't control my body. What's wrong with me? Hubby." The video shows the wife screaming for help. "I saw my wife, my daughter, my parents, and the 4 of them hugging each other in a group. It makes you feel numb and spooky to the core." Zheng Hai immediately couldn't carry it off and flung himself onto Chen Feng's knees. "I admit that I have approached a lot of orphanage girls and even treated them, but I already know my fault, and it's my fault alone. Can you not drag my family into it? I'm willing to accept any punishment. I am willing to be judged and sanctioned by everyone, but my family is innocent. Chen Feng, we have something to discuss. Things have happened. Can you say a solution? I'll listen to you 100%. The live feeds on the patrol were awfully quiet. They were all staring at Chen Feng, wondering what Chen Feng was going to do this time. Although Chen Feng lowered his head and didn't say anything, anyone could feel the anger in his heart. That anger seemed to come from hell. Those kids are orphans. They don't know anything. The orphanage was a ray of light brought to them, but because of this asshole thing Zheng Hai, it turned into a hell to bury them. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth picked up a sardonic smile. "Discussion? When my daughter died, did you discuss it with me? Those girls you tortured, did you discuss it with them?" Click. Chen Feng took out his lighter and directly lit the 4 paper figures that were hugging each other. At once. "Ah, honey, I'm so hot. Help. I'm on fire. It hurts. Fire. It's fire. Daddy, help. Ooh, that hurts." In the video, a scream came, the voice tearing like the sound of the underworld from hell. Zheng Hai hugged his cell phone, and everyone knelt on the ground, biting his lower lip fiercely. He was shaking and crumbling. Wife, children, parents, the group hugged each other, and a great fire was kindled in their bodies. The naked eye could see that several people had been buried in the fire. Even if we go over to the rescue now, it's too late. It was like the paper man burning away in Chen Feng's hands. Zheng Hai exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, but he couldn't make any sound as the pain in his body was pulled full, until the sound inside the video footage of 4 charred bodies collapsing on the yacht, along with the paper man in Chen Feng's hand. It was burned to ashes. All around, there was also complete silence. Phew. Hoo. Zheng Hai's breathing became faster and faster, as if he was holding 10,000 fires of anger in his heart. Chen Feng, you damn it. I told you I was wrong. And you even laid hands on my family. I'm going to kill you. I want you dead. What's wrong with my family? What gives you the right to kill them? Woo. Zheng Hai cried out. At this moment he had completely broken down. It was as if they were left as a shell to be judged. Your parents, your wife and children, are all fed with your dirty money. Don't you have any idea where your dirty money comes from? Do you say they should die? Chen Feng took out a Taoist talisman and pointed out a ray of essence on it, then threw it towards Zheng Hai, and the talisman burned out after it touched his body. At the same time, Zheng Hai's body jerked upright. It was as if the body was imprisoned by something. Click. He has a broken bone. The soft spot, where the flesh is visible to the naked eye, is dented back. Hurts. A beastly hissing sound came out of Zhang Hai's mouth. The intense pain made him almost lose his mind. Click here 4. It was followed by another crisp sound. It was all the sound of bones breaking, and the people on the air and on the patrol were counting. How many times did it go off? Chapter 09366. Zhang Hai vomited blood and his head was dizzy. With every sound on his body, he felt like he was one step closer to hell. The pain was indescribable, as if it were a muffled thunderbolt hanging over his head that kept coming down. He felt like he was falling apart. It's really breaking down on its own. No one can hold out under these circumstances. Chen Feng, you let me go. You're not qualified to judge me. Not qualified. Zhang Hai desperately shouted, his face suffocating red. There are 206 bones in a human body, and I won't let you die until all of those bones are broken. You just need to slowly enjoy the pain. Chen Feng smiled at Zhang Hai and then sat down in a cloudy manner. At this time, Ho Tianlong brought his men over in a flurry of wind. Vice Chief, I couldn't stop the more than 200 people who jumped into the river, and it's just passed, and it seems that not a single person survived. He came in and reported loudly, but found the place surprisingly quiet. It was as if everyone was staring at themselves. His gaze subconsciously moved to the corner next to him. Wu Gang was hanging in the air, a puddle of blood underneath him. Half of his body was gone, cut directly into pieces. Zhang Hai was confined in the corner, his expression incomparably agonized, and the bones in his body were shrinking back as far as the eye could see. There was a live reporter standing next to him, his mouth counting. The count is now up to 272. Ho Tianlong's eyes cleared. What the hell is going on here? The people in the patrol bureau seemed to be incredibly nervous, but Chen Feng was the only one who was on cloud 9, as if nothing had happened. Chen Feng, you did all of this? Ho Tianlong rounded his eyes in disbelief and let out a low growl. None of those 200 people survived? They were really unlucky. I was expecting 1 or 2 to survive. Chen Feng's brows were locked as if he was disappointed. Just in time. You're back and all 366 of the patrol are here. He stretched and stood up. His eyes swept over everyone seated, and his tone gradually cooled down, becoming incomparably serious. More than a week ago, my daughter Chen Xiao had an incident at the Summit Academy. She was killed by a few people in the academy. Originally the evidence of this incident was so strong that the patrol bureau could arrest people. And you guys are taking bribes. No one wants to bother with this, and you're even secretly obstructing me from investigating what's going on. You should not have underestimated a father, much less bullied a man who was down and out. The patrol bureau will have an extra bonus at the end of this month, divided into more than 20,000 on each person's head. These are the money that the Zhao family, the Sun family, the Wang family, the Kong family, and the Gung family gave you before. The patrol has been blacked out from the top. You're completely rotten, and today, none of you will escape. When Chen Feng finished speaking, he could just recite the incantation under his breath. Throw out the Dao talisman, and pinch it out of thin air with one hand. Boom! A loud noise appeared on the floor of the patrol. The patrol bureau occupies an area the size of 2 basketball courts, and this office building is even 8 stories high. Now, today, all of them. Team Ho, the gate is blocked. We can't get out. It looks like there's a transparent black wall and the windows are all boarded up. We can't smash. Immediately, a colleague from below came up and reported with a horrified face. Their faces were all hard to see. The doors of the patrol office were boarded up. This is the first time this has happened. The eyes of everyone looking at Chen Feng at this moment were piled high with fear. What Chen Feng said? He's going to try everyone in the patrol? A total of 366. It's all their establishment. I thought that what happened between Wu Gang and Zhang Hai was the end, but I didn't realize that it was just the beginning. They all know about that Chen Xiao thing. Everyone is gagged by money. They knew it was useless for someone like Chen Xiao to make any more noise. She was just a pawn in the hands of those rich people. But who would have thought her father was crazy? The live streaming pop-up pauses for a few seconds. Then the crowd gasped. Chen Feng is going to try so many people from the patrol bureau? A total of 366 patrolmen. He's charging into the hot seat. It's no small thing for so many patrolmen to die. Chen Feng, take it easy. We don't want anything to happen to you. Chen Feng, don't be too impulsive. Ho Tianlong screamed out in agitation. Chen Feng, if you kill us, you will never have a good outcome either. You will die as well. At that point, all those 200 or so evil souls returned. Chen Feng incorporated it into the 100 ghost streamer, grabbing a few in passing and swallowing them hard. I considered myself dead when my daughter's accident happened, and I can kill one of the evil people in the world. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. and a sardonic smile burst out. Then the next trial begins. At this moment, outside the door of the patrol office, several cars came to a sharp stop. It's from the second patrol in a neighboring city. They all saw the live broadcast as well, and at the same time received orders from their superiors for the state to come to the rescue of the Rangers. No one dared to take Chen Feng's words as a joke anymore. Leading the team was Captain Lu, who was also nervous. Meanwhile was watching the live feed. On the screen, Wu Gang had moved without moving. Only a head remained. That reporter next to me stopped counting at 420. The scene was creepy. Wu Gang died after taking 420 stabs. Just a second before he was breathing and feeling the pain. 420 knives. I can't imagine how painful it was when he died. Zhang Hai is still struggling, but it looks like he doesn't have long to live. The skin protrudes out quite a lot. Those are the traces left by the broken bones. This short time, the bones do not know how many broken. The pain of a broken bone is only known to those who have experienced it. We have to get the vice president out of there. At all costs, Captain Lu exclaimed. The crowd nodded and had arrived in front of the patrol's door. Lu Team took the loudspeaker and shouted at the inside, "People inside, listen. You've been surrounded. Release all the hostages and you can still fight for leniency. Otherwise you'll only have one way to die." The surrounding citizens who were unsure of what was going on all gathered around when they heard the sound, wanting to see what was going on. A number of people have joined the live stream as well. This scene is ridiculous to say the least. Chen Feng kidnapped 366 patrolmen by himself? And in the patrol? Those patrolmen were like little chickens with unarmed hands, not daring to move a muscle in front of Chen Feng, and it was as if Chen Feng had become possessed. A black aura was released from his body, and his eyes were like swords and blood in the deep sea. At this moment, the trial officially begins. Chen Feng had a live reporter bring him tea and hot water, and sat down easily to drink the tea. A snap of the fingers followed. There was a snap. It was as if the abyss of hell had been opened and the door to their death pushed open. He silently read. The first batch of people to leave are Li Yuxiang, Zhu Xiuzhen, Yang He, Chao Yan, and Wei Dong. Chen Feng read out the names of 18 people in total. Each name made the crowd follow with their hearts tightening hard. Chapter 091. I advise you to be a spectator. All of these people whose names were read to them stood out involuntarily and lined up in front of the front to the window. Their bodies were not controlled at all, but a closer look revealed that each of them had a black shadow following behind them, dominating them as they did this. No, I don't want it. Ooh, I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children to support and an old mother to honor. I don't want to die. I'm only 21 years old. Can you let me live? The window opened and 18 of them stood up and cried out. They already seem to know what's going to happen next. It all seems to be a foregone conclusion that no one can change. Their agony, their pleas for mercy, seemed to become a funeral note to hell. Everyone's heart clenched hard. Captain, look, it's the Rangers, 18 in total. Someone on the side reminded Team Lu. Team Lu's brows furrowed, wondering what they were trying to do here. All standing at the window. Are they going to jump down? He hurriedly shouted out. All of you calm down. We are from the 2nd Patrol Bureau of Tianyang City. We're here to rescue you. All of you back off. I'll figure out how to break down the door. 8 stories high, with concrete floors below. They'd be dead for sure if they jumped from there. Team Lu, oof, we don't want to die. Come save us. Chen Feng is crazy. He wants to judge everyone. Quickly stop Chen Feng. We're not in control of our bodies at all. When this group of people saw Team Lu, they loudly begged for mercy. But this doesn't work at all. Soon a man in the lead named Li Yuxiang pulled out his sidearm. Pull the bolt with a click. The muzzle of the gun slowly moved to the position of his temple. Hey, Don, Team Lu yelled. Bang! Meanwhile the gun went off. Li Yuxiang's body instantly emptied, and his entire body also softened, falling limply from the 8th floor. A few seconds of falling, his body landed on the ground with a thud. Team Lu was baffled. The surrounding crowd was also baffled. The inspector killed himself? In front of everyone. What a situation. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? This brat, Chen Feng, knows evil magic? Team Lu stared in disbelief, secretly clenching his fists in chagrin. Li Yuxiang appears to have committed suicide, but he was manipulated. The point is that none of them could find any evidence and had to watch it happen. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterward, the 18 men standing on the upper floors fired one by one and fell from the high floors. One after the other is particularly rhythmic. 18 fresh lives, just dead. They live as if for this moment of death. Their lives instantly became meaningless. We can't wait any longer. Force our way in. Team Lu roared with rage. The people patrolling the layout around them were also angry. These were their fellow officers, just dying in front of them, and they couldn't do anything about it. Even if they did all the wrong things, Even if they did take bribes, they wouldn't go so far as to die, would they? Who the hell is Chen Feng and what gives him the right to judge so many people? It is inherently wrong to try the Rangers. First squad, break the door. Team Lu shouted out the order. The first squad, totaling more than 20 people and heavily armed, intended to break in through the main entrance. They were armed with doorbreakers and rushed on command. On the live feed, Chen Feng seemed to have sensed something as well. I advise you to be a spectator, and live and die as my enemy. Chen Feng still dared to threaten them. How could Team Lu put up with this? Hurry up and break the door for me. The first time you break the door, go, go, go. Break it at all costs. Soon, those who rushed ahead also realized the weirdness of the place. The doors of the patrol bureau were shrouded in a cloud of blackness, as if they were transparent walls, separating it all from them. One of the leading men immediately pulled out a miniature bomb, installed it, and ducked to the side in preparation for detonation. And just then, a black arm seemed to appear before the crowd. A hideous laugh accompanied them. The black arm held the miniature bomb and threw it into the squad as it was about to explode. No. Boom. The sound of the bombs dispersed. There were only 2 people left in a squad of more than 20 people. The rest were either blown to bits or seriously injured. For a while, the front door of the patrol bureau was a bloody mess. The screams were endless. Team Lu's eyes froze, and his heart shrunk fiercely. More than 20 people just died? Instantly blown up. They all clearly watched that scene just now. The miniature bomb seemed to move on its own, falling into the crowd as it was about to explode. Is this a mere accident? However, he immediately thought of Chen Feng's words just now. He says he lives and dies with him as his enemy. Follow closely. Another group of people stood on the top floor. This time they each carried a bucket in one hand and a lighter in the other. It's the same for men and women. Team Lu's pupils shrunk into the most dangerous pinprick shape, immediately knowing what they were going to do. Get the firefighters here. Move it. Open the hydrants around the area. Quick! The man next to him was still in the throes of grief over the loss of his teammate, and it took him half a second to react to the words. They hurried toward a nearby fire hydrant, but it's still too late. Just one by one, those standing on the roof of the building emptied the small buckets in their hands. Those are gasoline. Then with special understanding, they lit the fire engine in their hands and aimed it at their own bodies to burn. None would do so. All were crying out. All were begging for mercy. But it didn't help in the slightest. They were instantly ablaze with fire. Afterwards, he leapt down from the top floor with a blazing fire. Another sound of a body hitting the ground came. The scene was already quiet. The pressure was all on Team Lu. The main door was something he didn't dare to break open again, so he could only have the second squad meander around to the window and find a way to break in. The second squad was increased to over 30 this time. They were ordered to go around to the east side of the patrol building and prepare to break a window to get in. But they used window breaking tools that failed to work every day, and the windows became harder than steel. Smashed the window a couple times. Suddenly dark shadows were seen flickering inside. The head of the one who rushed at the front without warning flew straight out, as if it had been plucked out hard, without any trace of being cut. Then there's number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Team Lu. There were 35 men in the second squad, and all of them were sacrificed. Look, what do we do next? An anxious report immediately came from the intercom. Team Lu's legs went soft when he heard this, and he almost couldn't hold back from kneeling on the ground. There were 50 people in the first and second teams, and they're all dead? These are the best of the best in the patrol. What kind of power was in Chen Feng? Many of you readers who sent gifts. It's really nice to see your gifts. Thanks for your support and recognition. Chapter 092 Fate in Your Own Hands, 4 shifts. In the live broadcast room, Chen Feng was still leisurely drinking tea, as if what was going on outside had nothing to do with him. The 100 Ghost streamer was functioning non-stop, with souls being absorbed in non-stop, and a black shadow hanging around it. The picture was quite explosive. Evil souls, and ordinary souls he spared through and through. Evil souls are simply swallowed, and ordinary souls are left inside to be slowly tortured. The few reporters next to Chen Feng who were engaged in live broadcasting were completely dumbfounded. Had I known that they shouldn't have come into the live broadcast just to rub it in, I thought it would be an easy job, but I didn't realize it would be so dangerous. This gentleman sitting here is simply a murderer. He kills without blinking an eye. Soon enough, Team Lu linked in. He was all tense, and that crybaby look was worse than a dead mom. So many people died in the patrol, and so many of the men he brought with him. How is he going to explain this to his superiors? Chen Feng, what exactly will make you stop? Tell me your terms. Any condition we accept. Team Lu came up and directly made their conditions. Chen Feng did not answer him, but instead got up and walked towards the door. Zhang Hai, who was next to him, had already broken. Every bone in his body was crushed. and his death was incomparable. Outside the door, there was the office area, and at the moment there was a line of people standing in the middle of the office area. They were all ready to hang up the rope and were about to do so. This, Lu team, is another cold sweat flow wildly. The trial. It's still going on. My daughter has left this world, and my heart has completely sunk. I have only one thought now, and that is to kill all these sinful people. The patrol is tainted with corruption up and down the line. It's time to reshuffle the deck, Chen Feng said, looking towards the hanging ones with a slight smile. Everyone, it's time to hit the road. He snapped his fingers. A group of men across the street immediately put their necks into the ropes. The camera shows them struggling as hard as they can, their legs stomping hard in the air, the unbearable pain of suffocation agonizing them. Eventually it slowly lost its life. Lu team, I asked clearly about the patrol bureau, the people Chen Feng killed, including Wu Gang and Shanghai. None of them are innocent. They all have something on them. A person next to Lu team walked over and whispered with a gloomy face. Team Lu's head was buzzing. Chen Feng was not prepared to talk to them at all. Team Lu came out of the broadcast room and rushed to report to his superiors. Reporting to the leader. My situation here is a bit troublesome. Chen Feng has become murderous. We can't stop him at all. Please ask your superiors to arrange for reinforcements to come over. No, don't have the patrol come. Please notify the evil breakers to come. Breaking the evil game. The members in there are some high rollers. These are one of the most secretive yet high-profile organizations in the East Kingdom. They will only step in if there is something that the patrol can't solve. For example, the previous 9 Dragons Coiling Pillar incident, the H River Reversal incident, and the XX Country Fighting incident were all resolved by them. The Evil Breaking Bureau had long since become an indispensable force in the Eastern Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, the 366 men of the patrol are now down to about 100. Jumping, lighting fires, hanging, all of these men ended their crimes in the most painful way possible. Chen Feng temporarily halted the trial. He was weighing it up in his mind. What should be the penalty for these remaining 100 middle leaders? The ones that died before were nothing more than minions. It's their horse's front. The really bad ones. They are. The internet is, as a result, buzzing. These people really deserve to die. I think they deserve it. It's time for a big change in the patrol. I've been bullied by them enough in the past. Chen Feng is simply an angel of justice. There's still about 100 people left here. Why isn't Chen Feng making a move? Chen Feng has gone soft? Chen Feng was standing in the hall at the moment. Those 100 people stood straight in front of him, like little employees being lectured by their leader. Chen Feng sneered. Gentlemen, all of you are middle-level leaders of the Patrol Bureau. You are usually busy squandering your money, bullying people without backgrounds, and befriending the rich. You are truly good servants of the people of Baitsong City. As far as I know, each of you took a bribe of about $2 million. Incidents like my daughter's should be countless. I think it seems a little wrong to just let you guys die like that. Because, well, that would be too sanctimonious. I like the saying that one's fate should be in one's own hands. Today, then, I will give you this opportunity. Chen Feng snapped his fingers. On the opposite side, 100 black shadows immediately appeared. Unable to see the faces of these black shadows, they could only feel endless fear. Every black shadow here is a killing puppet. If any of you can break up this black shadow, then I will give you the chance to live. The time is 1 hour. If you can't win or lose after that, you die. Chen Feng looked at the time and left a reporter on the scene, turning around to go back himself. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly one man led the way with a yell, charging towards the dark figure on the opposite side of the room. The black shadow looked ethereal, but it actually had flesh and blood. They soon fought. At the same time everyone else reacted. They knew that this was the last chance Chen Feng had given them. If they don't fight for this opportunity, they really won't even be alive at the end of the day. For a while, the crowd had gone crazy and pounced on the black shadow across the street. 1 minute and 1 second passed. Team Lu, the passers-by, and the live stream viewers, they all watched this with bated breath. It's really crazy for them. The remaining 100 people inside fought with the black shadow, but the picture was very different from what they thought. This seems to be a one-sided hunt. Each of those dark shadows is very capable of fighting. The first person who rushed up just now had already been stabbed a dozen times and fell aside. Others have had their hamstrings and veins picked out, and some have even had their bellies cut open and their intestines exposed. These dark shadows are taciturn. They didn't have a single move to win. Each move avoided the opponent's vitals. It was all about playing slowly. It's all about killing slowly. This might have also been deliberately arranged by Chen Feng, just to make them experience hellish pain. Let them watch as they are killed one at a time. The feeling of being powerless and full of desire to survive is devastating to think about. Where do those 100 people stand a chance of winning? There is only one way left for them to go, and that is to die a slow torturous death. Eyeing a few dark figures as if they had discussed the situation, they began to take the ribs of a few people. The scene was gruesome at one point. That live reporter's hands are starting to shake. Have the people from the Evil Breaking Bureau not arrived yet? Team Lu shouted. These images are now being streamed live, with incalculable negative repercussions. If the person who breaks the Evil Bureau doesn't come, the consequences will be unimaginable. No one but them could stop Chen Feng. Team Lu, the people from the Evil Breaking Bureau have arrived. Suddenly, a car came alongside. It's the car that breaks the evil game. Chapter 093, The Best Bait. The car stopped and 3 men got down from it. These 3, all dressed plainly, as if they were ordinary citizens, they could not see anything extraordinary in them. The masters are in the folklore and the clowns are in the halls. For the people of the Evil Breaking Bureau, such simple dress was the best way to hide their identity. They don't want to be exposed. It comes out when it's necessary. Otherwise there will be a lot of unnecessary trouble. Evil Breaking Bureau, Lu Lei, Gui Yi, and Song Dingy come to report. Gui Yi stood in front and looked seriously at Team Lu. You guys are finally here. Take a look inside. Save the people from the Patrol Bureau. Team Lu was on the verge of breaking down and shouted as if begging for mercy. Gui Yi and a few of them were watching the live stream just now. He was quite calm about it. Don't panic. That Chen Feng is nothing more than an evil cultivator, borrowing the name of the Heavenly Master to enter the devil. He thinks he's very high and mighty, but he's actually a piece of trash. I can handle him all by myself. Team Lu was in a hurry. Please move faster. The people inside won't be able to carry it anymore. Gui Yi and the others glanced inside. On the 3rd floor of the building, it's already hell on earth. This floor is dedicated to those who kill each other. These middle leaders usually do the easiest job in the Patrol Bureau, but the power in their hands is not small. Ruling people's lives and deaths, judging people's sins. Now they're finally getting a taste of what it's like to be judged. Everyone is being hunted by dark shadows and killed in the most painful way possible. Every now and then a creepy shriek came from inside, piercing and soul-shattering, like a knife in the throat. Gui Yi dragged out 3 coffins from the back of the car. It's actually a simple body shroud, and you can tell by the shape of the bag that it's filled with dead people. Team Lu and the others' scalps went numb. In broad daylight, this man took out the body? Are all the evil breakers so fierce? Gui Yi pulled out a weeping stick and hit the corpse a few times. The 3 corpses immediately stood up. All 3 were 2 meter tall, grim-faced, burly men. Corpse control? Everyone's brains were shaken. This is a secret art. Corpses follow me. Break the door quickly. Gui Yi shouted. The 3 corpses walked over to the door, shook their huge bodies, and were about to slam it. Suddenly, at this point, instead, the door opened. Chen Feng stood in the doorway with a cup of tea. Corpse catchers, Taoist Orthodox, and one more, a 9 Gates mage? Chen Feng looked at them with a smile. Since you know our identity and strength, why don't you surrender obediently? Tell the people inside to stop killing. Chen Feng, you're sinning, the 3 immediately yelled. Chen Feng then laughed. Evil Breaking Bureau, I have no grudge against you, but since you are willing to provoke me, I will not be polite. It's good that the 3 of you die for now today. I'll log up some other day and exterminate the Evil Breaking Bureau. What? All 3 of them were shocked to hear this. This kid is crazy. He dared to underestimate the Evil Breaking Bureau. Corpses rise, vertical and horizontal. Gui Yi yelled, his hands maneuvering the corpse towards Chen Feng. At the same time, Lu Lei and Song Dingy both rushed up together. They only wanted to kill Chen Feng quickly to complete the mission. The people inside are still fighting, so it's a good time to save one. 3 corpses played the lead, their empty eyes filled with murderous hostility. Whoosh! Suddenly, a body stopped, as if he was a puppet with broken strings. No matter how Gui Yi manipulated him, he just did not move at all. What's the situation? My corpse control technique has gone wrong? Gui Yi stared round in disbelief. Immediately after that, a dark shadow appeared next to the corpse. The black shadow carved out a human figure, but his features were blurred, couldn't see his original appearance at all, and could only be distinguished from the shape as a human figure. He lightly tapped his finger on the corpse's head. Boom! The body instantly shattered into countless pieces. Then a second, third. Gui Yi's brain instantly shook. He hurriedly shouted, Lu Lei, Song Dingy, hurry back. This person is surrounded by evil spirits. The words just came out of his mouth. Suddenly, he felt his body being squeezed hard by a big invisible hand. All the pressure of his entire body was centered on the top of his head. He looked at Team Lu beside him in despair. Bang! His body, crushed, red and white splattered all over the place. Hiss! Team Lu, the Patrol Bureau, and the many people in the crowd were all taken aback. A good one just exploded? And this is the man who broke the Evil Bureau. The people who broke the evil game, yes, are all men of God. Just die. Marred. Retreat. Lu Lei roared in anger as he saw Gui Yi being killed. He didn't dare to continue to make a move on Chen Feng, so he crushed the jade pendant he was wearing on his chest. A golden light wrapped him up. This was something he used to save his life, and now that the situation was urgent, he had no choice but to use it. Once he had crawled out from amongst countless corpses by relying on this life-preserving secret technique, and now he was just as able to return in one piece. It was just a pity that he couldn't avenge Gui Yi today. I didn't realize that there was an evil soul present in this kid, which was something they hadn't expected. Song Dingy also hurriedly conjured up a Dharma-like essence Luan to cover himself and use it for defense. But soon, they then heard a wailing in their ears. The voice seemed to directly penetrate their eardrums and enter their heads, incomparably deep and devilish. Hey, aha! What is this thing? Although Lu Lei was a person of Taoism and had usually seen many demons and ghosts, he was still frightened by the scene in front of him at this moment. Standing densely around him were all evil spirits, and Chen Feng, holding the 100 ghost streamer, was looking at them and smiling. Why are you two in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you act as bait for the 100 ghosts? My evil soul, having received your offerings, will be even more delicious. The two men had a dead look in their eyes. They couldn't escape with so many evil souls around them, and at the same time, they had learned a message from Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng was devouring souls. He swallowed the soul to replenish himself, which is simply unheard of. In the next second, countless evil souls wrapped them up, like locusts crossing the border, swallowing their bodies, leaving only the two heads banging on the ground. At this moment, the dignity of the evil breaking bureau was all gone. Everything was reduced to bait for Chen Feng. Finished, Team Lu's legs went soft, finally failed to control the thoughts of that invaded, directly kneeling on the ground. The people of the evil breaking bureau can't do anything with Chen Feng. How can they be opponents? Should we just watch those people get killed and do nothing about it? Chen Feng stood still the entire time without moving a muscle, and without even seeing how he struck. Those three people died. Chen Feng silently asked in his heart, Elder Wind, how does the person who broke the evil bureau taste? Feng Wuji was very excited. Ha ha, very good. I didn't expect them to be refining their souls, saving us a lot of trouble. Chen Feng, go and break the evil game afterward and swallow their souls to replenish my power. They are the best bait ever. Chapter 094, Death Envelope. Chen Feng nodded his head and agreed. I'll go and break the evil bureau once I'm done with the matter at hand, so I'll let Elder Wind have his fill at that time. Feng Wuji's soul had recovered 30%. That's still a sizable recovery in just a few days. With the 100 ghost streamer, it was even more convenient for Chen Feng to collect evil souls, and besides, in the 100 ghost streamer it was possible to slightly refine the evil souls, and swallowing them was even more effective. The more Chen Feng looked forward to the image of Feng Wuji's 100% soul infusion. Amidst the stupefied gazes of the crowd at the patrol bureau, Chen Feng turned around and walked back. The door to the patrol office closed. Everyone's heart lifted. The killing continues. Chen Feng had no intention of letting anyone off the hook. Team Lu's head felt like it was exploding, rumbling inside. I thought that I could at least save all the people from the patrol bureau by coming here today. But who would have thought that so far none of them had been saved? And that I had taken quite a few of them on myself. Even the people who broke the evil game suffered. The leader's phone also called at this time. Team Lu, how many have you successfully rescued on your side? Team Lu's voice trembled, reporting to the leadership. None of them. What? Didn't the evil breakers go over there? Yes, they were killed too. Ha! In the live room, the crowd was talking at the moment. Cool, just had that scene. It was so damn enjoyable. Those three didn't look weak, but they were killed by Chen Feng just like that. Chen Feng is really strong. This world just needs people like Chen Feng. Chen Feng, kill through this world. Ha ha ha. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd in the live broadcast room, Chen Feng blew on his teacup, ignoring the sounds of the fight outside the door, and said with a smile, there's still one more thing to tell you all. Those of you who have gone to Qingfeng to pray for blessings, you should pay attention lately. Your great fortune is coming soon. Those of you who went to pray for blessings before, your Qi and life chakra were siphoned off by the Yu Qi realist of Qingfeng and refined and sold to others to earn benefits from it. Now that I've destroyed that place, no one will be able to provide for them in the future. Their Qi will get worse and worse, and the backlash will get worse and worse, and those great fortunes will slowly return to you. Also, this is something I think the Rangers should have known about. Only they turned a blind eye and never thought to care about it. Even a lot of people are still involved in it. Chen Feng's words caused everyone's hearts to jump for a moment. It's amazing how the Qi can be taken away when you go to pray. Thank you, Master Chen. No wonder I feel like my luck is getting worse lately. I had a similar feeling about how I couldn't get my hands on what was supposed to be mine. It's amazing how things that were on the table before can go wrong. So it's because of this. Me too. I feel like I could win the lottery, but I never do. I feel like I could be rich, but my fortune is getting away from me. Damn Chen Feng won. Damn the patrol bureau. That's when the fight there came to a close. More than 100 people. Almost all of them fell in a pool of blood. Ho Tianlong was one of the few people who held out until the end. His whole body looked especially horrible. The skin on his body was half stripped off. Bloody muscle tissue exposed to the air. Half of his face missing. The corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably while fear piled up in his eyes. That image just now was enough to remind him for the rest of his life. It was a fear he could never erase. Colleagues who usually love each other even kill each other in the end. They had already killed their eyes. They couldn't see if they were surrounded by co-workers or dark shadows. And they were directly killing each other. With blood flowing all around him and the smell of blood pounding his nose, he felt like he was in the middle of hell. Taking a moment to catch his breath, the dark figure reappeared. In this moment, he felt his heart clench. Ho Tianlong breathed heavily, fearful but at a loss. His heart was now overwhelmed with regret. He knows all about the patrol, yet he never stood up and said a word against it, simply because the patrol has good benefits and several rounds of bonuses every year. Any of them knew where those bonuses were coming from, yet none of them uttered a word of refusal, collecting the money one by one. Unbeknownst to them, they are charging other people's blood money. They shouldn't be making all this money, and they shouldn't be doing the lack of it. How many people have died unjustly at their hands? And how long has Chen Feng existed because of their patronage? Now it's finally time to pay for all this. Chen Feng, the hellspawn who bought their lives. When Chen Feng pushed open the door, Ho Tianlong was already dead. Everything around us could be described as hell. The walls and floor, even the ceiling, were covered in blood as well as unidentified body tissue. The dark shadows were still going back and forth over their bodies as if they were playing a game. There are broken limbs and arms everywhere. More than 100 people alive have become like this. These are all mid-level leaders in the patrol. It's been hard on you guys. You can go now, Chen Feng said to those live reporters. The men shuddered and barely cried out. Can they go? Thought I was going to die here. Chen Feng appeared to be a homicidal maniac. How could he let them go? Thank you, Master Chen. Many thanks to Master Chen for not killing me. Several people hurriedly bowed and then fled. Outside the door, Team Lu and the others all held their breaths, each standing in place and not daring to move. All dead. A patrol station. Now an empty city. This is the patrol bureau set up by the Eastern Kingdom. Who would have thought that someone would dare to challenge this? This is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Eastern country. Chen Feng, this is going against the grain. Lu Cheng did not dare to give the order to let people go in to check the bodies, but just stared blankly at the empty city. Soon the door opened and Chen Feng walked out from inside. He stretched and stretched. Looking up to the sky, he let out a long sigh. This world is finally a little bit clearer. Chen Feng walked straight towards the door. Team Lu and the others, but no one dared to stop, until Chen Feng's figure completely disappeared and was gone. The scene just exploded. Team Lu led a mad dash into the patrol station. Quickly, contact the ambulance. See if there are any survivors. The rest of you are coming in with me. The scene was a mess. The scene was completely shrouded in death. Chen Feng this matter directly rushed to the hot search. There was a lot of talk. However, most people were on Chen Feng's side to speak for him. By justice, I mean cynicism. Which of the people he killed didn't deserve to die? The patrol has long since rotted away, and they deserve to be exterminated. As for the Chen Feng's trading of qi, no official explanation was given. They can't explain this kind of thing. And many high-ranking officials have also been to Chen Feng, and they've all bought their qi. How do you say these things? For a while, they all endangered themselves. Breaking the evil bureau. The Tianyang City Patrol Bureau held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with Chen Feng next, while urgently deploying manpower. Fortunately, Chen Feng did not kill innocents indiscriminately, and for the time being, the citizens of Beitsong City were not in any danger, so this incident also gave them enough of a buffer. 3 hours into the meeting, they still made a decision. Arrest Chen Feng. Chapter 095 Justice League. Early morning, a high-class cemetery in Kitakura. There's a funeral going on here. It's Jiang Shuelan's funeral. The Sun family is here. Sun Tianyu, his father Sun Xing stood in the first row, both with their heads bowed, in silent tears. When he reached the melodramatic point, Sun Tianyu wailed loudly. Ooh, my mom is dead. That's my real mom. Dad, I must kill Chen Feng. This is simply his doing. I've saved all that video, and I've already reported it to the patrol bureau. Sun Tianyu's eyes were red from crying. Sun Xing, on the other hand, had a face that sank to the depths, and there was some vague helplessness in his eyes. Jiang Xuelan is dead. Of course he wants revenge. It's just that this is something to think long and hard about. That Chen Feng kid is no ordinary person. Dad, you're here. Suddenly, Sun Xing saw a person coming from the distance. This person is stout, full of determination, hair strands standing one by one on the head, wearing a Zhongshan suit, wearing sunglasses, giving people a strong sense of oppression. This man is Jiang Xuelan's father, Jiang Jianying. Lan's affairs, all done? Jiang Jianying took off his sunglasses. Those eyes, they were heartbreaking. He lost his daughter and cried bitterly for I don't know how long. But in the end, you have to face reality. Dad, it's all taken care of. It's just that Chen Feng, Sun Xing said, and his eyes turned red. The Beizong City Patrol Bureau was destroyed by Chen Feng, he said indifferently. What? The two looked over together, their eyes filled with incredulity, thinking he was joking. They had been so busy preparing for the funeral for the past 2 days that they hadn't bothered to watch the live broadcast. The North Barn City Patrol was wiped out? This feels as unreal as a sci-fi movie. With Chen Feng alone? After a brief moment of surprise, Sun Xing hammered the ground hard. Dad, don't worry. As much as he's capable, I'll personally kill him to avenge Lan. Jiang Jianying didn't say anything, but walked towards Jiang Xuelan's grave with big strides. Kitakura City, inside a high-class clubhouse. There were a dozen people gathered here. These, all parents of the surviving Yago League that day. Silence. Quite a few of them were watching it live yesterday. Chen Feng live-streamed the extermination of the Patrol Bureau. Who would have thought Chen Feng would be so bold? And his strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. One man can wipe out a patrol bureau. How can they, the parents, fight against that? On that day, the images of how horribly the patrolman died were still imprinted in their minds. Speaking Chen Feng's name now was a bludgeon to them all. Alas, the money we sent to the patrol bureau before, and the relationships we pulled are all nullified. Sighed a head of the family. Mud, you still care about that little money? It's our lives that are more important now, alright. Li Shanshan yelled without any good reason. Chen Feng can definitely find us here. The game between him and us isn't over yet. Have you forgotten? That one sentence brought the crowd back to silence. Death was as close to them as it had ever been. Bam! At that moment, the door of the clubhouse was opened, and a man striding in accompanied by several men in black. Everyone, I am Sun Tianyu's father, Sun Xing. I'm sure you've all heard about Chen Feng, and now he's gone killing mad. We're only going to die if we keep sitting around like this. We must unite to fight him to the death. Yes, we should fight Chen Feng to the death. Li Shanshan stood up and was the first to respond. Now, is there a way back for these parents? It's fight or die. Moreover, they knew the energy of the Sun family, and now that Sun Xing had stepped in, the chances of winning against Chen Feng were a bit greater. My Sun family has contacted the East Asian mercenaries. All of us will mobilize our respective networks to contribute. I don't believe we can't kill Chen Feng. That day he killed the patrol's men because of a sneak attack, and in a situation where the patrol wasn't even prepared. If we had been prepared to take the initiative, he would definitely not have been an opponent. Kill him, once and for all. We could form an alliance called the Justice League. That makes sense. Sun Xing's words ignited the crowd. Everyone had expressed their intention to crusade against Chen Feng, and they had all joined the Justice League. Ride the Wind Little Tea House. Early in the morning, looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street, Chen Feng sat down to drink tea. That day's livestream was directly blocked by the officials. I can't find any information online right now. More than 2,000 people had died in a short period of time, but the anger in Chen Feng's heart had yet to be extinguished. This matter is far from over. Whoosh! One of the Taoist talismans he had placed on the table burned without warning, and the afterglow of the burning formed a spell on the table, shimmering with golden light. Oh, looks like there's news. Chen Feng rushed to check it out. A person's name gradually emerged on the spell. Wang Shuzhen. After the events of that day were over, Chen Feng came back and started devouring the evil souls and counting the total number of evil souls. Doing the math, there was one person short of what happened that day at the schoolhouse forum, so Chen Feng released a spell to find out the whereabouts of this person. It turned out to be Wang Shuzhen. She was the culprit who killed Chen Xiao, and afterward, she didn't even show a hint of remorse and continued to vilify Chen Xiao on the forum. Such people have a heart of gold. It's just weird. Chen Feng had released countless evil soul shadows to deal with those 1409 people that day. That would be an excruciatingly painful torture for them mentally, physically, and in the extreme. That's why those people would rather jump into the river than choose to run away. Not many people can carry this kind of torture. And those black shadows are all the Taoist spells released by themselves. But they are not good enough to reach Wang Shuzhen. And there is a leakage? Chen Feng's hand dotted with vermilion sand. Sprinkle lightly on the ground. A pinch and a mantra followed. a phalanx formed out of thin air, and a black aura conjured up a tiny outline. There's a backlash? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, finding it very interesting. Wang Shuzhen, this is surrounded by high people to help. No wonder she got away with it. If she hadn't taken a careful inventory, she really would have gotten away with it. So what if you have help from a higher power? I'll kill you all the same. Chen Feng snorted coldly. He directly released the great young true flame and burned through the spell formation. Suddenly, a golden light spread from the end of the spell formation, directly swallowing the great young true flame. All sorts of murmurs, no end of them. Is this the sound of chanting? The sound came over like a wave, one after the other, accompanied by countless avenues. Light enveloped the spell. Monks? A chanter? Chen Feng looked over curiously, and in the midst of the spell formation, the name of a temple could be vaguely seen surfacing. Daranji. Chen Feng gradually put a cold smile on his face. So Wang Shuzhen had fled here. Let those monks chant day and night to get rid of the sins in themselves? Innocence. Do you really think that the Great Dragon Temple will protect you? I, Chen Feng, can't keep the people I want to kill, nor can Jesus. Chapter 096, My daughter's life is as expensive as 1,000 gold, 4 shifts. Daranji. Inside the Great Hall, a dozen monks are surrounding Wang Shuzhen, chanting sutras and ringing bells without stopping for a moment. Wang Shuzhen was getting annoyed. She was really upset. But don't dare to complain. Instead, it also sat very respectfully and listened. She'd heard the news yesterday that over 300 people up and down the patrol had been killed. All of them died in Chen Feng's hands. Revenge had never been closer to her. She regretted a million times in her heart. Had she known this, how would she have dared to bully Chen Xiao? It's even tempting to offer her up. It was only at lunchtime that Wang Shuzhen had time to rest for a few moments. Her mother, Chen Suhua, is here with her, intending to take her daughter abroad when the storm has passed. Avoid that lunatic Chen Feng forever. Mom, do you think that these monks chanting scriptures really work? Wang Shuzhen asked as she ate. Mother nodded. That's natural. Several of my friends have said that this great dragon temple is particularly spiritual. When they were haunted by evil spirits before, they came here to break their demons. And it worked. You've heard about those people jumping into the river. How come you're okay when they're all dead? It's because these monk masters are helping you. It is said that all people are equal. But can those poor people afford to have money to hire these gurus? Who will chant for those poor people? After eating, these monks continued to start chanting. Wang Shuzhen just knelt there. Just then, suddenly, above the great hall, a dark shadow floated over from nowhere. The dark figure had a repulsive face and a piercing, evil laugh on its lips. It floated like a dark cloud. There's a ghost there. Wang Shuzhen shrieked, her hand trembling as she pointed into the distance. Those monks saw the ghostly figure at the same time. One of the old monks leading the group frowned. This ghostly figure dared to appear in broad daylight? It's also a little too licentious. What a place to be. Vidra mantra. He reached out and pointed, a golden light spreading over, wrapping around the simple black shadow like the sun shining. Then those monks next to him chanted even louder. The black figure was blocked by the golden light with nowhere to escape. And in the midst of these chanting sounds, the figure slowly disappeared, decayed, and turned into a ball of black gas that was completely gone. See that, daughter? This is the power of those masters. No demon or devil can come close to you, including that Chen Feng. Chen Suhua said smugly from the side. Wang Shuzhen also put down her heart. Dalong Temple can still be trusted. As long as one survives, it's better than nothing. Slap. The sound of someone clapping came from the doorway. You masters are so strong. You were able to destroy that evil spirit. No wonder my spell formation couldn't even affect you. Wow. In an instant, the many monks stopped chanting, looked toward the door. A silhouette of a person appeared right in front of them. It's Chen Feng. He was dressed in a sports outfit and looked like he had come to climb a mountain. But the murderous aura that came out of his eyes was very different from the aura he carried. As if to judge everyone. Chen Feng? He. Is Chen Feng. When Wang Shuzhen saw this person, she froze for a moment and immediately screamed out. 1 second she thought she had dodged a bullet. And the next Chen Feng killed her. Is he coming for himself? How does he know he's here? This is evil. Chen Feng looked at Wang Shuzhen with a smile. The debt you owe, it's time to pay it back now. Don't you dare touch my daughter. Chen Suhua didn't expect Chen Feng to actually dare to come and froze for a moment, but quickly stood in front of her daughter and opened her arms to protect her. Don't be in a hurry. Today, both you and your daughter must die. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, ignoring the fact that there were so many monks around. Scholar, in this temple, please do not talk about killing. Monks are not allowed to kill. An old monk stood up, folded his hands and gave Chen Feng a salute. Where's the madman from? No one is allowed to come here to sow their wild oats. This is the Great Dragon Temple. Is this a place for you to fool around? Kneel down for the host yet. The other monks all started to get up in arms as well. Chen Feng was exasperated and laughed. A group of monks, confusing right and wrong and covering up the darkness here. Was this still the original intention of the Buddhist people? Chen Feng simply clawed in the air. Boom! Wang Shuzhen's left arm exploded directly. The blood mist spread, and she instantly felt her body lighten. Her weight all instantly dropping quite a bit. Aha! My arm! My arm is gone. Wang Shuzhen looked down and instantly panicked. Cold sweat whooshed out. Ouch! Oh my daughter! You murdering touchy-feely! Madman! Master! Quick! Help me get rid of him! He's crazy! Chen Xiao jumped anxiously. Her own daughter's arm exploded at once. She didn't even react. She'll be handicapped without her arm. Who would have thought that in front of so many people he would dare to make a move? The corners of that old host's mouth twitched for a moment, and some evil that was hard to press down flickered in his eyes. The monk sect beside them all clenched their fists as well, while their eyes all turned scornful. This guy was so evil that he just grabbed his opponent's arm in the air and exploded? What kind of spell is this? Schizo, please stop the evil in your hands. It's not too late to lose your way. Chen Feng didn't listen to what this old thing was saying at all and pointed with one hand, only to see that instantly, fire shot out in all directions, spreading over Wang Shuzhen's legs. It's on fire. Help! Wang Shuzhen's pain of losing her arms had not yet eased, and immediately the sharp pain of her legs being burned spread again. Put out the fire. Everyone, help put out the fire. Chen Xiao shrieked and was the first to rush up, using her body to crush the fire, but immediately afterward, she jumped at the heat. The flames simply cannot be extinguished. Those monks next to me are on it. All kinds of fire extinguishers, put them out with their clothes, but all to no avail. Not only did the flames not get smaller, but a number of people were burned. What kind of flame is this? A huge question mark hung in their hearts. Mom, I hurt. Ah, my leg. The cries of Wang Shuzhen spread throughout the entire hall. In less than a minute, her hands were charred and turned into two dry, dead logs. In a short period of time Wang Shuzhen changed her appearance, just like a dry corpse, and the fear value was directly pulled full. She gasped loudly, nervous as hell. She didn't know what other methods Chen Feng was planning to use to torture himself, and that feeling of having no bottom in her heart was the hardest thing to endure. Even with his own mother present, even with so many masters present, Chen Feng would have dared to strike just the same. He really is crazy. Chen Xiao looked at her daughter's two charred legs and lost control of her emotions. Chen Feng, what the hell do you want? It's not your turn to judge my daughter. What can my daughter do even if she kills your daughter Chen Xiao? My daughter's life is as valuable as 1,000 pieces of gold. Chen Feng, I just don't believe that no one in this world can cure you anymore. Chapter 097, Die Like This? Snap. Chen Feng flicked his hand. Chen Xiao directly swallowed the latter words back into his stomach. The whole person turned several times in the air, and fell hard on the ground with an empty sound. She opened her mouth and spat out 7 or 8 teeth. Chen Feng, you asterisk and $$ hashtag at. Hearing these words, everyone in the Great Hall was also silent for a moment. It turned out to be so, that Chen Xiao's daughter had killed Chen Feng's daughter, so people came to the door. The abbot even said he had been taken in. I should have charged more if I had known there was this kind of hatred. So many people had chanted the mantra for so many days, fending off so many wrong souls for her, and they were earning hard-earned money. Scholar, this is the Great Dragon Temple. There is no room for you to kill innocents indiscriminately, the abbot yelled. Those monks immediately surrounded Chen Feng. Chen Feng sneered, the corner of his mouth slowly picking up. I, Chen Feng, never kill innocents indiscriminately, and no one who is here today will survive. What? The corners of the abbot's mouth were about to split. What the hell is this kid talking about? He's not only here for Wang Shuzhen's mother and daughter, he's going to deal with all of them? This is the Great Dragon Temple. It's their territory. How crazy is he to say something like that? Chen Feng's eyes passed through these monks and aimed at Wang Shuzhen and Chen Xiao in the distance. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a devilishly evil smile. All adults, you should think of the price before you do something. This world has a cycle of karma. The pain you once brought to others will now all be retributed to you. When you get to that world, apologize properly to my daughter. Chen Xiao, I can see that you love your daughter very much. From now on, the black shadow behind you will cut off a piece of flesh from your body every second. If you can make the first move to cut the flesh from your daughter's body, then you can spare yourself the pain. I'd like to see how deep your mother-daughter bond is, and how far you'd go for your daughter. After Chen Feng finished speaking, a black shadow appeared behind Chen Xiao. The shadow seemed to come from another world, muddy and turbid, and all that could be seen was a sharp knife held in his hand, chilling and cold. Game on. Swish. That black shadow directly slashed and stabbed at Chen Xiao, but the stab was measured and didn't hurt the internal organs. Just left a scar on the skin and then a piece of flesh fell off with a gentle hook. It hurts. Chen Xiao screamed and reached out to touch her back, which was covered in blood. She looked towards Chen Feng, and instantly the fear in her heart was pulled full. What Chen Feng had just said wasn't a joke. He was serious. De Lo Sutra. All chant up. There are evil spirits here, the abbot yelled, and a group of monks immediately sat down and chanted at the black shadow. As they chanted, there was constantly golden light crashing into the black shadows. Chen Feng's gaze also landed on the abbot at this moment. You, instead of being a good monk, you are forced into the mortal world to think about the life of those who spend their time in the world. Can you afford this Buddhist attainment? It is only right that Buddhists should eschew such nonsense. The abbot's pale eyes flashed with a cold light. Very upset. You're talking nonsense. The old man has never done those things that betray the Buddhist family. So, what's that luxury car you parked behind the temple? So, what about that actress you went to the hotel for a private meeting the other day? Then, what about the deposits of over 8 figures in your bank card? Chen Feng's 3 questions of the soul directly caused the abbot to break his defenses. The Great Hall, too, was quiet for a moment. Everyone's eyes froze down. They didn't understand how Chen Feng knew all of this. This can all be secret. Also, inside this box, I'm afraid it's hiding something good, Chen Feng said and saw the box in the corner next to him. It's got a lock on it. Stick a seal on it. This box cannot be touched. The abbot yelled as if his tail had been stepped on. Chen Feng laughed, then gently hooked his finger. That box snapped open. All of a sudden the black gas inside was released. All sorts of cries and wolves howling in the ears, such as the devil's voice ingested. The faces of the monks in the great hall changed, and each of them kept backing up and screaming in fear. These are the sins you have done. What? Don't dare to face it now? Dalong Temple used to be considered a pure land, but now, it's become a place for rich people to get rid of evil. When they killed people, some of them would be tormented by the spirits of the wrongdoers. So they came to the Great Dragon Temple and paid you to recite the sutras to seal up those spirits. You only take money, but you don't even ask if it's right or wrong. You guys are really capable of going to great lengths in order to collect those black money. As Chen Feng spoke, he also thoughtfully stepped aside from the doorway, allowing those unjust souls to escape and seek revenge on those who had killed them. The abbot's eyes were shocked for a moment. Then they turned ferocious. Since Chen Feng knew everything, there was nothing to pretend. It wouldn't do to get rid of Chen Feng today. He began to recite the sutra silently under his breath, and a golden light erupted from between his hands. Dala Dharma Palm. The abbot came straight at him with a slap. The palm winds are overflowing, and the palms are invincible. This palm triggered the surrounding wind and clouds to tumble directly towards him. The brilliant golden light seemed to cut through all the evils of the world. Seeing that Chen Feng did not dodge, the corners of the abbot's mouth could not be suppressed from rising. This palm went over, containing 80% of his own power. Chen Feng would surely die. Kill him, then ask the Wang family for more money and have a good time. However, underneath the golden light that was filled with positive energy, a black aura suddenly flashed. This black gas was so deep that it actually broke through the golden light for a moment. What's even more puzzling to the abbot is this. In this black gas, it was as if he saw countless grievous souls roaring. The Dala Dharma palm was broken. Dark shadows turned into sharp blades. Boom! The abbot's body directly turned into a mist of blood. Dead. The abbot just died? The crowd couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Still a photo face. Chen Feng did not even recite a spell, just a casual flick of the hand. The abbot died? It's so exciting, the vice abbot exclaimed. Everyone avenged the abbot. Martyr! Kill this brat! In an instant, the many monks all rushed towards Chen Feng. These normally benevolent presences have now turned meaner than anyone else. Each and every one of them had eyes that were glazed over, as if they wanted to devour Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at these people who had come to die, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became harder and harder to suppress. These can be excellent evil souls. It could replenish a lot of strength for Wind Reckless. It's like a beautiful meal delivered to your door. Thus, Chen Feng drew the ground as a spell, pointing the talisman with one hand and pinching the hand resolution, his body's black aura shining like a dazzling essence. In this moment, it was as if he was judging the world. Chapter 098. Eyes clear up. Bang! Bang on! Those monks on the opposite side couldn't even get close to Chen Feng, and before they could come over, they were pinched and burst, their mangled bodies falling all around, either only a head or a leg and an arm. In the great hall, it was like the end of hell. The blood-stained Buddha's clothes are 1,000 feet across. Those monks were all charging at first, after which they began to desperately retreat and flee for their lives. The Chen Feng in front of him wasn't even human. He was a demon. The bodies of the monks beside him exploded one by one, and the blood mist could have formed a waterfall. The evil souls in each person's body were instantly drained away upon their death, and all of them entered Chen Feng's 100 ghost streamer. One could even hear the sound of their agonizing screams constantly hovering in their ears. The vice abbot was dumbfounded. His obese body couldn't move a muscle, and the image in front of him made him feel like he was electrocuted. Those monks from Dalong Temple are all concentrated here. About 40 people. Now they're all dead, including the abbot. The great hall where the scriptures were originally chanted had now turned into hell. All sorts of disorganized limbs and broken arms appeared with great impact. Flutter. The vice abbot knelt down. Knock knock. The hint of hostility that had existed in his eyes turned clear in an instant. At this moment, all that appeared in his head were the images from before. Originally, they were bent on returning to the Buddha, but shortly afterward he and the abbot's senior brother died because there was no money for medical care. That kills the first time they feel the cruelty of the world. They are very attached to their elder brother. If they could have figured out how to get the money, then the tragedy might not have happened. And that's when they started getting desperate for money. Started amassing money like crazy. Started doing all sorts of unconscionable things. Even sealing that poor wrong soul. One wrong move and they lose everything. There's no turning back now. Master Chen. I was wrong. Boom. Before Chen Feng could even finish his sentence, he directly pinched him into a bloody mist. He doesn't bother to listen to nonsense. This world is a bit cleaner again. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction, looking at those evil souls amongst the 100 ghost streamers with great satisfaction. There were enough of these evil souls to feed themselves for a while, especially the evil spirit of the abbot. It was a delicious meal. Now all that remained in the great hall were monotonous, miserable, crumbling cries. The voice, it's coming from Chen Xiao. She didn't know when she already had an extra knife in her hand, which was stained with blood, and she was lying on top of Wang Shuzhen, stabbing over with a knife. She stabbed and mumbled as she did so, tears still streaming down her face. The dark figure standing behind her was motionless, but oppressive. Daughter, I'm sorry, Mom can't stand it anymore. You just share some of it for me. A few stabs on you won't kill you. Don't you see you're still breathing? Think of it as a favor to me. It wasn't easy for me to raise you all these years. Wang Shuzhen, underneath, had long been on the verge of collapse. He was covered in scars like flayed fish scales. You can imagine how much it hurts to have the flesh stripped off your body a little at a time. Wang Shuzhen had no resistance at all and could only watch as her mother cut the flesh from her body. She was in pain as it was. When did her mother, who usually loved her, become so cold-blooded? How dare you go down on yourself like that? That black shadow was watching Chen Xiao closely. As long as she moved a little slower, she immediately rushed up and slashed. Stimulated by the intense pain, she had no choice but to go after Wang Shuzhen. Oh, you're not my mom. Get out. You get out. Help. Chen Feng, kill me. You kill me now. Wang Shuzhen's agonized voice came through, screaming her heart out. Chen Feng stood to the side smilingly. The pace is still too slow. It needs to be faster. He snapped his fingers. The black shadow behind Chen Xiao's back moved faster all of a sudden. He gripped the knife in both hands, and regardless, he stabbed at Chen Xiao's body, then cut off the flesh. Aha! It hurts. Please, stop it. Daughter, I'm sorry. Chen Xiao screamed miserably as she moved her knife against Wang Shuzhen. The screams of mother and daughter seemed to form a beautiful concerto. Wang Shuzhen, in particular, cried and screamed at the same time, her voice piercing. However, Chen Feng still felt that the pace was slow. A second black shadow was released, and together they cooperated to lay their hands on Chen Xiao. Soon, Chen Xiao couldn't carry it anymore. I don't know how many knives were inflicted on my body. It was like a lingering death. It was only at the end that it lost its life completely. Chen Feng took away her evil soul and refined it amongst the 100 ghosts. After that he walked up to Wang Shuzhen. She's not dead. There was also faint breathing, and his mouth murmured something that Chen Feng couldn't understand at all. Any sin that comes to the end of being destroyed will be purified. But what's the point? Chen Feng squatted down and looked at Wang Shuzhen for a while. At that moment, her cell phone rang. It was a photo sent by her father, Wang Jiangwo. He appears to be in the gleaming halls where he's presenting awards. Best philanthropist. These few words made Chen Feng unable to stop himself from laughing out loud again. Wang Jiangwo, really dare to play Jianshuan Hotel? Interesting. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth rose. Following that, he carried Wang Shuzhen, went down the mountain, and rushed towards there. Halfway down the road, Feng Wuji's voice came from his head. Chen Feng, it seems that someone is coming. It's 2 Taoist cultivators and 1 Buddhist. When Chen Feng heard this, he simply stopped, throwing Wang Shuzhen aside. He took out the tea set he had with him and made himself a pot of tea, sitting in place and waiting. Not much longer, 2 figures appeared on the opposite side. The 2 of them were holding long swords. their bodies as light as swallows, and they seem to have excellent body skills. You're Chen Feng? One of them spoke curiously, while the shock unfolded in his heart. That bloody thing thrown around Chen Feng was a human being? Is this a human being? What has become of this man? Both legs were burnt, an arm was missing, and there were countless wounds on his body. If he hadn't been mentally strong, he would have been on his knees vomiting by now. You guys are? Chen Feng looked up. Those two were strangers to him. We're from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Chen Feng, you destroyed Qingfengguan. You should always give us an explanation. Today, we're going to take you back for questioning. Oh, so it's for Qingfengguan. Chen Feng understood. So without further ado, he reached out and grabbed it. A black silhouette took shape in the air, only to see a huge palm come out of nowhere, bringing out a black composition of Taoist charms. Those charms were inscribed with black aura and looked eerie. Boom! One of the Taoists simply had his pupils shrink, and in the next second, he was reduced to a mist of blood. The Taoist next to him was just about to get it on when his own companion hung up. Blood splattered all over. He wiped his face and looked over incredulously. Elder brother, you're dead? Chapter 099. What is wrong with you? You killed my senior brother. The other Taoist was instantly dumbfounded. Feeling the smell of blood, he realized that he had messed with the wrong person. It was an order from above for him to come after Chen Feng, but it didn't say that he was so strong. Elder brother's strength had surpassed his own, yet he couldn't even carry a single move in Chen Feng's hands? I can warn you, we are from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Kill me and you won't want to live. Either, he shrieked as he quickly choked in his hands. A secret talisman was then called out. It was burning with zhuazhua chi waves, and the essence light silhouette was hanging on it like a great god of the ancient times. This Taoist is terrified. It's straight up open. This was his strongest Tao, and releasing it at full strength would at least ensure that he would be able to retreat in one piece. The shadow was as wide as a tall building as it stomped towards Chen Feng. Swish! Only to see Chen Feng grabbing out of thin air. That virtual shadow was directly strangled, and then its body directly exploded. It shattered into crumbs with a loud bang. The Taoist's heart went completely cold. The heart is a million regrets. In the next second, Chen Feng's palm landed on him. He went completely up in smoke. The two evil souls entered Chen Feng's 100 ghost streamer. Behind the grove at the moment, a Buddhist is hiding here. He was chanting a quick spell. He practiced Buddhism, and it took a while to release this Buddha body mantra. He had thought that two would be able to stall Chen Feng, or at least give himself some time to brew the spell, but he didn't expect those two to die so quickly. Just 2 breaths and I'm dead. The Buddha returns to my clothes. The heavenly way is unruly. My sky roams the road. The 9 ghosts of purgatory. He was very nervous and read a few sentences before glancing at Chen Feng in the distance. Suddenly, Chen Feng is gone? Where are the people? He immediately rounded his eyes and went looking in all directions. Chen Feng had disappeared, most likely discovering himself? Sure enough, Chen Feng stood right behind him, smilingly looking at him. Little monk, the evil soul on you looks good to me. You're so young that you've already killed 10 people? It's really hard to tell what a person looks like. The little monk was immediately dumbfounded, and his dull, ethereal eyes immediately turned fierce. The spell is just about to take shape. He aimed at Chen Feng and waved his big hand. A palm seemed to descend from the sky, slapping down towards his heavenly cap. Boom! Before this palm could even touch Chen Feng, it was suddenly entangled in a cloud of black gas. The golden Buddha-esque palm was gradually blackened, after which the black gas rushed to the sky. The little monk froze. One's own spell. Why did it turn out like this? It's blacked out. After that, the palm landed precisely on the little monk, directly smashing his body to pieces. Chen Feng easily took the evil soul. Oops, forgot one thing. Chen Feng chewed on the evil soul with a savory taste. Should have left him alive and asked him what the hell the Heavenly Dao Alliance was, but it doesn't matter. It's a bunch of trash anyway. Chen Feng proceeded to rush towards Jinshuan Hotel. He purposely took the path, trying not to let anyone see Wang Shuzhen, who was still alive in his hands. Avoid people with poor mental capacity to see directly fainted. Daranji, someone has already called the police. It was the people who went up to the mountain to worship that called the police. Originally, I came up here to seek blessings. Who knew I would see this image? So many Buddhists, all of them died horribly. People from the Evil Breaking Bureau and the Tian City Patrol arrived here. The Tenaya City Patrol has temporarily taken over from the North Barn City Patrol. Can't have no patrol here. This was done by Chen Feng alone? A few people from the Evil Breaking Bureau were puzzled, and their eyes were gradually replaced by horror. This is how it was when the trial of the Patrol Bureau was done before. It's better to be careful, Team Lu said with palpitations. At that moment, the phone rang for a woman holding a long sword at the Evil Breakers Bureau. After picking it up and listening for a few moments, she put the phone down again. Something has happened to the person sent by the Heavenly Dao Alliance to hunt down Chen Feng. We must act fast. A few other people froze, their eyes gradually sinking. No one from the Heavenly Dao Alliance was a match for Chen Feng? The Bureau of Evil Breaking has really met its match this time. I've heard that Chen Feng is about to go to Jianshuan Hotel, so it might not be too late for us to rush over there now. Yes, we're on our way. Jianshuan Hotel, the largest conference hall. Wang stood on the stage in an expensive suit with XXX Philanthropist Award Conference written on the back. He was very proud of himself and held his head high. Today was the high point of his life. Although he had done a lot of hurtful things, everything had gone up in smoke the moment he stood on the podium. His future is bright, no matter how sordid his past. He has riches that others can't spend in a lifetime and can fish for many lives. He's already high up, way beyond those guys. The following are all VIPs. It's all those people from the upper class. They were all dressed like men, and a usual meal could well be a year's salary for someone else. The world of the rich is something ordinary people simply don't understand. Wang Jiangmo coughed twice, and when he saw that the people below were quiet, he smiled confidently and began his speech. I've been asked why I do so much good and help so many people, and I would say it's because I'm good by nature. Whoosh! As he was talking, a black shadow suddenly flew over. It landed right at his feet. The dark figure was bloody and there was no good part of his body. His legs were charred and he was missing an arm. It's disgusting. Aha! What the hell is this? Where's security? Security! Wang Jiangmo took 2 steps back in fear. His eyes filled with dislike. The scene was instantly disorganized. They are all upper-class people. They haven't seen such a disgusting picture before. Long ago, they had gotten used to those elegant lives, and now this bloody scene made them straight sick. Gee whiz, how did the venue get this disgusting thing in here? Somebody, clean it out. Who threw that in? Looking for death? That's a bummer. At this time, the black shadow on the ground mumbled, Dad, it's me, I'm Shu Jina. What? Wang Jiangmo froze when he heard this, his eyes rounding incredulously. Eyes slowly aligned in the past, the body as if it had fallen into an ice cave, becoming extremely unreal. Is this your own daughter Wang Shuzhen? That dress, that face, that haircut, it's really your own daughter. Wang Jiangmo immediately softened his legs, flopped down on his knees, and his eyes were red. Daughter, what's wrong with you? How did you become like this? Who is it? Who dares to do this to my daughter? Not knowing what I, Wang Jiangmo, am. Daughter, don't worry, with Dad here. Even if I have to spend as much money as possible I will cure you. Next to him, however, a voice was heard. Wang Jiangmo, it's time for the Wang family to pay for the sins you and your daughter have done. Chapter 100, The Pain Factor. Who? Wang Jiangmo roared. Behind him, Chen Feng strolled in. He had his hands in his pockets, a greenish scruff on his face. His eyes were smiling. The corners of his mouth were raised. Evil, hideous, violent. Are you, Chen Feng? Wang Jiangmo recognized Chen Feng. How could he not recognize Chen Feng when he had been making such a scene in Baitsong City recently? But he didn't expect Chen Feng to come so quickly. Chen Feng had tried so many people. Could he possibly spare himself? When the people in the room heard Chen Feng's name, they were a bit unfamiliar with it at first, but immediately afterward, one by one, they began to scream like crazy. Chen Feng has been a hit on the internet lately. Just 2 days ago, he tried the entire patrol. Over 300 people up and down the line are dead. At the same time explode the blackness of those people. All the people who died had committed crimes. He is literally the Grim Reaper of justice. They are all upper-class people. Who can climb to this level without something in their hands? They didn't take those ordinary people seriously at all. Ordinary people were just tools in their hands to be utilized, or tools to enjoy venting. Chen Feng appeared here today. Could it be that he wanted to judge them? One reacted quickly and turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he suddenly felt his body lower. He didn't feel any pain yet for the moment, and looked down to realize that his legs had been chopped off at some point. From the knees, he dropped to the floor with a bang, hot blood pouring from his body. Standing behind him was a dark figure with a sharp blade in his hand. That black shadow face blurred, but issued a ghost cry wolf howling smile, giving people a kind of magic sound filling the ears. Very scary feeling. Alright, since everyone knows my identity, I won't hide it anymore. Chen Feng turned his head and smiled at the crowd. From now on, all of you who have something wrong with you had better give up the idea of running away and obediently atone for your sins here. Those who are fine don't need to run away. I won't kill you. As Chen Feng spoke, the black shadows around him appeared one by one. In a short time, more than 20 black shadows appeared behind him. There are almost hundreds of people in this hall. At the sight of these dark shadows, each of them raised their hearts to their throats. Some of the timid women even tried to get on their knees. Only a few of them were blithely honest, for they had never done anything bad, and had managed to squeeze into the upper class entirely by their ability. Chen Feng's trials never implicated good people. They had heard of that. That black shadow. What is it? This isn't a movie. Chen Feng said to use these black shadows to judge us? It's impossible. What right does he have to judge us? We're upper class people. We're from 2 worlds away from him. Chen Feng, he wouldn't dare. He must be joking. The crowd screamed. Chen Feng, on the other hand, gently waved his hand. The black shadow behind him carried a blistering wind and whooshed out. Soon the first woman standing in front of them received the knife. Her stomach was slashed right open and the blood-pumping odor came up, causing her to stare around. She was then decapitated with one of her legs. He collapsed as if he had lost his center of gravity. In this moment, the blood that came tumbling up in her throat muffled all those screams she'd been making. These black shadows didn't kill them all at once, but slowly tortured them, first making them lose their ability to resist, and then little by little, they peeled the flesh from their bodies. It felt like peeling an apple. These dark shadows they are enjoying killing. Chen Feng didn't care about that much. All he wanted was the evil soul. These upper-class evil souls must be very tasty. In a minute or two, the hall, which had been languid and luxurious just a moment ago, had instantly turned into hell on earth. The screams of those people, the smell of blood, all kinds of brutal images appeared. The images overwhelmed Wang, who was standing on stage. A horrible thought hovers in my head. Will I become like this? In an instant all the bad things he had done over the years came flooding back, including the one where his own daughter and the others killed Chen Xiao. He remembered that his daughter had come back that day and told him about it, but he didn't give a damn and just said, "What's the point of dying an ordinary person?" Chen Feng stood in front of him with his back turned. At this moment his figure changed to be as tall as 10,000 feet. He spread his arms wide and seemed to be enjoying the smell of blood that greeted him. His laughter was out of place with everything around him. It was as if it was the netherworldly sound of a call from hell. Wang Jiangwo was afraid. His whole body trembled. What he had encountered appeared to be a madman. It's madman with an extreme thirst for blood and killing. Chen Feng sucked in some of the evil souls, seemingly satisfied and not caring in the slightest about the killing in the hall. He turned around and looked at Wang Jiangwo. "Chen Feng, let's discuss this." Whoosh! Before Wang Jiangwo could finish a sentence, his body was directly hoisted up by Chen Feng. The onlookers saw that Wang Jiangwo was the one whose body was directly lifted into the air, and one of his feet was picked up and fixed there. However, those with Taoist skills could see the dark shadow carrying him behind him. The cold smile on Chen Feng's mouth grew thicker and thicker as he lightly raised his eyebrows and hooked his finger. Brush up. There seemed to be a huge machete in the dark, slowly crushing down from Wang Jiangwo's body. A layer of skin and flesh chipped off his back. Blood flowed out at once, and the intense pain made him scream out, "Ah ah ah ah! I don't want to die. Chen Feng, please let me go. It's me who didn't educate my daughter well. I am willing to kill her with my own hands to give you forgiveness. Please leave me alive. Please." Chen Feng laughed coldly. He did not have the slightest bit of pity for these people who did not know how to repent until they were dead. They don't really regret it, but they want to trade it all for one of their lives. If Chen Feng wasn't here today, if Chen Feng hadn't gotten the power, what would they have done? Chen Xiaoxiao's life was nothing to them, and Chen Xiaoxiao was just one of the many ordinary people they had killed. They must be made to know the preciousness of life and the heaviness of life and death. And so, today he must swear by it all. Swish! Another knife fell down Wang Jiangwo's body. It was as if he was being cut up like a potato, his body being sliced off layer by layer, and his back had been sliced down to the bone. But the power of the blade was just too great, directly slicing off a section of his bone. The sensation of peeling the skin and picking out the bones made Wang Jiangwo feel a burst of sourness. He passed out on the second cut. Chen Feng hurriedly released the Dao talisman and channeled some essence into him so that he wouldn't die so quickly. At least let him experience all this pain before he dies. Otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of all that you've designed? It's hell on earth, and it's even more art from hell. Chen Feng tilted his head, enjoying the process immensely. His arms were spread out, in greeting the negative elements of pain. It was the only way to make him feel that these wicked people were atoning for their sins. Chapter 101, there's definitely something fishy going on. 5 shifts. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw Wang Shuzhen, who was hiding next to him, shivering as she moved with difficulty to escape. Chen Feng was not a saintly mother. To kill, of course, you have to let the other person die a household death. Wang Shuzhen will die today. I can see that you and your father have a strong bond. So, you'll be together. Chen Feng summoned another black shadow. The shadow picked up Wang Shuzhen as soon as he could, and in the same manner, began to slice Wang Shuzhen from top to bottom. "Ah, it hurts." Wang Shuzhen's miserable screams were endless. Chen Feng was afraid that she wouldn't be able to carry on, so he purposely placed 2 recovery Taoist talismans over to her, enchanting her with the power of this talisman, which could completely allow her to hold on until the last second of her life. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with relief as he looked at their father and daughter. I hope you guys can appreciate my good intentions. Those few Dao talismans of mine are not easy to refine. The human tragedy in the hall is still unfolding. Chen Feng continuously absorbed the evil souls. Keep filling yourself with power. Feng Wuji simply explored his body and opened his big mouth to help Chen Feng eat together. Senior Wind, how does the evil soul of the upper class taste? Chen Feng inquired smilingly. Fishy. Feng Wuji skimmed his lips. In the blink of an eye, the killing in the hall had come to a close. It's already an abyss of blood here. Over 100 people. Only 3 survived. Those black shadows kept trying to go over and make a move on them, but each time, they couldn't lay a hand on them. Because they were clean as a whistle. No evil spirits appeared even if they were killed. So why waste the energy? It was like a nightmare for those 3. All this has been engraved ruthlessly in their marrow. For 10 minutes, they witnessed hell. They looked at Chen Feng in horror. No one dared make a sound, fearing that Chen Feng would kill them in the next second. Wang Jiangwo and Wang Shuzhen are dead. Experiencing the darkest moment in their lives and tasting that excruciating pain, not a single piece of flesh was left on the 2 men's bodies, leaving only a mangled skeleton. The 2 men's expressions stopped forever in screams and overwhelming pain. Their evil souls had already been received into the 100 Ghost streamer, and when that passed, Chen Feng would refine their evil souls and let them experience the pain of going to hell once more. Chen Feng swept through the hall with satisfaction and was ready to leave. Chen Feng, wait, behind this hotel, there are still evil souls. Feng Wuji called out to him, slightly excited in his voice. There's still a leak? Chen Feng froze. Just go and see. Yes, behind the Jianhan Hotel is a processing plant. The factory is small and looks very formal, with slogans against food additives and absolutely green plastered everywhere. This is a food processing plant under Wang's name. It's still busy in there right now. The plant has been running without a break since it opened. Tons of food are processed and sent out every day. The Wang family's industry has made a lot of money as a result. In the workshop, a fat-headed leader is in command. He's Wang Jiangwo's brother, Wang Jianhai. Mud, did you use your home additive? How can you be so reluctant to put it in? Pour it into the flour. That drink, how do you taste it without enough additives? Of course you can't have too much saccharin. You have to put more. More. The workers were happy to do so, and with the words of the leader they worked even harder. It's just a game anyway. They don't eat the stuff. Their wage level is much higher than other workers, and because of this they keep their mouths shut and have never blown the whistle on the factory's shady practices. Not to mention how many people they have harmed. They only care about the little money that comes to them. This is especially true for Wang Jianhai, who is solely responsible for the food processing plant and reports to Wang Jiangwo on a monthly basis. The benefits here have also been very good, and he has bought a house and a car as a result, living a life of luxury, secretly keeping a lover, and is now on the peak of his life. He can't stop smiling when he sees another sum of money coming in at the end of the month. Eating human blood buns is really tasty enough. Excuse me, this thing, is it really edible? Suddenly, an innocent voice came from the side. Ha! Fatty looked to the side. At some point, a man stood near the food processing area, pointing to the pigmented red food inside. Zip said, of course it's edible. It tastes so good. After eating it, the whole person is refreshed. Wang Jianhai replied casually. Chen Feng picked up a piece of bread and handed it to him. Try it then. Don't eat this. Who are you? The fat man immediately reacted. This person did not wear work clothes. It is certain that he sneaked in. If things get leaked out here, Wang would have to kill himself. I am just a father. Chen Feng smiled, then ignored Wang Jianhai and looked around himself. Bread, drinks, snacks, instant noodles. You are involved here. These additives are all over the limit. A lot of things are for children under the age of 3 to eat. You are doing abuse. Chen Feng spoke loudly, and everyone in the factory looked toward him with anger in their eyes. A few people had come over and surrounded him. Mud, who the hell are you? A reporter? Wang Jianhai rubbed his fists and walked over, his eyes cold. No, I'm not a reporter. Chen Feng innocently shook his head, but just turning around with a single thought. Chen Feng's face sank again, his expression gradually turning grim. Even though I'm not a reporter, I do know that last month 2 undercover reporters who tried to expose what happened here were killed and buried behind the factory by you. I also know that you have a serious overload of additives here, with no regard for people's lives, and in just a year's time, many infants and children have been tested for nephritis and even permanent irreversible damage, and some have been found to have cancer. The more food additives you put in, the better it tastes. The bigger the profit. And it also eliminates a lot of the production process and avoids a lot of hassle. But it will cause irreversible damage. So young children, to be subjected to your destruction, you really are not enough to die 10,000 times. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You want to die. I'll see you off. Wang Jianhai picked up an iron rod from the side and stared viciously at Chen Feng, his expression having all but sunk. This kid knows so much. Surely we can't keep him. He had more than one life in his hands anyway. So what was the harm in killing one more of him? Hey, I'll stop what you're doing and kill this kid for me. Mud. How does he know so much about the factory? There must be something fishy going on here. Kill him and I'll give you each another bonus at the end of the month. Hearing these words, a few people immediately stood out with grins and smiles, their gazes all aimed at Chen Feng. They are about to do it. P.S. Extra for all you Big Brother readers who gave gifts. Please also understand, now is a daily 4 more. About 8,000 words. In order to ensure the quality and speed, I can only midnight code, but also just to meet the situation of 4 more a day. The hands of a little bit of stock. I woke up at 6 a.m. to code this extra today. As usual, when I see all the little gifts and rushes, I'm going to write as hard as I can. I'll try to keep up the 4 shifts. I'm brewing up a big cool point for the later episodes. So please keep reading. Chapter 102, In this world, there is no shortage of warriors. Chen Feng didn't even look at those people next to him, but instead aimed his gaze at the distance. A giant meat crusher. This is a heavy tool for food processors. Some zombie meat, and some broken bone meat, are thrown into the meat grinder, and even some bones. You can tell a thing or two by the ingredients on the side. They end up in the mouths of those citizens, and over time they can cause cancer. It's nothing more than a money-grabbing scheme. Behind Wang Jiangluo's glamour and glitz, there is such a hook. I think it's good for you guys to jump in from there. That meat grinder probably hasn't grinded any fresh meat once, right? Chen Feng put his hands behind his back and his tone rose leisurely. UTM. Let a good thing in the hands of a good man aimed at Chen Feng to shoot down, with a sound that cut through the air, sharp as a tack. Dang. Instead, the shovel made a wide turn in the air and landed directly on his head, slapped him down hard on the ground. Chen Feng looked back. You're impatient? Then it's good to start with you. Chen Feng pointed at the meat grinder. The meat grinder was immediately energized and began to run. The buzzing sound was piercing, fearful, and gave the feeling of falling into an abyss of hell. The man who fell to the ground still had a dizzy head and didn't react to what happened. The body was set up by a black shadow and dragged toward the meat grinder. The meat grinder is 5 or 6 meters high, and leading up to it is a steel frame where this worker usually puts in the ingredients. Who would have thought that the ingredient of the day would be himself? No, I don't want to go in there. Help, help, The worker reacted, realizing that he was already standing at the entrance to the meat grinder, and instantly turned pale. He didn't know how he'd gotten there, only that he felt someone behind him pushing him, and every now and then a grim laugh would sound in his ear. The feeling gave him the creeps. A horrible thought flashed through his head. Could it be that he was possessed? The blades of the meat grinder were going back and forth frantically, making a bared sound. Even if iron was put into it, it could be twisted into bits of iron, let alone his body. Manager, save me! The worker, with blood still soaring from his head, jumped with a whoosh with a miserable cry. Holy! The crowd in the factory sucked in a breath of cold air. Came a painful struggle from the meat grinder, which immediately faded away. Then the exit threw out a pile of blood and flesh. A big living man just died. Nothing left in an instant? This man is out of his mind. Chen Feng points to the next person. The man shuddered. It was a middle-aged woman who was in charge of putting additives in baby food and was known for having a large amount of it every time. In recent years, all the children who have used food from the XX food factory have developed symptoms of acute kidney failure, and some have even needed dialysis for the rest of their lives. And she's not happy with her $8,000 a month paycheck. I don't want to die. She screamed desperately, but was dragged upwards by the dark figure as he grabbed her by the hair. Like a stubborn donkey, she tried desperately to back out. The dark shadow claimed her and gave her a few stabs. It left a lot of blood marks on her body, face, and legs. She didn't resist at all because it was too painful. Turning to the meat grinder. Ooh, help! I know I'm wrong. I'll never dare again. With desperate pleas for mercy, pushed in. The meat grinder chirped. Another puddle of blood and flesh was thrown out. Another one is dead. Wang Jianhai and the rest were baffled. Kill him, quick! Fatty pointed at Chen Feng and shouted. The people behind him also saw that the man was too evil. This is a trial for all of them, isn't it? Several men rushed up, but soon, their bodies were then struck by a heavy object and flew back viciously. Those black shadows could not be seen by the average person. At best they could only sense the flash of black shadows, but only for a moment. Don't kill them yet, play with them, Chen Feng sneered. The dark shadows were very measured in their strokes. Instead of hitting the nail on the head, they were given ample opportunity to live. The journey from here to the meat grinder was the last stretch of their lives. This journey will pull the fear full out of them and show them the true meaning of the word death. In just a few minutes, more than 70 employees in the factory were more or less injured, and some of the more seriously injured fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Yet none of them were killed, they all lived. One of Wang Jiahai's arms shrugged down. He had his hamstring picked and was grimacing in pain. Seeing that a few more people were being sent to the meat grinder, he yelled out, "Quick! Cut the electricity to the meat grinder first." Several workers rushed over and pulled the electric switch, but the meat grinder is still running. A dark shadow could be seen around the meat grinder, covering it all. What the hell is this? Wang Jianhai was blinded, and his body was paralyzed. Those workers are starting to line up. One by one, they walk up to the meat grinder. The fear value was instantly pulled full for them. They screamed and cried out in pain, but their bodies were honest. There was a constant stream of people jumping in and freshly minced meat being served. The scene was brutal. And yet it's cool. These demons are doing harm in the shadows and don't care if people die. They deserve to die. Chen Feng sat at Wang Jiahai's workstation watching all of this while collecting evil souls. Chen Feng, you stop it. Suddenly, a righteous voice came from the doorway. This voice, Chen Feng remembered. It seems to be that what's his name Team Lu, from the Pyramid City Patrol. He was present the last time he tried so many people at the patrol himself. How dare he come? It's kind of fun. In this world, there is never a shortage of warriors. This time, not many people came from the patrol bureau, more than 20 in total, but 5 of them were wearing different clothes than Team Lu and the others. It has the word broken written on it, breaking the evil game. It turned out that he had hardened his back, so he dared to come and call his bluff. When Wang Jianhai and the others saw the inspectors coming, they shouted out, "Inspector, help! They are going to kill people. You guys quickly find a way to save us. Our bodies are not in control at all. This kid is crazy. He's going to make us jump into that meat grinder." Several workers have already jumped in. This is murder. Without Wang Jianhai saying it, Team Lu and the others could see it. There's a faint odor of blood in this factory, and people jumping into meat grinders. Those people screamed no, but their bodies were honest enough to jump in without any hesitation at all. This scene is like hell judging the wicked. This is Chen Feng's style. He must have done all this as a masterpiece. Chapter 103, One Determination to Die. Team Lu had already seen Chen Feng's cruelty. There were so many people in the patrol. He didn't spare any of them. This trial would have been wrong. Is it reasonable for so many people to be judged by Chen Feng? These charges were only added by Chen Feng privately. They don't deserve to die. He kills without a second thought. He's basically evil. Chen Feng, what the hell are you trying to do? You killed Wang Jiangluo's family, and so many people in the hotel. None of them deserve to die. Your trial doesn't make any sense. You're just messing around. Team Lu desperately shouted, his voice incomparably angry. He was scared and more nervous at the same time. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop Chen Feng. The workers jumped off one by one like they were possessed and were made into factory fresh meat. They screamed desperately from their mouths, but obeyed and jumped in. If you want to arrest Chen Feng, you can't even find the evidence. Ha! Wang Jianhai heard this, but his entire body was blinded. Chen Feng killed Big Brother's family? Isn't Big Brother having a charity meeting in front of the hotel? How come the family is? At the same time, a chill just rose behind him. One seems to have messed with the wrong person. Chen Feng can easily kill his Big Brother's family. Is he still a rival? Team Lu was very verbose, making Chen Feng very upset. He glanced back. You don't check this factory for excessive food additives. You don't check how many children they've harmed. But you're here to take on a me who has no evidence of murder? You're very verbose. As Chen Feng's words fell, he threw a palm at Team Lu. Palm winds overflowed in all directions, forming a large flaming sword in the air extremely quickly. A sword vapor burning with great young true flame above it. It came whistling. Team Lu had been dumbfounded. Not even the breath to run away. Dumbfounded. He stared at what was in front of him. Chen Feng, this is to kill himself? Buzz. Suddenly, the 5 people from the evil breaking bureau beside them all shot out together. 3 swords and 2 wailing sticks, together blocking Chen Feng's flaming longsword. They thought that with all 5 of them striking together, they should be able to block Chen Feng. At least they were experts of the evil breaking bureau. Ah! They had attained the way under the cultivation of the evil breaking bureau. But the image in front of them made everyone's eyes round. In less than a second, Chen Feng's longsword was like entering no man's land, directly chopping down with a single stroke. Team Lu's body was directly chopped in half. Starting from the top of his head, his body was split in two. He stared round, and at first all he could see were thin slits spreading down the top of his head, and then two pieces of his body fell to the ground. Blood spurted out. Hiss. The inspectors sucked in a breath of cold air. Team Lu just died. Who dares to think? The weapons in the hands of those 5 people from the evil breaking bureau instantly turned into pieces, and the 5 people's arms were blasted into pieces together. Arm gone. It was just a matter of catching one of Chen Feng's moves. This is crazy. Do you guys want to watch the show here, or continue to arrest me? Chen Feng looked at them with a cold smile, his eyes leaping with hideous scarlet fire. OMG. Ghost. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. The patrolman turned and fled, crying for mercy. Originally, Chen Feng's trial of the patrol bureau before was already giving them a lot of psychological pressure, and today, Team Lu was killed in front of them, so the fear of this could be imagined. It was the last straw that broke their backs. Boom boom boom. The moment they escape, there were 7 or 8 of them whooshing with flames burning from their bodies. The flames were so large that they directly wrapped around their bodies. They opened their mouths to beg for mercy, but the flames poured hard into their mouths. They were not given a chance to explain at all. Chen Feng sneered. You few. Don't think that no one knows about the evil you've done. There were once a few girls who were taken over by you using your position. 2 of those girls died and 3 were injured. Now you are burned to death. No injustice, right? Another trial. The rest of them dared not stay any longer and fled the factory, hiding in the doorway and gasping for breath. Incredulity hung in their heads. Is something wrong with all their co-workers? But it's something they really don't know anything about. Getting 2 girls killed. Isn't that a sin? A few evil souls were put into the 100 Ghost streamer by Chen Feng, and he was very satisfied. Retreat. The 5 people from the evil breaking bureau who only had 1 arm could only choose to retreat for the time being. Chen Feng. This kid's strength is too terrifying. He eats people's souls. What kind of spells does he practice? Chen Feng swept his eyes over. With an evil soul, you still want to escape? The 2 of these 2 from the evil breaking bureau immediately got weak when they heard this. Chen Feng's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in them. The 2 immediately began chanting incantations, preparing to release life-saving spells to escape. But would Chen Feng give them a chance to escape? 2 black shadows parted from Chen Feng's body, and these people from the evil breaking bureau were all cultivators, and they could all see the black shadows. For a moment there was a brief deadening of their brains. Evil souls. This is the evil spirit. After refining, it takes a very high level of Taoism to cultivate an evil soul. This kid, how strong is he? But, in the next second, 2 of them had their heads directly removed. The black clothes were casually thrown at Chen Feng's feet. The 2 heads happened to meet Chen Feng's gaze. The sins you've done. I'll take them today, said Chen Feng smilingly to their heads. Then they saw their souls being sucked away by Chen Feng and entering the 100 Ghost streamer. Chen Feng laughed happily. Nice haul today. With so many evil souls, it could boost Feng Wuji's power by a lot. The other 3 remaining members of the evil breaking bureau were unable to rescue their own people, so they could only flee. They didn't have evil souls, and Chen Feng was too lazy to deal with them. What now? We go, or? The patrolman anxiously asked the lieutenant. The vice captain gritted his teeth fiercely, but his heart still palpitated at the thought of the image just now. Report the situation upwards. We're pulling out first. Yes, the tragedy in the factory is still unfolding. It makes you afraid to look. Those workers were especially orderly, one after another. No one grabbing, no one fleeing, bent on death. Wang Jianhai was the hardest one. He was at the end of the line, watching those people jump in one by one, and could only cry out loud and beg Chen Feng not to do anything to him. The fear in him had been drawn full. It's the feeling of knowing when you're going to die that's the scariest. Chen Feng suddenly felt a bit bored and gently snapped his fingers again. In the next moment, a knife came out of Wang Jianhai's hand at some point, and the tip of the knife ruthlessly stabbed on his own chest, cutting through his skin. The force was controlled just right, just easily cutting through his skin and not hurting his internal organs. To be able to see all that blood and gore, to be able to feel endless fear and pain without it being fatal. At the very least it would last until he jumped into the meat grinder. Chapter 104, My First Thoughts. Soon, the last Wang Jianhai also jumped in. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction as he collected his evil soul. With a lift of his hand, the meat grinder stopped running, then took one look around the plant, sent an anonymous message to a couple of media outlets about the darkness of the place, and struck out. Chen Feng made his way to the river. The cross-river bridge still stands, majestically looming over the entire river. The bridge is dozens of meters high from the river, from which the river looks like a steel torrent. Chen Feng had swallowed those evil souls, and now Feng Wuji's recovery level had reached 50%. Feng Wuji was also praising Chen Feng for his speed. The point is still that the evil souls of the evil breakers recover quickly. These people with cultivation would refine their own souls, which was tantamount to giving Chen Feng a service. This was what Chen Feng liked the most. Chen Feng, perhaps you and I are truly destined to be together. Being able to restore 50% of my soul in less than a month. You have a lot of potential. Feng Wuji exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Senior is too kind. After all, judging the world is my original intention. Chen Feng responded with a smile. You kid really have a few of my year's faction. But, it seems that there are guests again, and this time the number of people coming is quite a lot. Well, then I'll just wait for them here. Chen Feng heard this and simply stopped to wait. Not far away, a woman approached with two men. The woman was dressed in a quaint outfit, sort of like a cheongsam, but very different. She had curved eyes, a cherry mouth, and short, ear-length hair. The two men beside him were both staring at Chen Feng tightly, their faces showing ferocity. I'm the fire unit leader of the Evil Breaking Bureau, Yao Xiaohong. The woman came over and gave her name directly, without being condescending. The Evil Breaking Bureau had 3 divisions of heaven, earth, and fire, and each division was lined up in this way, with the heaven division having the most experts and the fire division being the weakest. But the fire department alone is enough to make the average person cringe. Chen Feng looked up with a frown. He wanted to kill Yao Xiaohong in that moment just now, but suddenly realized that she didn't have an evil soul in her body. Instead her soul was very pure. He was wondering, in a place like the Evil Breaking Bureau, there were people with such pure souls? This Yao Xiaohong has not been tainted with any sins. But Chen Feng was not willing to do so. The people from the Evil Breaking Bureau would bring some gifts for themselves every time they came over, and he was quite upset when he suddenly ran out of gifts. Following that, his gaze fell on the two people beside Yao Xiaohong. Chen Feng, what are you looking at us for? The two immediately felt their heads tighten, as if something inside had been seen through by Chen Feng. Your evil souls, they are very strong, and I like them very much. Boom! Chen Feng grabbed it with one hand. The body of one of them directly exploded. Blood shot out in all directions. Chen Feng, wait! Yao Xiaohong was startled and rushed to stop him loudly. That's all it took to say one word and Chen Feng started killing people? He really is as crazy as the legends say. Boom! Chen Feng gave another pinch. The second person also instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The two evil souls were put into the 100 ghost streamer to his satisfaction. Yao Xiaohong was too shocked to speak. So killing and violent. This person is afraid that he has already entered the devil. But why didn't he kill himself? Is it because of the evil spirits he spoke of earlier? There is no evil spirit in himself that he wants? I'm too lazy to kill you, so you can get lost. Chen Feng glanced at her. Chen Feng, I'm not here to persuade you. You've misunderstood. Yao Xiaohong stifled a red face and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Originally, she had rushed over with the order for reinforcements with great reluctance. She had always been concerned about Chen Feng. Let's leave aside whether Chen Feng did the right thing or not. If he had encountered the same thing as Chen Feng, he might have gone as crazy as him. Chen Feng was forced to do it all. Those evil people, including the more than 2,000 people who died, I think you are right to kill them. Just that your method is not very feasible. Can you be more low-key? For example, release a stern spirit soul to quietly kill them. You do so too eye-catching. This will not go far. Oh, Chen Feng did not expect this to come out of Yao Xiaohong's mouth. Finally, someone who is trippy and not a saint. Just for your words, I'll let you watch a good show today. Chen Feng's eyes gradually looked into the distance before narrowing. What do you mean? Yao Xiaohong hadn't reacted yet. But follow closely. The sound of locomotives, car engines, came from all around. It was a harsh sound, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. The voice was getting closer. A locomotive, off-road vehicle, and commercial vehicle were all parked around Chen Feng. The guests that Feng Wuji mentioned just now were them. More than 200 people got out of the car. These people are almost all mercenaries dressed. There are some Buddha, wild Maoshan, Taoist-dressed people. In short, all walks of life, strange anything. Their gazes were all directed at Chen Feng. It was as if he hated to eat him. Leading the way was a raptor with a man sitting on top. The man's gaze had been staring at Chen Feng in a sinister manner. The anger of wanting to knife someone could not be suppressed. How can there be such a murderous gaze without a feud? Chen Feng, today is the day you die. We are from the Justice League. I am Sun Tianyu. The man shouted out, his voice trembling because he was too angry. What? Chen Feng froze. Justice League? This is 80% of those parents organizing themselves against themselves. Funny, I just took the time to plan to go to them, and they came to my door? And call yourself the Justice League? Gross. Sun Tianyu jumped down from the top and went over angrily, his fists clenched. Chen Feng, you killed my mother Jiang Xuelan. She was my own mother. And she was killed by you just like that. My father wouldn't let me come over today, but I really couldn't resist. I'm going to kill you with my own hands to take revenge. Avenge the killing of my mother. I will not share the same fate. Chen Feng sneered. He was in a good mood. Sun Tianyu had come, sparing himself the trouble of finding him. And you get another wave of evil souls today, it's self-help delivered right to your door. The more Sun Tianyu said, the more proud he became. And he himself had specially prepared a knife that he was going to use to knife Chen Feng later. Chen Feng, although you have killed so many people from the patrol bureau and even tried thousands of people, but these people are not existences that you can easily recruit. Many of them are mercenaries. They are all battle-hardened existences. And there are other Buddhas, Maoshan sects, and Taoist orthodoxies. I just can't believe you can kill so many people with one. Even if I consume today, I will consume you to death. Sun Tianyu laughed loudly and maniacally, seemingly already seeing the image of Chen Feng kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The 200 or so people behind him also had disdain in their eyes at the moment. They had heard about how powerful Chen Feng was on their way here, but only after actually seeing him did they realize that he was nothing more than an ordinary person. Could it be a deliberate exaggeration on the part of those golden adults? This should be an easy task today. Chapter 105 A Ruckus, 4 Shifts. Meanwhile, near the bridge, reinforcements from the Rangers have arrived. More than 500 people, all heavily armed, were present. When Team Lu died, the patrol bureau was shocked and directly sent 500 men over to round up Chen Feng. The one leading the team was an experienced captain who had led the team here and did not let his people recklessly go directly against Chen Feng. Instead, he saw those of the Justice League. These people looked like they were going after him too. So why not fish for the win? Let them deal with Chen Feng first, and then take action yourself when they are both defeated. Then you can also reduce the losses on your side. And those guys look pretty tough. It's not a generalization. So he ordered all his men to hide in the shadows and wait for orders before striking. At this moment, Yao Xiaohong's face also changed when she saw these people, not to mention the fact that there were those wild cultivators, but just these mercenaries. Chen Feng couldn't fight them off. They're much better fighters than the Rangers. Moreover, the people from the patrol bureau had no defense at all that day, and there was a qualitative difference between them. These people came heavily armed and murderous. Chen Feng was 80% going to suffer. I am the captain of the Evil Breaking Bureau branch Yao Xiaohong. Chen Feng has been arrested by me. I want to take him back for interrogation. Ugh, who let you talk too much? Get lost. Chen Feng was afraid that she would snatch her things as if she was a thief, as he pushed Yao Xiaohong away and stood out. So many evil souls. Today none of you can escape. What? The words made everyone stare. What did Chen Feng say? None of them will escape? Shouldn't they be the ones to say that? What's with the hustle and bustle? Sun Tianyu even laughed out loud. Chen Feng looked like he was afraid. Chen Feng, you're pretending to be a chicken. You're just as much of a lowlife as your daughter. I really regret not torturing Chen Xiao properly. If I'd known, I'd have done something harder that day. She even called you when she died. Remember? I was choking her and enjoying it. Ha ha ha, how about it? Now that I'm standing right in front of you, what can you do to me? So many people. You bite me? I'm going to kill you myself today. Sun Tianyu got a little carried away, glaring and yelling on the strength of having so many people around him. Chen Feng had become a demon, and he now had no bottom line. The only difference is profit or no profit. The reason he didn't kill those ordinary people was because they didn't have evil souls in them. He didn't want to waste his strength. This was because the top priority now was to quickly replenish the evil soul for Feng Wuji to recover. But if someone provoked it, he didn't mind killing them. Not to mention that Sun Tianyu this kind of appeared in front of himself. Chen Feng had wanted to play slowly, but the rhythm of this thing, it's really not good to master. Killed my daughter and insulted her. This feeling made the demonic energy in his body almost explode. Ha ha ha, he tilted his head, spread his arms wide and grinned. It was as if he had heard a big joke. Laughter filled his ears. Heaven has no way. People have no feelings. This world, after all, is gray. Well, then, I've come to add some more red paint to the world. Just when everyone thought Chen Feng had gone crazy, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at Sun Tianyu. Those eyes were as crazy and bone-chilling as if they had traveled through the 9 hells. Next, swish, a large pitch-black hand directly clasped Sun Tianyu's heavenly aura, as if the dome was pressing down on him. It yanked him hard. Holy, this, Sun Tianyu's entire body was confused. He didn't expect Chen Feng to dare to make a move in front of so many people. And, with such powerful means, one's body is not in control at all. In less than a second, he stood in front of Chen Feng, like a poor little chickadee. Hiss, Yao Xiaohong sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of maneuver is this? She couldn't see through it at all. That moment just now was so fast that even he didn't react. What was that black palm that Chen Feng had exploded? The power brought out in that instant was also too wild. Sun Tianyu, who had been raging and uninhibited just a moment ago, instantly went soft in the next second, like a frosted eggplant, standing in front of Chen Feng with his legs trembling. The sense of oppression on Chen Feng was so strong that he couldn't breathe at all. This man is his mother's murderer, and at the same time, he himself is his worldly enemy. Chen Feng aimed at Sun Tianyu's head and nodded. Instantly, blood began to flow. There was an additional blood-colored essence at the location of Sun Tianyu's brain. Then, a number of tiny blood marks began to appear below his neck. That's about as dense a cut as a scalpel. It all came too fast. Sun Tianyu was still in a daze, and then the painful sensation came surging wildly, as if it was a demonic barrier filling him left and right. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. What the hell is this? On me, there are ants crawling? They are gnawing at my body. This feels so clear. Sun Tianyu shrieked, and suddenly his pupils were covered in fear. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth picked up a sardonic smile as his eyes drifted with dark aura. I once told Xiao Xiao to be strong, and that no matter what comes her way, she can't collapse on her own. But after I learned of her accident, I complimented myself first. In the face of you evil people, good people like us must be strong, and whoever touches my bottom line, I will send him to hell, even if it's against the whole world. My daughter didn't commit suicide. You took the lead and killed her. You tortured my daughter in life, didn't you? I'll let you experience 100 times more pain than my daughter today. By the way, that essence of light above your head is something that hangs your life. Otherwise, it would be too boring for you to die so easily. Boom! Sun Tianyu's head had exploded. Yourself. This is the trial of Chen Feng, in full view of the public. The trial began. Chen Feng says he's a good guy? For a while, the crowd couldn't even tell who was good and who was bad. Now, the 200 or so people gathered around reacted. Chen Feng is not putting them in his eyes at all. With them around, how dare they take a shot at Sun Tianyu? Mud. That's so underestimating. Chen Feng, you pretend we don't exist, don't you? How dare you do it in front of us? This kid thinks we're posers. Let's all make a move to kill him. Kill him, Ahak. The men shouted and looked ready to strike. Yao Xiaohong stood beside Chen Feng. She was also completely convinced by Chen Feng's methods. This person kills decisively when he says he will kill. He simply does not care about others. Surrounded by so many people, doesn't he think about the consequences? Even if he could kill his enemy, he wouldn't survive. This thought of Yao Xiaohong had just popped out of her head when suddenly, Chen Feng's side moved. He was seen burning a Taoist talisman and reciting an incantation under his breath. And then, just so easily threw it away with his hand. Chapter 106, Welcome to Hell. Buzz. A shrill chirp rushed up into the sky along the Tao talisman. It exploded like fireworks. The light was blinding even in the daytime. It was as if the sun had dimmed a few points. Those lights fell not far behind these 200 people. It fell to the ground and landed in ashes. This is... Some people with high moral skills seem to have recognized what this is, and their faces turned ugly at once. Could this one be the legendary? Chen Feng smiled sardonically and spoke, just to be on the safe side. I first placed a spell formation, because everyone here is an evil soul, and I won't let any of them go. Today, everyone is welcome to go to hell together. What? This kid was really not taking them seriously. He put down this spell and completely closed the connection with the outside world. So it was like he had to deal with these 200 plus people alone? Thought that he was using this spell formation for escape, but did not expect it to be used to confine everyone, including himself. Yao Xiaohong was completely baffled. Chen Feng was going to take on so many people single-handedly? Today, the hot search is about to be refreshed again. The passing vehicles and pedestrians on the bridge also looked towards Chen Feng, not understanding what the spell that wrapped around more than 200 people was. It was only seen as a projection that existed as if it were a special effects movie. There were some subtle runes floating in it. Something terrifying. Captain, what is Chen Feng doing? The men from the patrol bureau had been observing the situation here, and one of them had already begun to break out in a cold sweat. The captain's eyes had long since rounded in shock. Chen Feng is using some sort of evil technique to trap everyone together? Is he really not afraid of death? Wait, do it on my command. If we can't, we'll charge in. Captain, I'm hurting. You guys come and save me. I can't carry on much longer. Over here, Sun Tianyu's miserable screams echoed around, pounding on the heads of the crowd. Those tiny marks on his body were skinning him. They are linked together and Sun Tianyu is a piece of skin falling off. It was bloody and horrible. And the exquisite light that Chen Feng had given him on his brain seemed to have given him a new dimension in his perception of pain. He never thought pain could be elevated to such a level. Every pore, every inch of my body was on fire. Is what it felt like. Even his hairs one by one seemed to feel. Is this what it feels like to go to hell? This is what it feels like to be judged. Sun Tianyu's eyes were filled with blood, but he stood there unable to move a muscle, and could only watch the skin on his body being stripped away piece by piece, and declared the pain on his body by shouting. He couldn't help but recall the image of the day that killed Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was in great pain when he died, crying one after another. To be honest, he was quite scared at the time, and he often wondered how hard that pain was. Now Chen Feng had said that he would let himself experience it 10 or even 100 times over. He pissed himself at once. What would that feel like? The scene was reflected in the eyes of those 200+ people, and their hearts were replaced by endless fear. Each and every one of them was a battle-hardened existence with more or less a few lives in their hands. But never have I seen anything so evil. The word Chen Feng had been deeply imprinted in their minds, into their perception of fear. But now they had no choice but to find a way to defeat Chen Feng and then escape this spell. Kill Chen Feng. Everyone strike together. Kill, kill, kill. First the mercenaries started shooting. The bullets formed a dense web of fire that came down on them. Their marksmanship was nothing to write home about. And at this moment, if they aimed a shot at Chen Feng, he would surely die. Unless it's a brick wall. But these bullets were as if they had sunk into the sea and disappeared. They only felt that there was a huge wave burning in front of their eyes, and they couldn't see anything concrete. They couldn't see anything. But those who practiced Taoism could see very clearly. At the moment they fired that instant, there were countless black shadows pouring out of Chen Feng. His body is like a black hole. They had never seen such an exaggerated picture. Those black shadows broke out of their cocoons and directly blocked the bullets. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the mercenaries. The mercenary could see nothing but the occasional flash of dark shadows. I feel like I'm dreaming. What is this black shadow? They simply don't know. But soon, one of the mercenaries had a large, bone-deep gash cut into one of his arms in an instant, and the bone was exposed to the air. The pain came on like a shadow. Eraser. There were suddenly a lot more scratches on that bone, as if someone was holding a sharp knife and picking the bone back and forth. I can imagine what that feels like just by hearing the sound. Then there's the second. Third. The screams grew, and for a while, everyone was immersed in pain. Even those Buddhas. Taoist cultivators are like that. They can see what's in front of them. Chen Feng didn't know when to release uncountable black shadows from his body. Black shadows appeared right next to them, and there was no defense against them. Chen Feng sat on the side of the road, admiring Sun Tianyu's agonized appearance while sneering at the crowd. How do you all feel about the taste of the bone-cutting hell? What? Bone-picking? Hell? Anything linked to the word hell would subconsciously send chills down one's spine. These black shadows. Could it be that they were evil spirits summoned from hell by Chen Feng? Every one of those 200 or so people got a taste of what it's like to pick your bones. Body, legs, arms, soft spots. Wherever there was bone, it wasn't spared. For a while the sound of nourishing and scraping bones stimulated everyone's nerves. Then there were all sorts of screams, shouts and killings coming from the area. But the mercenaries had no resistance at all, and could only watch as their bodies were torn apart and thrown into the river. No, my arm, my leg is gone. It hurts. What's going on here? What's going on here? Damn it, I want to go home. The river bloomed for a while. There was a constant sound of falling water. The surrounding pedestrians, all dumbfounded. Hell on earth. That's exactly what it is. They recognized it. This person was Chen Feng. Didn't he live stream the trial of the patrol before? And it's only a matter of time before he's judging everyone else. This is also too cruel. That agonizing scream. Simply magic sound through the ears. General. It's true what they say. Killing them is like killing a chicken. At this moment even the patrolmen had become well-behaved and calm. They pondered if they were a bit of an eyesore by staying here. Would they cause Chen Feng's killing intent? Chapter 107, Opening Hell. Yao Xiaohong was in the spell formation, but she felt a gust of coldness hit her face. She could clearly see those black shadows emerging from Chen Feng one after another. Each black shadow carried an extremely strong killing aura and violence. They are not even a product of this world. More like from hell. These are evil spirits. Spirits that require a certain amount of Taoist skill to release. In her perception, even if a cultivator wanted to summon an evil soul, it was not an easy task, and some even needed to pay the price of backlash. But Chen Feng? But recruiting so many at once, can't even count how many there are. The surrounding area is filled with those black shadows. Those cultivators who were approached by the Justice League couldn't help but suck in cold air at this moment. There were too many of those black shadows for them to be able to fight. Around them, all around them, they had long been piled up with these dark shadows, but they don't want to die. If they are caught by these black shadows, they will definitely only die. They were now just a million times more sorry that they shouldn't have taken the job. shouldn't go against Chen Feng. Half of Sun Tianyu's body was skinned. He rolled his eyes and fainted again and again. But again and again he awoke in pain. He wanted to pass out, but couldn't. One can only experience this pain here. Chen Feng, kill me, please, will you stop torturing me? Chen Feng acted as if he hadn't heard his words, and violence was rushing through his eyes. All of you are people who have given their lives to the Justice League, so it's only natural for me to treat you all well. It is also considered to help all of you to refine the evil souls in advance. Next, skinning hell. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the black shadows behind him suddenly multiplied again. Those black shadows scrambled out as if a hunter had seen his prey. There's no hiding that greed. Each of the black shadows carried a sharp knife. To the parts that have been boned. Start skinning. This is flaying. My skin. This is my skin. That hurts. Ouch. The crowd, which had quieted down a little, immediately began to roar wildly again. The sound tore at his heart and was heard for hundreds of meters around him. Those mercenaries were the first to die. These mercenaries, about 150 of them, are battlefield veterans who kill like hell. However, when they met Chen Feng, they didn't even carry through the second hell. They are alive with pain. Chen Feng looked at the bloodied bodies that were thrown into the river with some regret. It was only a pity that he couldn't build so many resurrection talismans at one time, or else he would have given each of them a few, and let them experience the taste of pain once more. Flutterby. There were constantly dead people being thrown into the river by the dark shadows. The river seemed to be red with blood. The moment. Somewhere in the city of Kitakura. Those parents from the Justice League are watching this. Li Shanshan home. She watched the live broadcast of the enthusiastic crowd on her cell phone. All have been dumbfounded. Chen Feng is opening hell, judging them in turn. Skinning and breaking bones was not a feeling she wanted to experience. Those mercenaries, tall people, were all killed by Chen Feng like killing chickens. No one could hurt Chen Feng in the slightest. Li Shanshan hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and called her secretary. Quickly, prepare a ticket for me to go abroad. Go anywhere, as long as you can get me out of here. The other parents were smart enough to choose to leave. Chen Feng was no longer in existence that they could touch. It might not be too late to run for their lives. As he watched, the crowds were all skinned and turned into bloodshed one by one. The number of people surrounding the scene increased, and they all filled the bridge. Chen Feng's tiny phalanx had become a battlefield for judging justice on Earth. Only half of the people who carried down the flaying hell. Chen Feng snapped his hands. You guys are great. I'm surprised you all stuck it out. You're a man. So, next up, cramp hell. Cramps. The crowd's eyes cleared. Chen Feng was trying to pull the pain up another level for them all. Chen Feng was now furious. The fire had gone through his head. Those Yago League parents. They didn't go to them themselves and they sent killers. These people act as the devil's minions and will do anything for money. Then it just happens to be the bait for your own trial. Ow ow ow. Soon, a Buddha screamed out miserably. His hamstring was taken right out. The intense pain radiated through every pore of his body. Everyone is experiencing this feeling. Yao Xiaohong was already looking dumbfounded at the moment. She seemed to have a new perception of Chen Feng's strength. Hell on earth. The sacred fairy. She was even a little glad now that Chen Feng hadn't struck out at her just now. Or else she wouldn't even know how she died. It was a pain she didn't want to try. Over 200 people. All tried in just under half an hour. It's been hit hard and fast. Cramp hell. They didn't even carry it through. Even if his bones were hard, he would have died of pain by now. The body was thrown straight into the river. Over 200 bodies, all floating in the river. Chen Feng glanced at the 100 ghost streamer. The evil souls of those people had all been collected. Then, walking over like no one else, he patted Sun Tianyu's shoulder. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Now it's your turn. After saying that, he carried Sun Tianyu and left. Sun Tianyu twitched. How he now envied those who had died. Their pain was only a moment, while their own lasted so long. He spends seconds like years. He dreams of death now that all the skin has been stripped off his body except for his head. It's particularly visually striking, and can only be distinguished as a person by his face. Uncle Chen, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. In my next life I'll reincarnate as one of your dogs. Okay? Please, let me go to reincarnation. I want to die. I'm willing to pay the price, but don't torture me. Ooh, I really can't take it anymore. After Chen Feng left, the patrol didn't dare follow. The captain reported the situation directly to the patrol and said the matter was out of his hands. And his heart sank. Chen Feng, he was really glad he didn't touch it. Otherwise, there would be no place to die. There were enthusiastic people who had been following Chen Feng. The live stream continues as well. Chen Feng walked through the streets and alleys, leading Sun Tianyu all the way to the Summit Academy. This was the place where his own nightmare had begun. and it would also be the place where Sun Tianyu's fate would end. Sun Tianyu looked up and felt dizzy when he saw the word Summit Academy. This master, what tricks are you going to play again? Chapter 108, he really deserves to die. Sun Tianyu's body was so weak with fear that the pain on his body seemed to be nothing compared to the pain in front of him. He didn't know what Chen Feng planned to do by bringing himself here. How exactly was he going to do it to himself? Chen Feng looked down at him. My daughter had her accident here. Today you will leave this world in the same way. The same way? Sun Tianyu's head was filled with question marks, but he was still quite happy because Chen Feng had said that he would let him die. As long as he couldn't experience pain when he died. Then he recognized it. Let him do whatever he wanted to do if it meant ending this horrible feeling. The Summit Academy is still operating normally and doesn't seem to have been affected by the Chen Xiao incident. There's a security guard at the door. Seeing Chen Feng bring a person in, the security guard rushed over to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see what this place is? Quickly get out of the way. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Feng directly reached out and crushed him. This security guard is also an evil spirit. The moment he absorbed his evil soul, Chen Feng took a clear look at his sins as well. He works here as a security guard, but has bullied a few female cadets. They were also threatened not to tell anyone about it. He didn't die for nothing. Chen Feng kicked open the door and headed inside. He went straight to the dormitory floor. From his body, he pulled out 100 Taoist talismans. Just throw it on the floor. Sun Tianyu didn't know what Chen Feng was up to. He just felt a bad feeling brewing in his head. These are resurrection charms. After a person dies, the soul can be brought back to life for a short period of time if it is still there. Now, these resurrection charms are for you to use. Wait, Sun Tianyu didn't know what this meant. 100 resurrection charms? Wouldn't you have to resurrect yourself 100 times? That's not going to kill you 100 times. Before he could ask the question in his mind, Chen Feng then snapped his fingers. Sun Tianyu's body immediately walked uncontrollably towards the upper floors. Dragging his bloody body, he weaved through the building. At this moment, those trainees who were in the dormitory all poked their heads out. Ah, you guys, look at that. It scared me to death. Is it a corpse? No, it's a person. He's still moving. Where is he going with this? To the penthouse? Ha, if it isn't Mr. Sun, he actually turned out like this? These trainees were all very gossipy as they followed Sun Tianyu, wondering what he was going to do. Sun Tianyu was like a walking corpse. This dormitory building he remembered well. They were the ones who threw Chen Xiao off the roof of this building in the first place. To cover up his crimes, he went up to the roof. Looking downwards, one could see Chen Feng standing below. Sun Tianyu had never thought that standing on the roof of a building would feel like this. Perhaps the fear of death can only be realized when you actually get to this point. It takes courage to stand here and try to jump. With just a few seconds to fall, he was just too afraid to take on the challenge. No, I don't want to die. No, he suddenly bawled, his voice tearing like a crying child. He struggled desperately, but his body was simply out of control. It's like fitting your consciousness into another empty body. But it's all too late now. Sun Tianyu directly jumped down with his legs in the air. Wow! The cadets behind them were startled. There was a flurry of backing up. One exclaimed, he jumped? Can he survive a jump this high? Ouch! This is suicide. A few seconds of free fall followed by the dull sound of landing. Sun Tianyu fell to the ground in a twisted posture and died. He landed right at Chen Feng's feet. All of this seemed to coincide with Chen Xiao's death back then, and fit together like an overlap in time and space. Sun Tianyu, finally, was feeling the pain and helplessness that Chen Xiao had felt at first, but it's far from over. One of the stacks of Taoist talismans next to it floated up and burned in the air. In the next second, Sun Tianyu directly opened his eyes. He's alive again, but instead of the celebration of being alive, he was in immense pain. Incredible pain. Just now, when he fell down from the upper floor, he didn't know how many bones were broken, and his internal organs were also damaged. And this kind of pain was all clearly engraved on his body. Aha! Holy, why did you bring me back to life? I'm hurting. I'm dying. My bones are broken and my chest hurts. Tearing his heart out, he shouted and screamed at the same time, but his body stood up again, as if suspended by an invisible force, and pushed open the dormitory door to continue toward the roof of the building. Another gasp from the dorm. Those who were still watching just now had all ducked back into the dormitory, and no one dared to come out again. Panic hung in everyone's eyes. Sun Tianyu had just jumped up from above clearly dead, but the next second he was alive again? What kind of evil magic is this? It didn't take much thought to realize that the caster must have been trying to make him experience the pain of it. Ah! I don't want it. I don't want to go upstairs. I don't want to dance anymore. Let me die. Let me The hallway echoed with Sun Tianyu's agonizingly miserable cries, but he arrived at the roof of the building and once again flew down with his arms open. Boom! Sun Tianyu fell heavily to the ground. Then he stood up again. Reascend the stairs again. Chen Feng left the academy because staying here would remind him of some very bad memories. Sun Tianyu, however, continued. Half an hour later, Sunstar rushed to the scene. By the time he arrived, the patrol had emptied the dormitory building of cadets, but Sun Tianyu was still jumping up and down one at a time. No one can stop him. A couple of patrolmen went to stop them, and their hands were burned right off. Son, that's my son. One of you help my son. Stop making him jump. His body can't carry it. Everyone around them was silent. Only Sun Xing's cries were particularly piercing. The resurrection talisman around him was slowly diminishing, accompanied by the end of Sun Tianyu's life. He was hurting more than once and screaming more than once, but there's no stopping this hellish cycle. Sun Tianyu jumped a whole 100 times in one day, going up, falling down, coming back to life. He was repeating this in monotone. Every time he went up the stairs and jumped down, his pain got deeper. His body felt like it was falling apart, and the pain was indescribable. Intense pain layered over him, violently hitting everything in him each time. He was afraid to open his eyes, afraid to come back to life, afraid to live himself. That pain had broken him. He was confessing in tears and begging for mercy, but it was no use at all. At the same time, everything about him is being streamed live. 100,000 plus people saw this. Fear spread through everyone's mind. However, when they thought of what Sun Tianyu had done before, none of them had a soft heart, because he really deserved to die. Chapter 109, I'm next. Sun Xing was despairing in pain at this moment. He regretted that he should not have educated his children in this way. From a young age, the Sun family did not lack anything, and gave Sun Tianyu the best, but who knew that it was harming him? Such an upbringing has raised him to be inferior, so that he doesn't know how to respect people and has only power and money in his eyes? Even more so, he didn't put an ordinary person like Chen Xiao in his eyes. I don't know that if you push an honest person to the edge, they will kill too. His heart clenched with every fall of Sun Tianyu. Sun Tianyu's miserable screams each time he was revived made his eyes tear up wildly. He was crying his heart out and his voice was in tears. In the past, no matter what happened he was able to take care of it for him, but now he can't afford to take care of Chen Feng. It was not until late afternoon that the case was closed. The inspector's office let Sun Xing take away Sun Tianyu's body. Investigations can all be dispensed with. The process of Sun Tianyu's jumping was watched by everyone, and the live screen was recorded. Although there was Chen Feng present at the beginning, in that none of it mattered. Whether or not they could convict Chen Feng seemed to be of little use. Even if he can be convicted, who's going to arrest him? The person who breaks the evil game is not his opponent. Sun Xing has aged a lot at once. A few days his wife and children are gone. The aftermath is all organized by him. How can he bear this blow? When he got home, he felt the large villa was empty. It was as if you were in another time and place. He clenched his fists again and again, vowing to kill Chen Feng, but again and again, he came down powerless. It was good that Chen Feng didn't kill himself now. How can you kill him yourself? The word revenge had never been farther from him. Bam! At that moment, the door was opened. A robust footstep came. Dad! Sun Xing stood up and saw a majestic figure. Jiang Jianying is here. I'm going to Tianyu's room. He spoke directly. It's upstairs. Sun Xing rushed ahead to lead the way, pushed the door open. Jiang Jianying directly overturned Sun Tianyu's bed. Hidden underneath is a worn sword. This is... Sun Xing never knew that his son still hid this kind of thing under his bed. Isn't it hard to sleep at night? Jiang Jianying put that sword away. His eyes narrowed. This bloodthirsty sword was used to refine Tianyu. Who knew he would die just like that? 3 more years, just 3 more years and Tianyu will be able to refine it. Sun Xing was completely baffled. He had been refining his son? But you don't know anything about it. The sword looked very weird and I wondered what it was for. This sword is bloodthirsty and can swallow aura and refine ghost corpses. I intended to refine Sun Tianyu into an indestructible corpse, so that he would have an incorruptible body. But alas! Alas! Jiang Jianying roared sadly to the sky. Sun Xing trembled when he heard this. He had heard before that this old man of his was not simple, and had once been the target of the Patrol Bureau and the Evil Breaking Bureau. But in the end, he did not know what tactics had been used, and had managed to make them both give up their pursuit of him. It is said that at least thousands have died at his hands. All this time Sun Xing hadn't detected any abnormalities in Jiang Jianying, so he hadn't looked deeply into these things. He only knew that when Jiang Jianying launched his anger, ordinary people could not withstand it. Now, by the look on his face he seems to have reached his limit. Jiang Jianying's only daughter died and his grandson was brutally murdered. He's, definitely, coming out of the woodwork. Ride the Wind Little Tea House. Returning at night. In Chen Feng's 100 Ghost Streamer, a new evil soul came in. This evil spirit had been kneeling inside begging for mercy since he came in. He was smart, as if he already knew what he was up against. This, the evil soul of Sun Tianyu. He didn't even dare to raise his head, so he just knelt there. Very well, you must have already experienced the pain of 100 deaths. Be a good human in your next life. Chen Feng's finger ignited a great young true flame before flinging it over with ease. True fire was ignited all around. It gives off a burning light. Sun Tianyu's evil soul was immediately ignited. Kiri! Ow ow ow. A strange cry immediately came out of Sun Tianyu's mouth. Shock tinged with fear. He hadn't realized that he would still be in such intense pain when he became a spirit. The feeling of the flames burning on his own body was no different than it had been in life. If not more so. You can't take it anymore? This is just the beginning. Chen Feng looked at him with a smile, and there was a hint of violence in the depths of his eyes. He then snapped his fingers. Sun Tianyu was directly wrapped in flames, but he wasn't burned to death. He just struggled through the flames and kept getting scorched. Chen Feng then closed his eyes and meditated to rest. Kitakura City. The Kong family. Kong Liyuan was sitting at the dining table and was eating fruits. She was dressed like a princess and her little face was white and lovely. She looks like a harmless little girl, but who knows? The violent spirit she hides behind? She's 20 years old, but already has 4 lives on her hands. One of them was split right down the middle by her. But every time she kills someone she manages to hide it well. And with the Kong family running the show, she's able to live like nothing's wrong. The Kong family is different from other families. The Kong family has a special status. So regarding Chen Feng's matter, the Kong family had never taken it to heart. They felt that even if Chen Feng had the greatest ability, he would not be able to kill his way to the Kong family. This was a situation that he could not possibly touch. But now, everything Chen Feng had done had caused them to become concerned already. Chen Feng had destroyed the patrol bureau and tried so many people. The Kong family had to face this matter seriously. Kong Liyuan's father sat across the table, silently eating fruit. The Kong family is very strict, and the two of them didn't say anything during the meal. Finished eating, it was only when his father, Kong fondly, spoke. You know about Chen Feng? Just this afternoon, Sun Tianyu died. Well, Kong Liyuan bowed her head, looking a little shy still. In fact, her inner one had long since gone berserk. On the one hand was excitement, a desire for blood. On the other hand was fear. Fear of Chen Feng. Dad, that incident had something to do with me as well. In fact, it was Sun Tianyu and I who killed Chen Xiao together. Now that Sun Tianyu is dead, I should be next. Kong Liyuan acted like she was talking about something normal. Kong fondly frowned tightly and said coldly, leave this matter alone. I'll help you set it right. You should stay home if you're not doing anything these days. Don't just go out. Kong Liyuan nodded obediently on the surface and then dutifully lowered her head. Kong fondly dialed a phone number. The person on the other side of the phone was the leader of the General Inspectorate, Li Chen. One word from him determines the life and death of a number of people. The Kong family had always had interests with him, and he definitely had to take care of this matter. The North Barn City Patrol was wiped out though. Still, the power of the General Administration should not be underestimated. Chapter 110, Killing Through Everything, plus more. In fact, without this call from Kong fondly, Li Chen was going to come. After all, what happened to Chen Feng was too egregious. What happened at the river has been reported to the Rangers. Most of those who died were foreign nationals, and this is a big deal. Combined with the disappearance of the North Barn City Patrol, it says the matter is to be investigated closely. Li Chen agreed to Kong fondly, sort of sending him a favor. After that, he rushed to Kitakura City with his men. At this moment, North Barn Downtown Street. Lord Li, do we really have to do this? An inspector asked cautiously from the side. In a cafe, Li Chen sits here leisurely drinking tea. The pedestrians around him, the waiters, of the cafe are all his people. They were so well disguised that ordinary people could not tell the difference. Not only that, but there were 3 snipers crouching on the building in the distance. They would shoot first thing whenever they were in danger. He'd watched the last time the North Barn City Patrol was in town. He felt that incident was because the people from the patrol bureau weren't on guard, which was why Chen Feng had gotten his hands on it. Today I have made enough preparations to come over, and the main purpose is to talk to him. There should not be much danger. The big deal is to talk about the collapse of their own go. Li Chen took a deep breath and said seriously, I'll talk to Chen Feng first. Maybe I can convince him, and also let him know the depth of this matter. This kid, he really thinks he's invincible. My lord, if there is any danger, we will come to your rescue at the first opportunity. The person next to him expressed his loyalty. Li Chen looked at the time. You guys retire first. Chen Feng will be here soon. Yes. The people on either side of the ambush were a well-trained presence. Li Chen also came over today fully prepared. He wanted Chen Feng to know where the bottom line of the patrol bureau was. For this reason Li Chen had prepared for everything. A short while later, the door to the coffee shop was pushed open. Chen Feng walked in. He was dressed in a tracksuit and looked no different from a normal man. Just a pair of eyes that were terribly gloomy. Mr. Chen. Hello, I'm the head of the Patrol Bureau's General Directorate. Li Chen. He spoke formally. Oh, Chen Feng, on the other hand, snorted coldly and sat down to drink his coffee with his head down. Coffee was something he was not accustomed to. It was no match for tea. Chen Feng, you've done a lot of great things these days. I advise you to drop everything now and turn back to the shore. The entire patrol bureau was exterminated by you. You're already doing evil. The people above have their eyes on you. Chen Feng raised his head in a cloudy manner. Oh, I know. Tell the people up there that I have my eyes on them as well. Ha? Sam Lee was confused for a moment. He was a negotiator by trade, and he wanted to use his unrelenting tongue to convince Chen Feng that it would be best to make him stop the killing. But who knows? The other side doesn't give a damn. He didn't give a damn about the head of the General Inspectorate, the Wang family, the Sun family, the Gung family, the Kong family, the umbrella behind them, not just the North Sengqing City Patrol Bureau. So simple. The people above the Patrol Bureau. And this matter is related to. I will not let go. Chen Feng's words caused Li Chen to suddenly get a chill down his spine. Isn't he, himself, their umbrella? From the Beitsong City Patrol Bureau to the General Bureau. It's all about protecting the Kong family by yourself. Ah, this matter was also suppressed by his own hand. Otherwise, how can it be possible that no one is looking into the matter when it has become such a big deal? Chen Feng, let go of your obsession in order to live well. I can understand the pain of losing a loved one, but you will have nothing left if you die. If you are willing, money is negotiable. With money, you can do a lot of things you wouldn't normally think of. Click. Chen Feng directly crushed the coffee cup. The boiling hot coffee splashed Li Chen all over. Chen Feng's voice elevated a few heights. The pain of losing a loved one is something I bet you don't understand. Otherwise you wouldn't have said such cloudy words. Money is nothing compared to the lives of your loved ones. What's a mere Beitsong City Patrol Bureau? If it's related to this matter, I won't be afraid of the god of murder. Kill the god? He's crazy. Li Chen met Chen Feng's dark eyes and his heartbeat thumped faster. The whole thing is a mess. Originally, he had wanted to have a good talk with Chen Feng, but now it seemed impossible. A flame was burning at the tip of Chen Feng's finger. Li Chen, as a leader, you took in a lot of black money, and hid a lot of truths on your own, so countless people died at your hands. Do you think that you should atone for your sins? Li Chen immediately tensed up. He stared at the flames at the tip of Chen Feng's fingers, feeling as if the flames could burn up everything in him. Freeze! Hands up! The guests at the next table immediately stood up and aimed their guns at Chen Feng. Li Chen was slightly relieved to see his people coming. Even if Chen Feng is more powerful, can he dodge bullets? So close. Unless he's a god. Boom! Li Chen hadn't had a chance to speak. The two people who had just raised their guns to point at Chen Feng exploded. Right in front of him it hardened into two clouds of blood mist. The cafe suddenly reeked of blood. This. Li Chen's eyes cleared. Two big living people died just like that? That was a subordinate who had followed him around for years. A hint of black gas floated up in Chen Feng's eyes. Bloodthirsty and crazy. You've got a total of 23 people in the neighborhood, including the waiters and customers in this cafe, and they're all your people, right? How did he know? Li Chen's heart tightened. There was an instant feeling of being counted. Could it be that Chen Feng knew it from the beginning? Then he came over, most likely to kill. Bang! 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 Then the sound of bodies exploding kept coming from the cafe. There were about a dozen people in there. All of them are bursting open in turn. The cafe became a blood inferno, and the place took on a completely different hue. Li Chen was covered in blood, and it was disgusting and horrible. Chen Feng's clean clothes were but spotless, still sitting there easily. It's just that flame at my fingertips is getting hotter and hotter. Chen Feng, you don't mess around. I'm here to talk things over with you today. I'm the leader of the patrol directorate. If you kill me, you'll have trouble turning back. Chen Feng laughed as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Turn back? Why would I turn back? From the moment my daughter was murdered, there was nothing in this world that could turn me back. I will kill through everything. Crazy. The man is properly insane. Li Chen was now regretting it. Had I known this, I shouldn't have come to talk to Chen Feng with illusions. Even though the people in the cafe were dead, he still had his cards. That would be the snipers from the building across the street, and they'd be the first to strike when they saw what was going on here. Dang. Suddenly, Li Chen seemed to hear a dull landing sound. He suddenly realized what was going on, and his eyes looked back with a mute look. Thanks to Big Brother Square Skull for the Big God certification. Add more. Also thank you to all the readers who sent gifts before. But sorry, I can only add one more chapter at the moment. This one was written when I secretly took a break, and now I really have limited energy for 4 shifts a day. So thank you all for your support and love. I really appreciate it. All I can do is to write the plot after that, and create more cool points for everyone to read comfortably. Chapter 111, The Evil Soul on the Body. Can't be hidden anymore. The 2 snipers, their bodies burning, had fallen to the ground. They had fallen from the opposite building and were surrounded by people, who at the moment were showing no signs of life. Li Chen's heart was completely cold. The meeting with Chen Feng was only 5 or 6 minutes long. So how did it come to this? Chen Feng, there is something we can discuss. I can agree to any condition you say, or you can think about it again. It was the Kong family that sent you here, so there's nothing to discuss about this matter. Chen Feng crossed his legs. You, with the evil soul in you, can't hide it anymore. Not. You wait. Li Chen hurriedly tried to explain loudly. One can be so stupid, still pretending to be a hero, thinking that holding Chen Feng wanted to find him out to discuss, thinking that it would be easy to get this thing down. Who knows? People just kill. Do not talk nonsense with themselves at all. Ah. Phew. Next, Li Chen's body burned. All at once his whole body felt like it had fallen into a flaming inferno. Severe pain accompanies the left and right. It turns out that being burned to death is this feeling. It turns out that the flames burn. So painful. Li Chen's head instantly thought about a previous case. Someone deliberately set fire to a family of 3, and he himself received a lot of money to keep the matter quiet. Turns out that family of 3 was in so much pain, and now I've experienced it all myself. Ignoring Sam Li, who was dancing in the flames next to him, Chen Feng picked up the cell phone on his desk and made a video call to a name called Head. The other party quickly picked up. Li Chen, how's the Chen Feng thing going? The other side was meeting in a conference room with what looked like quite a few people in it. Hello everyone. Chen Feng turned to the camera and smiled. Where's Sam Li? What did you do with him? The man asked nervously. Li Chen is dancing. Chen Feng pointed the camera at Li Chen. Wow. The people in the conference room instantly fell silent, and for a moment the scene fell silent. Sam Li, burned to death? Moreover, the cafe was filled with blood dripping everywhere, and a lot of people should have died here as well. And those 80% were all Li Chen's subordinates. To inform you, who is the umbrella of the Wang, Kong, Gung, and Sun families, I will not let any of them go. Oh, prepare to die. The call is over. Leaving a roomful of people in the conference room silent, the leader of the band touched his head and fretted. Tianyang City had already met before and decided to arrest Chen Feng, but it's so difficult. The side of the evil breaking bureau had come to cooperate, but they had never been able to catch Chen Feng. The people from the patrol bureau were simply a bunch of little caramels in Chen Feng's eyes. Now that Li Chen was dead, Chen Feng was declaring war with the patrol bureau. But how are they supposed to respond? How many people died in the past? Chen Feng is simply a bottomless pit. In the conference room, several people had hard faces, because they all had something to do with it and were behind it. Will the flames of this thing burn into them? None of them had a clue in mind. Kitakura City, in a high-class clubhouse, the most luxurious private room, where 5 people were seated. Next to him was a strangely dressed tall man. I heard that Sandra Lee is getting ready to leave for an afternoon flight. Several other parents, too, are planning to leave North Barn City. What do we do? They're all Justice League. That day hit them hard. They smashed tens of millions of dollars and bought over 200 people to go after Chen Feng. As a result, it was killed by Chen Feng. The alliance led by Li Shanshan, Sun Xing had completely collapsed. Some parents are ready to leave already, but a lot of them can't pull themselves away. All their properties are in Kitakura City. If they leave, everything will be over. They don't want to lose it all. If even these industries are gone, then they really have nothing left. Everyone, don't be in a hurry yet. One of the women named Liang Xinxin spoke up. Didn't we invite that high-ranking person to come? With them around, there's definitely no problem keeping us safe. They're from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Those words made a few people relax a little bit more. That's right. This high person should be able to guarantee their safety only. They're from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The energy is similar to that of an evil-breaking bureau master. The tall man sneered with a very relaxed expression. I am an expert ranked in the top 50 of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I even have some say in the alliance. And other than that, it's more than enough to keep a few of you alive. If that Chen Feng dares to come, I'll let him die here. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is not a flowery framework. Everyone who heard this also dropped their hearts. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Liang Xinxin continued to speak. I think so. Chen Feng has killed so many people. Odds are that he'll stop as well. and since he's offended so many people, he shouldn't have the time to care about us. Let's all take advantage of this time to move our property as quickly as possible and also leave as soon as possible. The crowd nodded, with a few secret sighs. Is it still impossible to get away from having to flee to a foreign country after all? And so be it. As long as we can save our lives, it's better than anything. Gollum. Suddenly, in front of the crowd, something bulbous rolled in. Ha! What's that? A man snapped. Then all eyes moved over. It's Heads. It's my bodyguard. OMG. Heads? These words instantly changed the atmosphere in the private room, and the two tall men were instantly on guard. A man had stood in the doorway at some point. The man was dressed in a sports outfit, with green scruff hanging from his chin, looking a bit disheveled, but his eyes were incomparably deep, and a black aura hovered within them. Gentlemen, I hear you're trying to escape? Did I not say that no one connected with this matter could escape? You guys are really naive. It's Chen Feng. The tall man immediately stood up and glared angrily at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I'm from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. You dare to be our enemy? My strength is not an existence you can touch. One of them held an evil card in his hand, which depicted a horrible Buddha's head with teeth and claws. Chen Feng, do you see this evil sign? As long as I crush it, an evil god will immediately appear, and then you will die with nothing left. We don't want to fight with you. You've killed so many people. Can't you just let a few of them go? Why do you need to drive out all of them? Click. Next, that evil card was directly crushed. A black gas gushed out furiously in the booth. This is said to be a private room, but the space is huge. The height of the floor is about 6 meters, and it is more than 400 square meters. That master froze. I didn't do it myself. How did the evil card get crushed? Did Chen Feng crush it? He is crazy. Himself has told him what it is, and he dares to take the initiative? When the evil god inside appears, Chen Feng will surely die. Ha ha ha, who summoned me out? This world. Fresh flesh and blood again? I want to kill. A figure with a pitch-black face appeared in front of the crowd. He had sharp teeth and claws, and his body was evil and terrifying. It's as if talking about it can kill everyone, for words are popping into everyone's head at the moment. Hell's evil gods. However, before he could finish his words, a black palm attacked next to him. Chapter 112, Killers of the World are always on the run. Put. The black palm slapped hard. Half of the evil god's body was directly destroyed. Ha! The evil god thought he was hallucinating before his eyes. He's been practicing for a few decades now, and he's never been the one to eat other people's souls. And every time he's been released he's had to kill hundreds or thousands of lives before he'll stop. But this time half of your body was gone before you had a chance to do anything? And what is that black palm? As if it is the same evil cultivator as himself. But why is the power so much stronger than himself? His eyes cleared instantly, like a dog that had seen its master. The eyes gradually moved into the distance as well. A man leaned lazily against the doorway and gave just a small wave. The supreme soul in that man is Wind Reckless? Lean on. This is the demon enchanted heavenly master. Wind Reckless. Quick, take me back. Grass. The evil god hurriedly said to the higher being who had refined himself. But in the next second, his body was gripped by that black palm. Ruthlessly, he dragged himself in front of Chen Feng. Just an evil cultivator. And he dares to call himself an evil god? What's wrong with the world nowadays? Trash also dares to call themselves gods. Chen Feng's eyes were distraught. My lord, my ancestor, I am wrong. The evil god screamed in terror, his eyes not even daring to look at Chen Feng. Although Chen Feng was a bit disgusted, Feng Wuji had already said that this evil soul would be very helpful to his enhancement. So with great reluctance, he swallowed it, clicking and crunching. The booth had been quiet. The tall man was even more clear-eyed and fearful. That evil god has been refining himself for more than 10 years, killing people on his own. But now it was eaten by Chen Feng? He just opened his mouth in a cloud and swallowed it? Things aren't right. There's a big gap between Chen Feng's strength and what they described. That tall man called out straight away that he had been duped. Chen Feng was able to swallow the evil god with this strength. Wasn't he just a piece of trash in front of him? Master Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. Can you let me go? The Heavenly Dao Alliance won't pursue this matter. The tall man immediately knelt down to admit his mistake and beg for forgiveness. Boom! He hadn't finished his sentence. Chen Feng flicked his finger, and his body was impacted by a huge force, leaving only a head falling to the ground. A streak of black chi rose up along his head before being sucked into the 100 ghost streamer by Chen Feng. The people of the Heavenly Dao Alliance are so full of crap? Chen Feng was curious. A pin dropped in the booth. None of those 5 parents dared to speak. They all looked at Chen Feng silently, their heads flashing with all sorts of devastating possibilities. How will Chen Feng torture them? It's an unknown. You few. Now you know you're wrong? Chen Feng squinted at them, his voice somewhat disappointed. We know we're wrong. We're sorry. Liang Xinxin thought that Chen Feng was going to let them off the hook and hurriedly picked up the conversation. Chen Feng roared. You know you're wrong and you're still not kneeling down to apologize. Dang. Liang Xinxin was suddenly pressed down by a huge force and her knees knocked heavily on the ground. It made a painfully muffled sound. Her knees just crumbled. My knee. It hurts. So much. Liang Xinxin screamed out miserably. However, her body didn't stop for a moment as she began to kowtow vigorously to Chen Feng. It was as if 1,000 pounds of force were pressing down on her back. One knock was harder than the other, and within two she had blood all over her head. But she had no intention of stopping. Instead, the frequency was getting faster and faster. Several other parents' faces instantly turned ugly. Chen Feng is trying to make them kowtow to death here. Chen Feng, you've killed so many people. Can you spare us? My children and husband were killed by you. Can you let me live? Don't kill everyone. Okay. We admit that we have problems with our education. But we are not guilty of anything. Two stubborn parents clenched their fists and glared fiercely at Chen Feng and said, the reasoning is such. Chen Feng nodded in response to their words. But I just want to kill all of you. I don't want to be the Madonna of death. You're all responsible for what happened to my daughter. So none of you will escape. Chen Feng was not originally a person who was addicted to killing. It's what happened to his daughter that woke him up. Be good. Kill hard. If no one messes with you, then it's just fine. But if anyone messes with you, then you can't let any of them go. To kill through everything. Knock knock. The rest of them fell to their knees as well, and a heavy one smashed right through them. Then he began to kowtow hard. 5 people were kowtowing moment by moment as if they were worshipping, with heartbreaking screams coming out of their mouths. Soon someone passed out from the pain. However, Chen Feng didn't let them end their pain so quickly, and even thoughtfully drew talismans and pinched incantations for them so that they wouldn't lose their lives so quickly, and at the very least, they would have to experience all the pain that they needed to experience. In this way they hurt themselves while kowtowing and recovering their chi at the same time. In 5 minutes, these 5 people have become blood gourds. It is impossible to tell what they originally looked like. Blood flowing down the top of the head all over. Chen Feng took a picture and posted it online. There are a few words attached to it. Wickedness has its own reward. Kitakura Municipal Airport. Lizanne was sitting on an airplane that was about to take off. She wore sunglasses and was gorgeously dressed, sitting in first class and enjoying treatment that ordinary people might never enjoy in their lives. Please turn off your cell phone signals. The plane will be taking off soon. The sweet voice of the stewardess rang out on the radio. Lizanne was just going to turn it off. Now her mood was completely relaxed. As long as you get out of here then you're safe. She's made enough money to splurge for several lifetimes. Big deal. She'll just start over and have a new family abroad. The word Chen Feng had become her nightmare, and she never wanted to touch it again in her life. Just let it all go. There was still just a hint of resentment in her heart. My daughter's revenge is not yet avenged. Later, when she had the chance, she would definitely kill Chen Feng with her own hands. Just then, a picture ghosted out of her phone. It's the image of 5 parents on their bloody knees kowtowing. Even though they had changed their faces, Lizanne recognized them at once. Wasn't this in the clubhouse where they had their last Justice League gathering? So those 5 people are 80% of those parents. It's Chen Feng. He really struck out. Li Shanshan hurriedly turned off her cell phone in fear. She barely managed to steady her breathing and glanced outside. A man in a sweatshirt was standing outside the airport at the moment and noticed her looking over. The man waved at her. Then, made a neck-wiping gesture. Chapter 113, Sir, do you like tea? Lizanne rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The man she will never forget until the next life. That's Chen Feng. He chased me to the airport? Li Shanshan hurriedly pulled down the shade cloth. She patted her chest so she could calm herself. It must be an illusion. One's whereabouts were already quite hidden. There was no way Chen Feng would know. That guy just looks a lot like Chen Feng. It must not be him. Soon the plane takes off. Li Shanshan's hanging heart fell. The stewardess brought up a glass of champagne for Shen and Li to relieve her stress. Li Shanshan was now repeating in her head the action that Chen Feng had just done. Wipe your neck. The fear in her heart simply could not be suppressed when she associated it with what had happened before. Bah! What the is this champagne? Why is it so hot? She felt the tip of her tongue burn, and yelled out without a good reason. Ha! The stewardess looked at her curiously. After these words were shouted out, Lizanne was also confused for a moment. How can champagne be hot? Could it be that something is wrong with your senses? That's not true. It's really hot. The heat was like a burn, spreading along her tongue and becoming clearer and more painful. It was as if a sharp knife was being used to cut the tip of his tongue. Hot, hot, hot. She jumped straight up screaming. The stewardess next to her was unsure and stared at her blankly. This customer has everything intact. Where exactly is it hot? Li Shanshan opened her mouth, pointed to her mouth and shouted, "Get me some water. It's going to be hot." Quick. That stewardess hurriedly agreed and turned around to bring a cup of water. Lizhen took a sip and dunked it in, but instead of easing the situation, it got worse. The fiery burning sensation spread from her throat to her entire body. She felt her insides burn with a roaring fire. Mud! I need water. Where's the faucet? She yelled as if she were breaking down. The bathroom faucet in the first class is broken, is now being repaired. And the bathroom in the back economy class has a faucet. The flight attendant hurriedly replied. Lizhen ran towards there regardless. Now the plane has taken off. Everyone is in their seats. The moment Li Shanshan rushed into the economy class, all eyes were focused on her. It was as if she perceived her position in a pair of horrified eyes. She followed everyone's eyes to her body. His own clothes had burst into flames. She had a large gash in her stomach where the flames came from. She was really on fire inside. This scene left the crowd dumbfounded, and they all exclaimed in shock. None of them had ever seen such a horrible image. The flames are coming out of her. What's the principle? Help! Is anyone coming to help me? I put out the fire. Li Shanshan crumbled and screamed, slapping herself as hard as she could. But there was no effect. Those flames got hotter and hotter. Not affected at all. Soon the airplane crew rushed over. All kinds of fire extinguishers. Water poured over them. But it didn't work at all. Shannon Li started with a big hole in her stomach spewing fire. Then her chest. Then her mouth. Until her entire body was buried in flames. Oddly enough, the flames in her body were incomparably raging. But the flames automatically went out when she died. And even the carpet wasn't hurt. On Earth, she left only a black and inhuman body. Train station. Train. A man in a suit, clutching a small purse, sat alone in a window seat. He'll be gone soon. He was going to go to another city before taking a plane out of the East Country. Never came back after that. His son died and his wife left him in an accident. Now he was left all alone. But the hurdle in my heart could never be overcome. He wanted to kill Chen Feng, but there really isn't that. He was going to get out of here and figure it out later. Chen Feng was in the ascendancy now. Having killed thousands of people, he was a complete murderous fiend. One doesn't want to die under him. The train has left, and his heart slowly relaxed. Do you like tea, sir? Try my cup of tea. At that moment, the man across the table pushed over a teacup. This teacup is exquisitely crafted and the tea inside is fragrant. He glanced down at his tea. It was dark in there and didn't look like tea at all. He wondered, what kind of tea is this? The man on the other side said, send-off tea. Ha! The man's head snapped up. Sitting on the opposite seat is Chen Feng. You. The man exclaimed out in shock, and his face changed straight away. Chen Feng's appearance had been firmly engraved in his head. It's like a nightmare. Chen Feng stretched out a finger. Drink this tea and be on your way. Hit the road at. The man was baffled to hear this. Was he going to die? But he doesn't want to die. He really doesn't want to. Seeing him sitting there in a cold sweat, Chen Feng coldly said without any good humor, I made you tea and didn't drink it. Is it not giving face? In that case, you go straight to hell. Chen Feng pinched his hand with one hand. In the next second, the man's body immediately stood up uncontrollably. He went to the steward's room and stole the steward's keys. Then came the car door. He reached for the door. No. He realized what was going on in an instant and yelled frantically. But the body was not under his control at all. He opened the door and stuck his head out. Tunnel ahead. Walls and trains not far away. The man simply explored his entire body. Rub-a-dub-dub-dub. All that could be heard was a scuffling sound that came over. Very harsh. An hour later, Chen Feng sat on the train back to the city. The train before that was stopped for an emergency investigation because the man committed suicide. Chen Feng, along with other passengers, changed to another bus to go home. Chen Feng took stock of the evil souls in the car. So far, parents in the Yago League, they've all hung up. These evil spirits are in the 100 ghosts. Chen Feng swallowed some of the evil souls and then looked at Feng Wuji's recovery status. 55%. Chen Feng still had quite a few evil souls stored in his 100 ghost streamer. And when all of these evil souls were swallowed by himself, then he would still be able to regain quite a bit of strength. Chen Feng drank a few infusions of tea. Boredom looked up from his cell phone. Soon, a post praying for the victims imprinted itself on his site. The source of this post is the Summit Academy forum. Chen Feng laughed when he clicked in and took a look. He almost missed these big fish. It had been so many days since Chen Xiao's incident, and the Academy's forum had still been functioning normally, and no statement or apology has been issued by the forum. Instead, they're still here praying for Sun Tianyu who died in the Academy that day. The smile on Chen Feng's face gradually solidified. It's really good face to give more than them. Chapter 114, I became an Avenger, 4 shifts. At this moment, the Summit Academy Hall. This place can hold thousands of people. Today, fully 700 people are meeting. This was specially arranged by the head gu of the Summit Academy, borrowing Sun Tianyu's death to mobilize all the trainees to pray together, and incidentally start a mobilization meeting for the opening of the school year. He and a few of the leadership team sat on the stage with serious expressions. The content of the conference was to pray for Sun Tianyu and other victims. Gu Chang deliberately pretended to be very sad and said, I think we all already know what happened. Sun Tianyu and a few fellow students were killed by Chen Xiao's father, Chen Feng, along with thousands of people in Beizong City. All of them are dead, but the patrol bureau of this incident has never found evidence and has been unable to arrest the bad guy. Chen Feng, this world is unfair. I am self-reliant, and I must be determined to fight the villains to the end. Sun Tianyu and the others are all trainees of our academy, and although they have made mistakes, their mistakes are not fatal. The Summit Academy is a big family that can forgive and tolerate all of your mistakes. You guys remember that when you go outside in the future, you should also never forget that you are from the Summit Academy. Be brave to face some evil forces. Gu Chang was particularly provocative in his speech. While he was talking, the big screen was still scrolling over and over with some prayers, cheers and hot words. What a family of academies. What honor and faith. All linked to the academy. Gu Chang understands brainwashing. This maneuver was originally the fault of the academy, and it even made it seem as if it was Chen Feng's fault. Some of the 700 or so participants below were even in tears. Sun Tianyu jumped off the building 100 times. 100 times. Death comes and goes without dying, and in the end the body crumbles into mud. This is so pathetic. There should be a limit to torture. Don't play like that. So what if they made a mistake? So what if they killed someone? They're kids. Everyone at this moment followed Gu Chang's rhythm. Gu Chang waved his fists in righteous indignation, and his voice trembled when he spoke with excitement. Schoolmaster. Suddenly, one of the management team trotted in, very nervous. Gu Chang was in the middle of rendering his emotions, when he was suddenly interrupted at this time. He expressed his great displeasure. What happened? There's a man outside who wants to see you. You have to say it at this time? Gu Chang was already vaguely angry. These 700 people were waiting for him to emotionally mobilize. The man's eyes were wooden, and he nodded seriously. The head of the academy. I can't help it if I don't say it. Because of what? Gu Chang roared angrily. Because he is Chen Feng. What? Gu Chang thought he had heard wrong and immediately stood up with a slap on the table. Boom! In the next second, the body of the person who spoke instantly exploded. Like a cannonball stuffed with juice, it splattered the 7 members of the management team, including Gu Chang, on the counter with blood. Hot and fishy. They haven't reacted to what's going on. It just felt like a body heat. And then it was made to look this disgusting. A person who was fine just a moment ago just exploded? Dead? The whole synagogue. A mess. More than 700 trainees hadn't even felt the taste of fear yet, because it had come so fast that they had only seen blood and smelled it. Call security. Gu Chang yelled lowly. The patrolmen are useless. You think security guards coming over will help? At that moment, Chen Feng's voice came from the doorway. He gently pushed the door open and made his way to the stage as if no one else was there. Face to face with Gu Chang. You, Chen Feng. Gu Chang certainly knew what Chen Feng looked like. Chen Feng and Chen Xiao. He remembered them clearly. When Chen Xiao came to the academy, it was Chen Feng who brought her here, and the two of them had almost identical eyes. He still remembered how devastated and agonized Chen Feng's expression was that day when he learned that his daughter had been killed. It was just that after so many days had passed and Chen Feng had killed so many people, he thought that Chen Feng had long forgotten about him. I didn't expect him to find it again. Hokage. It's been a long time. Last time we met, you were the leader and I was the parent. In this meeting, you are still the leader, but I have become the Avenger. Chen Feng contained a smile, and his voice was heard by everyone through the loudspeaker. The word Avenger is particularly fitting. It instantly reminded them of a scene from earlier. Chen Feng went on a killing spree, taking revenge and even destroying the patrol bureau. Gu Chang's head went dead for a moment. However, he still carried the least amount of majesty of the head of the academy in him. He slammed the table and yelled, Chen Feng, what do you want to do? I'm warning you not to mess around. This is the hallowed hall of the cadets. You're not allowed to mess around. I, as the head of the academy, will never agree to that. Chen Feng was on the verge of laughing his ass off when he heard this. This bastard is quite upright in front of so many people. But how many people know about the things he does behind the scenes? Chen Feng coldly said, this place may have originally been a sacred temple for those trainees to come here to learn and then ascend to further education. But now that this place has become tainted, the word sacred is not worthy to come out of your mouth. Gu Chang very much understands the principle of giving a slap and then a sweet date. When he saw that Chen Feng did not eat his own set, he immediately changed his tone. Chen Feng, we all know about your daughter, and we all sympathize with you, but this is not a reason for you to go crazy. All of us are innocent. Why don't you go backstage and have a cup of tea, and then I'll come and talk to you when I'm done with the meeting? Chen Feng couldn't stand to see someone who pretended to be a cup like this. People in front of the person pretending to be human, but behind the back is not as good as. So he grabbed it straight away. Click, click, click. Gu Chang's leg rattled several times in a row, and it was broken hard from the front to the back, directly broken. The posture is particularly distorted, with the toes going to the rear. Ah! My leg is broken. Gu Chang let out a low roar and immediately screamed out in pain. His cold sweat fell instantly. He was truly filled with doubts about Chen Feng. How did Chen Feng do it? No one saw him touch himself. And what was the principle behind that guy bursting open just now? He couldn't figure it out at all. The surrounding people who managed the class also sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. Gu Chang's leg was broken hard, and it looked so painful that no one wanted to savor the taste. Chen Feng's voice gradually chilled, as if it was the nine hells. Today, I'm here to take revenge, not to drink tea and chat with you. Gu Chang, you're the head of the academy, but you don't do anything about it. My daughter's death is even more indistinguishable from you, and the academy. Remember what I said on the air? I won't let go of anyone who has anything to do with this, no matter who they are. And you think you're special? Chapter 115, No One's Spoiling You. Gu Chang trembled madly when he heard this. Fear spread like darkness. All of a sudden his head started to fantasize about all the ways he could die. As if all this is locked with Chen Feng's words, everyone who had anything to do with that is going to die. What makes him so mean? It's not just a dead daughter. As for destroying the world, who are you to judge us? Who are you? I'm the head of the Summit Academy. Everything here is up to me. You are judging me on my turf. Gu Chang looked very indignant and waved his fist, shouting up to the people below. Cadets of the Summit Academy, we are all family. We have to be united now. This is the first time in your life that you are fighting, and in defense of your family's dignity, we must stand up and say no loudly to the forces of evil. Let us all join together and drive away Chen Feng, this bad seed. We don't need anyone to judge us. We haven't done anything wrong. We're the masters here. Gu Chang was also a character, and in just a few words, he incited the atmosphere of the scene as well. These cadets are at their hottest, most brainwashed age. Now that Gu Chang had taken the lead, they all rallied one by one. That's right. This is our territory. It's not his turn to say anything here. We've never done anything wrong. It's always you who do. The inspector's office didn't even say anything. Chen Feng, what gives you the right? Chen Xiao died. That's what she deserved. Her low self-esteem, her pretending to be a cup victimized her. You're in no position to judge us all. Chen Feng, get out. Get out of here. For a moment, the entire synagogue sounded like thunder. Everyone was shouting and going crazy. They raised their fists in the air and slammed them hard. This moment, even if it was wrong, in their case it was right. It is not to be feared to be so uneducated as to be so pedantic that the impulse is carried over into these cadets. There'll be guns in Gu Chang's hands later if they go on like this. Chen Feng seemed to have been able to think of how Chen Xiao had come over here before, and how much torture and pain she's been through. Chen Xiao, his own daughter, why would she suffer such an ordeal? The helplessness in Chen Feng's heart gradually turned into anger, and then, into laughter. He leaned back and laughed, a piercing laugh. It's a disease to blindly follow the crowd. Being brainwashed is also a disease. Today, he's going to bloodbath this place. Chen Feng's laughter carried a gust of demonic sounds as the black shadows on his body were released one after another. The people are not practicing. They can only watch the black shadow swish and flash out. That seems to be a black mass. Also leave them with a message. In this synagogue, there are ghosts. No matter how heartbreaking and crazy their shouts were, they could not cover Chen Feng's sardonic smile. Even more so, it couldn't cover the black shadows that were desperately putting out. Everything Chen Feng does is like a movie special effect. The sound of his laughter flashed in every ear in the large synagogue. It makes people go crazy, and the magic sound goes through the ears. After a while, Chen Feng's laughter only stopped. The black shadows on his body also stopped releasing. He looked disappointed and locked eyes with the 700 plus pairs of eyes. These, however, are all the highly talented people in other people's mouths. And they are all future talents. But so simple-minded? So easily taken for a ride. It's so ridiculous. You trainees, you don't even have the most basic mastery. Even if you learn all the skills, even if you have an overachiever's mind, you'll still be compelled to take the wrong path and jeopardize the world in the future. You made a mistake. You'll be punished just the same. And now, no one's going to spoil you. The crowd was stunned when they heard Chen Feng's words, and then they began to shout again. Chen Feng, get out! Get out! Chen Feng directly raised his hand. Boom! In the seat below, a person who led the most aggressive shouting directly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. He didn't die a complete death, and Chen Feng was merciful enough to leave him ahead, so that those around him could see his tragic death. Wow! Numerous students smelled the blood on their fellow student and all saw his head falling to the ground. One by one, they froze. When have they ever seen such a crazy picture? The management team on the stage, Gu Chang and the others, were also ruthlessly taken aback. The person who had informed Gu Chang just now became a bloody mist. It was Chen Feng's work. What's the magic in him? Chen Feng looked at the crowd. Now, you should understand the meaning of my words. Each of you has a different sin in you, and I will decide how to punish you based on the number of your sins. Then Chen Feng's eyes that could eat people were aimed at Gu Chang. Deep, throbbing black chiaroscuro eyes, as if they could eat people. Gu Chang, you're the administrator on the forum. How long has it been since you deleted the things about my daughter up there? You pretended not to see it, but you let my daughter be insulted even after her death. Not only that, but when my daughter first came to the school, I remember a speech you gave where you said that Summit Academy doesn't take chaff, except from my daughter. Since that time, the way these trainees looked at my daughter has been wrong, right? They were talking privately, mocking my daughter, and you just ignored it, and you told the people managing the class to keep anyone out of this matter. And at this point, you guys are still praying for Sun Tianyu? You guys? You've already started running wild on the road to death. Gu Chang had already looked like a different person when he heard these words. His face was white, his body kept trembling, and he took a step backward. The seeds of sin had long been germinating in him. The previous images about Chen Xiao kept rolling through his mind. Chen Xiao was bullied and he turned a blind eye. Chen Xiao suffered unfair treatment, but he laughed it off and told the people under his hand to keep their hands off the matter. You could say that you're the one to blame for everything today, Chen Feng said loudly. All the trainees present, the ones with black gas coming out of their bodies, you are the ones who have prayed for Sun Tianyu. Now you can leave if you cut off your own hands. As for the people running the team, I'll start with a sample. Whoosh! As Chen Feng's words fell, the warmer next to him suddenly rose up in the air and ruthlessly smashed into the head of a balding man. Bam! The man was directly smashed a meter or two away. Blood came out of his head instantly. He covered his head and kept backing away. Panic piled in his eyes. No! Don't kill me. It's all on Gu Chang's orders. But the iron warmer didn't stop. It just got harder and harder. 2 strikes. All with all their strength on his head. Chapter 116, 100 cracks. It didn't take long for the bald man to fall motionless on the ground. His head turned into a bloody gourd in an incredibly twisted position. But the warmer didn't stop. It was still slamming away. One at a time. As if in a fit. I don't know how many times I smashed it. And the whole synagogue echoed with this piercing and scratching sound. It wasn't until Chen Feng lazily raised his hand that the warmer stopped. The eyes of those on the management team on the podium cleared. Following that, those emotions turned to panic. One of the women with poor mental capacity lost her mind outright. She sat down on her but in shock, eyes as wide as brass bells. Chen Feng, don't kill me. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'll never dare again. Can you not kill me? Please, count me out. Chen Feng frowned, feeling annoyed by this woman. Fingers, once again, hooked. Bam! The teacup next to her, smashed directly on her head. Ayaha, she screamed miserably. Then there was the warmer, the stool, the ashtray, all bursting over her head. She instantly lost her power of resistance, and her entire body fell to the ground dead in a puddle of blood. At this moment, everyone froze. 2 people died in an instant. Chen Feng wasn't joking. What he just said is true. Those 700 or so people suddenly realized that many of them, their bodies were beginning to emit black gas. Chen Feng had said that the person who was bubbling black had to cut off his own wrist before he could leave. This is not a joke. But cutting off the wrist, how can they go down? Soon enough, someone came by with a fire axe. Losing a hand to get out of here is considered the best policy. But how can they go down? The guy with the fire axe tried half a dozen times and couldn't even get down. It's too hard. Stump. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside. It's the Tennyson City Patrol, with the synergy of the evil breakers. More than 20 in all. Gu Chang had just quietly texted the police. Luckily, the rangers arrived just in time. Gu Chang saw them come over and let out a long breath in his heart. The people from the Evil Breaking Bureau were led by Yao Xiaohong, surrounded by people from the fire department of the Evil Breaking Bureau. Coming in and seeing this scene, Yao Xiaohong was first stunned, then hurriedly said, Chen Feng, don't misunderstand. I'm just doing my routine. Do whatever you want. Ha! Listen to the words. Gu Chang and the rest of them were stunned. This person who breaks the evil bureau seems to be scared out of his wits like just came over and took the clean off between himself and the patrol. Lord Inspectors, you have to do something for us. Chen Feng has already killed several people here. If we don't stop him, we will all be killed by him. Quickly catch him. Gu Chang's mouth let out a despairing and sad roar. The patrol was led by a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. Seeing Chen Feng, he felt the hairs on his body stand up. He gathered his courage and shouted, Chen Feng, you stop. Chen Feng turned around and looked at him. The corner of his mouth slowly picked up. You dare to meddle in my affairs? Hiss. The inspectors sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Feng's terror. They've witnessed it with their own eyes on the live broadcast. They came here today because they had the courage to do so, and they had to follow the orders from above. The people who meddled in Chen Feng's affairs are all in hell now. How can they do it alone? Chen Feng, don't go too far. You won't get a good result if you kill recklessly like this. The middle-aged man's voice lowered considerably. Chen Feng snorted coldly, his eyes becoming particularly disgraceful. None of those who died in my hands were innocent. Innocent people cannot create evil souls. They are equivalent to useless waste to me. So why would I kill them? You're Captain Zhong Chang of the Patrol Bureau. In that case, things seem to be quite interesting for you. About you and Gu Chang. Zhong Chang's body shook when he heard this. How did Chen Feng know about the bit between himself and Gu Chang? The panic in his eyes could not be concealed and he subconsciously took a few steps back. 3 years ago, when the Summit Academy enrolled students, it deliberately improved the ratio on the male to female side, almost 3 to 1. And of course regarding all of this, the Gu Chang had a personal agenda. The reason why the Summit Academy's forum is always open, among other things, there is another hidden function, which is to let the guests from Tianyang City come and choose the Academy's girls. And then, about these things, Zhong Chang, you are actually the Tianyang City connector. If I am not wrong, these people around you, many of them are involved it. Brush. When Zhong Chang and the others heard this, their first reaction was to turn around and flee. But then I turned around and realized that the door wouldn't open at all. It's been unlocked. Zhong Chang slammed the door as hard as he could, a desperate roar coming out of his mouth. Open the door. Why won't this damn door open? I want to get out. Everyone around him made a break for it too, but the door was as hard as iron. Pust. Soon, one of the men around him stopped. It was as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing in an instant. His entire body was like a puppet with broken strings. Zhong Chang froze for a moment and subconsciously looked at him. Several people next to him also focused their eyes on him. Starting from the door of his head, several bloody marks spread. Then the blood marks became more and more numerous, as if they were densely concentrated on him like a spider web. Follow closely. His body instantly shattered into countless pieces, and along with the blood, it fell to the ground in a clatter. Aha! This is cruel. So scary. There were some timid girls on the scene covering their mouths and screaming. Zhong Chang, Yao Xiaohong and the others also had cold sweat hanging from their heads. At this point even the most psychologically strong being would be so scared that his face would turn white. Just now, in a split second, that person had received an unknown number of knives on his body, which was why he had become so disfigured. That kind of pain no one can imagine. Zhong Chang couldn't help but have a word floating around in his head. 100 cracks. Gu Chang couldn't believe all this. The inspector's office came over and it didn't work, but there's still the evil breaker next to us. The evil breaker bureau. That's an existence above ordinary people. They can't do anything about Chen Feng? Before Zhong Chang could say anything to beg for forgiveness, the second person around him who had something to do with that incident also instantly stopped the movements on his body, just like the man just now. Then, shattered into a million pieces. Face to face. Captain Yao, aren't we going to do anything? The 4 fellow officers of the Evil Breaking Bureau asked anxiously. They were ordered to assist the Patrol Bureau on the case, and now that the Patrol Bureau was killed right in front of them, who could stand this? For the time being, don't make a move. Yao Xiaohong took a deep breath. They were unaware of Chen Feng's power, and they didn't want to touch Chen Feng's bottom line themselves. The 4 men looked at each other. Fine. Since Captain Yao is afraid of Chen Feng, we'll do it ourselves. Chapter 117 Carved in the Heart. Hey, you guys wait. Yao Xiaohong wanted to stop them, but she was a step too late. The 4 of them had rushed out. They jumped to the opposite side of Chen Feng with a body as light as a swallow and shouted, Chen Feng, stop it. You're not allowed to just kill anyone anymore. Phew. The man wasn't finished. A dark palm floated right across the room. The wind whistled through, and the ground shook like a mountain. What is this? Evil spirits? The thought popped into his head. The body exploded. Pust. Blood splattered the people behind them. The other 3's eyes cleared instantly. Chen Feng is so strong? The one who spoke just now was a Maoshan heir. he had always practiced on his own. His strength was not bad. Many tricky things in the evil breaking bureau were solved by his hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the nerve to stand up against Chen Feng. But who would have thought? Just for a moment. That's too soon. The other three, whoosh, backed into a corner. Cold sweat fell straight down and no one dared to say anything anymore. Chen Feng looked at the three men. The evil breaking bureau originally had nothing to do with this matter. But I can't help it if you guys insist on squeezing in. From now on, I have decided to declare war with the evil breaking bureau. You, Yao Xiaohong's beautiful eyes trembled for a moment. Chen Feng had declared war with the evil breaking bureau so openly and honestly. Wasn't he afraid that the evil breaking bureau would die with him? To know that they are only the weakest among the evil breaking bureau of the strength of the Ministry of Fire, and the Ministry of Heaven, and the Ministry of the Earth, a lot of that is a scandalous presence. Chen Feng snorted coldly and looked at the people in the synagogue. Ha? You guys aren't going to cut yourselves yet? Usually you have to be fed by your parents to eat, and now you want me to rush you? Chen Feng had clearly lost his patience. Boom! Soon, one of them, who had black gas coming out of his body, had his entire arm explode in an instant. It turned into a mist of blood and floated away in the synagogue. Then a second and third, 6 in a row with their arms bursting open. Let the quiet scene suddenly resound with cries and screams again. These smart trainees also realized that if they didn't do what Chen Feng said, their entire arm would be ruined. Do it yourself and save the arm. They were all people who had prayed for Sun Tianyu and had nothing to do with the Chen Xiao incident. They are now regretting it. They should have known better than to follow the trend. In the meantime, among the 700 people sitting there are constantly people's bodies exploding and screams erupting. The synagogue has become a hell on earth. All of these people whose bodies blew up were people who had something to do with the Chen Xiao incident. Perhaps he had ridiculed Chen Xiao. Perhaps he had pushed the envelope. Perhaps he had secretly hurt Chen Xiao. Chen Feng would not spare any of those crimes. No. Aha! My arm! I don't want to die. Don't want to die. To the very vicarious screams of the crowd. Some people have already started to redeem themselves with fire axes. Some of the ones that can be ruthless just cut their wrists off. After dropping their hands, the black aura on their bodies disappeared on its own. The rest of those who couldn't make up their minds could only wait for their arms to burst open on their own, bloodied and mangled. Behind them, Gu Chang and the others were also in a very bad situation. Gu Chang's head was pressed by an inexplicable force and slammed hard into the wall. Each stroke felt like the other used all their strength, but it was just a weird feeling. You can't die on your own no matter what. He had felt like his head had been smashed to pieces, but why was his consciousness still there? It also seems to be getting stronger. Chen Feng was torturing him, making him experience more pain before letting him die. Chen Feng opened the 100 ghost streamer. All those dead evil souls were taken in. Every soul that came in let out a heartbreaking scream. They thought it was over when they died, not realizing it was just the beginning. Incorporated into the 100 ghosts, their suffering continued, no less than in life. Chen Feng, stop it. Suddenly, the members of the evil breaking bureau, who had been silent, yelled. Yao Xiaohong was the first to follow the sound. A dark cry of badness. These three people weren't afraid just now, but they were brewing a spell. The three carried golden light in their hands, and they were all heirs of the Tao, proficient in spell formation. This spell formation they were brewing now was called Swallowing Heaven. It required a minimum of 3 people to activate it, and they had used this spell during previous missions, directly swallowed hundreds of evil things. When this spell formation was catalyzed over, Chen Feng would have to lose his skin even if he didn't die. Chen Feng also looked over curiously, his eyes filled with curiosity. The next instant, those 3 people directly urged on. Together, the 3 of them pointed out the essence of the formation and aimed it at Chen Feng's lifeblood. Boom! However, a loud bang cleared the eyes of the 3 men. Their phalanxes broken, bursting straight into place. And Chen Feng, just grabbing so lightly in the air? This is the Swallow the Sky spell formation. He broke open so easily. No, it must be a hallucination. The 3 hadn't slowed down. One of them was suddenly pressed down hard on the ground by the black shadow, and with a thud, he was face down on the ground and directly lost his voice. Then there's the second. Third. The whole time Yao Xiaohong didn't dare to move a muscle. Today's events had given her a whole new perception of Chen Feng's strength. She told herself in her heart that she couldn't turn her back on Chen Feng in the future no matter what. Otherwise it was going to cost her life. She and a few members of the patrol who hadn't been in trouble stood respectfully in the doorway like students, afraid to even move. Everything in the synagogue was brewing, surging along. 10 minutes or so, a constant stream of cadets who had redeemed themselves were sent out of the synagogue, and the rest were existences that had nothing to do with the incident, or were directly related to being blown into a bloody mist. The odor in the synagogue was quite pungent. This scene is no different from hell. Chen Feng put away the 100 ghost streamer. He had finished collecting all the evil souls here. He was still satisfied with the day's harvest. He left the synagogue at a leisurely pace. The door clicked open as well. Chen Feng paused for a moment when he missed Yao Xiaohong. Tell the top management of the evil breaking bureau that when I find the time, I will personally pay a visit. Chen Feng finished and left. Yao Xiaohong's entire body went limp and sat on the ground. She knew that breaking the evil game was the wrong move. The Bureau of Evil Breaking should never have gotten involved in this in the first place. They shouldn't have made an enemy of Chen Feng. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of bloodshed there would be when Chen Feng went to the Evil Breaking Bureau. Those remaining members of the Rangers next to them rushed to call for reinforcements. Those trainees who were still alive and stunned had also long since panicked and were dumbfounded. They kept asking themselves in their minds, is all this true? All the while, he kept being glad he wasn't involved in this. Chen Xiaoxiao's name has been engraved in their hearts. Even if in their next life they won't dare to touch it again. Chapter 118, The Heartless can only be permanent, 4 shifts. Breaking the evil game. An emergency meeting was held today. The Ministry of Heaven, the Ministry of Earth, the Ministry of Fire. The whole crew is here. The director, Ke Jinhua, sits firmly on the high table. His face was hard and he was upset. The Evil Breaking Bureau, as an existence above the Patrol Bureau. When had it ever been so suppressed? Chen Feng simply didn't put them in his eyes. In just a few days' time, a number of people who had broken the evil game had died at his hands. It's kind of hard to say if they don't get some action. Letting others know would think that they were afraid of Chen Feng. Lord Director, Chen Feng is too crazy. Why don't we send out the elites of the Earth and Sky divisions to take him down in one fell swoop? An old man first broke the deadlock. In response, many people nodded their heads in agreement. Although Chen Feng was powerful, he could only dealing with the fire department. And when he encountered a true expert, he had no way to fight. The Ministry of Heaven, the Ministry of Earth, there are plenty of experts. The ones sitting here were also people of monstrous strength, breaking demons and eliminating evils, fending off foreign enemies, and they had never missed a beat. How could they be afraid of a Chen Feng? Yao Xiaohong was also sitting in the meeting place at the moment, where she looked very small. Ke Jinhua shook his head. Not good. Chen Feng has no name and no background. If we send out these 2 divisions to deal with him, won't that make people laugh? Where is the majesty of the Bureau of Evil Breaking? In his opinion, breaking the Evil Bureau to take down Chen Feng was a handful, and the most important thing now was to take down Chen Feng while taking into account his face. It was only when it couldn't be done that the heavenly and earthly ministries would step in. However, what worried him the most right now was the demonic aura on Chen Feng's body. Has he become a demon? Call yourself a celestial master, but you're already a demon? This is a rare situation. Sir Director, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's people have come. Suddenly, someone from the side came over to inform. Oh, everyone adjourn, I'll go meet them. Ke Jinhua nodded his head. Ke Jinhua met the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This person was covered in pearls and was a bit unlike a transcendentalist. However, he was holding the credentials of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, which couldn't help but make Ke Jinhua a little puzzled. Hello Master Ke, I'm an emissary of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Kong fondly, he spoke politely. Oh, what's the matter? Ke Jinhua still had the barest hint of majesty on him, slanting his eyes to stare at him as he spoke. It's like this. I'm sure that your excellency should already know about Chen Feng. We in the Heaven's Path Alliance already see him as a great enemy. I wonder if we can make an alliance with the adults of the Evil Breaking Bureau to deal with Chen Feng together. Kill him and we can split the secrets on him equally. Ke Jinhua had long known that Chen Feng had exterminated quite a few people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Those Taoists, Buddhists, also suffered, but it's no one's fault. Who made them evil? Eating the flesh and blood of ordinary people by the skin of his teeth. But for today's round, Ke Jinhua intends to call against Chen Feng. The Heavenly Dao Alliance could be the outlier. This would save the face of the Evil Breaking Bureau and kill Chen Feng, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was a flurry of politeness and conditions between the 2 men, and they finally hit upon an agreement. On the bright side, the Heavenly Dao Alliance struck. Behind their backs, the Evil Breaking Bureau supported them, and would send experts from the heavenly and earthly ministries to help when necessary. With the support of the Evil Breaking Bureau, Kong fondly sort of put his heart down. Chen Feng's madness was beyond his imagination, and he couldn't sleep a peaceful night without killing Chen Feng. Back home, the Kong family already has 2 guests. These 2 were dressed in black and looked a little creepy. One of them was holding a soul in his hands and playing with it. Kong Li Yuan is pouring tea for them. The 2 of you are here. Kong fondly entered and greeted politely. Mr. Kong, thank you for your hospitality these past 2 days. We are very satisfied. Ha ha ha. The 2 laughed loudly. The last few days they've had a lot of fun. Taste the women here. Every night was a full one. Kong fondly knows that's all they're good for. You're welcome. I'm just doing my part as a host, and I'll be arranging a flight back home for both of you tonight. By the way, before that, there is something I want to give to the two of you. Kong fondly made a wink to his daughter. Kong Liyuan immediately went and brought out a finely crafted box. The two men took a look at it and their eyes immediately settled on it. Is this that? So? Kong fondly smiled. The two of you should not open the box first. When you go back you will naturally be able to understand the wonders of it. It is considered to be my gift to the two of you, as well as those adults behind the meeting. One of them put his hand on the box to sense it, and immediately his eyes glowed with a golden light. This is a girl's soul? Moreover, the aura in it is very subtle. It's something good. He exchanged glances with the other man. The man then pulled out an exquisitely crafted jade hook-like pendant from his pocket and handed it to Kong fondly. If the Kong family is in danger, break the jade hook pendant and you will be sheltered by us. In addition, this jade hook also contains a secret method in it. I see that your daughter has a special physique, so she should be able to handle it. This secret method, it's very powerful. Oh. Kong fondly was waiting for his words, and he thanked him gratefully and sent the two away. After that, he rushed to check the jade hook. A secret essence entered Kong Liyuan's body. Her eyes rounded as she sensed the message. She was more than a little shocked, for this power was a presence she had not experienced before. Ever since the fermentation of Chen Feng's matter, she had been incomparably eager to grow up and possess overpowering strength. That way, he wouldn't be killed by Chen Feng. Relying only on her family, she still felt unsettled in her heart. It's only real when you're strong. She directly swallowed the secret essence. Subsequently, her eyes flared and snapped open. The evil in his eyes could not be suppressed. Kong fondly also stared round-eyed. That's not a secret method, it's an evil method. But it didn't matter if it was an evil method or a secret method. As long as his daughter could improve her strength, it was better than anything else. The corners of Kong Liyuan's mouth rose, revealing an incomparably hideous aspect. Ha ha ha, my power. It seems to be exploding. As long as I can master this power, Chen Feng will surely die. Those two lords have not been kind to me. Daughter, take it easy. Kong fondly didn't dare to get close, so he could only speak from the side. Kong Liyuan spread her hands wide as if waiting for the power to return. The evil aura on his body was growing, as if it was surging like a tidal wave. Then, Kong Liyuan stopped. She snapped one hand into her chest. Daughter! Kong fondly was shocked. What was his daughter trying to do? This was self-harm. Then he saw Kong Liyuan pull out her heart. She mouthed the words, "It takes a heartless person to be permanent. If you wish to practice this evil art, you must first break your heart. I have been initiated."